Sumu was just an ordinary teenager until, on the eve of the launch of the game God's Path, he unexpectedly gained the astonishing ability of unlimited skill points. The world was about to undergo a massive transformation, and his destiny would be rewritten as a result. At exactly midnight, the television repeatedly broadcasted a warning. We urge everyone to act within their means and avoid going to extremes. Sumu raised an eyebrow as he listened. He thought to himself, people all over the world had already gone mad a month ago, making this warning a little too late. Sumu opened his palm, and a diamond-shaped crystal appeared out of thin air. With just an hour left until the launch of God's Path, he recalled the sudden voice from a month ago. That voice echoed in the minds of people worldwide, announcing that the path to becoming a god was about to open, and everyone would have the chance to achieve godhood. Everyone received a divine crystal as proof of their entry into God's path. By immersing their consciousness into the crystal, they could learn the basic information about the game. Before the official start, people had a month to understand everything. God's Path was created by the Supreme God, and anyone who excelled in the game could attain godhood. The game had no barriers to entry, suitable for all ages. Upon entering, everyone could redesign their appearance, ensuring a fair start. Even if one couldn't become a god, the abilities gained in the game could be brought back to reality. As time ticked by, a white light suddenly flashed before Sumu's eyes, transporting him to an ethereal space. The system prompted him to set his character's appearance. Sumu chose to replicate his current body but enhanced his facial features by 20. In the blink of an eye, Sumu found himself in the square of Newbie Village number 9527. He was a bit bewildered, not expecting to be ranked nearly 10,000th in line. Around him, white lights flickered as more players poured in, and the scene gradually became bustling. Sumu quickly opened his attribute panel to carefully examine his stats. His initial attributes were quite impressive, especially with both spirit and intelligence at 10 points, prompting him to choose the mage class without hesitation. Just then, a shocking system notification sounded. Unlimited skill points have been credited, and you can learn any skill. Sumu was incredulous as he looked at the skill points section displaying a series of 999, 9999. He hurriedly tried to upgrade the small fireball skill. When the small fireball successfully upgraded without decreasing the skill points, Sumu finally confirmed it wasn't an illusion. Overcome with excitement, he couldn't help but shout, "Time to take off." "Hey man, why are you yelling? We can't even leave the starter village yet, so there's no point in getting all worked up," a player grumbled. The crowd erupted into a commotion, with someone agreeing, "Exactly, with all this pushing, who knows when we'll ever get out of here? Hey, you up front, can you stop shoving? Can't we just line up? It'll be better for everyone." Another voice called out amidst the jostling crowd. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone's trying to climb over the wall." Sumu's shout caught the attention of a few nearby players, but was quickly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. In this bustling starter village, filled with excitement, his outburst went unnoticed. Sumu shook off his surprise and focused back on the skill upgrade interface, clicking the upgrade button next to Small Fireball. "Small Fireball upgrade successful," announced the system, though the skill points remained unchanged. Undeterred, Sumu continued to click the upgrade button for Small Fireball. Soon, the system confirmed, Small Fireball successfully upgraded to Large Fireball, Grade E. Glancing at the village entrance, Sumu saw the situation had worsened, becoming even more crowded. He decided to concentrate fully on upgrading his skills. "Not the best value for points," Sumu mused, "but for me, it's not an issue." Without hesitation, he continued upgrading. As he upgraded, the attributes of the Large Fireball improved. Large Fireball, Grade E, deals 130 magic damage, costs 20 mana, 2's cast time, no cooldown, 20 range. Large Fireball, Grade D, deals 150 magic damage, other attributes unchanged. Large Fireball, Grade C and B were unlocked in succession. Finally, the system announced, "Your skill has been upgraded to Fireball Spell, Grade S, and can no longer be enhanced." Just then, a commanding voice resonated throughout the area. "Form a line, everyone." A group of fully armed soldiers appeared at the village entrance, led by their captain. However, his voice was quickly swallowed by the surrounding noise. The captain sighed and raised his heavy sword. Witnessing this, someone exclaimed in fear, "What's he doing? Is the NPC going to attack us? No way." In the next moment, the captain swung his sword at the wall behind him. With a loud crash, a gap appeared in the wall, leaving everyone stunned. "That's intense. If we could bring that sword skill to the real world, we'd be unstoppable." "I'm more worried about what this NPC plans to do. Is he going to turn on us? What's there to fear? With so many of us, we can take him down." "All right, you go first then." The crowd buzzed with nervous chatter. Ignoring the discussions, the captain commanded loudly, "Form a line over here to exit the village in an orderly manner." Upon hearing this, Sumu quickly headed towards the gap in the wall. securing a spot near the front. Many sharp-witted players followed suit. Stay in line, and if anyone tries to cut, I won't be lenient, the captain warned, gripping his heavy sword tightly. Under his formidable presence, no one dared to misbehave. Soon, Sumu made it outside the village. Before him stretched an open area filled with people, yet no monsters were in sight. Just like those popular online games at launch, Sumu remarked, feeling a bit let down after exploring the area. Fireball spell, Grade S, is powerful, but there's nothing to fight. Suddenly, he noticed a sparsely populated forest in the distance. That must be the high-level monster zone. An idea sparked in Sumu's mind, and he decided to challenge himself by taking on tougher monsters. He carefully reviewed the attributes of his fireball spell, Grade S, deals 400 magic damage, costs 20 mana, 2's cast time, no cooldown, 30 range. With my current 20 magic attack, fireball spell can deal 80 damage. A level 1 monster has 100 HP, so I can take it down in 2 hits. Even a level 2 monster is no problem with a 30 range, Sumu calculated confidently. I can do this. Resolute, he headed towards the level 2 monster area. Hey man, don't go there. The level 2 monsters have 200 HP. You can't take them down. Yeah, their attack is high and defense isn't low either. Going there is just asking for trouble. Several players tried to dissuade him. In this realistic world, even defeating a level 1 monster alone was challenging. To them, Sumu venturing into a high-level monster area seemed like a reckless move. I'm just going to check it out. Sumu replied casually, not breaking stride. That guy's crazy, wasting a resurrection chance for nothing. Some people just won't listen. They'll only learn once they get killed. Forget it. Monsters are respawning over there. Let's grab them. With the appearance of a monster, the area descended into chaos. In the forest, Sumu advanced cautiously. Despite his confidence, he remained vigilant. After all, this was the level 2 monster zone. Soon, he spotted a figure in the distancia wild boar rooting around a tree. Sumu approached carefully until it was within his fireball spell's range. Fireball spell, Sumu muttered. After a 2-second casting time, a large fireball hurled towards the boar. A damage number floated above its head as Sumu entered combat, revealing the boar's attributes. Wild boar. Level 2. HP, 120,200. Attack, 40. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 0. Skills, none. Description. This boar was enjoying a lazy day in the forest until you disrupted its peace. Now it's furious, and to it, you're nothing more than a cabbage. Sumu's eyebrows furrowed into a straight line, a flicker of anger in his eyes. You think I'm easy to deal with? Then I'll turn you into roast pork. Without hesitation, he faced the charging wild boar and unleashed another fireball. The fireball hit its mark precisely, and another damage number floated above the boar's head. The boar's health plummeted to 40 points. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu quickly launched another fireball, leaving no chance for the boar to counterattack. Oomph! With the boar's last sliver of health depleted, it collapsed with a thud. The system's notification sound chimed in. Wild boar killed, gained 10 experience points. So much! Sumu exclaimed in surprise, watching his experience bar fill by a 10th. He recalled the information manual's description. Defeating a creature of the same level grants 5 experience points, and only the one who lands the killing blow receives them, even in a team. Once your level surpasses the creature's, experience drops to 1 point, and if you're 3 levels higher, you gain no experience. The manual didn't mention what happens when you defeat higher-level creatures, clearly not expecting a newbie to manage such a feat. 10 experience points, that's awesome. Sumu couldn't stop grinning. He quickly calculated. 1 fireball costs 20 mana points, and 3 would be 60. Slightly more than half his mana could take down a wild boar. Let's see what it dropped. Sumu quickly approached the glowing orb on the boar's corpse and picked it up. The system prompt appeared. You received 20 copper coins and a worn wooden staff attack 5, intelligence 2. A good find. Sumu immediately equipped the staff. Now my intelligence is at 12 points, which means each fireball deals 96 damage. Combined with regular attacks, I can easily take down a wild boar. The new weapon changed Sumu's strategy. 2 fireballs could deal 192 damage to the boar, leaving only 8 points, which he could finish off with a basic attack. 5 minutes later, Sumu's mana was fully restored. He stood up and launched a fireball at the nearest wild boar. 2 fireballs hit in succession, instantly reducing the boar's health to 8 points and noticeably slowing it down. It's in a critical state at 5 health, with movement speed reduced by 50%, Sumu thought to himself. Strike while it's weak. He took the opportunity and swung his staff at the boar's head as it approached. With a damage number appearing, the boar collapsed. Wild boar killed. You gained 10 experience points. You received 20 copper coins. Sumu continued this method, taking down 2 more wild boars. Luck was on his side, as he found a piece of armor with 2 defense and 2 constitution, which he quickly donned. The mana regen is just too slow, Sumu sighed, sitting down to recover mana, which regenerated at about 1 point every 5 seconds. Taking advantage of the downtime, he opened the world chat and saw the messages scrolling by rapidly. This game's leveling is way too hard. I haven't even touched a single monster yet. Be grateful. I had a monster down to low health, and someone else snatched it, leaving me with no experience. Tell me about it. This system is so frustrating. Maybe we can team up to take down higher level monsters and take turns getting the last hit. Level 2 monsters? How much damage can you deal? They'll take you down in just a few hits. Range classes can team up, especially mages. With a 10-meter range, they can just barely trigger the monster's aggro range. A bunch of fireballs and leveling up will be a breeze. That's a good point. Early monsters don't seem to have any defense. It's definitely worth a try. I'm a mage in Newbie Village 542. Any other mages want to team up? Go to the regional chat to ask. Seeing these comments, Sumu frowned. While mages teaming up to kill monsters was a viable strategy, it would quickly crowd the level 2 areas with other mages, making it harder for him to find monsters. Can't the mana regen be faster? Sumu reluctantly opened the regional chat, which was equally lively. Any mages want to team up to kill level 2 monsters? Mages, gather at the level 2 monster area entrance, 5 to a group, speed farming team. Looking for a mage to carry? I'm a healer and can provide support and damage. Mages, you're the best. Can you help out this struggling rogue? When Sumu's mana was full again, several players had already gathered in the woods. Hey there, you're a mage, right? Want to team up? We can take turns getting experience. Yeah, with a group of 5, the last one to cast a fireball can grab the experience. Seeing Sumu, they immediately extended an invitation to join their team. No thanks. Sumu declined outright, turning to head deeper into the woods. What the heck? Not joining a team? Heading in deeper? Is he asking for trouble? Does he really think he's playing an online game? Risking his life like that? Let's cut him some slack. Some people are just quirky. We're still short 1 mage. Let's wait a bit longer. Watching Sumu's retreating figure, they all laughed. Ignoring them, Sumu targeted another wild boar and began casting fireballs once they were out of sight. After about 10 minutes, Sumu gained another 30 experience points. He glanced at his experience bar, 70100. Almost there. Sumu sat down to regenerate mana. Once full, he immediately got up to find more prey. After taking down 3 more wild boars, his experience finally reached 100. Congratulations, you've leveled up, gaining 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. Congratulations on being the first player to level up, earning a class skill reward. Please select your choice. 2 notifications appeared simultaneously. Seeing the second message, Sumu's face lit up with joy. Skills are crucial for me. He quickly opened the selection panel, which presented 2 options. 1. Passive class skill. 2. Active class skill. Sumu pondered. Which one should I choose? The damage from the fireball spell was quite impressive, and at this point, Sumu had no shortage of offensive skills. After some thought, he decided to choose a passive skill to enhance his overall strength. The system promptly notified him. Congratulations, you have acquired Spell Will. Spell Will. Your mana gained from Spirit is now at 110. Sumu nodded and smiled, as this passive skill perfectly addressed his most pressing issue of insufficient mana. What excited him even more was that this skill could be upgraded. Without hesitation, he began upgrading Spell Will continuously. As a series of upgrade notifications flashed by, Spell Will quickly advanced from its initial level to S-level. The final effect left Sumu pleasantly surprised. Spell Will S-level. Your mana gained from Spirit increases to 400. This upgrade experience made Sumu realize that the upper limit for regular skills seemed to be S-level. He quickly calculated that elevating a regular skill to S-level required over 100 skill points, equivalent to other players reaching level 20 and allocating all their skill points to a single skill to achieve the same level. Next, Sumu considered how to allocate his attribute points. As a mage, Constitution, Intelligence, and Spirit were key attributes. After weighing his options, he decided to allocate all 10 attribute points to Intelligence to enhance his leveling speed. After the attribute allocation, Sumu's status panel updated as follows. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, 20,200. Health, 100. Mana, 400. Attack, 21. Magic attack, 44. Physical defense, 12. Magic defense, 10. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 82, Agility 8, Spirit 10, Intelligence 202. Equipment, worn wooden staff, damaged gray robe. Looking at his 44 magic attack points, combined with the added effect of the fireball spell, Sumu estimated he could now almost instantly defeat level 2 wild boars. This boosted his confidence, and he decided to challenge level 3 monsters. Venturing deeper into the forest, he soon spotted a group of tusked wild boars. These level 3 creatures had 300 health points and 60 attack power. Standing at the maximum range of 30 meters, Su Mu began casting Fireball. The first fireball whooshed out, and as the boar charged at him sensing danger, a second fireball brought its health nearly to zero before it could reach him. You have gained 10 experience points and 40 copper coins. The system notification sounded. Su Mu glanced at his remaining 360 mana points, feeling elated. He continued attacking the other boars, enjoying the efficient hunting experience his abundant mana provided. After 20 boars fell, the familiar upgrade notification appeared again. Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 10 allocatable attribute points and 5 skill points. Without hesitation, Su Mu allocated all the attribute points to intelligence again, boosting his magic attack to 64 points. Now, each fireball could deal 256 damage, significantly increasing his monster-killing efficiency. Aside from the experience, this hunt also yielded 2 pieces of basic equipment and 11 silver coins. He decided to list the 2 weathered iron swords attack 5, strength 2 on the auction house, pricing each at 5 gold coins. After completing these actions, Su Mu began searching the forest for level 4 monsters, ready to continue his leveling journey. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Newbie Village 663, a group of 7 to 8 players gathered in a circle, waiting for monsters to respawn. Once a monster appeared, they would swarm it, leaving it barely alive. Then, one person would leisurely step forward to deliver the final blow. This team-based monster hunting approach starkly contrasted with Su Mu's solo endeavors. "Mark, there are a couple of great weapons on the exchange," someone suddenly shouted, breaking the bustling atmosphere of the novice village. The person called Mark raised an eyebrow, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Great weapons? What's the price?" he asked eagerly. 5 gold coins, the person replied. "Gold coins?" Mark squinted, his mind racing. He decisively ordered, "Contact all company employees immediately. Have everyone with copper coins send them to me. I must get this weapon." Mark's full name is Ma Jingfei, a formidable figure in the gaming world. However, with the emergence of Shinto, he realized that his once popular games were about to become history. To gain an edge in Shinto, he boldly liquidated his assets and hired thousands of players. To him, becoming a god was far more enticing than being a corporate mogul. Moments later, his subordinate reported, "We've contacted them, but there are too many people in the game. Not many have managed to defeat monsters, and there aren't enough people with copper coins to gather 5 gold coins yet." Ma Jingfei, full of confidence, declared, "Then buy up all the copper coins you can. I don't care what the price is. If someone is willing to sell, I'll buy them." As a giant in the industry, he had the means and the audacity to do so. Meanwhile, in Novice Village 8621, another scenario was unfolding. A man known as Principal was leading a group of 4 or 5 people in monster hunting. "Principal, there are 2 decent white items in the exchange. What do you think?" a follower asked. "Wow, we have to buy them," the principal replied without hesitation. The follower grimaced, saying, "But one of them costs 5 gold coins. Who can afford that?" The principal paused in thought before saying something that shocked everyone around him. "Message the seller and ask if they'll sell for 1 billion each." 1 billion. Although they knew the principal was known for his extravagant gaming style, the figure still stunned them. Someone couldn't help but caution, "Principal, isn't that a bit much? Is a single white item really worth that?" The principal replied seriously, "If 1 billion can buy it, then it's worth it. This isn't like those old games." For his family, 1 billion was just a small goal. "Tell them that if they sell, the money will be in their account immediately." "I'll reach out right away," the subordinate responded promptly. A moment later, the principal eagerly asked, "How did it go?" The subordinate awkwardly replied, "The guy said money is pointless," and then he stopped responding. The principal's resolve only strengthened. "Contact the gaming experts we know and buy up all their copper coins. I must rise to prominence in this game." In this new era, everyone dreams of becoming the ruler. Whether it's Ma Jingfei or the principal, both are striving to seize an early advantage in Shinto, displaying extraordinary determination and ambition. Only accepting gold coins, no matter the price. On the outskirts of the level 4 monster zone, Su Mu glanced at the incessant private messages and decisively turned on auto-reply. His eyes skimmed over the dizzying array of offers, causing his heart to skip a beat. A common item fetching 1 billion? For Su Mu, who had been living alone since childhood, even 1 million seemed like a fortune. "If this were just a game, I'd sell it without a second thought," Su Mu murmured to himself, forcing himself to close the enticing chat window. Taking a deep breath, he focused on his surroundings and began searching for his target. Soon, a lone wolf leisurely wandering caught his eye. Su Mu quickly scanned the wolf's attributes. Wolf. Level 4. Health 400,400. Attack 80. Physical defense 15. Magic defense, 0. Description. Wolves are fast runners with keen senses. Sumu calculated silently. With my 64 magic attack, 2 fireballs should do the trick. He cautiously approached the wolf, fully aware that his fragile health couldn't withstand its attack. He needed to take it down before it got too close. Long range is awesome. Sumu couldn't help but smile smugly as the wolf entered his fireball's range. The feeling of having the upper hand was exhilarating. Fireball. Sumu began chanting his spell. An impressive damage number popped up above the wolf's head, a sight that would leave any nearby player slack-jawed. The wolf, hit by the fireball, let out an angry howl and charged at Sumu. However, Sumu remained calm, chanting again. The second fireball landed precisely, finishing the wolf off. A system notification popped up. Defeated wolf. Gained 10 experience points. You received a small health potion. Restores 100 health. 1 minute cooldown. What a find! Sumu exclaimed, picking up the glowing orb from the wolf's body, now holding a red potion. With only 80 health points himself, this potion was indeed a lifesaver. Sumu continued to search the area for more lone wolves. He knew that leveling up from 3 to 4 required 500 experience points, meaning he had to defeat 50 wolves to advance. Unlike other games, Shinto offered no quest experience, only monster kills to level up. It seemed illogical, but that was Shuntu's unique charm. Online discussions suggested that monsters contained a certain energy, only absorbable upon defeat, and leveling up was essentially a cultivation process. After 2 hours of grinding, Sumu finally reached level 4. He was grateful for his fireball spell, without which his efficiency would have been much lower. All points to intelligence, the rest can wait. Sumu decisively allocated his attribute points. Despite his low health, his fireball's range meant the monsters couldn't even touch him. To him, offense was the best defense. After defeating 50 wolves, Sumu had a bounty. A staff with 5 attack and 3 intelligence, 3 red potions, 4 blue potions, 20 pieces of tattered wolf fur, and 3 broken pieces of equipment. He decided to sell the equipment at the auction house and keep the potions for emergencies. To his delight, 2 previously listed items had already sold, netting him 9 gold coins. Although the 1 coin fee stung, he relisted the 3 new items, including his old staff and 2 pieces of armor, for 6 gold coins. Unexpectedly, these items sold almost immediately. Sumu marveled at the wealth of other players, having just 1 gold coin after reaching level 4, while they were so lavish. At that moment, Sumu spotted an unusual creature in the Wutsa pure white wolf cub, strolling leisurely. White wolf cub elite. Level 4. Health 1000. Attack 150. Defense 20. Skill bite. Description. A cub of a certain white wolf, found wandering here. An elite monster. Sumu realized, noting its attributes far surpassed those of a regular wolf. It boasted 1000 health points, 150 attack, and an additional skill. Sumu quickly calculated. His fireball dealt 344 damage, needing 3 to defeat the white wolf. Even with the initial advantage, he needed to chant 2 more fireballs, taking about 4 seconds. The wolf could easily reach him in that time. If it attacked first, he was doomed. Can't risk it. Better head back to the village to learn some skills first? Sumu decided. In games with unlimited lives, he might have risked it, but in Shinto, with only 10 lives, every death was precious. According to the manual, skills could be learned in the novice village. Although expensive, Sumu had 15 gold coins, more than enough. For others, learning skills might not mean much, but for Sumu, it was crucial. An elite monster? Once I learn those skills, even a boss won't scare me. Sumu resolved, striding confidently towards the novice village. Heading back to the village, Sumu easily avoided the level 3 tusked wild boars. Having just leveled up to 4, he was more than capable of bypassing these dangerous creatures. Along the way, he overheard some players discussing their leveling efficiency. Just a few more wild boars and we'll all reach level 2. Mages are indeed powerful, but their mana regeneration is too slow. Stop complaining. This efficiency already surpasses billions of others. As he reached the level 2 monster area, Sumu encountered the group that had previously invited him. They were sitting on the ground, recovering their mana. Seeing Sumu emerge unscathed from the level 3 area, they looked at him in surprise. "How are you not dead?" someone blurted out. Sumu ignored them and continued walking toward the village. Behind him, he heard their murmurs. "Isn't this guy a bit too arrogant? He probably hid somewhere until we cleared the monsters before coming out. We helped him and he didn't even say thanks. What a show-off." Their leader interrupted the discussion. "All right, let's get back to killing monsters. Just a few more and we'll all be level 2. Then we can put all our points into intelligence and take on level 3 monsters." The level 2 area wasn't exclusive to their group, but each team tactfully stayed within a fixed range. Everyone knew that once the level 1 players caught up, things would become more intense. They had to race against time to reach the level 3 monster area before others. Back outside the village, Sumu observed the crowded scene of players fighting over monsters and shook his head. Anyone who can snag a monster in this chaos is truly impressive. Luckily, I don't have to compete with them. With the village guards maintaining order, the congestion inside the village had greatly improved. Sumu easily walked into the village, but was stopped by the guard captain. "Hold on, adventurer," the guard captain said. "I sense something on you. Did you encounter a white wolf in the forest?" Sumu nodded in confirmation. The guard captain continued, "Deep in the forest, there's a white wolf king blocking the path to the town. It must be defeated to clear the way." Sumu squinted, suspecting this might be the final boss of the beginner village. The guard captain, sensing his hesitation, quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. With your current strength, you can't even set foot in the depths of the forest, let alone face the White Wolf King. So what do you want me to do?" Sumu asked. "I want you to bring back the pelt of a white wolf cub," the guard captain explained, as a task option appeared before Sumu. Task: retrieve the pelt of a white wolf cub. Reward: 1 gold coin, guard captain's iron sortigrade. "I accept." Sumu agreed without hesitation. The guard captain offered some advice. "Given your current strength, handling that white wolf won't be easy. You could form a team or visit a class trainer to learn skills and further enhance your abilities." Just as Sumu was about to leave, he noticed the label Warrior Class Trainer above the guard captain's head. He paused and asked if he could learn skills. The guard captain was a bit surprised. "I specialize in sword techniques. Are you sure you want to learn them?" "Absolutely." Sumu nodded firmly. Immediately, 2 skills became available for Sumu to learn: Slash and Charge. Without hesitation, he learned both, spending 2 gold coins. Slash: swing your weapon to unleash a quick slash forward, dealing 100 physical attack damage. Cooldown: 505. Charge: quickly dash toward a target, causing 0.1s stun. Cooldown: 1005. Looking at these quintessential warrior skills, Sumu was deeply impressed, thinking to himself, "This is amazing." Although these 2 skills seemed useless to Sumu at the moment, he knew that mastering and upgrading them to the highest level would be of immense significance. His eyes gleamed with wisdom as he envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind. Every profession must have its unique, passive skills. If he could master them all and elevate each to the highest level, becoming an all-round full-time mage would no longer be an unattainable dream. With this ambitious goal in mind, Sumu courteously bid farewell to the guard captain and continued searching for other profession mentors in the vast village. The village was bustling with activity, filled with busy figures, and many NPCs had mission indicators flashing above their heads. However, most adventurers seemed uninterested in these tasks, partly because completing them did not yield experience points, and partly because their levels were not high enough to take on these missions. While strolling, Sumu arrived at an armor shop. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. "Hello, adventurer. Do you have enough wolf pelts? I can make you a wolf pelt armor." Without hesitation, Sumu handed over the wolf pelts he had hunted to the shopkeeper. "Congratulations on completing the quest, wolf pelts." The system notification chimed. Reward: 1 gold coin, wolf pelt armor grade E attributes, 5 spirit, 5 constitution, equipment level requirement, level 4. Sumu was delighted. This was a valuable item. He quickly donned the wolf pelt armor, feeling a slight sense of security it provided. After leaving the armor shop, Sumu noticed a female NPC nearby, dressed as a ranger and holding a bow. He approached her and politely said, "Hello, I would like to learn some skills." The woman looked Sumu over with some surprise and asked, "Are you sure you want to learn archery skills?" "Yes, I'm sure." Sumu replied firmly. However, when 2 archer skills appeared before him, he hesitated. He suddenly realized that archer skills, unlike those of other professions, required specific weapons. He could mimic a warrior's charge or slash with a staff, but he couldn't exactly shoot arrows with one. After some consideration, Sumu decided to temporarily forego learning these skills. After all, 2 gold coins were still very precious resources in the early stages. He apologized to the NPC, saying, "Sorry, I made a mistake." The NPC didn't blame him but kindly pointed the way. "If you want to learn magic skills, the mage mentor is in the room ahead." Sumu thanked her gratefully and turned ahead in the indicated direction. His heart was filled with anticipation, eager to learn the professional skills that awaited him. Every step brought him closer to his goal, becoming a true full-time mage. The door outside the room was open. Sumu stepped inside without hesitation, greeted by the sight of an elderly male wizard in a robe. The old wizard wore a kind smile as he welcomed Sumu. "Hello there, young mage." Eagerly, Sumu responded, "Hello, I want to learn some skills." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 skill options appeared before him. Ice Arrow, available at level 2, and Magic Missile, available at level 4. Sumu decisively chose both skills, each costing him 1 gold coin. After learning the skills, Sumu walked out of the room while opening his skill panel to inspect his newly acquired abilities. Ice Arrow deals 50 magic damage to an enemy, reducing their movement speed by 10 for 3 seconds. Costs 50 mana, with a 1-second cast time, 10-second cooldown, and a 10-meter range. 05. Magic Missile deals 100 magic damage to an enemy. Costs 50 mana, is instant cast, with a 20-second cooldown and a 10-meter range. 05. These skills are great, Sumu thought with a grin, confident that with these abilities, the White Wolf wouldn't stand a chance. Noticing the number 999, 9999 in the skill point section, Sumu eagerly began upgrading all his skills, including the warrior skills he had previously acquired. In the blink of an eye, Ice Arrow and Magic Missile had been upgraded to S-level. Frost Arrow S-level deals 300 magic damage to an enemy, reducing their movement speed by 50 for 3 seconds. Costs 50 mana, with a 1-second cast time, 10-second cooldown, and a 30-meter range. Magic Missile S-level deals 400 magic damage to an enemy. Costs 50 mana, is instant cast, with a 20-second cooldown and a 20-meter range. This game is so much fun, Sumu exclaimed with excitement, already planning his attack combos. He intended to slow enemies with Frost Arrow, follow up with a Fireball, and finish with Magic Missile. With this combo, even the fastest monsters would struggle to get close. Sumu continued to search for other class trainers in the village. Along the way, he noticed some quests available at levels 2 and 3 but didn't stop. He thought to himself that the level 2 monster area was already crowded, and the level 3 area was likely to be the same. Competing for monsters while doing quests was too time-consuming. Besides, he was already level 4, and killing lower-level monsters yielded too little experience, making it inefficient. Although the quest rewards were decent, leveling up was the priority. Soon, Sumu found the assassin class trainer. However, the 2 melee skills offered were of no use to him, so he left without spending any gold. Continuing his search, Sumu encountered the priest class trainer. Adventurer, may the holy light watch over you. The trainer blessed him. Sumu thought that mages and priests shared many similarities. Both wore cloth armor and relied heavily on intelligence and spirit attributes. Among the 5 major classes, he was most excited about the priest skills. Sumu learned Healing Spell and Minor Holy Light Spell. Healing Spell restores health equal to 100 of the target's intelligence. Costs 20 mana, with a 1-second cast time, 2-second cooldown, and a 10-meter range. 05. Minor Holy Light Spell deals 50 magic damage to enemies and restores health equal to 100 of magic attack to allies. Costs 50 mana, is instant cast, with a 10-second cooldown and a 10-meter range. 05. Seeing these skills, Sumu smirked. These skills make fighting monsters a challenge. He realized that the priest class was quite tough, as its damage output couldn't compare to that of a mage. Despite this, Sumu didn't hesitate to upgrade these skills. Upgrade, 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 he shouted enthusiastically, clicking away without reservation. The healing spell successfully upgraded to a level and then quickly advanced to level. Simultaneously, the A-level healing spell leaped to S-level. This new S-level healing spell is incredibly powerful. It can restore a target's health by 250 of the caster's intelligence in just 1 second, consuming only 20 mana points, with a cooldown of just 2 seconds and a casting range of 20 meters. Not to be outdone, the Minor Holy Light Spell upgraded all the way to Major Holy Light Spell A-level, then swiftly jumped to D-level. The original A-level Major Holy Light Spell directly ascended to S-level Holy Light Spell. This S-level Holy Light Spell not only deals damage equal to 200 of spell attack to enemies, but also restores 400 of spell attack and health to allies. It consumes 50 mana points, is instant cast with no chant time, has a cooldown of 10 seconds, and a casting range of 20 meters. Sumu watched his rapidly improving skills with a glint of confidence in his eyes. He calculated that even if he encountered a young white wolf again, he would be fully prepared to handle it. He quickly checked his latest attribute panel. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, 401,000. Health points, 130. Mana points, 600. Attack, 21. Magic attack, 86. Physical defense, 13. Magic defense, 15. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 85, Agility 8, Spirit 105, Intelligence 403. Equipment, Weathered Iron Staff, Wolfskin Cloth Armor. With 600 mana points, Sumu felt a surge of confidence. He estimated that he could cast all his skills in succession without any issues. With his current intelligence, each healing spell could restore 108 health points, while the Holy Light spell could deal 172 damage or heal 344 health points. Does this mean I'm finally a competent healer? Sumu thought proudly, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Little White Wolf, Big Brother is coming for you. He eagerly headed towards the monster zone. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the level 3 monster area in Newbie Village 469, a small team was lingering. Within the group, a man wielding a large sword turned to a petite, cute girl beside him and asked, Mu Shui, how much can your healing spell restore now? If Su Mu were there, he would surely find the large sword strikingly familiar. Mu Shui replied, I've leveled this skill up to level 5, which gives a boost of 125 intelligence, or 25 health points. Just as she finished speaking, a short-haired, cool-looking, tall woman chimed in, isn't it a bit of a waste to invest skill points in these basic skills early on? The man with the large sword took a deep breath and replied with a hint of resignation, if we don't upgrade skills early on, leveling up becomes a real challenge. We have to invest in at least one leveling skill. It's a shame there are so few people assigned to the same newbie village. If only the guild's mages were here, we could have saved those skill points. Standing beside him were 5 mages, all of whom he had hired at a high cost. Thanks to this lineup, their team of a warrior, a healer, and an assassin had managed to reach level 2 so quickly. The crowd is growing. Returning to the level 2 monster area, it's bustling with activity. It's no longer just mages. Players of other classes are joining in as well. Sumu notices a group of people tensely waiting in a certain area, and he can't help but smile. In the level 3 area, the number of mages fighting monsters has surged. A group of mages work together, launching fireballs simultaneously at a wild boar, instantly reducing it to ashes. This collective approach to monster hunting is clearly more efficient. Sumu keenly spots the team he encountered earlier in the level 2 area. In this beginner's village, their leveling speed is undoubtedly the fastest. Suddenly, a familiar figure catches the attention of the team members. Is it that guy again? How come he's here again? Someone whispers. I guess he realized he can't grab monsters outside, so he's looking for a team here. Judging by his looks, he's probably not even level 2. Who would want him? Another person remarks disdainfully. However, they quickly notice something unusual. The person doesn't stop to look for a team, but instead heads deeper into the forest. Even more surprising, the level 3 monsters along the way seem oblivious to him. Could it be that he's already level 3? Someone can't believe their eyes. How is that possible? We're so efficient at killing monsters, yet we're only level 2. How could he be level 3 on his own? But if he's not level 3, why aren't those wild monsters attacking him? The team watches Su Mu's departing figure, dumbfounded. They suddenly realize that this seemingly ordinary mage might have already reached level 3. Especially the team leader, a mage, who stares intently at Su Mu's back, deep in thought. Unaware of the discussions behind him, Su Mu is focused on tracking the white wolf. Oh my little darling, don't run away, he mutters to himself. Amidst a pack of grayish-brown wolves, the white pup stands out prominently. Soon, Su Mu spots it lazily basking under a large tree, blissfully unaware of its impending fate. Su Mu quickly calculates. With 1,000 health points, his skill combo should be just enough to take it down. He cautiously approaches until he's within range. Frost arrow. A chilling arrow whistles through the air, hitting the white wolf precisely. As the damage number appears, the wolf is enveloped in a layer of frost, slowing its movement by half. However, this slow effect only lasts 3 seconds. Not wasting any time, Su Mu begins casting fireball. Another damage number appears above the wolf's head, but unexpectedly, the fire melts the frost, freeing the wolf. Is there a mechanic like this? Su Mu is surprised but has no time to ponder as the white wolf charges at him. He swiftly uses Magic Missile, a quick cast skill that hits accurately, reducing the wolf's health to 54 points. Yet, it's not enough to put the wolf in a critical state. It opens its jaws, ready to bite Su Mu. At the last moment, Su Mu shouts his final skill, Holy Light. A flash of white light, and the white wolf falls. Killed the white wolf, gained 200 experience points. The system notification sounds, and Su Mu breathes a sigh of relief. Instant cast skills really are reliable. As he's about to check the loot from the white wolf, a series of prominent system announcements pop up. Congratulations to player Su Mu for being the first to kill an elite monster in Shinto. Awarded an elite weapon. Congratulations to player Su Mu for being the first to kill an elite monster in Shinto. Awarded an elite weapon. Congratulations to player Su Mu for being the first to kill an elite monster in Shinto. Awarded an elite weapon. 3 times, prominently displayed. Wow, that's incredible. Su Mu exclaims, eagerly reaching out to touch the glowing light. An item description immediately appears before him. Elite Staff Grade. Attack 20, Intelligence 25. Required level 4. The staff's attributes leave Su Mu astounded. A level 4 weapon with a full 25 points in Intelligence. No wonder it's a grade quality. Holding such a weapon is like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. As Su Mu revels in his joy, the world chat explodes. Damn, that weapon is insane. Not to mention 25 intelligence, even 20 attack is overpowered. Who is this Su Mu? Where did this gaming prodigy come from? Never heard of him in the gaming community. The gaming community? Our Xia country is full of hidden talents. What kind of genius don't we have? Sumu is amazing. Sumu, message me privately. I'm willing to offer 1 billion for your elite weapon. 1 billion? My Ma family in H City is willing to offer 5 billion. My Qin family in Magic City is willing to pay 10 billion. Same day payment, no hesitation. Crazy, everyone's gone crazy. Someone exclaims. On the world chat, everyone's attention is fixated on the elite weapon. So much so that many overlook how Sumu managed to kill the elite monster. Sumu's private message channel suddenly exploded with activity, as messages in various languages flooded in like a tidal wave. Some cursed him in Japanese for getting ahead, others threatened in English to seize his weapon at any cost, and others still claimed in Korean that he was actually from their own country. In just a few seconds, his private chat interface was overwhelmed with chaotic messages, forcing Sumu to block them all. He caught sight of some astronomical offers, reaching tens or even hundreds of billions, but these tempting figures did nothing to sway his resolve. Sumu decisively equipped the newly acquired weapon, feeling his spell attack power soar to 130 points. This meant his fireball spell could now inflict an incredible 520 points of damage with each cast. Amidst his excitement, Sumu didn't forget the system notification. He had received 50 silver coins and a white wolf pelt, and had completed the captain of the guard's mission. However, turning in the quest could wait. The immediate priority was to level up quickly. Navigating through the level 4 monster zone, Sumu arrived at the level 5 wild wolves habitat. These wolves boasted 500 hit points, 100 attack power, and 20 defense points. Yet, they were no match for Sumu's powerful fireball spell. He could kill a wolf every 2 seconds, and his mana pool allowed for 30 fireball casts, making it the perfect setup for grinding. Sumu calculated that he needed 800 experience points to level up, which translated to killing 80 wolves. Scanning the area, he found the number of wolves more than sufficient. With a 30-meter attack range, he could cast spells from a perfectly safe distance, and with no other players to compete with, it was an ideal leveling environment. He targeted the first wolf and began chanting. The strength fireball spell was not only powerful but also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the fireball hit its mark precisely. The wolf let out a piercing howl and collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the items that dropped, Sumu immediately set his sights on the next target. You have slain a wild wolf, gaining 10 experience points. You have slain a wild wolf, gaining 10 experience points. System notifications continuously popped up, announcing the one-sided slaughter taking place in the forest. Meanwhile, elsewhere in China, a group of people sat around a conference table, their expressions serious as they discussed this suddenly rising player. Who exactly is this Sumu? Can we find out? One participant asked. Another shook their head in response. There are hundreds of thousands of people with that name in the country. It would be difficult to pinpoint. Regardless, we must identify him. A person who seemed to be in charge stated, we need to ensure that top players in God's path don't cause trouble in real life, as it concerns the stability of China. On the bright side, this is ultimately a good thing. Another attendee added, the stronger our players are in God's path, the more unsettled those from other countries will be. You killed a wild wolf and gained 10 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up and earned 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. A flash of golden light crossed Sumu's vision as the system notification chimed in, marking his long-awaited ascent to level 5. Clutching 40 wolf pelts and several Y-tire weapons, Sumu listed them at the auction house, pricing them exorbitantly. Yet, he underestimated the deep pockets of the wealthy players from Hua country. The Y-tire weapons sold almost instantly, but the wolf pelts, which could be traded for wolfskin armor, were largely ignored. Faced with 10 free attribute points, Sumu pondered his options. His elite staff had already significantly boosted his intelligence, leaving his spirit attributes somewhat lacking. With the enhancement of spellcasting, each point in spirit could provide 40 mana, offering substantial benefits. Should I focus on maximum damage output or balance growth? Sumu muttered to himself. On second thought, he realized he wasn't short on mana and that spell attack was crucial. Resolutely, he allocated all 10 points to intelligence. The attribute panel updated accordingly. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, 502000. Health, 130. Mana, 600. Attack, 36. Magic attack, 150. Physical defense, 13. Magical defense, 15. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 85, Agility 8, Spirit 105, Intelligence 50-25. Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolfskin Cloth Armor. With 150 magic attack, it's time to take on level 6 monsters. Sumu grinned, striding confidently deeper into the forest. Before long, he spotted a camp of boarmen. Some wielded long swords, others carried longbows. The presence of ranged units made Sumu particularly cautious. He approached carefully, stopping 20 meters away to observe the Borman's information. Borman Hunter ranged. Level 6. Health 550,550. Attack 150. Defense 20. Borman Warrior Melee. Level 6. Health 650,650. Attack 100. Defense 30. Sumu quickly analyzed. A hunter can be taken down with a single fireball, but a warrior will take more effort. Plus, they seem to move in pairs. He carefully selected his target and launched a fireball at a Borman hunter. With a scream, the hunter fell. Meanwhile, the nearby Borman warrior roared in anger and charged at Sumu. Frost Arrow. Sumu cast without hesitation. The arrow struck, instantly encasing the Borman warrior in a thin layer of ice, slowing its movements. Holy light! Another spell struck, bringing the Borman warrior's health to 0. The entire skirmish lasted only seconds, and Sumu easily dispatched the two Bormen. However, seeing how little his experience bar had moved, he couldn't help but grumble. This leveling speed is way too slow. As he continued to observe the camp, Sumu noticed a particularly imposing figureea Borman wielding a massive axe stood at the center, with a silver treasure chest behind it. Looks like a boss, probably a melee type. Given the distance and the presence of other Bormen, Sumu decided against a direct approach. He opted to clear out the surrounding mobs first, steadily advancing towards the center. Fireball, Frost Arrow, Holy Light. Sumu deftly executed this combo, taking down pairs of Bormen in quick succession. When his mana was depleted, he would sit and recover his energy. You killed a Borman and gained 10 experience points. You obtained a Borman's tusk. You collected 10 silver coins. You acquired a durable longbow. You received a durable chainmail. System notifications kept flashing as Sumu's gains steadily accumulated. After dispatching over 100 Bormen, a warning suddenly popped up before him. You have been playing continuously for too long in the Divine Path. Please take a break. Sumu glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen and realized he'd been playing the game for over 5 hours without noticing. He marveled at the game's allure and decided it was time for a break. Looking around, he saw only a few stray Bormen left in the camp. Since he hadn't reached level 6 yet, he decided to hold off on challenging the Borman boss. Carefully, he picked a safe spot and listed all the white quality gear at the auction house, keeping only the Borman tusks. Then, he opened the game menu and selected the option to log out. The scene before him changed abruptly, and Sumu found himself back in the ethereal space he entered when he first started the game. Here, he regained his real-world appearance. "I want to return to reality," he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light flashed, and he was instantly back in his room. "Phew, I'm really tired," Sumu exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa as a wave of fatigue washed over him. He was well aware that the game Shinto was no ordinary virtual online game. It wasn't played in a gaming pod but through actual soul traversal. To game for hours on end, one had to be exceptionally robust by global standards. However, as players advanced in Shinto, game time would extend, and it might even be possible to stay in the Shinto world indefinitely. Sumu grabbed a can of soda from the fridge and took a big gulp, when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. They say you can bring things back from the game to reality. Can I bring back my skills? He attempted to summon a fireball, but nothing happened. Undeterred, Sumu focused his mind, trying again and again. Dozens of attempts all ended in failure. One last try. Despite his mind growing hazy, he resolved to give it one final shot. During this last attempt, Sumu suddenly felt the temperature in his palm rise sharply, as if something was about to burst forth. He hurried to the balcony, fearing that if he did manage to summon a fireball, it might set his house on fire. "It's coming." As the heat peaked, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball shot out from Sumu's palm. It flew less than half a meter before the flames extinguished. It actually worked. Although it was just a small fireball, it instantly dispelled Sumu's fatigue and filled him with renewed energy. The fireball may have been small, but being able to summon one in the real world says something significant. Standing by the balcony, Sumu felt a surge of excitement. His eyes gleamed with ambition as visions of himself atop the world filled his mind. As long as he continued to level up in his divine path, he was confident he could become an unparalleled force in reality, maybe even a god. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Sumu turned and sat back on the sofa. Just then, his phone on the coffee table started buzzing incessantly. Picking it up, he saw that his high school class group chat was tagging him repeatedly. "Sumu, are you there? Are you the Sumu from the global announcement in Divine Path? How could it be him? I heard he failed the college entrance exam and is just a worker now. How could he possibly get the elite first kill? Definitely not him. Rumor has it, it's the young master of a prominent Su family in some city. I spent 3 hours in Divine Path and couldn't even reach level 2. Without resources, there's no way to succeed in this game either. I heard someone offered 1 million for a single resurrection chance. If it were me, I'd do it too. Come on. If you could make it in Divine Path, who would need money? Seeing the 99 new messages, Su decisively left the chat. These classmates had never reached out to him before. They were merely mocking him now. Opening Weibo, Su was stunned by the trending topics. His name dominated the top 10, with all sorts of speculations and invitations pouring in. Su? Who is this mysterious player who achieved the elite first kill in Divine Path? Divine Path's elite first kill achieved. Player Su secures the first ever overpowered weapon, bringing glory to our nation. A CEO named Ma Jingfei tweeted, offering billions to invite Su to join their team in Divine Path. Popular actress Didi publicly declared her love for Su on Weibo, saying she's ready to marry him if he dares to propose. Narrowing his eyes, Su looked serious. I can't let anyone know my true identity, not until I've brought all my abilities from Divine Path into the real world. He was relieved to be a bit of a loner, with few friends to recognize him. Entering the Divine Path game community, he was met with sensational headlines. Shocking. The elite first kill Su is actually a super assassin. Breaking news. First kill Su is the abandoned child of the Su family from City C. Su rolled his eyes and continued browsing. A post titled, Divine Path Game Time Analysis, caught his attention. It explained how players' consciousness entered a virtual space when they disappeared from reality, and as their level increased, so did their game time. After reading all this, Su felt a wave of exhaustion. He set a 5-hour alarm and collapsed onto the sofa for a nap. When the alarm went off, Su rubbed his eyes and got up. He skillfully boiled water for instant noodles, preparing for the next gaming session. After eating, he extended his palm, and the Divine Path crystal appeared. Immersing his consciousness, Su found himself back at the Boar Men camp. 5 hours later, the level 6 monster area was still devoid of other players. Su opened the auction house and saw his gold had reached 80 coins. He noticed the price of white equipment had dropped, while wolf pelts had become highly sought after. Deciding to level up to 6 first, Su began hunting Boar Men. With his exceptional spell attack and level skills, his experience points soared rapidly. Soon, the system notification chimed. Congratulations! You've reached level 6, earning 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. At this moment, only the Boar Men boss and the silver chest behind it remained in the camp. Su stood 30 meters away from the elite Boarman, carefully observing his formidable opponent. The information displayed on the system interface made him frown slightly. Elite Axe Boarman. Level 6. Health 30003000. Attack 200. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 0. Skill charge. Not a boss. Su muttered to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. The 3,000 health points posed a significant challenge at his current stage. Even with all his skills, delivering a fatal blow seemed unlikely. After careful consideration, Su decided to allocate all his attribute points to intelligence. His attribute panel updated accordingly. Player, Su. Class, Mage. Level, 6. Health, 130. Mana, 600. Attack, 36. Magic attack, 170. Physical defense, 13. Magic defense, 15. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 85, Agility 8, Spirit 105, Intelligence 6025. Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolfhide Cloth Armor. With 170 points in magic attack, each fireball could deal 680 damage. To defeat this Boarman boss, at least 5 fireballs would be needed. However, seeing the boss's charge skill, Su restrained his urge to attack. That charge skill makes kiting difficult, Su thought to himself. If only I had a couple of warriors to hold the line, it would be much easier. Although the elite monster was right there, along with a chest behind it, Su knew that a single shout in the area channel would bring a swarm of players rushing over. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The elite monster is here, and even if another day passes, no one in this newbie village could take it down. There's no need to rush. Su decided to head back to the village to learn more skills before taking on the challenge. On his way back, Su assessed his resources. He had 25 health potions, 22 mana potions, and some basic white equipment. Considering his healing skills, he decided to keep only 10 mana potions and put the rest up for auction. 1 health potion for 50 silver, mana potions the same, basic white gear goes for 80 silver to 1 gold. Su calculated quickly. With 25 health potions, 12 mana potions, and 6 pieces of white gear, after deducting fees, I can earn 22 gold. This transaction brought Su's total gold to 102, making him quite wealthy in the newbie village. Returning to the forest's edge, Su found the area bustling with activity. Players were everywhere, fighting monsters and leveling up, the air filled with tension and excitement. Be careful, don't pull more than 1 monster. Hey, Stop stealing kills. Please, I just need 5 more experience points to level up. Can you let me have this one? Looking for a mage for a level 4 monster party. Must be level 3, full intelligence build. 1 spot left. Voices rang out in all directions. Sumu's return from the higher level monster area quickly drew attention. Look, it's the solo leveler. They say he's already level 4. Wow, how did he level up solo to level 4? No idea, but I heard he might have exploited some kind of glitch. A glitch? This game was created by the gods. How could there be glitches? Who knows, maybe it's some special technique. This game's realistic. Techniques don't count as glitches. Ignoring the chatter around him, Sumu continued on his way. Suddenly, a group of people blocked his path. Hey there, can we have a word? A voice called out. I have nothing to discuss with you, Sumu replied coolly, not breaking his stride. Friend, I just want to learn some leveling techniques from you. If you teach me, I'll give you 10 billion, the person shouted. 10 billion? The figure made Sumu pause. Seeing Sumu's reaction, the person smiled and continued. Surely you won't refuse a favor for someone like me, Su? Only then did Sumu realize the true intent behind the offer. The status of young Master Su is quite extraordinary. As the heir of a corporation, 10 billion is merely a trivial amount to him. On the streets of the novice village, young Master Su, accompanied by a few followers, was ready to intercept Sumu, hoping to extract his leveling up secrets. Do you have any leveling tips? Young Master Su asked with a smirk, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Sumu turned around, his gaze calm as he swept over young Master Su and his entourage. He replied coolly, I don't have any leveling tips. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded individuals. Young Master Su's expression froze, his smile turning into an awkward grimace. Seeing their leader embarrassed, his followers quickly chimed in. Young Master Su, that guy really disrespected you, didn't he? Exactly, he thinks too highly of himself. Why don't we follow him later and see how he levels up? Young Master Su was silent for a moment, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He turned to his side and asked in a low voice, how many of our people are in this novice village? About 30 or so, but most of them are still at level 1. One of the followers promptly replied. Young Master Su nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. Call them all over. Once that guy leaves the village, everyone follows him. His plan was simple. Either force Sumu to reveal his leveling method or wear him down with numbers. After all, according to game rules, players couldn't attack each other before reaching level 10. Meanwhile, Sumu had already approached the guard captain, handing over the white wolf pelts he had just acquired. Hello, here's the white wolf pelts you asked for, Sumu said, a hint of pride in his voice. The guard captain accepted the pelts, his face showing surprise and admiration. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. With these pelts, we can set traps to lure out the White Wolf King. He looked Sumu up and down before continuing, however. To take on the White Wolf King, your current strength is still far from enough. Come back when you reach level 10. As soon as he finished speaking, a task prompt suddenly appeared before Sumu. Would you like to accept the main quest, clearing the town path? A main quest? Sumu thought with delight, promptly choosing to accept it. In the next moment, a specially marked task appeared in his quest log. Main quest. Clear the path from Novice Village to the town. Task description. Once you reach level 10, return to the Novice Village and speak with the guard captain to activate the main storyline. Reward, unknown. Looking at this new task, a sense of anticipation flickered in Sumu's eyes. He knew that the Real adventure was just beginning. The main quest requires level 10 to unlock, so Sumu bid farewell to the guard captain, already having a new goal in mind. After completing the White Wolf Cub task, he acquired an impressive weapon. The guard captain's longsword, grade E, attack 10, strength 5, required level 4. Sumu examined the sword in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This weapon not only increased his attack by 10 points, but also added 5 points to his strength, which, with the strength bonus, amounted to a total of 20 extra attack points. For players at this stage, it was undoubtedly a leveling up artifact. Sumu understood the weapon's value well. Although not many players could raise their melee level to 4 yet, its potential was undeniable. He pondered how to price it. After some deliberation, he opened the auction house and set a starting bid of 10 gold coins. After completing these actions, Sumu began to wander around the village. Although the beginner's village was vast, there weren't many NPCs. Suddenly, a call from an NPC caught his attention. Honorable adventurer, if you can provide me with some wild boar tusks, I can offer you a generous reward. Sumu headed to the armor shop, where the owner once again displayed a quest completion symbol above his head. Without hesitation, he handed over the 50 wild boar tusks he had collected and received a decent piece of equipment in return. Rhinoceros hide leggings, grade E, 5 intelligence, 5 spirit, required level 5. Sumu quickly checked the equipment's attributes, feeling pleased. This great equipment boosted both intelligence and spirit, so he put it on without a second thought. Next, Sumu went straight to the mage trainer's room. "Hello, I'd like to learn a skill," he said eagerly. The elderly trainer replied kindly, "As you wish." Immediately, a skill appeared before Sumu. Apprentice Mage's Wisdom increases base intelligence by 10 points, 05, passive skill. Sumu's eyes lit up. This passive skill came at the perfect time. Despite the cost of 5 gold coins, he learned the skill without hesitation. After leaving the room, Sumu found a secluded corner and began upgrading the skill. With each upgrade, the skill's effect grew rapidly, from the initial 10 intelligence points to 12 and then to 20. Ultimately, when the skill reached grade S, it increased base intelligence by a staggering 200 points. Now that's what I call a game changer. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. His spell attack had soared to 580 points, meaning a single fireball spell could deal 2,320 points of damage. The elite boar man, which once gave him trouble, could now be easily defeated with just 2 skills. Realizing that other classes might have similar passive skills, Sumu decided to explore further. He quickly headed to the priest trainer and soon learned the apprentice priest's spirit skill. Unsatisfied with just that, Sumu hurried to the assassin trainer, all the while continuing to upgrade the newly acquired skills. His heart was filled with anticipation, eager to enhance his power through these passive skills. The apprentice priest's mental strength rose from grade E to grade C, eventually soaring to the priest's mental strength at grade S. This series of upgrades gave Sumu an incredible 200-point boost to his base mental value. He felt as if he could float to the sky and eagerly checked his status. Player: Sumu. Class: Mage. Level: 603,000. Health: 130. Mana: 8,800. Attack: 36. Magic attack: 580. Physical defense: 15. Magic defense: 220. Attributes: Strength 8, Constitution 85, Agility 8, Spirit 21010, Intelligence 26030. Equipment: Elite Staff, Wolf Hide Cloth Armor, Rhino Hide Leg Guards. Sumu marveled at his explosive mana pool. With the enhancement of the skills Spell Will and Priest Spirit, his mana surpassed the 8,000 mark, and his mana regeneration rate increased significantly. He walked toward the location of the assassin career mentor with anticipation, wondering what the passive skills of the other 3 classes might be. Meanwhile, the world chat was buzzing due to the weapon Sumu put up for sale. Players were discussing heatedly. Who is so bold to sell even in a grade weapon? The captain's sword? Is it from the guard captain in the beginner's village? This must be a quest, right? Does anyone know how to do it? Why does the guard captain ignore me when I try to talk to him? The weapon from this quest has good attributes, but is it really necessary to buy it? Not necessary? It's already been bid up to 30 gold coins. Wow, there are so many rich players in China. I heard 1 gold coin is worth at least 1 million. Doesn't that make it 300 million? I think it'll reach at least 1 billion before it stops. In beginner's village number 8621, a person referred to as the principal was discussing the weapon with his subordinates. The weapon has already been bid up to 30 gold coins. We can't afford that much, a subordinate reported. The principal swiftly dealt with a wild boar in front of him and turned around, saying, "Send a private message to the seller and ask for a strategy. Tell them we'll offer 20 gold coins." Despite the principal's wealth, there were countless families in this great nation with even more resources than his. The seller seems to have blocked messages. There's been no reply, the subordinate responded after waiting for a while. The principal sighed and suddenly remembered another matter. "By the way, have you found anything about that Sumu? There are too many people with the same name. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack." The subordinate replied helplessly. The principal fell silent, a hint of bitterness on his face. In other beginner villages, many aristocratic youths were also trying to contact Sumu, but all their messages seemed to vanish into thin air. These young masters, usually high and mighty and fawned upon, felt a sense of frustration at this moment. They realized a truth. In the realm of divine path, money can't buy everything. At that moment, all eyes were on Sumu as he stood before the female assassin mentor, who was dressed in a striking leather armor and wore a cool expression. Eagerly, he spoke up, "Hello, I want to learn some skills." The mentor raised an eyebrow and replied with equal coolness, "Of course, as long as you have enough money." As the skill list appeared, Sumu's gaze immediately locked onto the first passive skill available for a level 6 assassin, Assassin's Cunning, which added 10 base agility, 05. Without hesitation, he handed over 5 gold coins. With the passive skill now added to his skill bar, Sumu looked at his 9,999,999 skill points and began frantically hitting the button for Assassin's Cunning. With a series of notification sounds, the skill level quickly rose from a level to D, C, A, and finally skyrocketed to S level, increasing his base agility by 200 points. Sumu immediately felt a significant boost in his movement speed. He sprinted towards the archer minter's abode, moving so swiftly that any agility-focused assassin would have been astonished. However, upon seeing the skills offered by the archer minter, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Archer's focus increases ranged physical attack by 20 points. This skill wasn't suitable for him. As a class with only ranged magical attacks, Sumu couldn't utilize this skill. With no other option, he bid farewell to the archer minter and headed to the village entrance in search of the guard captain. The guard captain, upon seeing Sumu, spoke in an official tone, "Honorable adventurer, your level is not yet 10. Come back when you reach level 10. Sumu smiled and explained, "I'm here to learn skills." As soon as he finished speaking, a new skill appeared before him. Warrior's Combat Arts, which increased melee attack by 20 points, 0.5. Without hesitation, Sumu learned the skill and immediately upgraded it to increase melee attack by 200 points. A total of 20 gold coins were spent on the 4 skills, but Sumu didn't mind at all. Instead, he eagerly checked the weapons he had previously auctioned. To his delight, the guard captain's sword had fetched an astonishing 35 gold coins. After deducting the transaction fee, he received 31 gold and 50 silver. This amount far exceeded Sumu's expectations, considering it was just a basic weapon from a quest reward. After doing some calculations, Sumu found himself with 114 gold coins. That should be enough for now, he thought. Let's go take down that Borman elite. Eager to get his hands on the treasure chest guarded by the Borman elite, Sumu hurried out of the village. However, he was quickly surrounded by a group of people. The leader, a man, smiled and said, "Hey buddy, let's have a chat." Recognizing the man, Sumu raised an eyebrow. "It's you again?" The man politely reintroduced himself. "I didn't make myself clear before. I'm Sushaji, heir to the Dahin group." Sumu replied courteously, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." He tried to leave, but the group immediately blocked his path. Turning to Sushaji, Sumu's expression grew cold. "What's the meaning of this?" Sushaji dropped the smile and spoke in a cold tone. "It's simple. Tell me your leveling method, and I can transfer 1 billion to you today. But if you refuse..." Before he could finish, more people closed in around Sumu. Sumu's face darkened. "Is that a threat?" Sushaji was blunt. "That depends on how sensible you are. As someone from a noble family, is there anything I can't get? I have plenty of people in this beginner village. Even if you log out, we'll camp here until you return." Understanding Sushaji's intentions, Sumu took a step forward and shouted at the person blocking his way, "Move!" The person, with a smile on his face, showed no intention of stepping aside. Just then, a notification popped up in front of Sumu. "Player Ujianshu has violated beginner village rules. You can attack them without any penalties." Attackable? This unexpected notification made Sumu's eyes light up, and he quickly grasped the situation. Even though players aren't allowed to attack each other in the beginner's village, Sushaji's group clearly crossed the line. Without hesitation, Sumu raised his staff and struck Ujianshu's head with force. "Dude, are you out of your mind? You can't attack in the beginner's village." Ujianshu scoffed. "So what if you could attack? How much damage can a mage really do?" Another chimed in. "There are so many of us here. How long is he going to keep hitting? Let him hit. Maybe he'll turn into a red name once he attacks, and that'll be even better." The onlookers laughed at Sumu's actions. Ujianshu looked at Sumu's raised staff with disdain. "As if a mage can take me down in one hit." However, the next moment, everyone's laughter froze. As Sumu's staff came crashing down, an astonishing damage number flashed above Ujianshu's head. In an instant, the level 2 Ujianshu was killed, disappearing in a flash of white light. The others blocking Sumu's path instinctively stepped back, clearing a way for him. Sumu gave them a cold glance and walked straight into the forest. "Did I just see that right? That guy took out you in one hit? That damage number was insane. Isn't he a mage? How is that possible?" The crowd snapped out of their shock and began speculating. "I think it must be the game's rules punishing us for what we did. That's why you got taken out instantly," someone tried to explain. "That must be it. Otherwise, how could a normal attack take out you?" "What now, Sushao?" Someone turned to Sushaji. Sushaji's expression shifted between anger and disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Chase him. Even if we can't stop him, we can still follow him, right? I want to see how he's fighting monsters alone." With that, he led the charge in the direction Sumu had gone, and the others quickly followed. Meanwhile, Ujianshu, who had been killed by Sumu, was in misery. In the game Divine Path, once you die, you have to wait 24 hours to re-enter. This means that anyone who dies early on will fall hopelessly behind other players. Ujianshu's gaming journey had just begun, yet he faced such a heavy setback. "Persistent, aren't they?" Sumu muttered as he headed towards the boar camp, his brow furrowed and face clouded with annoyance. Trailing behind him were Sushaji and his group, like a tail he couldn't shake off, fueling his irritation. Just as he was about to quicken his pace and lose these hangers-on, The appearance of high-level monsters caught his eye, prompting a cold smile to curl his lips. Su Shiji and his crew probably aren't high-level, Sumu mused to himself. If they insist on following me into the high-level monster zone, even if I can't attack them directly, I can certainly let these creatures do the job. With this thought, he deliberately slowed his pace. Su Shiji, alert, scanned his surroundings and whispered a warning to his subordinates. Stay sharp. The monsters here are high-level. The group, like startled birds, stuck close to Sumu, transitioning from a level 2 to a level 4 monster zone. Su Xiao, is this guy heading to the level 5 monster area? Should we keep following? One of his men asked nervously. We're low level. Monsters from level 5 can spot us from 20 meters away. How can he walk past monsters without a care? Could he already be level 5? Another exclaimed, astonished as they watched Sumu navigate the level 4 monster zone with ease, soon disappearing from sight. Su Shiji listened to his men's chatter, a determined look flashing in his eyes. If he's really reached level 5, we need to find out how he did it. Knowing how to reach level 5 solo at this stage would give me absolute leverage in Dahin group. Keep up. But Su Xiao, if we go any further, the monsters will notice us, and those are level 4 monsters. A level 2 subordinate said, pale and trembling. Su Shiji raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on a subordinate with an assassin class. You're agile. Go lure that monster away so we can keep following. The man hesitated. Su Xiao, this? Enough talk. Su Shiji impatiently waved his hand. If you die, I'll give you 5 million. Thank you, Su Xiao. The man's eyes lit up, quickly agreeing. 5 million for a chance to revive was a deal worth taking. Cautiously, he approached a level 4 wild wolf. At about 17 or 18 meters away, the wolf lunged at him. He turned and ran as Su Shiji shouted, move quickly. The group seized the opportunity to rush in the direction where Sumu had vanished. Not far ahead, they spotted Sumu standing there with an enigmatic smile. Su Shiji frowned, a sense of wariness creeping in. Is he waiting for us? What is he up to? Stepping forward, Su Shiji feigned calmness. Friend, we can't attack each other in the novice village. Why not share your leveling method with us? I can offer you 1 billion. Billion is indeed tempting. Sumu's smile deepened. Su Shiji's eyes lit up, thinking he had a chance. He quickly added, Dahin Group can definitely afford that much cash. If your method works, the money will be in your account within 2 hours. Is that so? Sumu replied with a playful expression. Rest assured, Dahin Group's reputation is rock solid worldwide. Su Shiji assured, thumping his chest. What a pity. Sumu's words left Su Shiji momentarily stunned. Just then, Su Shiji noticed a massive pack of wild wolves behind Sumu, at least 50 or 60, all level 5 monsters. What on earth is happening? Su Shiji and his men gaped in disbelief at the astonishing sight. In contrast to their shock, Sumu remained calm. In the brief time before, he had used his over 200 agility points to attract the enmity of most level 5 monsters in the area. It was a reckless move, but with his speed advantage, Sumu wasn't worried about being caught. What are you trying to do? Su Shiji finally sensed something amiss and demanded sharply. Sumu's response was a cold, indifferent smile. In the next instant, he dashed into the crowd like lightning, with the pack of wolves following closely behind. Run! Someone shouted, and the group descended into chaos, scattering in all directions. But how could they outrun the level 5 wolves? Unable to catch Sumu, the wolves turned their aggression on these unfortunate souls. One by one, damage numbers floated above their heads, cries of pain echoed, and many disappeared in flashes of white light. Even though Su Shiji was level 3 with more health than the others, he was still no match for the pack of wolves. I won't let you get away with this. Su Shiji yelled at Sumu before vanishing in a flash of light. Watching the group fall one by one, Sumu remained unfazed, muttering to himself, these guys wasted quite a bit of my time. Although Su Shiji and his associates wield power and influence in the real world, in the realm of Shin too, he barely considers them a threat. Sumu quickened his pace, kicking up clouds of dust as he sprinted towards the boar camp. The pack of wolves trailing him soon lost sight of their target, stopping in confusion. Sumu felt a surge of excitement. The boar camp was within reach. The elite boar, still diligently guarding the treasure chest with its sharp axe, was oblivious to the impending danger. Let's begin. Sumu whispered to himself as he stealthily approached within a 30-meter range. Taking a deep breath, he began chanting a fireball spell. 2 seconds later, a scorching fireball shot forth, striking the boar's head with precision. A massive damage number flashed in the air. Roar! The boar let out a thunderous bellow, clearly enraged. It raised its sharp axe and charged at Sumu. In this critical moment, Sumu calmly released a frost arrow. The blue-white projectile sliced through the air and struck the boar instantly. Ugh! The boar grunted, its massive body crashing to the ground. That feels great. Sumu couldn't help but cheer. Taking down an elite monster with just 2 skills was far more satisfying than dealing with Su Shiji and his crew. He quickly approached the boar's body and bent down to pick up the shimmering orb. A system notification sounded. Boar's Axe Grade B. Attack 20, Strength 5, Constitution 5. Required level 6. You have obtained 1 gold coin. You have obtained the boar's letter. Holding the braid weapon, Su Mu's lips curled into a smile. As expected of an elite, it dropped such good gear, he thought happily, turning his gaze towards the silver treasure chest, hoping for more surprises. Meanwhile, in a building in China, the sound of objects shattering echoed continuously. Su Shiji was venting his anger, smashing everything he could find onto the floor. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Su Shiji's expression changed drastically. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and answered the call. "Father," Su Shiji said respectfully. A voice full of authority came from the other end. "I heard you got killed in the beginner's village?" Su Shiji was taken aback, surprised at how quickly the news had spread. He hurriedly explained, "It was an accident. I'll make it right, you don't need to worry." "Shut up," his father snapped, and Su Shiji fell silent. His father continued, "Remember this among you brothers. Whoever achieves the most in Shen 2 will be my successor." "Father, let me explain." Su Shiji tried to argue, but the call ended with a dial tone. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it. Su Shiji, seething with rage, hurled his phone to the ground. His face was dark with fury, his eyes burning with anger and resentment. Opening treasure chests is always exciting. Su Mu stood in the Borman's camp, eyes fixed on the silver chest in front of him, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The chest wasn't locked, and the system prompt popped up. "Do you want to open the silver chest?" With a mix of nerves and excitement, Su Mu eagerly hit confirm. The next second, the silver chest slowly opened, and a series of notifications followed. "You have received 5 gold coins. You have acquired the Tide Helm. You have obtained a skill book. Magic Shield. Awesome." Su Mu couldn't help but shout. He quickly checked out the new gear and skills. Tide Helm Grade C, Defense 10, Constitution 5. Magic Shield Grade C. Consumes 10 mana to create a magic shield lasting 1 minute. The shield value equals consumed mana x 100, can block any damage, and spellcasting is uninterrupted while the shield is active. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Su Mu was thrilled to discover that this mage skill was a perfect match for his vast mana pool. Now, his 10 mana could create an 880-point shield, equivalent to an extra 880 health points. Eagerly, Su Mu opened the skills menu to upgrade Magic Shield. With a series of prompts, the skill quickly advanced from Grade C to Grade S. Magic Shield Grade S consumes 10 mana to create a magic shield lasting 3 minutes. The shield value equals consumed mana x 500, can block any damage, and spellcasting is uninterrupted while the shield is active. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Now, even a boss can't take me down in one hit, right? Su Mu thought smugly. He immediately tested the new skill, watching as his mana dropped by 10 and a surge of energy enveloped him, adding a 4,400-point shield to his health. Having dealt with the skills, Su Mu turned his attention to the 2 new pieces of equipment. He set a starting bid of 10 gold coins for the Tide Helm and the Borman's axe he previously acquired, thinking, "Let the rich folks fight over them." Just as Su Mu was about to continue exploring, he noticed a letter from the Borman in his backpack. The system indicated that this letter could trigger a hidden quest. Although quests in Shun 2 don't grant experience, the rewards are often substantial. Su Mu decided to head back to the newbie village to take the quest, feeling that it might be significant. Upon returning to the newbie village, Su Mu went straight to the captain of the guards. After some brief pleasantries, he handed over the letter. The captain's brow furrowed as he read it. "Those Bormen have allied with an evil god and established an altar deep in the forest. We're short on manpower, so it's challenging to launch an assault." The captain hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Honored adventurer, since you managed to obtain this letter, perhaps you could help us destroy the Borman's altar." The system immediately prompted. "Do you accept the quest, destroy the Borman's altar elite level?" Su Mu accepted the quest without hesitation. The quest description appeared. "Destroy the Borman's altar. The Bormen have built an altar in the eastern part of the forest. You need to find and destroy it. The quest is elite level, recommended for a team of 20 or more." "A team of 20 or more?" Su Mu squinted. "Seems like this quest won't be easy." "It's definitely a team effort. Esteemed adventurer, you would be wise to gather more allies." The guard captain's voice was deep and serious. "On that altar, you may encounter the consciousness of an evil god. Destroy it and bring back the remnants of its consciousness, and I shall teach you a secret technique." Su Mu's eyes lit up, quickly grasping the opportunity. As a mage, he knew that the secret technique the warrior guard captain mentioned was likely a special skill for warriors. Though this team task seemed unrelated to him, his ability to learn any skill meant he wouldn't let this chance slip by. A thought flashed through his mind. This secret technique might even be upgraded to S-level or higher. Don't worry, I'll complete the task. Sumu nodded resolutely and set off in the direction indicated by the task. His actions caught the attention of other players in the beginner's village, sparking a wave of chatter. Who is that guy? Why is the guard captain treating him so nicely? Yeah, when we tried talking to the guard captain, we almost got sliced in half. What's so special about him? Is it because he's handsome? But he isn't even better looking than me. Could it be he triggered some special quest? By the way, do you remember the guard captain's sword mentioned on the World Channel? Are you saying he's on that quest? The player's eyes burned with interest. Getting that weapon, even just to sell, would ensure a comfortable life for many generations. I'm going to seek advice from the expert. That quest must be tough. Maybe we can help. Stick with him. Maybe we can extract some crucial information from the quest monsters. He's getting away. Let's hurry. In no time, hundreds of people from the beginner's village surged in the direction Sumu had taken. The sound of their footsteps, heavy breathing, and excited whispers mingled together, forming a dynamic wave of pursuit. What are these people up to? A massive crowd was following him, and Sumu scratched his head in confusion. He glanced back warily, estimating there were about 400 or 500 people. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could Sushaji have sent them? Sumu's eyes darted around as a plan formed. These people likely weren't high level. If he could lure them into the level 5 monster zone, he might be able to leave them all behind. As the crowd pressed closer, his intent grew stronger. Just as Sumu was about to act, a few voices interrupted his thoughts. Hey there, big guy. Are you heading to do the captain of the guard quest? Do you need any help? I'm a level 2 mage, and my damage is decent. A young man called out enthusiastically. Level 2? That's nothing. I'm a level 3 mage, with full intelligence build. Another chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Hey, buddy, how about sharing the captain of the guard quest? You can't complete it alone, right? More voices joined in. The chorus of voices made Sumu frown. The captain of the guard quest? He suddenly understood. They were here for the quest. Since they weren't Sushaji's people, there was no need for drastic measures. Muttering softly, Sumu picked up his pace. Before long, he had put some distance between himself and the crowd. Exclamations and discussions buzzed through the group. Wow, this guy's fast. Is he an assassin? He's carrying a staff. How could he be an assassin? He must be high level. Those wild monsters don't even glance at him. When the crowd reached the edge of the monster zone, they all halted. Damn, we've reached the monster zone. We can't go any further. Forget it. Someone at his level must have a fixed team. I'll just go back and level up. Realizing they couldn't catch up to Sumu and faced with the dense high-level monsters ahead, the crowd sighed and dispersed. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Sumu headed straight east. The surrounding foliage grew denser, obscuring much of the view. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his ear. Iagula. Following the sound, Sumu quickly found its Sauersay. A group of boarmen appeared in his sight. For boarmen, with quite a formidable setup, 2 warriors wielding short axes, an archer, and a mage-like figure holding a staff. Sumu observed them closely and soon discerned their attributes. Boarman Warrior 2. Level 6. Health 600,600. Attack 120. Defense 30. Boarman Hunter. Level 7. Health 600,600. Attack 170. Defense 20. Boarman Mage. Level 7. Health 500,500. Magic attack 180. Physical defense 10. Magic defense 30. Sumu smirked. Such a lineup would require at least a 10-man team to handle. But for him, it was just a minor obstacle. The mage's magic attack couldn't even breach his magic defense. Activate Magic Shield. Sumu unhesitatingly used his newly acquired skill, then targeted the Boarman Hunter with a fireball. A massive damage number appeared above the hunter's head. The other 3 boarmen immediately reacted, with the 2 warriors roaring as they charged at Sumu, while the mage began chanting a spell. Sumu completely ignored the mage's attack and focused on one warrior, launching consecutive fireballs. 2 fireballs flew simultaneously. One from the Boarman mage, which failed to penetrate Sumu's defense, and the other from him, instantly taking down one Boarman warrior. The remaining warrior reached Sumu, raising its axe to strike. With his agility, Sumu could have easily dodged, but he chose to withstand the blow. A damage number of 155 appeared above his head, which, against his 4,400-point shield, was merely a scratch. Slash. In an uncharacteristic move, Sumu swung his staff instead of casting a spell, striking the Boarman warrior. With over 200 points of melee attack power and its level/skill, the warrior fell instantly. If any other warriors had witnessed this, they would have been astounded. Was he really a mage? After dispatching the boarmen, Sumu glanced at his experience bar. 5203000. He calculated that at this rate, reaching level 7 would take some time. While the magic shield is still active, keep pushing. Sumu decisively searched the area. Though the magic shield consumed mana, he needed to maximize its potential within the 3-minute duration. Soon, system notifications echoed. You have slain a Borman hunter, gaining 10 experience points. You have slain a Borman warrior, gaining 5 experience points. Using the same strategy, Sumu embarked on a remarkable slaughter throughout the monster zone. As his experience gradually increases, he's getting closer and closer to reaching level 7. Out in the wilderness of Newbie Village number 12580, a massive level 5 wild wolf is closing in on a warrior clad in basic armor, eyeing him menacingly. Just as the wolf is about to pounce, several scorching fireballs whistle through the air, hitting the wolf's body with precision. 3 bright red damage numbers pop up simultaneously, and the wolf's health plummets instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the warrior raises his sword and lands a fatal blow, depleting the last of the wolf's health. Phew, level 5 monsters really have a lot of health. The warrior lets out a long breath and wipes the sweat from his forehead after dealing with the wolf. The mage standing nearby rolls his eyes dismissively. You should be grateful. Our leveling method is definitely the fastest in the world. Before long, you'll be the first in the world to reach level 5. The warrior raises an eyebrow and asks, the first one? I'm quite curious about what level Sumu, who got the first kill, is at now. The mage sneers. Most people in this newbie village are with us. Our tiered leveling method is the most efficient. Even if Sumu got the elite first kill, his leveling efficiency can't match ours. This duo, leveling together, is no ordinary team. They are the backbone of Huagua's defense force, having received special orders before the world changed. They must gain powerful abilities in the divine path to continue defending Huagua. To this end, most of them chose to delay entering the game, coordinating to enter the divine path at a fixed time. This strategy has proven effective, as their numbers in this newbie village alone exceed 4,000. With their special status, other players voluntarily avoid competing with them for monster resources. They've taken control of the village's monster resources, forming elite teams to execute a highly efficient leveling strategy. The mage continues, by the way, someone has found a lead on the captain's sword quest. A white fox will appear in the wolf area. Once you see it, go back and talk to the guard captain to trigger the quest. What's your suggestion? The warrior asks, a hint of interest in his eyes. The mage smiles confidently. That white fox only has 3,000 health. I heard Sumu had to sacrifice over 100 lives to take it down. If it were before, we might have had to do the same. But without the pressure of the first kill now, once our mage elites reach level 4, we can send someone to take down that white fox directly. The warrior nods in agreement. Sounds good. Once I hit level 5, you can go take out that white fox for some experience. No. The mage quickly interjects. I plan for you to get the experience from that elite monster. I have a feeling that whoever reaches level 10 first will receive a substantial reward. He pauses, his tone becoming serious. Besides us, teams from other countries are also racing to level up. The first player from any nation to reach level 10 will have a significant impact. Hearing this, the warrior takes a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. I hope the first person to reach level 10 is from Huagua. Congratulations on leveling up. You've earned 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. Deep in the forest, a dazzling light suddenly enveloped Sumu's body. He had just defeated another group of boarmen, and his level had risen to 7. Sumu quickly opened his attribute panel and unhesitatingly allocated all 10 points to his constitution. With my current spell attacks, ordinary monsters are a breeze, Sumu thought. But my health points are a bit lacking. Even with a magic shield, having more health is always beneficial. The numbers on the attribute panel were clear. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, 704000. Health points, 230. Mana points, 8,800. Attack, 236. Spell attack, 580. Physical defense, 23. Magical defense, 220. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 185, Agility 208, Spirit 21010, Intelligence 26030. Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolf Hide Robe, Rhino Leather Leggings. Not bad at all, let's keep moving. Sumu nodded with satisfaction and headed deeper into the forest. Before long, a massive encampment came into view. Unlike the small camps he'd encountered before, this one was heavily fortified. Towering walls several meters high, bristling with boarmen archers, and countless boarmen patrolling the grounds. This is definitely an elite-level quest, Sumu thought to himself. Without a team of dozens, getting through the gate would be impossible. He cautiously circled the perimeter of the camp, roughly estimating there were at least 400 boarmen inside. If only I had an area effect spell, Sumu lamented. With my spell attack, I could wipe them out all at once. After careful consideration, Sumu decided on a frontal assault. He quickly assessed the enemy. 5 archers at the gate, capable of dealing 725 points of damage in a volley. My 4,400-point shield can take it, he thought confidently. The remaining 6 melee monsters and 3 mage monsters are no threat. Sumu activated his magic shield and cast a fireball at one of the boarmen. With a scream, the boarman fell to the ground. This attack immediately alerted the other boarmen. The hunters on the walls knocked arrows, aiming at Sumu. Nearby mages conjured flames. Boarman warriors on the ground roared, brandishing their weapons as they charged. Unafraid, Sumu unleashed frost arrows and magic missiles, accurately taking down several ranged enemies. Despite the constant damage numbers popping up above his head, his shield held firm. Deal with the melee monsters first, Sumu decided, charging at a boarman warrior. With his agility bonus, he reached the enemy in an instant, swinging his staff and executing a series of slashes, taking down 2 more boarmen. Even surrounded by 3 boarmen, Sumu remained calm. Ignoring the enemies around him, he focused on casting fireballs at the distant archers and mage monsters. Before his shield broke, he had successfully drained all the health bars of the ranged enemies. Only 3 melee boarmen remained. Sumu easily dispatched 2 with frost arrows and holy light, deliberately sparing the last one. "Let's play a bit," he teased, raising his staff and striking the boarman on the head. With his incredible attack speed, the boarman fell before it could even retaliate. "Only 2 rounds of skills to take down 13 monsters," Sumu remarked, slightly disappointed. "It's a shame the experience gain is so little, just a tiny bit." Nevertheless, as he approached the camp gate and saw the level 8 monsters inside, a smile spread across his face. Suddenly, a large and imposing figure caught his attention. "Who is that?" Sumu squinted, scrutinizing the unusual boarman. The wild boar man stood at a towering 2 meters, gripping 2 massive axes that gleamed with a chilling light. Clad in heavy armor, he exuded an imposing presence at the entrance of the cave. Sumu squinted, thinking to himself, this guy's appearance is so distinctive, he must be the boss. After all, with the number of boar men in this camp, it wouldn't make sense if there wasn't a boss overseeing them. Sumu strained his eyes, but the distance was too great to discern the specific attributes of the boar man boss. He could only vaguely make out the dark entrance of the cave behind it. He judged that this was likely the target point of his mission. What made the situation even more challenging for Sumu was the presence of 10 smaller creatures surrounding the boss. He frowned, realizing that the aggro of these monsters might be linked, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the task. As Sumu contemplated how to first deal with the smaller creatures, a notification suddenly popped up on his game interface. "Your consigned equipment has been sold." This jolted his memory, reminding him of something else he needed to address. Quickly opening the auction house, Sumu saw that the amount of gold coins ready for withdrawal was as high as 70. This number brought a smile to his face. Adding this to his previous savings and the loot from recently defeated monsters, his total gold count surpassed 300, not to mention the various items dropped by high-level monsters. "Let's sell these items first," Sumu planned internally. He knew the importance of gold coins, and, with his inventory full, decided to list all unnecessary items for auction. However, as the game progressed, the auction house market had changed. A large influx of players, all eager to earn in the game's early stages, caused prices to plummet. The white equipment Sumu held, despite being of a relatively high level, offered limited attribute bonuses and could fetch at most 1 or 2 gold coins. As for health potions, mana potions, and various materials, their prices had fallen sharply. Better than nothing, Sumu consoled himself, not rushing to sell immediately after listing the items. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he typed skills into the auction house's search bar. To his delight, a skill called Little Fire Rain appeared. The skill description read, upon casting, summons a rain of fire over a 5-meter area at the target location, dealing 50 spell damage to enemies within, consumes 200 mana, instant cast, 60-second cooldown, learn 0 5 times. Seeing the description of this area effect skill, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "It's an AoE skill." Sumu stood at the edge of the Boarman camp, his eyes fixed intently on the communication crystal in his hand. What he desperately needed was an area attack skill, even an ordinary one would do. However, when he saw the price listed for the Little Fire Rain skill book in the auction house, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. 100 gold coins. Although there were many players in the God Path, the rarity of skill books meant some would eventually be put up for sale, but it was no wonder this was the only one available in the auction house. Those basic skills suitable for leveling had long been absorbed by large guilds and never made it to the market. Sumu carefully analyzed this seemingly powerful yet actually mediocre skill. With a mana cost of 200 points, the caster's spirit needed to reach 20 points. At the current level of mages, very few could achieve this. Moreover, warriors couldn't withstand large groups of monsters, and for a mage to gather them on their own was a far-fetched idea. To achieve substantial damage, a significant investment in skill points was necessary, which for wealthy mages with someone to help them level up, was simply a waste. 100 gold coins? It won't sell in 3 days, Sumu muttered to himself, recalling the Borman axe that sold for just over 50 gold coins. In comparison, the axe's high attack was a tangible benefit. Taking a deep breath, Sumu decided to negotiate. He sent a private message to the seller, whose name was hidden. 50 gold coins flat. I'll buy it immediately. While waiting for a reply, Sumu calculated in his mind. If he could get this skill book, his efficiency in killing the boarmen in the camp would greatly increase, making the wait worthwhile. 10 minutes later, the seller finally replied. Can you offer a bit more? Sumu thought for a moment and replied decisively, can't go higher. The seller's silence made Sumu anxious. If the seller insisted on 100 gold coins, he was out of options. Just as he sighed at how his bargaining tactics weren't as smooth as those in novels, the seller messaged back. 60 gold coins, if you want it, I'll take it down, and we can trade directly. 60 gold coins were within Sumu's acceptable range, but he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he mimicked the seller's silence for a while. Meanwhile, in a novice village, a team of 5 mages was casting fireballs at level 5 wild wolves. One mage couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiong, what if the guy doesn't reply? The one called Brother Xiong cast the last fireball, finishing off the wolf, and replied, wait a bit longer. Whoever speaks first loses. The group started discussing the issue of gold coin devaluation. Listening to them, Brother Xiong began to waver. He knew that even if he learned the fire rain skill, it wouldn't be of much use in the short term. Reply to that guy, 50 gold coins, we'll trade directly in the auction house, and he'll cover the fees. Brother Xiong finally decided. Back at the Borman camp, Sumu sat on the ground, his brow furrowed. The seller's delay in responding left him uneasy. Hey buddy, 50 gold coins is doable, but you'll have to cover the transaction fee. We'll list it for 55 gold coins, and you can go for it instantly. A message suddenly popped up, interrupting Sumu's train of thought. He squinted his eyes, quickly making a decision. List it for 40 gold coins, or forget it. Sumu replied without hesitation, driving a hard bargain. There was silence on the other end for a few minutes. Sumu waited patiently, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Finally, the other person responded. Come on, man, that's not fair. How can you lowball like that? You guys can take your time selling, no need to reply. Sumu smirked, unapologetically closing the private chat window. He leaned back in his chair, opened the auction house interface, and focused on the Fire Rain skill book, waiting patiently. Time ticked by. After more than 10 minutes, just as he expected, the price of the Fire Rain skill book dropped to 50 gold coins. A slight smile appeared on Sumu's lips as he thought, there's still room for a price drop. He resisted the urge to buy and continued waiting. Another 10 minutes passed, and as he anticipated, the skill book's price dropped to 40 gold coins. Hee. Sumu chuckled softly, and without a moment's hesitation, he quickly clicked to buy it at the listed price. A system notification chimed, and his pouch of gold coins decreased by 40, showing a balance of just over 300 coins. Meanwhile, the coveted skill book appeared in his inventory. Do you wish to learn the lesser Fire Rain skill? The system prompted. Yes. Sumu confirmed without hesitation. Eagerly, he opened his skill panel and found the sign next to Lesser Fire Rain, clicking it repeatedly. System notifications flashed continuously. Lesser Fire Rain successfully upgraded to Lesser Fire Rain a level. Lesser Fire Rain a level successfully upgraded to Lesser Fire Rained level. Lesser Fire Rain a level successfully upgraded to Greater Fire Rains level. Finally, a prominent notification appeared. Greater Fire Rains level. Upon casting, summon a rain of fire within a 30-meter radius at the target location, dealing spell damage equal to 300 of your magic attack to enemies within. Costs 500 mana. Instant cast. Cooldown 60 seconds. Nice. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although the 500 mana cost was steep, the triple spell damage and 30-meter skill range more than made up for it. He was already picturing himself wiping out both ranged and melee monsters in one go. A mage with an area attack skill is a true mage. Sumu muttered to himself, full of ambition as he headed toward the camp gate. Standing at the entrance, he began to carefully adjust the casting range of his new skill. After numerous attempts, Sumu discovered that by standing at the edge of the 30-meter range, he could hit monsters 60 meters away. This realization thrilled him. Taking a deep breath, Sumu locked his gaze on the densest cluster of monsters. Greater Fire Rain, he intoned, and a searing rain of fire descended from the sky, crashing down on the distant horde of monsters. A 30-meter range is not small. Standing on a high vantage point, Sumu surveyed the area with sharp eyes, meticulously adjusting the target for his rain of fire skill. He needed to ensure the flames could engulf dozens of wild boar creatures. With a low shout, the sky suddenly changed color, and countless fireballs poured down like rain. Wherever the rain of fire reached, the wild boars let out piercing screams as exaggerated damage numbers floated above their heads. Without exception, they were all instant kills. Sumu's interface was immediately flooded with kill notifications. You have slain a boar hunter, gaining 10 experience points. You have slain a boar warrior, gaining 5 experience points. You have slain a boar mage, gaining 10 experience points. His experience bar surged upward at a speed visible to the naked eye, prompting Sumu to cheer. This is awesome. Compared to fighting monsters one by one, his leveling speed now was like riding a rocket. While waiting for the rain of fire skill to cool down, Sumu quickly scanned the camp, planning his next wave of attacks. Over 300 boars remained, and as long as he positioned himself correctly within his casting range, he could take out dozens at a time. The only area to avoid was where the boss resided. Without knowing its attributes, Sumu decided to steer clear of it for now. Let's clear out all the monsters we can, he resolved silently. The 60 seconds passed quickly, and Sumu adjusted his casting direction once more, shouting, "Great rain of fire." Another wave of fire rained down from the sky onto another unsuspecting group of wild boars. The kill notifications flooded his screen again, and his experience bar climbed steadily. If I'd gotten this skill earlier, I might have already reached level 10, Sumu thought excitedly. This place is truly a paradise for leveling up. He understood the camp's unique advantage: high monster density and many high-level creatures, offering an unparalleled leveling efficiency compared to other areas. With his mana still plentiful, all he needed to do was wait for his skill to cool down. Watching the countdown for Rain of Fire tick down to 0, Sumu turned his attention to another part of the camp. There, the boars were still leisurely moving around, some even looking around aimlessly, unaware of the impending doom. Rain of Fire. With Sumu's low shout, the sky was once again painted red with flames. Meanwhile, in other parts of the gaming world, different stories were unfolding. In the American server, 7 or 8 teams of mages were operating in an area with precise coordination. They were well-trained, each team with a fixed operational range. When monsters respawned, these mages would cast fireballs together, leaving the last hit to one mage to gain all the experience. These fast-leveling mages would then form new teams, moving on to higher-level monster zones, repeating this process. All of this was for a mage in the same novice village Lant. At that moment, he stood on the outskirts of a level 5 monster area, surrounded by a group of level 4 mages. As the mages cast fireballs, Lant finished off the monsters, gaining their experience. Only I, Lant, could think of such a game-breaking leveling method. This is the mindset of a king, he proclaimed proudly. Just a little over 100 experience points more, and I'll reach level 5. Who in the world can surpass my leveling speed? The first to reach level 10 will definitely be me, Lant. I will become the strongest mage on the path to godhood. Ha, ha, ha. Meanwhile, in the Japanese server, a similar group of mages was practicing a tiered leveling strategy. This method exploited the early monster's lack of spell defense and the mage's range advantage. A mage named Genichiro was the core of this team. I, Genichiro, will lead Japan to glory. No one can stop us, he said confidently. Just a bit more effort, and after killing 20 more monsters, I'll reach level 5. I think I might be the first mage in the world to reach level 5. However, these self-proclaimed genius mages were unaware that in the boar camp, Sumu had already completed an astonishing slaughter. With the final wave of fire raining down, the vast camp was left with only the boar boss and a dozen smaller creatures. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Sumu. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. Sumu had reached level 8. Sumu approached the towering boarman at the back of the camp, scrutinizing this boss's attributes. The boarman leader was an impressive level 8 boss, boasting a staggering 20,000 hit points, 500 physical attack, and 100 physical and magical defense. It also wielded 3 skills: Boarman's Fury, Whirlwind Axe, and Charge. Seeing these stats, Sumu's eyes widened as he thought to himself, these attributes are insane. He quickly calculated and realized that with his current abilities, soloing this boss was nearly impossible. The Charge skill alone was enough to give him a hard time. Even with a high magic shield, he wasn't sure he could defeat it before the shield wore off under the boss's relentless 500-point attack barrage. Sumu surveyed the surroundings, analyzing the terrain. He thought, I can take out those ranged monsters with a single fire rain, but how do I kite the boss? The camp's narrow terrain wasn't conducive to his kiting strategy. After pondering for a moment, Sumu decided to return to the newbie village to learn some skills. For me, the boost from skills outweighs everything. Having more skills means more options in a boss fight. After collecting and listing the items dropped by the boarmen, Sumu headed back towards the village. Along the way, he noticed that his 20-slot inventory was nearly full. It was fine when I was killing monsters one by one, But now a single skill fills up my inventory almost instantly, he muttered. Opening a second inventory slot costs 50 gold coins, which is ridiculously pricey. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu decided to spend the 50 gold coins to unlock a second inventory slot. With the system's notification sound, his inventory instantly expanded to 40 slots. Meanwhile, near Newbie Village 4589, a group of players was fighting monsters. Among them, a stunning girl named Shue Shue complained. Ugh, my inventory is full again. A similarly beautiful girl beside her rolled her eyes. Shue Shue, stop complaining. It costs 50 gold coins to open a second inventory slot. Do you know what that means? Shue Shue pouted. It's just money. You all make me pick up the loot, but you won't give me any coins to upgrade my inventory. A handsome warrior nearby explained helplessly, my little princess, if I had 50 gold coins, I'd buy equipment, not open inventory slots. Shue Shue persisted. But you have 100 gold coins in your inventory. What's wrong with giving half to your sister? You're so stingy. The warrior sighed and patiently explained. That's because your brother plans to buy a weapon. I regretted not buying that Borman's axe. If I had it, we could already be hunting level 5 monsters. Humph, stingy. Shue Shue remained dissatisfied. The warrior affectionately said, my little ancestor, the game has just started. Even the top players wouldn't spend 50 gold coins on inventory slots right now. When the coin price drops, I'll help you fill up your inventory slots, okay? Only then did Shue Shue show a slightly satisfied expression. That's more like it. I want to be the first to fill up my inventory slots. The warrior chuckled and patted his chest. I can't promise anything else, but I guarantee our Shue Shue will be the first to fill up her inventory slots. Back at the Newbie Village, Sumu approached the mage instructor with eager anticipation. Hello? I'd like to learn mage skills. With the instructor's response, a new skill appeared before Sumu. He paused for a moment, then broke into a delighted smile. The skill was called Blink, consuming 100 mana to teleport 10 meters in any direction, blocked by obstacles, instant cast, with a 30-second cooldown. In most online games, Blink is practically a signature skill for mages. Sumu thought with excitement and immediately spent 10 gold coins to learn it. Once the skill appeared in his skill bar, Sumu maximized its potential with his enhanced speed from increased agility, instantly mastering it. Flicker successfully upgraded to Flicker level and then quickly advanced to Flickered level. Shortly after, Flicker level broke through to become Flicker's level. Sumu's eyes fell on the skill description and his heartbeat quickened. For every 100 mana points consumed, he could teleport 10 meters in any direction, with no distance limit, ignoring collision volume, instant cast, and a cooldown time of just 10 seconds. Wow, this skill is incredible. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim to himself. He quickly calculated his mana capacity and realized he could teleport nearly 880 meters in one go, almost a kilometer. Even more exciting was the fact that this skill had only a 10-second cooldown. A thought flashed through Sumu's mind. I should be able to bring this skill back to the real world, right? He recalled that everything he acquired in the game Shun 2 could be brought back to reality, and his excitement was hard to contain. Sumu looked around and remembered that the priest Minter's hut was about 700 to 800 meters away. I can teleport there directly, he thought eagerly, ready to test his newly acquired ability. Flicker. With the activation of the skill, Sumu's figure instantly vanished from the room. Meanwhile, outside, a person dressed as a mage was wandering around, occasionally glancing at the door. He opened the chat channel and sent a message. Su Xiao, I'm keeping an eye on that guy. He should still be learning skills inside and hasn't come out yet. Su Shiji quickly replied. I don't care what happens outside the novice village, but as long as that guy is in the village, you must report his every move to me. Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch on him for you, the mage assured, his gaze fixed on the door of the minter's room. However, more than 10 minutes passed, and something seemed off. The mage frowned and muttered to himself, if he's just learning a skill, it shouldn't take this long. With suspicion, he headed towards the hut. As a mage himself, going to see the minter wouldn't raise any suspicion, even if he ran into Sumu. But when he entered the room, apart from the ever-friendly minter, there was no sign of Sumu. What happened? He wondered, looking around. A startling thought crossed his mind. No way. Could that guy actually teleport? Hello, I'd like to learn some priest skills. Sumu stepped into the priest trainer's room, looking slightly embarrassed. He had just teleported in suddenly, giving the old priest quite a scare. Child, try not to appear so suddenly next time, the old priest said kindly, without any hint of reproach. As soon as he finished speaking, a skill notification appeared before Sumu. Greater healing. Restores 200 of the target's own spell power as health, costs 100 mana, 1 second cast time, 10-second cooldown. 05. Sumu raised an eyebrow in thought. This instant healing skill seemed a bit redundant for him, given that he already had a magical shield. Skills that could both heal and deal damage seemed more practical. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu decided to learn it. Learn it, he murmured to himself. A system notification promptly sounded. 10 gold coins consumed. Greater healing successfully learned. The skill quickly leveled up, eventually reaching S rank. Greater healing S rank. Restores 600 of the target's own spell power as health. Costs 200 mana. 1 second cast time. 10-second cooldown. After bidding farewell to the old priest, Sumu headed straight to the assassin trainer's location. With his melee attack upgraded, he decided to learn the assassin skills he had previously overlooked. Hello there, adventurer. How can I assist you? The scantily clad assassin trainer asked with a smile. I want to learn skills. As Sumu spoke, 3 skill notifications appeared simultaneously. Backstab, attack from behind the enemy, dealing 150 of physical attack damage, 10-second cooldown. 05. Kidney shot, strike the enemy's abdomen, causing a 1-second stun and dealing 100 of physical attack damage, 20-second cooldown. 05. Piercing strike, ignores 30 of enemy defense, deals 100 of physical attack damage, 30-second cooldown. 05. Without hesitation, Sumu spent 20 gold coins to learn all 3 skills and quickly upgraded them to S rank. Backstab S rank, attack from behind the enemy, dealing 600 of physical attack damage, 10-second cooldown. Kidney shot S rank, strike the enemy's abdomen, causing a 3-second stun and dealing 500 of physical attack damage, 20-second cooldown. Piercing strike S rank, ignores 80 of enemy defense, deals 500 of physical attack damage, 30-second cooldown. Assassin skills certainly pack a punch. Sumu marveled, comparing the 400 bonus of his mage skills to the assassin's extra 100. He quickly understood the design. In most online games, assassins are known for their high burst damage, so their skills must have higher bonuses than other classes to maintain their reputation. Considering his needs, Sumu decided not to learn archer and warrior skills. With the blink skill mastered, he was confident in taking down the Borman boss with ease. Arriving at the village outskirts where the monsters roamed, the area was bustling with players. Seeing Sumu with a staff, many players eagerly invited him to join their teams. Hey, buddy, you're a mage, right? Want to team up to take down level 3 monsters? We've got a strong team of mages, and no one can leave the team until we level up. Hey there, we're hunting monsters and need a mage. Interested? Looking for a mage to help kill monsters? Any mage will do, as long as you can cast Fireball. Sumu politely declined these invitations and headed deeper into the forest. Around him, arguments erupted. Hey, stop stealing my monster. What do you mean stealing? Whoever kills it first gets it. Don't you know the rules? Damn it. I got it down to low health and you finished it off, and you think you're right? What are you gonna do about it? If PK was allowed, I'd use up all your 10 lives. Oh yeah? Who's gonna use up whose lives, huh? As Sumu walked, he observed the number of players in each monster area. Watching groups of people crowding around a single monster for experience, he shook his head, thinking, of course, I'm in a league of my own. Soon, he arrived at the level 5 monster area and unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Sushiji, surrounded by a group, was effortlessly taking down level 5 monsters. Sumu chose to avoid them and headed straight for the Borman boss's camp. The regular monsters in the camp hadn't respawned yet, leaving only the Borman boss and a group of ranged monsters outside the cave. Sumu began formulating his strategy. Starting with Rain of Fire should wipe out the ranged mobs. The boss should be susceptible to Frost Arrow's control, right? Eyeing the Borman boss with its hefty 20,000 health points, Sumu felt confident. My shield has 4,400 points, and with Blink, kiting it shouldn't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Sumu activated his magical shield and moved to the 30-meter maximum range, raising his staff, Rain of Fire. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation area, a player named Jinichiro was leveling up. A warrior-clad subordinate hurried over to report, Ikura-sama, we've found a boss in a location. What should we do? A boss. Jinichiro's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Not entirely sure, but it's in a camp full of level 6 Bormen, and there's a treasure chest behind it. I think it might be a boss, the subordinate replied, half certain, half guessing. Jinichiro decisively ordered. The first boss kill hasn't been claimed yet. This is our chance. Gather everyone and push through at all costs. We can't let Sumu or any Hwaggle player take this boss first. This glory belongs to us warriors. Hi. Everyone present responded in unison, bowing in compliance. As a rain of fire descended from the sky, the remote monsters surrounding the boar-headed leader were instantly reduced to ashes. The boss, however, stood amidst the fiery deluge with only minor injuries, letting out an earth-shaking roar as it charged towards Sumu. The boar-headed leader was clad in heavy armor, wielding giant axes in both hands, moving in a sluggish and cumbersome manner. Seeing this, Sumu unhesitatingly cast his ice arrow spell, his only slowing skill. Instantly, a layer of frost appeared on the leader, drastically reducing its speed. Great! Sumu grinned as he began chanting his fireball spell. The scorching fireball shot forward, not only hitting its target, but also melting the ice on the boar-headed leader. Sumu retreated while keeping an eye on the boss's health. 14-30020-000. He quickly followed up with magic missiles and holy light, causing the boar-headed leader's health to plummet by nearly half. Enraged, the boss's eyes glowed red as it suddenly accelerated into a charge. Sumu was prepared. Just as the boar-headed figure was about to reach him, he decisively used his blink skill. In front of a kiting mage, a warrior is just a little brother, he said smugly, launching another fireball straight at the boss. The boar-headed leader was utterly furious, its tusks bared, raising its axes high. The axes flew through the air with such speed that they were almost impossible to dodge. Sumu, in the middle of casting, was hit, damage numbers appearing above his head. Yet he stood firm and sent another fireball hurtling toward the boss. The boar-headed leader's health dropped to 6-30020-000. Sumu kept his distance, waiting for his skills to cool down. The boss had exhausted its 2 skills and posed no immediate threat. Suddenly, an eerie red glow enveloped the boar-headed leader as it entered a berserk state. Its eyes were blood-red, and its movements became swift and agile. Unfazed, Sumu, with over 200 agility points, continued to handle the situation with ease. Furthermore, his blink skill was about to recharge, and this boss was already as good as defeated. Meanwhile, in the Sakura country region, a large group of players, mostly mages, along with warriors and priests, were gathering. Standing authoritatively in front, Genichiro declared, "Listen up, everyone. We are about to face a boss. Prepare for sacrifices, but rest assured, anyone who loses a revival opportunity will be rewarded with 1 billion Sakura country currency." The crowd shouted in unison, "We pledge our loyalty to Lord Ichiro." The formidable group advanced toward their target area, soon encountering a horde of high-level monsters. Charge! Attack! The crowd surged like a tidal wave toward the boar-headed people camp. Genichiro watched his subordinates fall, a greedy glint in his eyes. "I must be the first to kill the boss. There must be something valuable in that treasure chest." However, when they finally reached the center of the camp, Genichiro was stunned to find not a boss, but an elite monster. "Bakayaro, you fool!" he roared at the subordinate who had reported the information. "Find the boss quickly. I must get the first kill." At that moment, 3 consecutive system announcements scrolled across the screen. Congratulations to player Sumu for successfully defeating the first boss monster in Shen 2, earning the unique skill, Glory of the Mage God. Genichiro and his subordinates were left dumbfounded, watching helplessly as the coveted first boss kill slipped through their fingers. Damn it! Damn it! The continuous scrolling announcements drove Gene along to the brink of madness. His face contorted with rage, and his eyes sparkled with a wild light. He stomped around, pointing at his subordinates and cursing them. "You're all useless. Get out of my sight." Faced with his outburst, the subordinates stood with their heads lowered, silent and avoiding eye contact. Meanwhile, in the US, Rontnade was leveling up when he saw the scrolling message, his face filled with disbelief. As a titan in the game world, he had invested a fortune to rise in the divine path, even choosing the mage profession to speed up his progress. Yet, he was still left far behind. "Not again, Sumu. How is this possible? How did he get the first kill on the boss?" Rontnade muttered to himself, his eyes fixated on the unique skill displayed on the screen, a glint of greed flashing in his gaze. "This skill must be mine." He clenched his fist and without hesitation, sent a private message to Sumu. $500 billion. No, $1 trillion. I'm offering my entire fortune for this skill. If you sell it to me, you'll get every cent. The price he offered was undoubtedly insane, but after witnessing the glory of the mage god, no one could stay rational. The World Channel was instantly flooded with discussions about the skill. "This skill is insane. It boosts intelligence with each monster kill. Imagine millions of intelligence and spell damage in the late game. Not sure how high the probability is, but seeing that it's SSS level, it can't be too low, and it can be upgraded. I wonder what the divine level would be like. It's already overpowered, and it's a unique skill. Isn't Sumu practically the destined successor of the mage god?" Simultaneously, countless players started frantically seeking to buy the skill in the channel, looking to buy the mage god's glory. "Sumu, if you see this, please reply to my private message. Name your price and I won't haggle." However, all private messages since seemed to vanish without a trace, with no response. In the Borman camp, Sumu stood beside the fallen Borman leader, his attention captured by the mage god's glory in his skill bar. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the skill, completely ignoring the private messages offering hundreds of billions. "This skill can be upgraded too." Sumu noticed the sign next to the skill. The system prompted, Upgrading the skill requires 10,000 skill points. Do you want to proceed? For an average player, this was a colossal amount, but Sumu pressed the upgrade button without a second thought. After consuming 10,000 skill points, the Mage God's Glory successfully upgraded. Sumu checked his skill points, still showing 9,999,999. I'll keep upgrading, he exclaimed excitedly, repeatedly leveling up the skill until it reached divine level. Mage God's Glory divine level. Killing monsters has a certain chance to increase base intelligence by 1 point, with no upper limit. Sumu looked at the upgraded skill with satisfaction. Although the exact probability wasn't specified, he felt confident that the chance to boost intelligence had significantly increased. No rush, the divine path has just begun, and there's a long journey ahead. This passive skill is more than just a simple enhancement for me. He then turned his attention to the loot dropped by the Borman leader. 10 gold coins, an grade Borman armor, and an grade Borman axe. Although these items were useless for his mage character, he decided not to sell them just yet. Once those wealthy players reach level 8, I'll put them up for auction and fetch a higher price. After organizing his loot, Sumu looked towards the cave deeper in the camp. If I'm not mistaken, the Borman altar should be in there. Completing this quest will allow me to log off for a rest. Despite just acquiring a divine skill, he was still eager for the secret technique promised by the guard captain. After all, you can never have too many skills. With this thought in mind, Sumu headed towards the cave entrance. No monsters? Sumu cautiously advanced through the cave, but not a single creature appeared in sight. This unusual occurrence left him puzzled. Soon, an altar piled high with bones came into view. Is this the altar? Sumu glanced around, approaching it with caution. Standing before the altar, he pondered how to destroy it. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. According to online game logic, approaching the altar should trigger a prompt. With this in mind, he stepped onto the altar. Sure enough, a prompt quickly appeared. Do you want to destroy this altar? Sumu didn't rush to confirm. Recalling the mission description's warning about possibly encountering the consciousness of an evil god, he decided to prepare thoroughly. Activate magic shield. At his command, a thick shield enveloped him. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself to dodge at any moment and pressed yes, destroying the altar. The prompt appeared as the surrounding bones began to shatter, and runes on the altar flickered. Sumu focused intently, ready to handle any sudden developments. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow emerged on the altar, blending seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. Is this the evil god's consciousness? Even without eyes, the shadow exuded a powerful oppressive force, as if an invisible hand was trying to drag him into endless darkness. Fireball. Sumu didn't hesitate, a glow igniting in his hand as he launched an attack. A damage number popped up above the shadow's head. So tough. Sumu was surprised to find the fireball only dealt a single point of damage, indicating the shadow's magical defense exceeded 2,000 points. Just as he was contemplating his next move, the shadow was engulfed by the fireball and vanished, leaving behind only a thumb-sized black crystal on the ground. Is it done? Sumu picked up the crystal, and a system prompt appeared. This crystal contains the residual consciousness of an evil god. Return it to the guard captain. The task, destroy the Borman camp, showed as completed in his quest log, and Sumu smiled. He decided to log off and rest, planning to use the Rain of Fire spell to reach level 9 once the monsters in the camp respawned. Exiting the cave, he found a safe spot and logged off. Back in reality, Sumu lay on his bed, reflecting on his in-game experiences. Thinking about how much his intelligence had increased, he excitedly went to the balcony to try casting a fireball. After several attempts, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand, growing until it completely enveloped his palm. This feels amazing, Sumu exclaimed in excitement. Fireball. He launched the fireball from his hand. It flew dozens of meters through the air before exploding in a dazzling display. On the balcony of the building across the street, a man smoking exclaimed, "Whoa, was that? What did you see?" Another person inside asked, coming over. "I think I just saw a fireball. Did someone bring a skill from the game Shin 2 into reality?" The smoker said, astonished. "That's impossible," the other person dismissed. "No one can even make a small flame, let alone cast a fireball. You've probably been playing Shin 2 too much." "True. I've been casting fireballs non-stop lately, even in my sleep." "I must have imagined it," the smoker admitted. "I'll finish this cigarette and get some proper rest, aiming to reach level 3 tomorrow." Neither realized that someone had indeed successfully brought a skill from Shen 2 into the real world. Woohoo, this is just too much fun. Watching the explosive fireball, Sumu couldn't help but shout out loud. The intense flames blossomed in the sky, illuminating his excited face. He thought to himself that if this fireball hit someone, no one in the real world could withstand it. At this moment, he was clearly beyond the realm of ordinary people. Since he could fully release the fireball, Sumu speculated that other skills should also be possible. His attention turned to the skill of blink. If he could use it in reality, it would grant him the ability to teleport without limits. Sumu decided to first try teleporting into the room. Standing on the balcony, he took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the bedroom about 10 meters away. Visualizing the image of blinking in his mind, he shouted, "Blink." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumu's figure vanished from the balcony and reappeared in the bedroom the next second. The joy of success made him shout with excitement, "This is freaking awesome." Achieving success on his first attempt thrilled Sumu. He realized that such an ability was truly unbeatable in the real world. Feeling triumphant, Sumu couldn't help but think to himself, "With my current abilities, even the strongest person in the world wouldn't be a match for me, right?" He decided to treat himself to a nice meal. Changing into a new outfit, Sumu grabbed his phone and left the house. He was tempted to blink directly downstairs but reconsidered, knowing it would cause a huge stir if someone saw him, leading to unnecessary trouble. Weighing his options, he decided to take the stairs. Have a meal, come back, get some sleep, and continue the game, Sumu reminded himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in China, an emergency meeting was underway. Participants sat in a circle, their expressions grave. Is it Sumu again? How is he doing this? Why hasn't there been any hint of it? One attendee couldn't help but ask. Exactly. To take down a boss, you'd need a lot of manpower. We have informants in every newbie village, and there's no way we wouldn't have noticed any movement, another person agreed, sounding puzzled. Compared to previous elite first kills, this boss first kill was even more significant. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly tense. In my opinion, there must be an extremely tight-knit organization behind this Sumu, one attendee suggested. I think so too, another chimed in. What worries me now is whether this organization has any special agendas that could threaten China's stability. These words made everyone present even more uneasy. They all understood that the future world order would undoubtedly be dictated by the strong in the game Shintu. Sumu, who had gained the glory of the mage god, had clearly secured his place among the future power players. By the way, have you finished screening potential players under the name Sumu? Someone suddenly asked. There's not enough time yet, and we haven't finished the screening, the person in charge of the investigation replied. Plus, we can't rule out the possibility that Sumu is a fake name. In the game Shintu, you can change your appearance and name, so? This answer plunged the room into silence. According to their speculation, if there really was an organization behind Sumu, then the name was likely fake. Sigh. The person who asked the question sighed deeply, then gave instructions, tell them to speed up their leveling. The future prosperity of China depends on them. Meanwhile, in a large 8-sided building in the United States, another emergency meeting was taking place. A group of people sat around a round table, their expressions serious. The person sitting at the head of the table shouted angrily, "Our country has never been left behind. What happened this time? Why is China repeatedly ahead of us?" His words left everyone else silent. Seeing this, he roared again, "Tell us. What on earth are you doing?" Someone nervously began to explain, "China has a large population, which gives them an advantage. I think they must be using their resurrection chances to stack against the elite and the boss." Exactly, another person immediately agreed. While their approach might give them a short-term edge in the long run, it's like cutting off their own path. The future leader will still be us. Hearing this, the angry person's expression softened slightly, and he then asked, "How is our leveling progressing?" Someone holding materials immediately reported, "We've sent the most well-trained personnel to consolidate leveling efforts, and we've also contacted other consortia for potential collaboration. The highest level reached so far is level 5. I believe the Sumu who took down the boss is probably no higher than level 6. The person at the head of the table, after listening, issued an order. Tell them that the dominance of our country depends on them, and that they must surpass Sumu at all costs. In contrast to the dominant position of the United States, countries worldwide were holding secret meetings. The common theme was invariably the same name, Sumu. For these countries, this name had become synonymous with a formidable adversary. In Japan, beneath a cherry blossom tree, a man in a yellow robe stood on a ground paved with white jade pebbles, hands behind his back. His gaze was distant, as if pondering some significant issue. "Have you found out who Sumu is?" the man asked, his eyes gleaming with urgency. "Not yet," replied the person dressed as a masked ninja standing beside him, his voice low and resolute. The man suddenly turned, placing a hand on the ninja's shoulder, his gaze intense. "Kenshiro, you are the top ninja in our Sakura nation. I need you to go to Hua Nation," he said, his tone filled with expectation and trust. "We can't let that Sumu rise to power," the man continued, his voice carrying a hint of warning. The ninja, known as Kenshiro, nodded solemnly. "I understand." The man gave a knowing smile and patted Kenshiro's shoulder again. "Sorry to interrupt your leveling time, but don't worry. I'll organize a team of mages to help you level up quickly," he said, his tone becoming serious. Remember, your mission is to find Sumu and eliminate him. Our people in Hua Nation will assist you, the man added. Just remember the principle. Better to mistakenly kill than to let him go. Upon hearing this, Kenshiro's eyes gleamed with a sharp, cold light. I will not fail in my mission, he replied firmly. The scene shifts to the streets of Hua Nation. Sumu stands in the middle of an empty street, puzzled by the rows of closed shops around him. Why is everything closed? He muttered, scratching his head, thinking about how he had been eating instant noodles for days and finally decided to have a decent meal, only to find no open restaurants. The game is just too captivating, Sumu said to himself, realizing that the popularity of the game Shuntu was the reason for this. Not only were the shops closed, but there were noticeably fewer people on the streets. Nevertheless, Sumu wasn't in a hurry to return. I'll check out the big mall, he decided, taking the opportunity to explore and stock up on some food. As he walked, Sumu suddenly noticed a significant increase in his speed. My speed has improved, he realized in surprise. The agility bonus of over 200 points has indeed carried over to reality. This discovery thrilled Sumu, and he even entertained a bold idea. If I enter a running competition, I could easily take the championship. Looking up at the towering cityscape and the clear blue sky, Sumu felt a grand vision forming in his heart. Maybe one day, I'll stand above the clouds, overlooking the world, becoming a deity revered by all. This thought filled Sumu with excitement and anticipation, as he realized that these changes were just the beginning. The future held more challenges and opportunities waiting for him to explore and conquer. The city management in Huagua is quite effective. Despite the significant impact that the game Shinto has had on real-world foot traffic, many stores and large shopping malls remain open. Sumu found a restaurant to fill his stomach and then went to a supermarket to stock up on supplies. After settling the bill, he looked at the few hundred left in his bank account with a smile. The days of struggling for a living were behind him, and now he felt confident. The 2 pieces of equipment in his backpack, dropped by a boss, were worth enough to buy 10 large supermarkets. Even if money was tight, selling some in-game currency could easily solve the problem. Back home, Sumu put the groceries into the fridge, yawned, and lay down on his bed. Before sleeping, he set an 8-hour alarm. Scientific research suggests that 8 hours of sleep per day is optimal. Only with adequate rest could he spend more time in Shinto. The alarm woke Sumu right on time. He got up quickly, cooked some noodles, and fried 2 eggs. After eating, he reached out his hand to summon the Shinto crystal. Enter the game. A flash of white light, and Sumu first found himself in a virtual space, then arrived in the world of Shinto. He appeared in the safe zone of the camp he visited yesterday. Looking around, he noticed that the monsters had respawned, but the boss was nowhere to be seen. Sumu frowned as he glanced into the depths of the camp. Without the boss, the rewards here were significantly reduced. But for now, he could only focus on leveling up. He checked his experience bar, level 8, 20005000, needing 3,000 more points to level up. The camp had about 400 to 500 boar people, more than half of which were level 8, offering 5 points of experience, while the rest gave only 1 point. Although the experience wasn't abundant, the monsters were densely packed, allowing continuous output as long as he waited for the Fire Rain cooldown. Sumu adjusted the casting range of Fire Rain and released the skill without hesitation. Fire Rain. A torrent of fire rained down, turning the boar people into ashes instantly. Kill notifications popped up one after another. Killed boar warrior, gained 1 point of experience. Killed boar hunter, gained 1 point of experience. Killed boar mage, gained 5 points of experience. Suddenly, a special notification caught Sumu's attention. Gained 1 point of base intelligence through the light of the god of magic. Sumu's eyes lit up. A single fire rain had killed 50 to 60 boar people and even increased his intelligence by 1 point. If he cleared all the boar people here, he could potentially gain over 10 intelligence points. Excited by the thought, Sumu eagerly watched the cooldown of the Fire Rain skill, each second passing agonizingly slow. Finally, the countdown reached 0, and he immediately targeted the densest area of monsters and cast the skill. Fire Rain. Another wave of flames poured down. Sumu searched the notifications eagerly but didn't see any increase in intelligence. He rubbed his nose, calmed himself, and continued casting. Fire Rain. After several rounds of Fire Rain, the boar people in the camp were wiped out. Ultimately, the light of the god of magic triggered 5 times, granting Sumu an additional 5 intelligence points. His experience bar also rose to 36005000. He still needed 1,400 points to level up. Killing monsters of the same level required at least 280 of them, while defeating level 9 monsters needed only 140. Sumu's gaze shifted to the area behind the boar camp, where there seemed to be another monster zone. I should head back and turn in the quest first. Maybe I can pick up other quests, Sumu decided. I'll also clean out my inventory on the way. The efficiency of mass killing left Sumu with no time to organize his inventory. With a limit on items sold at the auction house, he spent another 100 gold coins to open a third inventory slot. With 60 slots available, he finally felt more comfortable. Looking at the unsold materials, blue potions, red potions, and white equipment piling up in the auction house, Sumu considered setting up a stall in the village. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If I set up a stall to sell so many items, it's bound to attract attention. At times like this, it's better to lay low. Having opened the third inventory slot, Sumu decided to slightly lower the prices of his items and sell them gradually. If necessary, he could spend another 200 gold coins to open a fourth slot. He had enough gold on hand, and once those two pieces of equipment were sold, there would be no shortage of coins. On the way back to the village, Sumu adjusted the prices of the items in the auction house, setting them slightly below the average price by a few silver coins. The red and blue potions were quickly bought up. These were essential for leveling, and lowering the price made them easier to sell. This maneuver earned Sumu over 50 gold coins. Next were the high-level white equipment pieces. Sumu continued to lower the prices, hoping to sell them off quickly to free up more inventory space. After adjusting the prices, Sumu returned to the village. The guard captain greeted him warmly, personally approaching him. "Honorable adventurer, it seems you've destroyed the Boar people's altar?" "Yes, this is the evil god's consciousness I obtained from that altar," Sumu said, taking out a black crystal. The guard captain took the crystal, his expression turning angry. "As I suspected, it's the consciousness of an evil god. Those vile Boar people dared to strike a deal with the evil god." He crushed the crystal with a firm grip. "Thanks to you, otherwise, once the Boar people gained enough power from the evil god, the village would be in danger." The guard captain looked at Sumu with admiration. "To repay you, I'm willing to teach you a secret skill I learned from a master." Hearing this, Sumu's face lit up with joy. He had been eagerly anticipating this secret skill. "The guard captain wants to teach you a secret skill. Do you accept?" "Yes," Sumu replied without hesitation. "Ding. You have learned the skill, Phantom Clone's rank." Sumu was taken aback. "Enslevel skill?" His eyes widened, and his heart raced. The power of Enslevel skill was undeniable, and even more thrilling was the fact that this skill could be upgraded. He eagerly opened his skill panel. Phantom Clone S level, upon use, creates a clone that inherits 100 of your attributes. The clone cannot use skills and can only perform basic attacks. Cooldown, 1 hour. Upgradable. Sumu's eyes lit up. As a seasoned player in various online games, he immediately grasped the potential power of this skill in specific scenarios. "It truly is a special ability," he marveled to himself. "The best part is that it can be upgraded. Of course, I have to max it out right away." Just as he was about to upgrade the skill, the captain of the guards interrupted him. "Honorable adventurer, I have another request, if I may." Suppressing his urge to upgrade, Sumu focused his attention on listening. The guard captain explained. "The Boar people have suddenly started worshipping an evil altar, and there must be a reason. There's a valley perpetually shrouded in mist behind the Boar people's camp, and I suspect something's amiss there. We hope you can investigate it." He looked a bit embarrassed. "I know it's dangerous, but we need to protect the village, and we don't have anyone to assist you. You'll have to rely on yourself." A task prompt appeared. "Accept the mission to investigate the Misty Valley? A dungeon?" Sumu raised an eyebrow. He had initially planned to explore the open area behind the Boar people's camp, but returned to the village to turn in a quest. Now, it seemed this dungeon mission was a follow-up to destroying the altar. Oddly, the mission did not specify any rewards. "Whatever, I'll take it," Sumu thought. The system chimed. "Ding. You have accepted the mission. Investigate the Misty Valley dungeon." "Thank you, honorable adventurer." The guard captain sighed in relief, his respect for Sumu evident. "Right, I need to learn a skill." Sumu suddenly remembered there was a warrior skill he hadn't learned. "Happy to help," the guard captain beamed. A new skill appeared before Sumu. Taunt. Forces the target to attack you for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Sumu was taken aback. "This skill is useless for me. I'm an agile mage. I have no use for it." He scoffed. Learning such a skill as a mage is soulless. Not learning it. After bidding farewell to the guard captain, Sumu began wandering around the village. Since it's a dungeon, I need to be fully equipped. He noticed many NPCs had tasks indicated above their heads. While these tasks didn't offer experience points, they did reward decent gear. For Sumu, defeating monsters only required one skill to obliterate them, making gear less crucial. However, for other players, good equipment was invaluable, significantly boosting leveling efficiency whether it be weapons or armor. He decided to only take on tasks that exchange materials for equipment. After all, the auction house is full of materials for sale. Having strolled through the village, Sumu picked up 3 such tasks. He bought the materials directly from the marketplace, completing the tasks instantly and acquiring 3 decent pieces of gear. Title Bootsy level, Constitution 5, Spirit 5, required level 4. Apprentice Glovesy level, Spirit 5, Intelligence 5, required level 4. Gray Cloth Hat E level, Health 100, Magic Defense 10, required level 4. These pieces were well suited for a mage, and Sumu donned them without hesitation. He opened his stats panel and saw a noticeable improvement in his attributes. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, 836005000. Health, 380. Mana, 9,200. Attack, 236. Magic attack, 620. Physical defense, 28. Magic defense, 240. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 1810, Agility 208, Spirit 21020, Intelligence 27535. Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolf Hide Robe, Rhinoceros Hide Leggings, Tidal Boots, Gray Cloth Hat, Apprentice Gloves. This gave Sumu more confidence to tackle the dungeon solo. Let's see if there are any skills for sale at the auction house. On his way out of the village, Sumu opened the auction house to search for skills. There were plenty of skills available, but most were for physical classes and came with hefty price tags. No mage skills? Sumu found it odd. Typically, mages should also have access to other common skill books. While those low-level skills might not be very useful in his hands, they could all be maxed out. Are they bought out? Or is no one selling? After scouring the auction house for mage skills and finding none, Sumu felt a bit deflated. He opened the world chat channel and found it bustling with various messages. Buying copper coins at a high price, 10 copper minimum, contact me at 133xxxxxx. Endlessly buying copper coins, even 1 copper, satisfaction guaranteed. Buying white gear in bulk, prefer face-to-face deals to avoid auction house fees. Looking for a team to level up with? Mage team needs members. Regular team works too. I'm a level 2 full intelligence mage. Please, someone help a struggling assassin newbie. Professional gaming companion. Online leveling assistance. Fair prices, trustworthy. The world channel was lively, with messages refreshing by the second. Sumu rubbed his eyes and typed out a message. Buying mage skills at a high price, any skill will do, price negotiable. His message was buried within seconds. After waiting a minute or two with no private messages, Sumu pouted. Looks like my message got lost in the flood. Just as he was about to give up hope, a private message notification sounded. Ding, ding, ding. A skill appeared before Sumu's eyes as he opened the private chat. The detailed information of the freezing spell was displayed on the screen. Upon casting, it freezes all enemies within a 5-meter radius for 2 seconds, dealing damage equal to 30 of spell attack. It consumes 100 mana and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Sumu's gaze was fixed on this crowd control skill. He thought to himself that such a control ability would be immensely beneficial to him at the moment. Taking a deep breath, Sumu calmed his excitement and waited for over a minute before casually asking, "How much?" The reply came quickly, "You're the one buying, so you should name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell." Sumu squinted and chuckled inwardly. This guy was definitely a seasoned player, well-versed in the art of negotiation. In the game, buyers and sellers were like opponents across a negotiating table. Whoever revealed their price first would lose the upper hand. After weighing his options, Sumu decided to play it cool. How about 10 gold coins? The control duration is too short, it consumes too much mana, and the damage is low. It's not practical. The other party responded almost instantly, with a clear tone of dissatisfaction. 10 gold coins? Are you kidding, buddy? Someone already offered me 50 gold coins, and I thought it was cheap, so I didn't sell. You better take a good look. This is a crowd control skill. Sumu smirked and continued to press. I admire your patience, buddy. Not selling for 50 gold coins? Who's that generous? You should realize this skill only freezes monsters within 5 meters of you. If they get that close, 3 seconds isn't enough to escape. The other party retorted. A high-level mage surely has a blink skill, right? That would allow for combos. Sumu chuckled. Oh, planning my combos for me, are you? How can you be sure mages have a blink skill? Even if they do, it won't be cheap, right? Besides, you know mages are all about intelligence stats now. Got enough mana? These questions hit the mark. While the freezing spell was good, investing in such a control skill wasn't worth it for mages at this stage. First, the damage was too low, and second, it required close range to activate. Without a blink skill, the control time would primarily be used for escaping. Spending 50 gold coins on this skill was less practical than buying a powerful staff. After a few minutes without a response, Sumu scratched his head, wondering if he'd pushed too hard. But he quickly calmed down, thinking, if they got this skill from farming small monsters, someone else is bound to get it eventually. Once the 10-minute cooldown was up, Sumu immediately announced in the world channel, Buying mage skill books? Any skill will do. No scams? Then, Sumu moved through various leveling zones to areas filled only with monsters. He calculated that by the time he reached level 10, the first wave of players would be around level 6 or 7. Level 10 would unlock the main storyline quest, and he wondered what that would entail. Thinking about the White Wolf King in the main quest, Sumu wasn't worried. With the radiance of the god of magic in hand, his intelligence would significantly increase once he reached level 10. As long as his spell attack was high enough, the White Wolf King would be no threat. Just then, a private message popped up. The other party offered a final price. Take it or leave it. 40 gold coins. I'll list it in the auction house. Sumu laughed out loud, realizing the other party was in urgent need of gold. He decisively replied, "That's too expensive. Do you know how much one gold coin is worth now? I can only offer 20. This skill must have dropped from small monsters, right? Although the drop rate isn't high, with so many players in the game, more will definitely appear. Besides, this skill isn't useful right now, so I can wait." In a newbie village somewhere, the negotiation continued. "Sister Xiao, that guy is trying to lowball us again. He said he can only offer 20 gold coins. What a swindler!" exclaimed a girl with twin ponytails, looking about 16 or 17. Her face was flushed red with anger. The one called Sister Xiao was a spirited warrior girl, clutching a long sword, her short hair fluttering in the breeze. She frowned and asked, "What about the other buyers?" The ponytailed girl took a deep breath, calming herself before replying, "I asked around, and the highest offer is still just 20 gold coins. Maybe we should just put it up for auction at that price? Once we get those coins, we can pay off our debt." She clenched her fists, her voice filled with conflict. Sigh. Sister Xiao sighed, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Her life seemed like a drama, both fortunate and unfortunate. Before entering the divine realm, she was a wealthy heiress, but a sudden change of events left her penniless and drowning in debt. Yet, perhaps by a stroke of luck, she stumbled upon a rare skill book while battling monsters, marking a turning point in her fate. Sister Xiao opened the private chat interface, quickly typing a message. "How many Divine Realm gold coins do I need to clear my debt?" Soon, a forward message appeared on the screen. "Xiao Xiao, why be so formal with me? If you just agree to be with me, there's no need to worry about any debt." Sister Xiao's brow furrowed, and she coldly replied, "Cut the nonsense. Just name a price." Seemingly intimidated by her tone, the other party quickly provided a specific number. "All right, Divine Realm gold coins are quite valuable now. With current rates, give me 25 gold coins and we're even." Seeing the number, Sister Xiao clenched her fist, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She turned to the ponytailed girl, her voice resolute, "Tell that person, 25 gold coins, he covers the transaction fee. That's our final offer." "Got it." The ponytailed girl nodded firmly and went to relay the message. Meanwhile, a player named Su Mu was observing the transaction. He received the offer, 25 gold coins, and I cover the fee? Sumu quickly did the math. Acquiring this skill would cost him 27.8 gold. For many, that was an astronomical figure, but for him, it was insignificant. He thought to himself, "I could earn more than that just by farming for a day and selling the loot. 30 gold coins is my mental limit. This price works for me." Sumu decisively messaged back, "Put it up." Shortly after, the other party replied, "It's listed." Sumu promptly opened the auction house, quickly finding the frost spell priced at 27.8 gold. Without hesitation, he clicked purchase. Got it. After the successful transaction, the other party sent another message. "Thank you. Can we add each other as friends?" More friends, more opportunities. This move surprised Sumu a bit. He thought, "Seems they think I'm wealthy and capable, wanting to befriend me?" However, Sumu wasn't interested and immediately closed the private chat. "Now that I've got the skill, who has time to bother with you?" Sumu muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement, both skills maxed out. The first upgrade he tackled was the secret technique he learned from the guard captain. Sumu gazed at the skill upgrade notification with a hint of a smile. Phantom Clone S. This upgrade requires 2,000 skill points. No wonder it's an S-level skill. Others might not even afford to upgrade it. But for Sumu, who possessed unlimited skill points, it was nothing short of a feast. "I'm upgrading," he decided without hesitation. The system promptly notified him. Phantom Clone S successfully upgraded. Phantom Clone S has been upgraded to Phantom Clone SS. Sumu raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "That's it? Can't upgrade further," he murmured to himself. "Looks like Phantom Clone can only go up to SS level. I thought it might reach God level." On second thought, God level skills are obviously not easy to acquire. It's likely that for a long time, the highest he can reach is SSS level. Of course, you never know. Maybe one day he'll rank first again and nab a God level skill. Let's see what it can do. Sumu eagerly checked the new skill's attributes. Phantom Clone SS. Upon use, You gain a clone that inherits 100 of your attributes and 200 of your health. The clone cannot use skills, only basic attacks, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Twice the health, not bad. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Compared to before, the S-level effect offers double the health, making the clone a perfect shield. Next, Sumu turned his attention to the control skill he just acquired, Freeze Spell. He upgraded it continuously until it reached S level. Freeze Spell S freezes all enemies within a 30-meter diameter around you for 5 seconds, dealing 100 of your magic attack as damage. Mana cost is 500 points, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The range increased, and so did the control time, but the damage is still low. Sumu mused, stroking his chin. However, if used well, this skill could definitely deliver a devastating AoE effect. With the upgrades complete, Sumu moved forward and soon arrived at the back of the Borman camp. He looked towards the unexplored area ahead, the Misty Valley. According to the quest description, this should be an instance, but the specifics weren't detailed in the Divine Path Information Manual. It's a brand new, unknown world, where everything requires player exploration. Phantom Clone. Sumu decided to test out the new skill. He felt a surge of powerful energy from within, and instantly, a clone identical to himself appeared before him. Sumu was surprised to find that his consciousness was tightly linked with the clone. He could clearly perceive what the clone saw and felt. Opening the clone's attribute panel, he saw that aside from having twice the health, all other attributes were identical, and there was no time limit. The Phantom Clone skill was active and not on cooldown. This is a god-tier skill. Sumu couldn't help but clap. Although the clone couldn't use potions or skills, for Sumu, who could heal, this clone was practically an indestructible tank. He already envisioned the scene. The clone wielding a staff to tank enemies while he healed and dealt damage from a safe distance. Let's do this. Sumu excitedly controlled the clone to advance into the dense forest ahead. As they ventured deeper, an eerie mist rose around them, drastically reducing visibility. Sumu had the clone walk in front, while he followed 2 meters behind, proceeding with caution. In such a place, they could encounter unknown monsters at any moment. Suddenly, the clone stepped on a dry branch, making a noticeable sound. Immediately, the ground around them began to shift strangely. Skeletons began emerging from the soil, assembling into over 100 skeletal creatures under some mysterious force. Sumu quickly checked the skeletal creature's attributes. Skeleton creature, level 9. Health, 1000. Attack, 220. Physical defense, 50. Magic defense, 30. Description: wandering souls in Misty Valley that won't spare any living creature in the valley, usually appearing in groups. Level 9 monsters? Not bad. Sumu chuckled. Groups were exactly what he needed, perfect for leveling up. He maneuvered the clone to engage with the skeleton creatures, using its high agility to dodge nimbly. The clone smashed a staff onto a skeleton creature's head, causing 3-digit damage, enough to draw aggro. Once the other skeletons fully formed, Sumu had the clone gather them all, then unleashed a rain of fire on the group behind the clone. You have slain a skeleton creature, gaining 10 experience points. You have slain a skeleton creature, gaining 10 experience points. As dense damage numbers floated up, 5 skeleton creatures crumbled into bone dust, and Sumu gained 50 experience points. Fighting higher-level monsters is the best, Sumu exclaimed. He immediately cast a powerful healing spell on the clone. 3,720. A massive healing number appeared above the clone's head, instantly restoring its health to full. Looking at his clone, Sumu beamed. The clone's health is still too low. I need to get a passive skill to boost constitution, or just stack health and defense with gear. With my healing power, making this clone a magic tank isn't too much, right? Sumu reveled in the thrill. The joy of a man is just that simple. The clone's health is still too low, making it inefficient for luring monsters. Sumu scanned his surroundings. The thick fog enveloping the entire valley gave an ominous feeling. He took a deep breath and decisively activated his Phantom Clone skill. With a flash of light, the clone vanished, and the skill icon entered a 1-hour cooldown. Just as expected, Sumu nodded to himself, finally understanding the proper use of this skill. He refocused on the fog-filled valley. The skeleton monsters were just the appetizer. The real challenge lay ahead. Sumu was convinced that a portal to the dungeon was hidden somewhere in the valley, but its exact location needed to be discovered. Leveling up while exploring, Sumu wasn't in a rush as he still needed quite a bit of experience. He quickened his pace, advancing further. Suddenly, he stepped into a new area, and a familiar scene unfolded. A swarm of skeleton monsters surged like a tide. The skeletons here are triggered by the area, Sumu realized. A regular team barging in would be asking for death. He understood that this valley wasn't suitable for solo leveling. However, for him, it was an exception. Activate Magic Shield. Sumu decisively triggered his shield skill but didn't attack immediately. He calculated that no matter how many skeletons there were, they would all be annihilated by his fire rain spell. So why not gather more for a one-time sweep? With control skills and blink at his disposal, Sumu had plenty of room to maneuver and wasn't worried about failure. Confident in his abilities, he led the skeletons through the fog, activating each new area's skeletons as he went. These skeletal creatures, as if programmed, wouldn't let any living being pass through the valley unchallenged. In this desolate valley, Sumu recklessly activated the skeletons in various areas. Watching the ever-growing army of monsters behind him, he felt a thrill. Given their attack power, if surrounded, even his magic shield wouldn't last long. About 100 monsters now, time to reap, Sumu estimated. With his high agility and blink skill, he had explored most of the surrounding areas, and over 100 skeletons were on his trail. These skeletons, wielding bone swords, looked eerie with their hollow eyes, but to Sumu, they were merely a source of experience points. Almost there. Sumu quickly checked his skill statuses and found them all cooled down. He immediately activated his magic shield to ensure he wouldn't be instantly defeated. Shielded, he stopped and waited for the skeletal army to close in. The leading skeletons quickly caught up, but Sumu didn't attack right away. Instead, he maneuvered around them. Soon, the rest of the skeleton army arrived. Surrounded by numerous skeletons, Sumu's movement space was severely limited, with damage numbers popping up above his head. No rush, wait until they're all gathered for a one-shot. Sumu thought calmly, despite his shield's dwindling value. Once all the skeletons were close, Sumu smirked confidently. Freeze! A burst of frost emanated from him, enveloping all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. Uniform damage numbers appeared above their heads, and while not lethal, it immobilized them with ice underfoot. Blink! Sumu instantly reappeared 20 meters away. Fire rain! He cast another spell, skillfully adjusting its range to cover all the skeletons. The system notifications popped up continuously. You've slain a skeleton, earning 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence through arcane brilliance. You've slain a skeleton, earning 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence through arcane brilliance. Nearly 100 damage numbers appeared simultaneously, and all the skeletons turned to ash. Sumu's experience bar skyrocketed to 4650500. A mage who can AoE farm is truly a master. Sumu couldn't help but praise his own brilliant maneuvering. He was delighted to find that not only was the experience from AoE farming abundant, but the trigger rate of arcane brilliance had also significantly increased. With his base intelligence up by 2 points, Sumu once again set his sights on the fog-shrouded depths of the valley. The skeletons were level 9. Even if he leveled up to 9, the group experience remained substantial. As Sumu prepared to continue his exploration, he noticed a flash of leveling light on his interface. Meanwhile, in a different region, a character with brightly colored long hair and a handsome appearance also emitted a leveling glow. Thanks for your hard work, he turned to the dozen followers behind him, though his face bore a cool, indifferent expression that belied any gratitude. He then looked at another equally handsome man beside him and asked, "When can I start fighting level 7 monsters?" "Boss, our mage can't handle level 7 monsters yet," the man said nervously, his voice trembling. "The level gap is too big, the damage isn't enough, and the skills might even fail. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit longer." The man addressed as boss frowned at these words and coldly beckoned him over with a finger. Swallowing hard, the man moved forward, fear written all over his face. Smack! A loud slap landed heavily on his cheek. "You have been insulted by Zhao Shiwu. You can retaliate," flashed a system prompt before his eyes. Yet, he didn't dare blink, let alone fight back. "Damn it!" Zhao Shiwu snapped, hands on his hips, his expression dark. "Who cares if those minions get wiped out? I want to level up, level up. Do you not understand plain language?" His voice rose sharply. "Pay them, whatever it takes. Get everyone to help me grind those monsters down to low health. Is your brain made of mush, you fool?" "I understand, boss." The man nodded repeatedly, the stinging pain on his face reminding him of the gravity of the situation. Zhao Shiwu glared at him fiercely, continuing to roar. "Damn it. If I'm not the first to reach level 10, I'll lose face with the old man back home." His lips curled into a chilling smile, "And if I lose face, you'd better prepare for the worst. Rest assured, boss, rest assured." The man trembled all over, his voice quivering. "I guarantee you'll be the first to reach level 10. Ha, 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 ha." Zhao Shiwu laughed skyward, his laughter filled with arrogance and self-confidence. "No one can level up faster than me, Zhao Gongzi. If someone does, they'll just be a dead man." With this boast, the subordinate hung his head low, silent and looking extremely grim. He knew that while Zhao Shiwu might be influential in Dehangguo, in this global game of Mythic Path, they were up against players from all over the world. At this moment, the poor subordinate clung to a sliver of hope. that Zhao Shiwu's reckless leveling method, disregarding the revival counts of other players, would somehow work. Otherwise, what awaited him might be a fate worse than death. In the Misty Valley, Sumu moved swiftly among the monsters. Casting fire rain one after another, flames engulfed the area, and the monsters fell one by one. As his experience points accumulated, his level finally advanced to 9. This round not only granted him a 1-point intelligence boost, but also brought a total increase of 3 points in intelligence in a short time. Taking a deep breath, Sumu decided to allocate all 10 attribute points gained from leveling up to his constitution. With the blessing of the mage's glory and his ability to almost instantly defeat monsters with his spells, he deemed enhancing his survivability more crucial. Player information updated. Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, 9,906,000. Health, 480. Mana, 9,200. Attack, 236. Spell attack, 626. Physical defense, 38. Magic defense, 240. Attributes. Strength, 8. Constitution, 2,810. Agility, 208. Spirit, 21,020. Intelligence, 27,835. Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolfhide Robe, Rhino Leather Leggings, Tidal Boots, Gray Hat, Apprentice Gloves. After a brief rest, Sumu continued to explore deeper into the valley. Soon, a massive black stone caught his eye, with a faint vortex visible behind it. His years of gaming experience told him this was likely a dungeon entrance. Sure enough, as he approached the stone, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to enter the Skeleton Cave dungeon? Without hesitation, Sumu clicked confirm. The vortex beside the stone became active, forming a twisted portal. He took a deep breath and stepped boldly into it. Instantly, darkness enveloped him. Sumu quickly opened his palm, conjuring a fireball to illuminate the surroundings. He found himself in a dark, damp cave where water droplets continuously fell from the walls, making a crisp sound. The ground was muddy due to the moisture. The monsters in the dungeon are bound to be different from those outside. I must be cautious, Sumu thought warily, then cast Phantom Clone. He controlled the clone to walk ahead while he followed behind, using the fireball for light. The cave was eerily silent, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. Suddenly, a pile of bones appeared ahead. Sumu raised an eyebrow and immediately commanded the clone to stop. In the next moment, the bones, guided by some force, stood up and transformed into a skeleton warrior wielding a bone sword. Skeleton Warrior Elite. Level, 9. Health, 6,000,6000. Attack, 350. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 80. Skill, Double Strike. No wonder it's a dungeon monster. Sumu marveled. With 6,000 health points, high attack, high defense, and powerful skills, this skeleton warrior was no pushover. Without hesitation, Sumu cast Frost Arrow. A flash of cold light slowed the skeleton warrior's movements. The clone seized the opportunity to strike the skeleton warrior with its staff. Although the damage was minimal, it bought valuable time for Sumu. Magic missiles followed, and the skeleton warrior's health quickly dropped to 1/3. It finally reacted, raising its bone sword to slash at the clone. Despite taking significant damage, the clone, with its 960 health points, could withstand another hit. Seizing the moment, Sumu unleashed another fireball spell. As the skeleton warrior fell, system prompts popped up. You have slain the skeleton warrior elite and gained 200 experience points. Gained 1 point of basic intelligence through Mage's Glory. Dungeons are indeed the best places for leveling up. Sumu was overjoyed. Based on this experience rate, he only needed to kill 30 monsters to reach level 10. Even more exciting was that defeating elite monsters significantly increased the chances of triggering Mage's Glory. I can definitely reach level 10 here, and maybe even boost my intelligence by over 100 points. Sumu couldn't help but rub his hands in anticipation but quickly calmed himself. I mustn't get carried away. The deeper I go, the more monsters I'll encounter. With my current stats, I can't handle multiple elite monsters at once. Although dungeons are prime locations for leveling up, they typically require team cooperation to complete. At this moment, Sumu was the only one navigating the vast dungeon, making it a daunting task to clear it alone. He took a deep breath, steadied his mindset, and prepared to face greater challenges ahead. Wow! A flicker of firelight appeared in Sumu's hand once more as he slowly approached the skeletal remains on the ground. With a soft sound, a coin and a torch suddenly materialized in his hand. This will make things much easier, Sumu muttered to himself, quickly dismissing the fireball and replacing it with the newly acquired torch. The torch's light was brighter than the fireball, significantly improving the visibility around him. Sumu controlled his duplicate to move forward. Soon enough, 2 skeletons appeared ahead. He cautiously halted the duplicate, observing closely. The skeletons remained motionless, indicating the duplicate hadn't yet entered their trigger area. Sumu quickly formulated a plan in his mind. These two elite skeletons had a combined health of 12,000. He would have the duplicate lure one away while he activated a shield to take down the other. Once the plan was set, Sumu decisively directed the duplicate forward. As he activated his magical shield, both skeletons simultaneously rose, transforming into skeletal warriors. Different damage numbers appeared above their heads, and their aggression was drawn towards Sumu and his duplicate. Run! Sumu shouted internally, prompting the duplicate to turn and sprint, with one skeletal warrior in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Sumu stood his ground, beginning to conjure a fireball spell. With the magical shield protecting him, he was unfazed by the skeletal warrior's attacks. Fireballs relentlessly bombarded the skeletal warrior in front of him. This elite opponent was incredibly fast and quickly closed the distance to Sumu. Sensing Sumu's resilience, the skeletal warrior's bone sword suddenly flickered with an illusory image. Two damage numbers appeared simultaneously above Sumu's head. Double strike? Sumu instantly understood the nature of this skill. Unfazed, he continued casting fireballs while enduring the fierce attacks from the skeletal warrior. Finally, with another fireball blast, the skeletal warrior collapsed into a heap of disjointed bones. A system notification chimed in. You have slain an elite skeletal warrior, earning 200 experience points. Without pausing, Sumu turned his attention to the other skeletal warrior that his duplicate had lured away. Another fireball whizzed through the air. The hit caused the skeletal warrior to halt its pursuit of the duplicate and charge towards Sumu instead. Bracing against its attacks, Sumu unleashed a continuous barrage of fireballs, eventually reducing this elite foe to a pile of broken bones as well. The system prompt rang out again. You have slain an elite skeletal warrior, earning 200 experience points. You have gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. These two notifications appeared almost simultaneously, filling Sumu with a surge of joy. As expected, elite monsters have a higher chance of triggering the mage's glory. 3 elite monsters boosted his intelligence by 2 points, a gain that left Sumu pleasantly surprised. He quickly cast a powerful healing spell, with a 3,780 number floating above, instantly restoring his avatar's health. Sumu continued to control his avatar deeper into the cave. Before long, a strange mist appeared ahead. In the pitch-black valley, the presence of the mist made him want to complain. However, as soon as he stepped into the foggy area, his avatar started to take continuous damage, not much, but persistently. Poisonous? Sumu quickly realized, retreating temporarily from the mist. He thought, with 3 healing skills, this damage was negligible. He decided not to activate his magic shield, fearing it might be on cooldown when he encountered skeleton warriors. Sure enough, after traveling a bit further, he spotted 3 skeletal remains on the ground. Sumu decided to take action himself, having his avatar withdraw from the mist. Facing the threat of continuous damage and the awakening skeleton warriors, he decisively activated his magic shield and charged forward. As the 3 skeleton warriors rose, Sumu unleashed a rain of fire without hesitation. He then targeted one with magic missiles and an ice arrow, taking it down instantly. The other 2 skeleton warriors were already upon him, but instead of retreating, Sumu advanced, aiming a kidney strike with his staff at one of them. The skeleton warrior was stunned, giving Sumu the opportunity to maneuver behind it, ignoring the attacks of the other. He delivered a series of backstabs and piercing strikes, dealing significant damage, but the skeleton warrior remained standing. As the stun effect wore off, Sumu finished it off with a slashing attack, finally shattering it. After defeating the skeleton warrior, Sumu quickly collected the glowing orbs it dropped, feeling the surge of magic within him. He immediately used his blink skill to teleport out of the mist and rejoin his avatar. Once the last skeleton warrior was in range, he fired off 2 fireball spells, taking it down. The system notification chimed. You have slain the skeleton warrior elite, earning 200 experience points. You gained 1 point of base intelligence through the mage's glory. Gaining another point of intelligence brought a bright smile to Sumu's face. Compared to fighting mobs outside, the rewards here were far more substantial. With his experience points reaching 1,200, he was getting closer to leveling up. He secretly hoped that becoming the first player to reach level 10 might yield some extra rewards. Suddenly, Sumu noticed something peculiar about the cave wall. A groove caught his attention, and he detected a strange smell in the air. Kerosene, he pondered, raising an eyebrow, then brought his torch closer. With a whoosh, the groove ignited instantly, forming an impressive line of fire that illuminated the entire cave. With ample light, Sumu peered ahead and widened his eyes. About 100 meters away, the cave opened up. A towering heap of bones stood there, and atop it was a skeleton monster wielding a bone staff. Judging by its appearance, it was likely a mage boss. Sumu felt a sense of caution. With that many bones, who knows how many skeleton warriors might emerge if I go over there. Compared to melee bosses, he was more wary of mage bosses. After all, no matter how strong a melee boss was, he could slowly wear it down with kiting tactics, but a magic-wielding boss could catch him off guard with its long-range attacks. The magic-based boss is likely to have high magic defense, and its attack range might even surpass his own. Sumu shifted his gaze away from the boss and focused instead on the two groups of skeleton monsters ahead. The first group consisted of 4 monsters, while the second had 5. He quickly calculated in his mind. 3 rain of fire spells combined with a frost nova should be enough to wipe out the skeletons in one go. A bold idea flashed through Sumu's mind. Why not take out all the monsters at once? The distance between the two groups was about 30 to 40 meters, which was enough for him to reach the second group before triggering the first. The rain of fire spell had a cooldown of 1 minute, and considering the current terrain, Sumu estimated he could use his blink ability to kite them around for at least 3 minutes. Taking on 9 elite monsters simultaneously was undoubtedly a crazy plan. After all, even a 5-player team would find it challenging to handle a single elite monster. Moreover, this was a 20-player raid, not an ordinary 5-player dungeon. If other players were present, they would probably be left in shock. However, in reality, no other players could enter this Misty Valley dungeon. The minimum level requirement was level 8, and even in a few days, it would be difficult for any guild or corporation in the game world to assemble a level 8 5-player team, let alone a 20-player group. Taking a deep breath, Sumu made up his mind. He first positioned his clone behind a rock wall. While not very useful in a group fight, it might come in handy against the boss. If the clone was accidentally killed, he would have to wait an hour for the cooldown. With everything ready, Sumu approached the first group of skeletons, silently encouraging himself. If I can't AoE these monsters, I might as well quit being a mage. Mages are meant to be played with style. With confidence brimming, he prepared to showcase his skills. As a mage, Sumu's running speed was impressive enough to put assassins and archers to shame. He dashed through the first bone field like a gust of wind, bones scattering underfoot, triggering the skeletal warriors hidden within. Undeterred, he sped towards the second bone field. Behind him, skeletal warriors awoke with a cacophony of clattering bones and relentlessly pursued him. In no time, Sumu found himself at the center of the second bone field. The 5 skeletons on the ground began to tremble eerily before rising and assembling into 5 fearsome skeletal warriors. Standing his ground, Sumu quickly formed hand seals in front of his chest, summoning a pale blue magical shield around himself. As the 5 new skeletal warriors took shape, the 4 that had been chasing him arrived. A sly glint flashed in Sumu's eyes as he shouted, "Rain of fire!" Instantly, a fiery magic circle unfurled in the sky, raining down fireballs that engulfed all 9 skeletal warriors. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction caused by the firestorm, Sumu whispered, "Blink." His figure vanished, reappearing 50 meters away in the blink of an eye. "Stall them for 10 seconds, Sumu muttered as he retreated, quickly assessing his surroundings. The narrow confines of the cave left little room for maneuvering, making him vulnerable to the 9 skeletal warriors' assault. He swiftly weighed his options. I can't rely solely on blink, or I'll run out of mana. Glancing at the long tunnel behind him, Sumu hatched a plan. Retreating while waiting for the firestorm's cooldown was a viable strategy. Time to make a run for it. He decisively turned and sprinted back the way he came, carefully avoiding the clone hidden behind a rock wall. Meanwhile, he seized every opportunity to cast fireball at the pursuing skeletal warriors, aiming at different targets to ensure their health remained roughly equal. The cooldown is almost over. Better launch a few more fireballs while I can, Sumu thought as he ran. When the firestorm's cooldown was nearly finished, he stopped abruptly. Holding a torch aloft in one hand for light, he conjured searing flames in the other, hurling fireballs at the healthier skeletal warriors. 2 fireballs streaked towards their targets just as the skeletal warriors closed in. Not daring to be careless, Sumu halted his fireball casting. These are 9 foes, and they can attack twice each. If their skills hit, that means enduring 18 attacks. Even with a magic shield, I can't withstand that. Ice Storm. In the nick of time, Sumu used a control spell. As the 9 skeletal warriors froze, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he changed direction swiftly and used blink again, reappearing 30 meters behind the monsters. Rain of fire. Another powerful firestorm descended, engulfing all the skeletal warriors. System notifications echoed. You have slain a skeletal warrior, gaining 200 experience points. You have slain a skeletal warrior, gaining 200 experience points. Through the radiance of the Archmage, you gained 1 point of basic intelligence. Through the radiance of the Archmage, you gained 1 point of basic intelligence. Through the radiance of the Archmage, you gained 1 point of basic intelligence. The previous 5 fireballs had hit 5 different skeletal warriors, and the ensuing rain of fire managed to eliminate them all. With 5 skeletal warriors down, Sumu gained an additional 3 intelligence points. Fighting groups of monsters really increases the chance of triggering the Archmage's radiance. Sumu thought with relief. Facing the remaining 4 skeletal creatures, Sumu showed no mercy. Magic missile. Ice arrow. Holy light. He unleashed a barrage of instant spells, felling the skeletal foes one after another. For those still clinging to life, he finished them off with assassin skills. Once all the skeletal warriors were defeated, Sumu gained 1800 experience points, and the Archmage's radiance triggered twice more. Gaining 5 intelligence points from one wave of monsters is pretty good. Defeating that boss should level me up, Sumu thought, satisfied as he glanced at his experience bar. 30006000. His intelligence was now 28635. Time to loot. Sumu scanned the ground, spotting the alluring glow of spoils on the 9 skeletal warriors' remains. He hurriedly collected his rewards. You obtained a warrior advancement token. You obtained a skeleton bone sword grade set. You obtained a skeleton plate armor grade set. Among the coins and miscellaneous items, these 3 particularly caught Sumu's attention. Warrior advancement token. Present this to a warrior class trainer after reaching level 10 to begin the advancement path. Skeleton bone sword grade. Increases attack power by 100 points. Requires level 10. Skeleton plate armor grade. Increases health by 500 points. Physical defense by 50 points. Requires level 10. Skeleton set 3-piece effect. Increases constitution, strength, and agility by 10 points each. This set is impressive. Sumu marveled. Is the warrior advancement token used for advancement? If so, there must be an advancement token for mages too. Despite the powerful attributes of the skeleton set, Sumu was more intrigued by the advancement token. He pondered. The monsters in this dungeon are all elite. The first one was easy to handle, but when 4 or 5 appear together, the difficulty spikes. Even with a full team of level 8 players, clearing this dungeon won't be easy. This must be the only dungeon in the novice village, meaning it likely drops advancement tokens for all classes. Looks like I'll have to hang around here to farm some proof. Sumu muttered to himself as he carefully tucked the warrior advancement certificate into his backpack. His gaze then shifted to the skeleton warrior set, scrutinizing its attributes. Although the stats were decent, they weren't particularly useful for a mage focused on high mana and extreme spell damage. I'll complete the set and sell it, Sumu thought. A full set is bound to fetch several times its value. He wasn't in a rush to list it, instead turning his attention to the 2 items dropped by the previous boss. Time to sell these. Give the big spenders some motivation to level up. Sumu's lips curled into a sly smile as he opened the auction house interface. He hesitated for a moment while setting the price. Ultimately, he decided to auction the 2 items as a bundle, setting the starting price at 500 gold coins. There's no shortage of wealthy players in Huagua, Sumu thought confidently. Surely there are plenty with 500 gold to spare these days. Without further ado, he set the price and listed the items, then turned his focus elsewhere. Time to take on the boss. Sumu murmured to himself, heading deeper into the cave. Returning to his previous position, he cautiously sent his clone to scout ahead. If the boss proves too tough, I'll exit the dungeon and level up to 10 somewhere else before coming back, he strategized. From 30 meters away from the pile of bones, Sumu finally got a clear view of the boss's specific attributes. Skeleton Mage Boss. Level 10. Health 300. 003. 0000. Spell Attack 500. Physical Defense 100. Magic Defense 200. Skills: Shadow Arrow, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Group Shadow Arrow. Seems manageable, Sumu analyzed. A level 10 mage boss with 30,000 health, but its spell attack isn't particularly high. He quickly calculated. My fireball can deal 2,368 damage per hit, so I'd need 13 to take it down. The question is, how much damage will it inflict on me before I can cast those 13 fireballs? Sumu rested his chin on his left hand, gesturing in the air with his right. The boss's main attack should be Shadow Arrow. If its bonus isn't too high, with my 200 magic defense, I can activate my magic shield and trade blows with it. An idea took shape in Sumu's mind. I'll use my clone to test it out, he resolved internally. This is exactly when the clone's value shines. Holy light. Sumu acted swiftly, healing his clone to full health before sending it into the skull cave. Once the cooldown period for his skills had passed, he directed the clone cautiously into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed within the cave. Foolish human. How dare you invade my domain? I'll turn you into a pile of bones, eternally enslaved by me. Unexpectedly, this skeleton mage could speak human language. Before the echo of its voice faded, it raised its bone staff, conjuring a mass of dark energy at the tip, which transformed into a black arrow shooting toward the clone. A damage number appeared above the clone's head, and Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad. His over 200 magic defense really made a difference. Magic shield. Sumu activated his defense without hesitation and charged forward. Fireball. He cast a series of fireballs at the boss atop the pile of bones, dealing far more damage than the opponent. The skeleton mage grew furious at this sight. You annoying ant. It immediately shifted its attack focus from the clone to Sumu himself. Bring it on. Let's see whose skills are better. Sumu laughed lightly, ignoring the boss's threat. At this pace, the boss would definitely fall first. Shadow Bolt. Fireball. The two exchanged blows in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Sumu's clone wasn't idle, using its staff to repeatedly knock on the skeleton mage's skull. Though the damage was minimal, it was still an essential contribution. As Sumu and the boss were locked in an intense fight, the game's world channel suddenly erupted with excitement. An incredible piece of gear just appeared at the auction house, rumored to be dropped by a boss. No way. Someone's really selling a boss drop. I checked it out. The stats on that gear are definitely boss level. A weapon like that could boost my level several times over. Damn, that gear is insane. Whoever has it would be unstoppable. Who's bold enough to sell it? The only one capable of taking down a boss now is Sumu. Who else could it be? Doesn't Sumu have a team? Why sell such legendary gear? There must be a reason for selling it. Maybe the cost of defeating the boss was too high, and they need to recoup. The appearance of those top-tier items sparked heated discussions across the world channel, with endless speculation about who would sell such a powerful boss drop. Meanwhile, in a novice village, someone anxiously reported to the principal who was busy fighting monsters. Principal, the starting bid was 500 gold coins, and it's already risen to 600. What should we do? The principal didn't stop attacking, his eyes fixed on the wild wolf before him, and asked, how much gold do we have on hand? We've been collecting gold these past few days, but there are too many groups doing the same. We only have 700 coins. We might not be able to win the bid, the subordinate sighed. The principal had chosen the warrior class, and acquiring those two pieces of gear would significantly boost his power, making it easy to defeat higher-level monsters. Unfortunately, they lacked the funds. The principal looked up at the sky and said solemnly, sell my cars in the garage. Elsewhere, surrounded by a group, Ma Jingfei wielded his sword in a solo fight against monsters. Whenever he took damage, a healer would immediately heal him, keeping his health within a safe range. Mr. Ma, we've bid up to 800 gold coins, but others are still raising the price. What should we do? A subordinate reported. Ma Jingfei, full of confidence, replied, isn't it obvious? I must have those two pieces of equipment, bid up to 1,000. Compared to the struggling Wang group this year, and another Ma surnamed Tycoon who was neck and neck with him, his situation was undoubtedly the best. Financially, he was undoubtedly among the top in China. 1,000 gold coins, no one else is raising the bid. If there's no new bid in the next 10 minutes, these two pieces of equipment will be yours, Mr. Ma. All right. Ma Jingfei nodded, then asked, any response to the tweets I asked you to send? A lot of people claiming to be Sumu have come to the company headquarters, but after verification, they were all frauds. The subordinate immediately responded. Keep sending private messages to that Sumu. If he's willing to join our group, I can offer him an equal footing with me, Ma Jingfei said seriously, showing no sign of joking. He knew very well that to maintain his position in China, there was only one way: to advance further in the divine path. Back in the Skull Cave, Sumu was still fiercely battling the skeleton mage. The boss's health had already dropped by 10,000 points. This is too easy. I can take this guy down in less than a minute. Seeing the boss's health bar depleting rapidly, Sumu beamed with satisfaction. This was much easier than any kiting strategy. But just then, the skeleton mage suddenly stopped attacking. The skeletal mage raised its staff, its bony form twisting as Sumu instantly realized it was casting a spell. Sure enough, with a loud command, arise, my minions. The piles of bones around them began to stir. In the blink of an eye, 5 elite skeleton warriors emerged on the battlefield. Sumu's eyes widened in alarm. He knew the skeletal mage had summoning abilities, but calling forth 5 elite creatures at once was excessive. Before he could gather his thoughts, the skeletal mage ordered, my minions, destroy this wretched intruder. The 5 skeleton warriors charged at Sumu with ferocity. His expression changed drastically, knowing he couldn't withstand a direct assault. He turned on his heels and fled. With 2/3 of the boss's health still remaining, he couldn't handle it with these skeletal warriors interfering. Sumu quickly devised a strategy. The boss's damage to him was minimal, so the best plan was to lure the skeleton warriors away and then return to defeat the boss. He estimated that 10 fireballs would suffice to take down the boss. Decisively, Sumu used his blink ability towards the cave he came from, instantly putting dozens of meters between him and his pursuers. The skeletal mage shouted, chase him, but remained steadfast atop the bone pile. Seeing his plan working, A hint of satisfaction flickered in Sumu's eyes as he sprinted through the cave, the 5 skeleton warriors hot on his trail. Meanwhile, he controlled his decoy to maneuver around, keeping the skeletal mage's attention. "I'll deal with you first, you pesky insect." After running for a while in the cave, Sumu noticed that his magical shield was almost ready again. He knew the time was near, but he had to ensure the skeleton warriors didn't catch up to him before then. Swiftly, Sumu turned and cast a freezing spell to immobilize the skeleton warriors, followed by another blink. This seamless sequence of actions bought him precious time. He dashed deeper into the cave, and as the skeletal mage came into view again, his magical shield was fully recharged. Gazing at the skeletal mage, Sumu's eyes were filled with determination. "Let's settle this once and for all," he thought, preparing to launch his final assault. "Damn ants!" the skeletal mage roared, his eye sockets flickering with an eerie blue flame. "My minions failed to tear you apart. It seems I'll have to handle this myself." Chanting under his breath, a shadow bolt formed at the tips of his bony fingers. Seeing this, Sumu wasted no time in launching his counterattack. Magic missiles, ice arrows, holy light, and fireballs flew in succession, their colorful magical glows interweaving in the dim cave. Under this fierce assault, the skeleton mage's health steadily decreased. With most of his skills cooling down, Sumu began casting fireball spells in rapid succession. Each fireball exploded on the skeletal mage's brittle frame, dealing over 2,400 points of damage. In contrast, the skeleton mage's attacks failed to even break Sumu's shield. Seeing his health about to bottom out and his minions not yet returned, the skeleton mage began to panic. He raised his staff again, preparing to summon skeletal warriors for reinforcements. "Not again." Sumu frowned. If he allowed the mage to summon 10 skeletal warriors to attack from all sides, he might not be able to hold his ground. In a flash of decision, Sumu acted swiftly. Blink. Kidney shot. He was determined to try this combo, whether it would work or not. As soon as the kidney shot landed, a stun icon appeared above the skeleton mage's head. Although the boss was only stunned for a second, it was enough to interrupt his summoning spell. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sumu moved in close. Puncture. Backstab. Slash. A seamless flow of melee skills unfolded. By now, the skeleton mage's health had plummeted to just 2,000 points. Fireball. As the final fireball whizzed through the air, the system notification rang out. "You have slain the skeletal mage, earning 3,000 experience points. You gain 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 10 attribute points and 5 skill points." Immediately, a scrolling announcement flashed across all players' screens. "Congratulations to player Sumu for clearing the first dungeon of the Divine Path. The Huagua region will have double experience for the next 48 hours. Sumu paused, slightly disappointed, muttering, "No personal rewards? No reward for reaching level 10? The first to reach level 10 doesn't even get an announcement." He rolled his eyes and noticed something different about his level display. Level 10 pending advancement. "Looks like I'll have to run this dungeon again," Sumu grumbled, his gaze landing on the glowing loot dropped by the boss. System notifications popped up one after another. "You have obtained the mage's bone sword. You have learned the skill Summon Skeleton. You have obtained the mage's advancement certificate." Each item filled Sumu with joy. He quickly checked their attributes. Mage's bone sword grade A. Attack power 50. Intelligence 25. Required level 10. Summon Skeleton. Consumes 100 mana to summon a skeletal warrior of the same level as the player. Mage's advancement certificate. Submit this to the mage trainer after reaching level 10 to begin the path of advancement. Sumu immediately learned the Summon Skeleton skill and equipped the mage's bone sword. With the boss defeated, a portal appeared in the cave, leading back to the stone at the entrance where he found the guard captain's quest marked as complete. "Time to head back to the village to turn in the quest and start my advancement," Sumu thought. "I can sell this staff too. Maybe list it for 300 gold coins." On his way back, he opened the auction house, surprised to see his extractable gold amounting to 900 coins. Those two items had fetched a high price of 1,000 gold coins. Sumu hesitated, pondering whether to sell the newly acquired skeleton set. "Now that the whole world knows I've cleared the dungeon, this gear should fetch a good price." But reconsidering, he decided to stay low-key, listing only the elite staff with a starting bid of 300 gold coins. Having sorted that out, Sumu briskly made his way back to the village, ready to embark on his next adventure. "Are we even playing the same game?" a player angrily shouted in the world chat. As soon as he spoke, a flood of complaints followed. "I can't even solo a level 2 monster, and someone has already cleared a dungeon? Sumu is amazing. What level did you enter the dungeon at? Did you use a team or a raid group? Can someone tell me where the dungeon is? I want to try it too." Amidst the flurry of questions, a calm voice interjected, "Stop asking, even if you knew, you couldn't get in. and if you did, you wouldn't beat it? Though blunt, this statement revealed a harsh truth. However, the next piece of news filled everyone with excitement. Sumu is incredible. The next 2 days our double XP China is on the rise. Guys, level up like crazy. Sumu has given us a gift. Just for this double XP, Sumu will always be my idol. Following the scrolling announcements in the world chat, cheers erupted from Chinese players. Everyone knew what double XP for the next 2 days meant. The game, Divine Path, was not just about personal battles but also a competition between nations. Sumu's actions had given China an early advantage in this race. But as soon as the cheers died down, a wave of furious outcries came from players in other countries. In the American region channel, players were livid. Damn it, who is Sumu? This guy is so annoying. 2 days of double XP is practically cheating. Some even threatened to cut Sumu into 100 pieces, calling him a shameless bastard. Meanwhile, Japanese players were equally indignant. No way, how can we let China rise? That damn Sumu, they shouted angrily. Only Japan can be the world leader. Letting a Chinese clown take the lead is a disgrace. What are our Japanese experts doing? They should commit seppuku in shame. This uproar wasn't confined to just a few countries. Players worldwide were in an uproar. At the moment the announcement appeared, they seemed to have found a common enemy. However, the person they wanted to dismember was calmly standing in front of a kind old wizard, with a satisfied smile on his face. The old wizard gazed at Sumu and slowly said, "It seems you've brought back proof of courage. In that case, you shall receive the qualification to advance." With that, he raised his staff and chanted a mysterious spell. Instantly, a strange power enveloped Sumu like a mist. Soon after, a system notification appeared before Sumu. You have obtained the qualification to advance. Defeating monsters of different levels will accumulate advancement points. When your advancement points reach 100, you will successfully advance. Sumu opened his level panel, his gaze falling on the spot where his experience points used to be displayed. Now, there was a new entry called advancement points, showing only a percentage without any specific numbers. He squinted, carefully reading the description. As long as I kill monsters, I can accumulate points, regardless of their level? With some confusion, Sumu turned to the mage mentor and said, "I want to learn a skill." The kindly mentor smiled and replied, "Come back after you've advanced." Sumu was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged. He quickly realized that if he couldn't learn level 10 skills, the same likely applied to other professions as well. Deciding to complete his current tasks first, Sumu opened his quest log and saw that 2 tasks were ready for submission. He bid farewell to the profession mentor and headed towards the guard captain. The guard captain greeted Sumu warmly as soon as he saw him. "Honorable adventurer, it looks like you've reached level 10. I think it's time to clear the main road to the town. Will you accept the task to defeat the White Wolf King?" "Of course, I'll accept it." Sumu accepted the task almost without hesitation. The guard captain's tone suddenly became serious. "Great. I knew I could count on you. Follow the path south through the forest to reach the White Wolf King's lair. It's a dangerous place, so be careful. This task affects whether other players in the village can reach the town, so you can team up with them." Sumu nodded. "Not in a rush, I understand." He thought to himself that he should advance before dealing with the White Wolf King. The guard captain asked, "By the way, did you find anything in the valley I asked you to explore?" Sumu reported truthfully, "There's a skeleton lair in that valley with a powerful skeleton mage inside." Indeed, only undead creatures enslaved by evil gods could command those boar men. The guard captain remarked, "Thanks to your report, I'll award you a Medal of Valor as a reward." Sumu accepted the medal and checked its attributes. Medal of Valor Special. Increases health by 1,000 points and physical defense by 100. Good stuff. Sumu laughed. This special equipment was perfect for a tank warrior. He mused that the final reward of this quest series was indeed extraordinary. After bidding farewell to the guard captain, Sumu prepared to explore the White Wolf King's lair. But before that, he decided to allocate his attribute points. Looking at the 10 unassigned attribute points, he chose to add them to Constitution. Once he finished distributing the points, Sumu reviewed his updated attributes. Player, Sumu. Profession, Mage. Level, 10. Advancement points, 0. Health, 1,580. Mana, 9,200. Attack, 266. Magic attack, 644. Physical defense, 148. Magic defense, 240. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 3810, Agility 208, Spirit 21020, Intelligence 28735. Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Wolf Hide Robe, Rhino Hide Leggings, Tidal Boots, Gray Hat, Apprentice Gloves, Medal of Valor. Not bad. Sumu smiled and nodded, but he wasn't overly pleased with himself. He decided to head to the monster area and upgrade his summon skeleton skill along the way. As he moved southward down the main road, Sumu opened his skill panel and began upgrading. Summon skeleton upgraded to summon skeleton a level. Summon skeleton a level upgraded to summon skeleton level. Summon skeleton a level upgraded to summon skeleton's level. Summon skeleton's level. Summon 4 elite level skeleton warriors to fight for you. Cooldown time 1 hour. The skeleton warrior's level is linked to the player's level, just like the numbers summoned by a boss. Sumu was satisfied with the top-level summon skeleton skill. With these 4 skeletons, he felt confident in taking on any boss. Seeing no one around, Sumu decided to try his new skill. Let's see my little minions. Summon skeleton. As the skill was activated, 4 skeleton warriors appeared before Sumu. He examined their attributes. Skeleton warrior. Elite level, 10. Health, 30003000. Attack, 200. Physical defense, 50. Magic defense, 0. Are their stats lower than the skeleton warriors I fought? Sumu frowned. These skeleton warriors indeed had lower attributes than those in the dungeon, with reduced defenses. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, realizing that even so, this skill was still formidable. For skeleton warriors with 3000 health, each could withstand a lot of damage from a boss. Sumu commanded the skeleton warriors, "Lure all the monsters around here to me." Unlike clones, these skeleton warriors seemed to possess some self-awareness and immediately took action upon receiving the order. There are quite a few level 6 monsters around here. Sumu surveyed the area, ready to begin his leveling journey. With the attributes of the skeleton warriors, they could easily handle an unknown fight, but Sumu couldn't be bothered to clear them one by one. Instead, he cleverly used the skeleton warriors to lure the monsters, quickly gathering dozens of them into a single area. A gleam flashed in Sumu's eyes as he unleashed his rain of fire skill without hesitation. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the fire rained down like a waterfall. In an instant, a flurry of damage numbers danced in the air, resembling a digital feast. Sumu quickly glanced at his progression meter and was thrilled to see it had increased by 2. This is way more efficient than leveling up alone. Sumu thought to himself with delight. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I wonder if I can heal these skeleton warriors? Without hesitation, he cast a holy light spell on one of the skeleton warriors. 1932. In a flash, the skeleton warrior's health was fully restored. Sumu realized, the mechanism is just like a clone. As long as they don't die, they can persist indefinitely. If all 4 skeleton warriors die, the skill goes on cooldown. Understanding the skill's mechanics, Sumu's face broke into a cunning smile. With me as their super healer, there's no way these 4 skeleton warriors will fall. This means I can continuously gather and eliminate mobs with them. His eyes sparkled with excitement, clearing all the way to the White Wolf King's lair. I'm sure I'll advance. As the rain of fire cooldown was about to end, Sumu decisively ordered the skeleton warriors to move again, continuing the cycle of luring and gathering monsters. Meanwhile, in a certain beginner's village, a conversation about Sumu was taking place. That Sumu is really something, even cleared the dungeon. A mage exclaimed with admiration, his gaze resting on the valiant warrior before him. The warrior nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'm really curious about what kind of person he is. I hope to meet him someday. The mage shrugged helplessly. You won't find him. Our people have been searching for days without any leads. He must be using an alias. He suggested. I think you should focus on leveling up. Maybe you'll run into him eventually. Double experience, of course. We need to level up. The warrior replied with a smile. Then his expression turned serious. Speaking of which, let them level up on their own for the next couple of days. No need to waste double experience just for me. The mage was taken aback. But weren't you aiming to be the first to reach level 10? The warrior chuckled self-deprecatingly. With Sumu around, do you really think I can make it? Let's leave the honor of bringing glory to the country to him. I could use a breather. All right then. The mage shrugged, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a sly look crossed the warrior's eyes. By the way, I noticed that the auction is selling that elite staff. Since Sumu cleared the dungeon, he probably has a better weapon now. Want me to help you bid for it? The mage rolled his eyes. Come on. With all those rich big shots, do you think I stand a chance? Despite his words, he couldn't help but open the auction house. His eyes filled with longing as he stared at the elite staff. For a mage, the high intelligence attribute of a staff was an irresistible temptation. You have slain the gray-skin wolves. The system notifications flashed continuously as Sumu glanced down the southern road. On either side, packs of level 8 gray-skin wolves eyed him menacingly. The skeleton warriors could barely fend off their attacks, but the fire rain spell was enough to annihilate them instantly. As time went on, Sumu's advancement rate swiftly climbed to 50. This advancement rate is increasing so fast. He marveled to himself, thanks to the double experience. The double experience bonus in the Hua country region significantly boosted his efficiency in monster hunting. Sumu commanded the skeleton warriors to gather the surrounding wolves. These bony minions showcased remarkable endurance, easily drawing the attention of 3 to 4 monsters at once. With their combined effort, they could lure in 17 or 18 wolves in a single go. Fire rain. Sumu uttered softly, and flames descended from the sky, instantly reducing the gathered wolves to ashes. With no competitors around, all the experience and loot were his alone. However, the 60-slot inventory quickly became insufficient. Sumu decisively chose to expand his backpack, spending 800 gold to increase it to 100 slots. That's much better, he remarked with satisfaction. Good news came from the auction house. A rare staff sold successfully for 700 gold. Sumu continued organizing the auction house and his inventory, listing a large number of common white items for sale, not minding if the prices were slightly lower. As he ventured deeper, the wolves around him began to increase in level. Level 10 dire wolves started to appear, boasting 1200 health points and 200 attack power, and they were more densely packed. Sumu estimated there were at least 50 or 60 of these dire wolves nearby. Considering that the skeleton warriors might struggle against these faster dire wolves, Sumu decided to summon a phantom clone. The clone inherited his 3,160 health points, nearly 150 physical defense, and over 200 agility, making it capable of handling the dire wolves. Stay where you are. Sumu ordered his skeletal minions, then directed the clone to dash into the wolf pack. A howl echoed, and the surrounding dire wolves immediately became alert, leaping toward the clone. Sumu maneuvered the clone through the pack, provoking more dire wolves to join the chase. Once most of the dire wolves were drawn in, Sumu joined the fray himself. Fire rain, he called out, as a searing rain of fire engulfed the dire wolves surrounding the clone. System notifications flashed repeatedly. You have slain a dire wolf. Gained 1 point of base intelligence through Mage's Glory. After triggering Mage's Glory 3 times in a row, Sumu was thrilled to discover his intelligence stat had increased by 3 points, reaching 29035. This far exceeded the gains from slaying lower-level monsters, leaving him exhilarated. It seems I still need to defeat monsters of the same level, Sumu realized. He carefully analyzed the trigger mechanism of his passive skills and discovered that the stronger the monster he defeated, the higher the trigger probability. Recalling that when he previously defeated elite monsters, the trigger rate was over 50, Sumu couldn't help but speculate that defeating a boss might result in a 100 trigger probability. Quickly tidying up the battlefield, Sumu turned his gaze towards the winding road ahead. The road was flanked by overgrown weeds, indicating it was rarely trodden. This area was clearly dominated by the White Wolf King, the boss of the main quest for the novice village, which was likely surrounded by elite minions. Let's start by taking down groups of monsters to gain advancement points, Sumu thought to himself. Advancing sooner is crucial. That White Wolf King might just be an advanced boss. Taking a deep breath, Sumu focused on the wolves roaming the road ahead. As the cooldown for his Rain of Fire spell was about to end, he sent his clone ahead, cautiously approaching the wolves' territory. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed around. As soon as the clone stepped into the territory, it was ferociously attacked by the wolves. Sumu decisively controlled the clone to sprint at full speed, trying to attract more wolves while moving closer to his main body. Sumu calmly observed the distribution of the wolves, waiting for the perfect moment. When the pack of wolves was in the ideal area, he raised his bone sword without hesitation and shouted, "Rain of fire!" In an instant, a torrential rain of fire descended, turning all the wolves to ashes. Sumu intently watched his attribute panel, seeing his intelligence value leap from 292 to 327, a total increase of 35 points. His advancement points also soared to 76, just 2 waves of monsters short of advancing. Make the most of the time. Sumu motivated himself. Recalling the times he leveled up with single fireballs, he now focused solely on the mass-killing effect of the Rain of Fire. Continuing forward, Sumu's control over his clone reached perfection, moving with fluid grace while pulling monsters. Although occasionally hit by a wolf's attack, the clone remained unscathed due to its high defense and health. After another 2 rounds of group attacks, Sumu's advancement points finally reached 100. In that moment, a strange energy surged through his body, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Immediately after, a series of system prompts followed. Congratulations on successfully advancing. All base attributes increased by 20 points. From now on, each level up will grant 20 base attribute points and 10 skill points. Announcement. Congratulations to player Sumu for becoming the first player to advance in Shan 2. Awarded with the exclusive class skill, Mage Bloodline. Level ranking has been activated. Sumu gazed at these prompts, overwhelmed with excitement, and felt the significant enhancement of his own strength. Oh, I see. Sumu suddenly understood. a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly opened his skills panel, focusing on the newly acquired skill. Arcane Bloodline S-Class was prominently displayed before him, and its description made Su Mu's eyes widen. It can be toggled on or off. When activated, all spell skills have a 50 increase in mana cost, a 30 increase in casting range, a 30 reduction in cooldown, and a 30 decrease in casting time. This is practically a divine skill tailor-made for mages. Su Mu murmured excitedly, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Although mana consumption would increase, this skill could effectively turn him into a true spellcasting machine gun. What's even more exciting is that this skill can be upgraded further. With a heart full of excitement, Su Mu began upgrading the skill. With a series of notification sounds, the skill quickly advanced from S-Class to SS-Class, then to SSS-Class, and finally reached the Divine level. Upon seeing the effects of the Divine level skill, Su Mu couldn't help but gasp. When the Arcane Bloodline Divine level is activated, all spell skills have a 200 increase in mana cost, a 200 increase in casting range, a 100 reduction in cooldown, and a 100 decrease in casting time. This means that the Fireball spell, originally with a range of 30 meters, can now reach 90 meters, and the Rain of Fire, with a 30-meter range, can cover 90 meters. Most importantly, all skills will have no cooldown and no casting delay. Su Mu excitedly muttered to himself, no wonder it's a divine level skill. It's basically a spell turret. To verify the skill's effects, Su Mu quickly activated the Arcane Bloodline and then cast a magic shield. Sure enough, the shield's value instantly tripled to 15,000 points. Although it consumed 30 of his mana, the shield could be recast immediately after disappearing, with no cooldown time. Next, Su Mu tried the blink skill. The original 10-meter blink distance instantly became 30 meters, although the mana cost increased accordingly. This is amazing. Su Mu couldn't help but shout to the sky. He quickly opened his attributes panel, pleasantly surprised to find that all his attributes had significantly improved. Finally, Su Mu canceled the summoning of his clones and skeleton warriors, allowing these two skills to enter cooldown. Taking a deep breath, his eyes glimmered with confidence. With these enhancements, I'm even more confident in taking down the White Wolf King. Su Mu gazed at the pack of vicious wolves ahead, calculating his ultimate combo in his mind. With his mage god bloodline activated, the range of his fire rain could cover 100 meters, enough to attack and take down hundreds of wolves in one strike. Although his summoning skill wasn't a spell and couldn't benefit from the mage god bloodline, it didn't affect his battle strategy. Activate Magic Shield. Su Mu commanded in a low voice, and a light blue energy barrier instantly enveloped him. A confident smile played on his lips as he charged fearlessly into the dense pack of wolves. At that very moment, an advancement announcement echoed across the game interfaces of players worldwide. This message struck like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone. This Su Mu is incredible, isn't he? What does advancement mean? He's only Tier 1, Level 1. Does it mean you have to reach Level 8 or 9 to advance? Could it be Level 10? Has anyone even reached Level 8 yet? Chat channels among players from various countries exploded with discussions. Some were engrossed in speculating about the leveling mechanism, while many others were filled with envy and resentment towards Su Mu. High-spending players aiming to level up quickly were especially disheartened. In the United States, Rotnat stood bewildered at the front of his team, staring intently at Su Mu's name on the leaderboard. He had reached Level 6, just halfway to Level 7, but had no chance of making it onto the leaderboard. The term Tier 1 felt like a dagger, stabbing at his pride. Fuck. He vented his frustration with the only word that came to mind. In South Korea, Zhao Shiwu was even more enraged, furiously throwing his weapon aside and cursing loudly. His subordinates stood silent and fearful, afraid of provoking their volatile leader. After a while, Zhao Shiwu gritted his teeth and ordered, "Find me the best assassin." In contrast, the chat channels in China were filled with jubilation. Su God is awesome. #1 in the world. Advancement must be after level 10, right? Su God must have reached level 10 and cleared a dungeon. It's unbelievable. I'm still struggling for 5 experience points, and Su God is already level 10. Is this the man destined to become the mage god? Su Mu's name might be an alias, otherwise, how is there no news about him? The mage god Su is our pride in China. From now on, I will worship Su God and become your follower. Su Mu, forever our faith. On this day, Su Mu had become the mage god in the hearts of Chinese players. Come on over. Su Mu dashed through the pack of vicious wolves, his magical shield shimmering with a pale blue light. Fearlessly, he let the wolves snap at him. Amidst the chorus of howls, the wolves bared their teeth and ferociously attacked Su Mu, only to create faint ripples on his shield. With a shield value of 14,400, these guys would need to attack 450 times to break it. Su Mu calculated, a confident smile tugging at his lips. Not a chance. He wielded his bone sword, slashing at the surrounding wolves while running. Although his normal attacks didn't deal much damage, they were enough to infuriate the beasts. More and more wolves were drawn to him, relentlessly pursuing him. Without pausing, Sumu continued to sprint deeper into the wolf pack, attracting yet another wave of wolves. Around 100 vicious wolves had gathered around him. That should do it, Sumu muttered to himself, glancing around with satisfaction. If there were more, I'd love to pull in 200 or 300 at once. As the wolves swarmed in, Sumu stood his ground. Even as the front wolves closed in, he didn't rush to use his skills, letting them attack him. Tiny damage numbers popped up above his head, but the sturdy shield remained nearly intact. Freeze spell. Once all the wolves were clustered around him, a powerful surge of frost erupted from Sumu. The cold spread instantly, creating an icy zone with a 90-meter diameter. All the wolves were frozen in place, howling in agony. Rain of fire. Sumu then raised his bone sword, chanting softly. A rain of fire, several times larger than before, appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the entire 90-meter area. System notifications popped up continuously. You have slain a vicious wolf and gained 2 experience points. You have slain a vicious wolf and gained 2 experience points. Earned 1 intelligence point through the mage's glory. You have slain a vicious wolf and gained 2 experience points. In just a few seconds, Sumu's interface displayed over 100 similar notifications. Only 2 intelligence points? Sumu checked his stats panel and saw his intelligence had only increased by 2 points. He rubbed his nose. Not bad, considering my level is way above these level 10 creatures. He glanced at his experience points. 20210,000. Killing these level 10 creatures only grants 2 experience points, and that's with double experience, Sumu mused. Leveling up with these will take days. Looking around, he pondered his next move. Are the highest level creatures in the beginner village only level 10? Looks like I'll need to head to a town to level up faster. Although killing these creatures triggers mage's glory, the efficiency is too low. Higher level group battles are much more rewarding. Sumu quickly made a decision. I need to complete the main quest first. To reach the town, completing the main quest became his immediate priority. Without lingering, Sumu headed southward along the road, easily evading the wolves with his level advantage and speed. Before long, patches of frost began appearing on the road ahead. Almost at the boss's lair? The sudden change made Sumu more cautious. A war. A sharp howl pierced the silence. Just from the sound, Sumu knew this was no ordinary creature. Looking in the direction of the howl, he saw a giant wolf, pure white in color. The white wolf ambled leisurely down the road, and each step left a thin layer of frost. This must be an ice attribute boss, Sumu thought, frowning. If that's the case, my 2 control skills might not work well. And will my fire skills be less effective? Gazing at the imposing White Wolf King, Sumu hesitated. He also noticed that the wolves surrounding the White Wolf King were different from the regular wolves. The wolves by its side looked different too. They must be elite monsters. Sumu quickly assessed the situation. Elite monsters definitely have a lot of health. Although I now have the mage's bloodline and Rain of Fire has no cooldown. Each cast requires 1,500 mana points. Plus, maintaining the magic shield will drain my mana. After careful consideration, Sumu decided to return to the village. I've just advanced, so I should be able to learn some new skills. It's better to learn them and then come back. His main concern was that his Phantom Clone and Summon Skeleton were still on cooldown. Returning to the village to learn skills now means by the time I get back, these 2 skills should be off cooldown. With 4 minions and a clone, I'll have a better chance against the White Wolf King. Eager to learn new skills, Sumu began his journey back. I wonder what skills I can learn after advancing. As Sumu leisurely made his way back to the village, he opened up the auction interface. Skilled in navigating it, he began searching for abilities, recalling the fire, rain, and freeze spells he had previously purchased. He figured there must be plenty of useful skills dropping in the world. Suddenly, a skill being auctioned caught his attention. Sturdy Constitution. Increases Constitution by 10 points. Warriors can upgrade this passive skill. Sumu's eyes lit up immediately. This was a passive skill that boosted Constitution. Although it was limited to the warrior class, for him, this restriction was negligible. If I upgrade it to S-level, it could directly increase my Constitution by 200 points, boosting my health and defense to a whole new level. Sumu thought excitedly, his eyes glued to the screen. At that moment, the skill's auction price had already climbed to 100 gold coins, and soon someone bid 101. Sumu stroked his chin, contemplating. For a warrior, Constitution is crucial. Investing some skill points early on to gain an extra 20 or 30 points can be significant. Competition is definitely fierce. This kind of passive skill likely has a low drop rate, and if I don't grab it now, who knows when I'll see it again. With this in mind, Sumu decisively placed a bid, raising the price to 120 gold coins. His bold bid had an immediate effect, as no one matched it for a while. But Sumu knew that this price wouldn't secure it. Sure enough, someone soon bid 125. Enough with the games. Straight to 200. Sumu resolved, relying on his ample funds to act like a high roller. Meanwhile, in a novice village, an aide anxiously spoke to a heavily armored warrior known as Young Master Chin. Young Master Chin, a fierce competitor, just raised the bid to 200 gold coins in one go. What should we do? Chin raised an eyebrow and asked, how many gold coins do we have? Nearly 600. But spending so much on this skill might not be worth it. You don't have many skill points to spare, and early on, attack is more important, right? The aide hesitated. After a moment of thought, Chin resolutely said, keep bidding. Even without upgrades, gaining 10 constitution points is still a bargain. The aide continued bidding, but soon beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Young Master Chin, that guy is bidding like crazy, raising by hundreds at a time. It's already at 500. Should we keep going? Chin was taken aback. 600 gold coins was a significant amount, enough to buy some decent equipment. Clenching his teeth, he said, add one more coin. Just as the aide complied, the opponent immediately raised the price to 600 gold coins, surpassing their total funds. Who on earth is this, spending so lavishly? The aide wondered, not noticing Chin's face growing increasingly grim. 600 gold coins, not too expensive, right? Sumu stood in front of the auction house, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the skill book he had just acquired. To him, the price was a steal, especially since he had the ability to max out the skill immediately. After obtaining the skill book, Sumu didn't hesitate to learn it, but chose not to upgrade it right away. He turned and left the auction house, walking briskly towards the mage tutor's room. I want to learn a skill, Sumu announced as he pushed open the door, addressing the mage tutor who was organizing the bookshelf. As you wish, the mage tutor replied, turning with a slight smile. After a brief conversation, a new skill appeared before Sumu. Energy Awakening. Once activated, it increases mana regeneration by 100 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. This skill is great, Sumu thought to himself, pleased as it was exactly the mana recovery skill he needed at the moment. After bidding farewell to the mage tutor, Sumu hurried to the room of the priest tutor. However, the priest tutor's words left him momentarily stunned. Honorable adventurer, you need to obtain the priest advancement certificate before you can learn skills from me. An advancement certificate is required? Sumu frowned. Does this mean I have to clear that dungeon? He quickly realized that other class tutors might have similar requirements. Although he wasn't particularly interested in skills from other classes, considering his advantage of unlimited skill points, Sumu decided to clear the skeleton cave dungeon to advance all classes. Not only will this allow me to learn more useful skills, but it will also give me a better chance against the White Wolf King, Sumu contemplated. With his mind made up, Sumu set off towards the skeleton cave dungeon. On the way, he opened his skill panel and began upgrading the newly acquired skill. Sturdy Physique and Energy Awakening were swiftly upgraded to Strength. Sturdy Physique Strength increased Sumu's base constitution by 200 points, significantly boosting his health and physical defense. Meanwhile, Energy Awakening Strength enhanced his mana regeneration by 500 for 1 minute, with a reduced cooldown of 5 minutes. Sumu quickly calculated that with Energy Awakening activated, he could regenerate over 100 mana points per second, totaling more than 6,000 in a minute. The skill seemed unaffected by the Archmage bloodline, prompting him to try it out immediately. First, he activated his magic shield, which instantly drained 3,000 mana points. Then, he used Energy Awakening, feeling a peculiar energy surge through him as his mana began to rapidly recover. Although it wasn't amplified by the Archmage bloodline, with the bloodline active, the skill surprisingly had no cooldown. Watching his mana bar jump up by over 100 points with each tick, Sumu smiled contentedly. He quickened his pace and soon reached the entrance of the Misty Valley dungeon. Do you want to enter the Skeleton Cave dungeon? The system prompt asked. Enter. Sumu replied without hesitation, stepping into the dungeon. Familiar scenery unfolded before him, but this time, Sumu intended to speedrun the dungeon. He moved quickly forward, soon reaching the area of the first skeleton warrior. Without pausing, Sumu continued his sprint, triggering the elite skeleton warriors behind. With the Archmage bloodline, the high health of these elite monsters was no longer a concern. Sumu dashed through, followed by a large group of elite monsters. Upon reaching the bonfire area, he raised his hand and unleashed a fireball, illuminating the entire cave instantly. After triggering the final wave of skeleton warriors, Sumu stood his ground and activated his magic shield. With over 300 physical defense, he completely ignored the skeleton warriors' attacks. 15 elite monsters, 3 fire rain spells should do the trick, Sumu thought. As all the elite skeleton warriors closed in, he finally made his move. Rain of fire, rain of fire, rain of fire. Sumu chanted the spell 3 times in quick succession. With the blessing of the Archmage's bloodline, the spell lost its cooldown time. Although each cast now consumed 1500 mana, after 3 volleys and a 3000-point shield expenditure, Sumu still had 2500 mana left. 3 torrents of fire intertwined in the sky and descended upon the skeletal warriors. Each skeleton's head displayed the same 3 numbers, and their health points plummeted to 0. The system notifications echoed continuously. You have slain a skeleton warrior, gaining 10 experience points. The Archmage's glory grants you 1 intelligence point. You have slain a skeleton warrior, gaining 10 experience points. The Archmage's glory grants you 1 intelligence point. Seeing the experience points gained, Sumu was taken aback. These elite monsters only gave 10 experience points, even with double experience. He realized that the experience provided by elite monsters had decreased after his advancement, and the trigger rate of the Archmage's glory had also dropped. Out of 15 skeleton warriors, only 2 triggered the Archmage's glory, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Sumu approached the skeletal remains, focusing on the advancement proofs for various classes. He quickly collected all the glowing orbs. You have obtained 2 gold coins. You have acquired the skeleton leg guard set. You have obtained 2 gold coins. You have obtained the archer advancement proof. Not bad, Sumu mused to himself. Besides the archer advancement proof, he had completed the skeleton set with the final piece, assembling a 3-piece set. This gear was enough to support the growth of a formidable warrior. Holding the 3-piece set, Sumu squinted and thought, should I sell it now, or wait a couple of days? With Huagua's double experience event, someone would surely reach level 8 soon, significantly increasing the set's value. He decisively listed the entire set at an outrageous price of 2,500 gold coins. This would motivate those eager to buy the set to purchase gold coins, and if it sold at that price, he wouldn't regret it. With the listing complete, Sumu turned his gaze towards the skeletal mage boss deeper in the cave. Empowered by the Archmage's bloodline, he was confident in a one-hit kill. The anticipation of the upcoming challenge filled him with a thrill of excitement. You're next, he murmured to himself, ready to face the next battle. Before facing the boss, Sumu knew that having a full mana bar was crucial. Without hesitation, he activated his energy recovery skill, and within a minute, his mana was back to the maximum of 10,000 points. Magic Shield. Sumu cast the shield with a confident smile and unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards the skeleton mage. Empowered by his Archmage bloodline, the fireballs, which normally took 2 seconds to cast, transformed into rapid-fire projectiles with an astounding range of 90 meters. The skeleton mage was hit and enraged. You insolent human! How dare you defy my power? It retaliated by launching shadow arrows at Sumu. Unfazed and even thrilled, Sumu exclaimed, let's have a showdown. He became a moving turret, continuously firing fireballs. The fireballs bombarded the skeleton mage like a relentless artillery barrage, leaving Sumu himself in awe of the spectacular display. Each fireball inflicted 2,600 points of damage, and the skeleton mage's 30,000 health points quickly dwindled. Sumu rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he watched the boss's health plummet. Realizing its imminent defeat, the skeleton mage hastily raised its staff, attempting to summon reinforcements. Damn it, arise, my minions. However, Sumu gave it no respite, launching more fireballs. The skeleton mage let out a final scream and collapsed into a pile of bones, while its newly summoned minions lost their power and reverted back to skeletons. A system notification popped up. You have slain the skeleton mage, earning 100 experience points. Received 1 base intelligence point through Archmage's Radiance. Sumu was momentarily stunned. From entering the dungeon to defeating the boss, the whole process took less than 10 minutes. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the godder's skill, Archmage bloodline. After the victory, Sumu eagerly collected his loot. He obtained a skeleton ring and a priest advancement certificate. The skeleton ring, a level item, increased intelligence by 20 points. Without hesitation, Sumu equipped it and checked his updated stats. Exiting the dungeon, Sumu went to the dungeon stone only to find it still on cooldown, requiring an hour's wait. With no other choice, he decided to log out of the game. Back in the real world, Sumu poured himself a glass of juice and opened a pack of frozen dumplings. After satisfying his hunger, he whimsically decided to try cooking dumplings with magic. He dumped the dumplings into a pot, spread his palm, and began to gather magic. Soon, a flame emerged from his palm. Carefully, Sumu held the pot above his hand, watching the water boil, and couldn't help but smile with childlike joy. Meanwhile, in the game world, the skeleton set that Sumu had listed in the auction house stirred up quite a commotion. A player reported to the guild leader, Boss Ma, there's a dungeon set in the auction house with insane stats. However, upon learning that the set was priced at a staggering 2,500 gold coins, even the top guild leaders frowned. In the fierce competition for gold, Even the wealthiest players had only around 2,000 coins at their disposal. Mr. Wong, what should we do? Should we keep buying more gold coins? An employee asked anxiously, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Mr. Wong furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before replying, if we can get that set of equipment, I can definitely rise to prominence in Shinto. However, when the CEOs of major companies saw the astonishing attributes of the Skull Trio set, they couldn't focus on anything else and began selling off company assets. They rushed to liquidate everything, using all their funds to purchase the equipment. Most of them made the same decision without prior consultation. This wasn't an auction, but a race against time. Whoever could gather 2,500 gold coins first would secure this set of equipment, powerful enough to dominate the early stages. With double experience points available these days, this equipment could significantly boost leveling efficiency, making it a top-tier choice. Mr. Wong, we can't sell the company's shares and assets. An executive reported urgently. Mr. Ma, our shares have dropped to a very low price, yet there are still no buyers. Another company was facing a similar predicament. Mr. Chin, I'm afraid we can't come up with enough cash. A third CEO was also in a bind. At this critical moment, major enterprises were horrified to discover that their shares and assets had become unwanted. The entire business world was plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, in another place, Sumu had just finished enjoying a delicious meal of magical dumplings. Ah, magical dumplings really do taste better, he said contentedly, patting his full belly as he sipped some juice. It was still early, with some time left before the next dungeon refresh. Sumu picked up his long-neglected phone. Over the past few days, he was surprised to find he could go extended periods without checking it. When he opened Weibo, the trending topics were all about him. The top entry boldly declared, Hero of Huagua, Sumu. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on it and found it was filled with words of praise for him. There were also those trying to uncover his true identity. Some confidently analyzed that he was a big shot from a hidden family or a wealthy tycoon with billions, or at the very least, a rich second-generation heir. Reading these confident speculations, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Who would have thought I'm just a 21st century recluse, living hand-to-mouth in a tiny apartment, he mused. Even if I posted claiming to be Sumu, no one would believe me. Instead, I'd probably be mocked for trying to ride the wave of popularity. Staring at his phone screen, Sumu pondered. It won't be long before everything in this world changes. When that time comes, where will I find myself? Sumu browsed through more posts and gained a clear understanding of the current situation. The influence of the game Shinto was expanding at an astonishing pace, drastically altering the real world in just a few days. In-game gold had even surpassed national currencies, becoming a hard currency. Various types of game guilds were springing up like mushrooms after the rain, eagerly recruiting members. Ads for Shinto flooded major app platforms, omnipresent. Faced with this scenario, Sumu made a silent resolution. He must continue to level up and become stronger. At the same time, he realized he must never reveal his identity in the real world. An hour flew by. Sumu summoned the Shinto crystal and re-entered the game world. The surroundings shifted in an instant, and he found himself at the dungeon entrance. A system prompt sounded. Do you wish to enter the dungeon, Skeleton Cave? Enter. Sumu chose to proceed without hesitation. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he sprang into action, swiftly progressing along the optimal path he had previously figured out. In less than 10 minutes, the skeleton mage lay defeated among a pile of bones. Luck was on his side this time, as he successfully obtained an assassin advancement certificate. During the dungeon run, the mage's radiance activated 3 times, yielding a decent haul. Pleased with the 3 points added to his intelligence, Sumu couldn't help but imagine the possibilities if the dungeon had no cooldown period. He could continuously farm for attributes. He opened the auction house and adjusted the prices of his miscellaneous equipment, hoping for a quick sale. He noticed the prices were still high, making a quick transaction unlikely. The set of skeleton gear remained listed, and he decided not to make any changes for now. Time to learn some skills. With the advancement certificate in hand, Sumu eagerly returned to the village. He first approached the priest trainer. Hello, I'd like to learn some skills. The priest trainer's attitude had noticeably changed. You've brought the advancement certificate. You will learn the advanced skills of a priest. Mass healing, which allows you to heal 3 targets simultaneously, restoring their health by 200 of their spell attack power, with a mana cost of 200, instant cast, and a 20-second cooldown. Learn it. Sumu decisively chose this group healing skill. System prompt. Mass healing a grade has been upgraded to Mass healing's grade. Mass healing S can now heal 6 targets, restoring their health by 600 of their spell attack power, with a mana cost of 200, instant cast, and a 20-second cooldown. Sumu was intrigued. Counting myself, my skeleton minions, and clones, that's exactly 6 targets. I wonder if priest skills can benefit from the mage's bloodline boost? He cast a powerful healing spell on himself, finding no change in mana consumption, feeling a bit disappointed. However, he reassured himself that he didn't need to rely on healing skills as much now, and learning them was just for future contingencies. Bidding farewell to the priest trainer, Sumu proceeded to the assassin trainer. Upon seeing the skills available after the assassin's advancement, his eyes widened. Stealth, which allows you to enter a 30-second invisible state, reducing movement speed by 80. Attacking will break the stealth, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. As an assassin, the most iconic skill was undoubtedly stealth. Sumu learned it without hesitation and immediately upgraded it to the maximum level. System prompt: Stealth grade has been upgraded to Stealth grade. Stealth now enters a 30-second invisible state with no movement speed reduction and a 2-minute cooldown. Sumu was delighted that the maxed out stealth no longer reduced his movement speed. He glanced around and moved to a secluded corner to test this new skill. Stealth. With the activation of the skill, Sumu's body became translucent. He used this 30-second window to quickly head towards the archer trainer's location, carefully avoiding the gaze of other players, wary of revealing his invisibility ability. On the way to the archer trainer, Sumu suddenly remembered Su Shaiji, the guy who had previously threatened him but hadn't caused any trouble recently. I'm over level 10 now, can I engage in PvP? He wondered but quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it, leveling up is more important. I need to leave the novice village first. Reaching the archer trainer, Sumu presented the advancement certificate. The system displayed several skills available for archers, but they all required a bow to execute. Sumu looked at his bone sword and shook his head in resignation. As a mage, he had no ranged physical attacks, only ranged spell attacks, making archer skills seem pointless. Let's wait for passive skills. Time to find the guard captain. Sumu decisively turned and headed towards the village entrance. Dear adventurer, have you encountered the White Wolf King yet? The captain of the guards maintained his polite demeanor, but Sumu could sense the tension in his words. A bit tough to handle, Sumu replied honestly, his brow slightly furrowed. The captain's tone immediately turned serious. I suggest you form a team. These words made Sumu purse his lips in thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, I want to learn the advanced skills of a warrior. All right, the captain agreed with a nod. Sumu submitted his advancement certificate, and a list of advanced warrior skills appeared before him. His gaze quickly settled on one skill. Block. Raise your weapon and assume a blocking stance, with a 30 chance to deflect an opponent's physical attack. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Not bad. Sumu assessed to himself, then learned and maxed out the skill without hesitation. Immediately, the skill upgraded to Block S rank. Raise your weapon and assume a blocking stance, with a 100 chance to deflect an opponent's physical attack including physical skills. Cooldown: 10 seconds. It's time to take down the White Wolf King. Sumu clenched his fist, his confidence soaring. Having learned all the available skills, Sumu wasted no time and headed straight for the road south of the village. He chose to avoid the low-level wolf monsters he encountered along the way. There was too much of a level gap, offering no experience and little chance to trigger the mage's glory. Upon reaching the high-level monster area, Sumu shed his previous caution and boldly attacked. Level 10 monsters are fair game for a group attack. He excitedly muttered to himself, 2 points of experience is still experience, plus it can trigger mage's glory. With his current 368 points of formidable physical defense, Sumu charged fearlessly into the pack of fierce wolves. Their attacks couldn't penetrate his defense, not even requiring him to activate his shield. Come on, wolves, follow your big brother, Sumu said amiably, patting the wolf in front of him as he continued to run. More and more wolves were drawn to him, soon numbering over 200. If anyone else had been present, they would have been astonished by the sight of a single person standing unscathed amidst hundreds of wild creatures. Even more astonishingly, this stalwart warrior suddenly raised his hand and summoned a rain of fire. The moment Sumu killed the vicious wolf, a system notification sounded in his ear. You have slain the vicious wolf, gaining 2 experience points. You have acquired 1 point of basic intelligence through the glory of the mage god. At that instant, Sumu felt an immense sense of exhilaration. Gazing ahead, he saw over 200 monsters tightly packed together, resembling a surging black tide. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed a rain of fire spell. In an instant, flames poured down like raindrops, enveloping the entire area in a searing glow. The monsters fell to the ground without even having time to scream, transforming into a field of experience points. This is awesome! Sumu couldn't help but shout, watching his experience points soar. Although this wave only granted him over 400 points of experience, the sheer number of monsters triggered the glory of the mage god 4 times in succession. Sumu quickly checked his attribute panel, where the intelligence section boldly displayed 32335. This number filled him with confidence. As long as I keep improving, my spell attack power will continue to rise. The limitless potential for intelligence growth gave Sumu unparalleled confidence. However, amidst the joy, there was a hint of frustration. Sumu glanced at his nearly overflowing backpack and frowned. The maximum limit of the inventory was only 100 slots, and after wiping out this wave of monsters, space was severely lacking. The most troublesome were the common equipment items, each occupying a slot. Forget it, I'll just leave them. Reluctantly, Sumu decided to discard these items. He resolved to stop farming mobs for now, and focus on dealing with the White Wolf King. On his way forward, there were still many vicious wolves, but with his current level advantage, Sumu easily avoided them. Soon, the White Wolf King came into view. Besides the White Wolf King, there were also other elite monsters nearby. I can't see their attributes from this distance, Sumu muttered, then came up with a solution: stealth. Thanks to the assassin's invisibility skill, Sumu stealthily approached his target. He effortlessly bypassed the oblivious vicious wolves until he was close enough to discern the White Wolf King's attributes. White Wolf King boss level, Tier 1, Level 1. Health, 500,000,50,000. Attack, 1000. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 200. Frost resistance, 80 reduces frost magic damage by 80. Fire resistance, 50 reduces fire magic damage by 50. Skills, Frost Thrust, Frost Wolf Frenzy, Bite, Frost Wolf Clone. What the heck? Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. The boss's attributes far exceeded his expectations. With his stealth time running out, he decisively retreated and abandoned the idea of using a fireball spell. I'll go with Magic Missile then, Sumu decided after weighing his options. Although under the Mage God's bloodline, Magic Missile consumed more mana than Fireball, this skill wouldn't be reduced in damage. Next, Sumu turned his attention to the elite monsters surrounding the White Wolf King. Vicious Wolf Elite Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Health, 100,000,000,000. Attack, 600. Physical Defense, 150. Magical Defense, 150. Sumu quickly calculated that with his current spell attack, a single rain of fire could deal 1998 damage, requiring 6 spells to take down these elite wolves. Even with the magic shield activated and energy awakening used immediately, his mana would be extremely tight. He pondered whether to ignore the elite monsters and go directly for the boss, but quickly dismissed the idea. Over 20 elite monsters were no joke, and the White Wolf King itself was no easy opponent. Ultimately, Sumu decided to eliminate the elite monsters first, then use his clones and skeleton minions to tank the boss, giving himself time to recover mana. He swiftly summoned phantom clones and skeleton minions, positioning them nearby. Deactivating the Mage God's bloodline, he activated the magic shield, consuming only 10 of his mana. Let's go. Sumu took a deep breath, directing the clones and skeleton minions to charge forward. As they approached, the elite vicious wolves immediately noticed and howled as they lunged forward. With a sharp gaze, Sumu maneuvered the clones around the elite monsters, heading straight for the White Wolf King. Just as the elite wolves attempted to intercept, Sumu arrived in time, using a freeze spell to immobilize them. He quickly reactivated the Mage God's bloodline and ordered the skeleton minions to distract the White Wolf King. A clone struck the White Wolf King with a sword, enraging the boss. It retaliated with a claw swipe, but Sumu remained unfazed. The clone's current health was double his own, boasting 7,560 points, enough to hold out for a while. Facing over 20 elite monsters, Sumu unleashed rain of fire spells without hesitation. Damage numbers continuously appeared above the elite monsters, while Sumu's mana rapidly decreased. After casting 5 rain of fire spells, Sumu had consumed 7,500 mana points. Including the 1,000 points used for the magic shield earlier, he was left with only 1,500 mana points. Although one more rain of fire could wipe out all the elite monsters, it would leave him mana depleted, which wasn't worth it. To deal with the elite monsters left with just 10 health points, Sumu opted for the simplest method. He raised his bone sword and struck an elite vicious wolf. The system notification rang out again. You have slain a vicious wolf elite, gaining 200 experience points. You have acquired 1 point of basic intelligence through the glory of the Mage God. Sumu immediately activated Energy Awakening, recovering mana while finishing off the nearly dead elite wolves. These monsters, with only 10 health points remaining, were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in Sumu's eyes. With another swift swing, Sumu's sword struck the head of an elite dire wolf. Blood splattered as the wolf collapsed lifelessly. A system notification flashed. You have slain the elite dire wolf, gaining 200 experience points. The battle grew increasingly intense, with several elite monsters landing attacks on Sumu. However, under the protection of his shield, these attacks were as insignificant as a tickle. Unfazed, Sumu continued to wield his bone sword, cutting down the weakened elite monsters one by one. Meanwhile, the White Wolf King, hindered by Sumu's clones and skeletal minions, saw its health decrease slowly. Its formidable attack power of over 1,000 points made the clones and skeleton warriors suffer, but its tough physical defense rendered their attacks largely ineffective. Group healing. Sumu cast a timely spell, enveloping the battlefield in a green glow. 4,308. 4,308. 4,308. The health of the clones and skeletal warriors was instantly restored to full. The White Wolf King suddenly locked its gaze on Sumu, recognizing him as the primary threat. However, the interference from the clones and skeleton warriors made it difficult to approach. Suddenly, the White Wolf King used a special ability, splitting into two. Two white wolves appeared on the battlefield, one charging directly at Sumu. A white wolf clone? Sumu raised an eyebrow, quickly checking his mana. With the aid of energy awakening, he had recovered over 3,000 points. Magic missile. Sumu cast while retreating, the blue orb accurately striking the incoming white wolf. Another magic missile followed, causing the white wolf to howl in pain. At that moment, the real White Wolf King appeared before Sumu, its massive jaws lunging to bite him. Sumu's pupils shrunk in realization. Is this the real body? He understood this was one of the White Wolf King's powerful skills. Block. At the critical moment, Sumu raised his bone sword, adopting a defensive stance. The system notification flashed. Miss? The White Wolf King's biting skill was perfectly blocked. Take out those elite monsters. Sumu quickly commanded the skeletal minions to handle the weakened elite monsters, while the Phantom clone was tasked with keeping the White Wolf clone at bay. Now, it was time for Sumu to face the White Wolf King Hedon. He raised his bone sword, locking eyes with the White Wolf King, while quickly drinking a mana potion to restore his magical power. The White Wolf King roared and lunged again, its sharp claws glinting coldly. Blink! Sumu teleported behind the White Wolf King, unleashing a seamless string of skills: kidney shot, backstab, piercing attack, magic missile. The White Wolf King was stunned for a second, taking continuous damage. Sumu blinked away to create distance, repeatedly casting magic missiles. The White Wolf King's health continued to drop, and the skeletal warriors, having dealt with the elite dire wolves, began to encircle it. System notifications echoed. You have slain the elite dire wolf, gaining 200 experience. Through arcane brilliance, you gain 1 point of base intelligence. The situation was becoming clear, with Sumu standing at a distance as a relentless magical artillery. However, the White Wolf King refused to concede. It howled to the sky, summoning a frosty force that crystallized into ice spikes spreading in all directions. The skeletal warriors, Sumu, and his clones all suffered varying levels of damage. This skill is powerful. Sumu marveled, quickly casting group healing to fully restore the skeletal minion's health. The White Wolf King was utterly enraged, its fur turning from snowy white to blood red, and its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Its white wolf clone vanished, replaced by an aura of sheer ferocity. In a frenzy, the White Wolf King locked onto Sumu as its target, charging with alarming speed. Its fangs were mere moments from tearing into Sumu, as if ready to shred him in the blink of an eye. The White Wolf King used its bite skill once again, and its damage in berserk mode made Sumu wary of taking it Hedon. He quickly raised his bone sword, executing his block skill. Miss! Flashed the system notification, and Sumu silently celebrated, giving a thumbs up to this consistently reliable skill. Taking advantage of the block, Sumu immediately counterattacked. Magic missile. Glowing energy projectiles shot out with a whoosh. Although the White Wolf King wasn't the hardest boss, its elite minions were quite the headache. Sumu thought with relief, if it weren't for your minions draining my mana, you'd be done for by now. With his mana recovering in the awakened state, Sumu started unleashing magic missiles without restraint. The White Wolf King let out a deafening roar, trying to tear Sumu apart in its berserk state. However, Sumu was prepared and blinked away to create distance. Charge! He commanded, and his skeleton minions and phantom clones surged toward the White Wolf King like a tide. The battle was nearing its end. As the White Wolf King fell, a series of system notifications popped up. You have slain the White Wolf King, gaining 5,000 experience points. You have leveled up, gaining 20 assignable attribute points and 10 skill points. Received 1 point of base intelligence through Mage's Glory. Main quest completed. With the boost of double experience, Sumu advanced to level 2 of the first tier. Now I can leave the newbie village, he thought excitedly. The completion of the main quest was even more thrilling, as it meant he could finally explore the vast lands of Shinto beyond the newbie village. Looking at the 20 assignable attribute points, Sumu didn't hesitate. All into spirit. After the fierce battle with the White Wolf King, he realized that with enough mana, he could easily handle even 10 White Wolf Kings. Eager to check the boss loot, Sumu reached out to search the White Wolf King's corpse. The system notifications quickly appeared. You obtained Frost Wolf Cloth Armor. You obtained Frost Wolf Leg Guard. You obtained. White Wolf King's He. Frost Wolf Cloth Armor Grade A. 20 Spirit, 20 Intelligence. Required level, First Tier Level 1. Frost Wolf Leg Guards Grade A. 20 Constitution, 20 Spirit. Required level, First Tier Level 1. White Wolf King's Head. Delivered to the guard captain in the newbie village. These pieces of gear are incredible, Sumu exclaimed. None of the items were worthless, especially the cloth armor, which significantly boosted his spirit attribute. He immediately donned the new gear, feeling a surge of power. The player status panel updated. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, First Tier Level 2012000. HP, 3830. Mana, 12,000. Attack, 306. Magic attack, 756. Physical defense, 383. Magic defense, 310. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 25825, Agility 228, Spirit 25050, Intelligence 32850. Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Tidal Boots, Grey Cloth Hat, Apprentice Gloves, Heroic Medal, Skeleton Ring, Frost Wolf Cloth Armor, Frost Wolf Leg Guards. Although he didn't get a new skill, the two pieces of equipment and the level up provided a much-needed boost to his spirit attribute, compensating for his mana shortage. Sumu eagerly returned to the newbie village, ready to claim his main quest reward. Meanwhile, in a real-world high-rise building, a young, handsome man picked up his phone and dialed a number. It rang for a while before being answered. "Is this old Wong?" the man asked with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chin. Mr. Wong is playing Shentu. Is there something urgent?" The other person replied respectfully. The man raised an eyebrow. "Tell Mr. Wong I have urgent business with him. I'll report it immediately and get back to you soon." The other person responded quickly. After hanging up, the man known as Mr. Chin walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the sprawling cityscape of Shanghai. The usually bustling streets were eerily quiet. He gazed thoughtfully into the distance, lost in his own musings. Not long after, his phone rang, breaking the silence. Mr. Chin answered it calmly. "Old Chin, are you calling to chat or drink?" "I don't have time for that," came a slightly impatient voice from the other end. Mr. Chin chuckled. "I'm not here for drinks. It's business." "What business?" The tone on the other end immediately turned serious. "I found that Sumu," Mr. Chin said slowly. "What did you say?" The person on the other end exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure it's the Sumu?" "Not completely sure yet. He reached out to me, wanting to arrange a live stream to showcase Shinto skills in real life," Mr. Chin explained. There was a moment of silence before the other person asked, "Did you agree?" Mr. Chin nodded. "I agreed. I wanted you to come witness it with me. I'm in." Old Wong agreed without hesitation. "I'll let you know once it's arranged," Mr. Chin said before ending the call. He opened his phone's contact list, finding a contact named Sumu. Instead of calling, he stared at the name, murmuring, "Let's see if you can really bring Shinto skills to life." Back in the game, Sumu suddenly sneezed. "Can you catch a cold in a game?" he wondered, rubbing his nose with a puzzled expression. But he quickly refocused on his current task. Returning to the newbie village, Sumu headed straight for the guard captain. "I've taken care of the White Wolf King," he reported excitedly. The guard captain took the White Wolf King's head in astonishment. "My goodness, I can't believe you dealt with that White Wolf King so quickly." His eyes were filled with disbelief. After composing himself, the guard captain solemnly handed Sumu a letter. "Honorable warrior, you really did it. You've cleared the path to the town. Deliver this letter to Mage In Tai in Misty Town for a generous reward." Simultaneously, a task prompt appeared in front of Sumu. "Accept the quest. Travel to Misty Town. Quest reward, Frost Storm. The White Wolf King's skill?" Sumu's eyes lit up at the sight of the reward. It was a straightforward delivery quest, and just reaching Misty Town would earn him this powerful area effect skill. Sumu's instincts told him that this skill would be even more potent than Fire Rain. Sumu immediately accepted the mission to head to Misty Town. The guard captain looked at him with respect and concern in his voice. "Honored adventurer, the road to Misty Town is quite treacherous. However, with your strength in defeating the White Wolf King, you should be able to reach there safely. Safe travels." Smiling, Sumu bid farewell to the guard captain and stepped out of the village. The level 1 monster area was still bustling, with many players competing for monsters. Their conversations were heated. "Don't steal my monster. You're already level 2. Why are you still hunting level 1 monsters?" "I just like stealing monsters. What can you do about it?" "Damn it, if we could PK, I'd smash you to bits." Watching these enthusiastic players, Sumu felt a mix of emotions. Some of them knew they couldn't rise to prominence in the divine path, yet they still worked hard to accumulate copper coins. If it weren't for the unexpected infinite skill points, he might still be like them, arguing over a single monster. Shaking off these thoughts, Sumu focused on the road ahead. His priority was to reach Misty Town. He briskly walked along the southern road, anticipating encounters with Tier 1 monsters along the way. Upon reaching the area where he had previously defeated the White Wolf King, he found it deserted. Sumu continued on and soon spotted a group of large brown bears. Brown bear. Level. Tier 1. Level 1. Health. 20002000. Attack. 200. Physical defense. 100. Magic defense. 50. Description. These brown bears have a strong territorial sense. They possess high health and decent defense, but their bulky bodies make them very slow. Sumu assessed the situation. Compared to other monsters of the same level, these bears have quite high health and defense, typical roadblocks. But they can't break through my defense. He stretched lazily. If these brown bears weren't blocking the way, I wouldn't bother clearing them. They give too little experience. I could reach Misty Town and hunt same level monsters for double experience instead. Oh well, might as well farm for the mage's glory. As he approached, two brown bears were immediately aggroed. They roared angrily, swinging their powerful claws at Sumu, but each attack only dealt 1 point of damage. Unbothered by the minor damage, Sumu used his blink skill to appear in front of the other bears. With nearly 4,000 health, he didn't even bother using a shield skill. With such low damage, I can't be bothered to activate my magic shield. He stood still, watching the slowly approaching bears, shaking his head in exasperation. As expected, big, dumb bears, they're too slow. Sumu quickly devised a strategy: pull them in from here, then blink to the innermost area, and draw the rest out. A single strike will increase the chance of triggering Mage's Glory. Using his blink skill repeatedly, he weaved through the bears. Soon, the road was densely packed with bears chasing him. Seems like there are a lot now. Sumu glanced back. Anyone with a fear of crowds would probably freak out here. But there's no need to gather more. Just cast Rain of Fire right here. As the nearest group of bears closed in, Sumu smiled slightly and raised his staff. Instantly, a rain of fire descended from the sky, causing a flurry of damage numbers to appear, and all the bears fell at once. System notifications echoed. You have slain a brown bear, gaining 2 experience points. Mage's Glory grants you 1 base intelligence point. Sumu checked his attribute panel and saw his intelligence had reached 34050. This was a lucky run. 1 wave of kills netted me 5 intelligence points. He waited for the following bears to catch up and cast Rain of Fire again. Another series of dense kill notifications. You have slain a brown bear, gaining 2 experience points. Mage's Glory grants you 1 base intelligence point. This time, all the bears fell, leaving a field of corpses and glowing orbs. Sumu calculated his gains. Another 7 intelligence points added. Gained 1080 experience too. This wave took out over 500 bears, triggering Mage's Glory 12 times. As expected, the more monsters you AoE, the higher the chance of triggering Mage's Glory. However, gazing at his overflowing inventory, Sumu felt a pang of frustration. But what am I going to do with this packed inventory? Mass killing is definitely fun, but managing this inventory is a headache. It'd be great to have a few minions to loot for me. He sighed deeply. So annoying. Only pick up the valuable ones. Sumu's sharp eyes scanned the ground full of packages, quickly assessing their worth. He bent down to collect each package, noticing they were all Tier 1, Level 1 white gear, more valuable than his previous loot. Have these potions leveled up too? Sumu thought excitedly, deciding to keep them for now as each slot could stack up to 20 bottles. He focused on collecting weapons, ignoring any other junk equipment. 3 minutes of monster hunting, an hour of looting. After organizing most of the spoils, Sumu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He mused, I need to find a way to expand this inventory. These Tier 1 items aren't easy to sell. Looking at the inventory filled with Tier 1 white weapons, he shrugged helplessly. The road ahead was cleared of bears, allowing Sumu to proceed without hindrance. Soon, a dense cluster of buildings came into view. Is that White Mist Town? He wondered, eyeing the group of bears guarding the town's entrance with a raised eyebrow. At this distance, I can teleport directly into the town. With his inventory full and lacking interest in more monster fights, Sumu dashed towards the buildings. Just as he was about to provoke the bears, a gleam flickered in his eyes. Blink! With full mana, his 12,000 mana points teleported him 1,200 meters into the town. Sumu looked around, amazed. It's huge. He found himself in a town with a quaint, rustic style, surrounded by densely packed buildings. New to the place, he wasn't sure where to head next. Just then, a woman dressed as a farmwife emerged from a house, carrying a basket, seemingly on her way to the market. Sumu approached her quickly and politely asked, "Hello?" Recognizing his identity immediately, the farmwife smiled and replied, "Hello, esteemed adventurer. Could you tell me where I might find Master Tai?" Sumu asked directly. "He's in that fancy house on the north side of town." Follow this direction, and you'll find it. She enthusiastically directed him. Thank you, he said gratefully, then proceeded as instructed. Along the way, he noticed a blacksmith shop, a tailor shop, a pharmacy, and many other stores, with several NPCs displaying quest markers above their heads. I'll look for Master Intai later. Let's check out these shops first. Sumu curiously headed towards a blacksmith shop. Clang, clang. The sound of hammering filled the air as several muscular blacksmiths worked diligently. One of them noticed Sumu and greeted him with a smile. Hello, adventurer. Need any help? I'm just browsing. Sumu replied with a smile. If you're interested in learning forging techniques, I can teach you. The blacksmith's offer caught Sumu's attention. If I learn forging, can I make my own weapons? Sumu asked eagerly. Certainly, but you'll need to master the skills first, the blacksmith assured him. A prompt appeared. Do you want to learn basic forging? Sumu hesitated for a moment, thinking, might as well learn it. No harm in it, and I can practice when I have time. After confirming, a system message informed him. Learning basic forging costs 50 gold coins. Sumu didn't mind the small expense. Opening his skill panel, basic forging was now listed, with E sign next to it. Curiously, he clicked it, and the skill immediately upgraded. Overjoyed, he continued to frantically level up the skill. In no time, forging advanced from basic to master level. Sumu's mind was suddenly filled with forging knowledge, and he excitedly thought, I need to learn forging blueprints to craft equipment. But now, I can dismantle weapons directly. Eagerly, he opened his inventory and began dismantling the white weapons. Each dismantling yielded refined iron, and soon he accumulated a large amount of materials. This is great, Sumu thought, satisfied with the stack of 100 refined iron pieces in a single inventory slot. Since he could learn forging skills, Sumu decided to learn other life skills as well. He visited all the shops in town, mastering tailoring, jewelry crafting, alchemy, skinning, mining, and herbalism. Maxed out, Sumu didn't hesitate to elevate all his skills to master level. While some skills required recipes to be effective, he was confident he'd acquire them eventually. Call me the master of life skills. With his head brimming with master-level skills in various crafts, Sumu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Sumu stepped into the center of Baiwu town, his eyes scanning the surrounding buildings. Restaurants and inns were everywhere, and he couldn't help but wonder if dining and lodging here meant he wouldn't need to return to reality. An eye-catching building drew his attention, the Baiwu Town Inn, large enough to accommodate thousands. Sumu estimated that this town could probably house several beginner villages worth of players. His thoughts drifted to the future, imagining larger cities or the main city. Following the usual pattern of online games, changing maps seemed inevitable. Although he had just left the beginner village, Sumu was already planning his journey to the main city. Before long, a majestic building appeared before him, the Baiwu Town Mage Association. The entrance was spacious, and two people in mage robes stood at the door. Sumu approached them politely, asking, Hello, I'm here to see Mage Intai. One of the mages gave Sumu a once-over and gestured for him to follow. Sumu followed closely, stepping into the magic-infused hall of the association. An ancient and mysterious atmosphere enveloped him. At the end of the corridor, the mage opened a door and announced loudly, Mage Intai, an adventurer has arrived. A surprised voice responded from inside. An adventurer already? Mage Intai quickly rose, his face full of astonishment. This reaction made Sumu furrow his brows slightly, feeling a hint of curiosity. Intai soon composed himself and warmly invited, Please have a seat, adventurer. With a wave of his hand, a bowl of tea appeared on the table before Sumu. What brings you to me? Intai inquired. Sumu took a letter from his pocket, explaining, The captain of the guard from the beginner village sent me. He asked me to deliver this letter to you. Intai took the letter and read it carefully. After a moment, he smiled approvingly. To arrive in Baiwu town so soon, you must have great potential. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the NPC's praise, Sumu was caught off guard when a task completion notification popped up. Task completed. Reach Baiwu town. Reward, Frost Storm. Sumu's eyes lit up as he quickly checked the skill description. Frost Storm S level, consumes 500 mana, unleashes a frost storm in a 50-meter diameter area for 5 seconds, dealing 100 spell attack damage per second. Enemies within the storm have their movement speed reduced by 30. Cooldown, 90 seconds, and S-level AoE skill. It looks incredibly powerful. Sumu couldn't hide his excitement. Compared to Fire Rain, Frost Storm was undoubtedly stronger and could still be upgraded. Noticing Sumu's excitement, Intai stroked his long beard and asked, Young adventurer, you seem quite thrilled. Sumu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Intai didn't press the issue and continued. I see you have potential for magic training. I have something that might help you. Hearing this, Sumu immediately sensed a new quest was about to unfold. Tai teased. But if you want this item, you'll have to do something for me first. What is it? Sumu inquired. Tai, while stroking his beard, took out a hexagonal blue crystal that seemed to contain immense magical power. He explained, there's a creature in the goblin forest east of Baiwu town that I particularly dislike. If you can bring back its head, this crystal is yours. A task prompt appeared. Accept quest. Exterminate the goblin forest. Defeat the goblin mage. Sumu noticed that the task was marked with profession, which piqued his interest. He cautiously asked, may I ask what this item is used for? Tai replied slowly, this crystal is tied to a mage's legacy. A legacy? The word instantly ignited Sumu's enthusiasm. He realized this might be an opportunity for a hidden class advancement. Advancing to a hidden class would certainly allow him to learn more powerful skills. Sumu was overjoyed, surprised that delivering a letter could lead to such an unexpected opportunity. However, he quickly calmed down, speculating that being the first player to leave the beginner village might have given him the chance to receive this hidden class quest. I understand. I'll head there right away. Sumu accepted the quest without hesitation, ready to embark on a new adventure. Sumu stood outside the gates of the Mage Association, contemplating Tai's advice. The town's bounty hall offered various tasks, not only with generous rewards, but also as a means to quickly enhance his skills. He decided to check it out, hoping to find some tasks that suited him. Although his current abilities should be enough to handle an average goblin mage boss, Sumu was in no rush to take risks. He planned to search for the boss's whereabouts while leveling up through tasks. After all, there was no telling if the boss might be exceptionally powerful. Guided by a mage at the entrance, Sumu headed towards the bounty hall. His steps were light, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Meanwhile, inside the Mage Association, Tai still held the letter Sumu had brought. A flame suddenly ignited in his palm, reducing the paper to ashes. The old mage clutched a blue gemstone tightly, his brow furrowed as he murmured to himself. This young man's potential might be extraordinary, but can he truly rise in this wasteland? His aged face was etched with indescribable concern. In the real world, Qin Fan was adjusting his hairstyle in front of the mirror. As a well-known heir in the bustling metropolis, he was accustomed to making bold moves. The speakerphone on his phone was on, and his assistant's voice came through. The announcement has been made. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo are all about Sumu's first livestream collaboration with our company. Is the location set? Qin Fan asked while applying hair gel. It's scheduled for the conference room in the company building. When would you like the live stream to take place? Let's make it tomorrow night at 8. Qin Fan decided decisively. After hanging up, he immediately dialed Sumu's number. A voice with an accent answered on the other end. Mr. Qin, have you set the time? Yes, tomorrow night at 8. Send me your location, and I'll arrange for a private jet to pick you up. Qin Fan responded swiftly. Sounds good, but remember, we agreed that I'll take half of the earnings from this live stream. Don't worry, it's all yours. Qin Fan agreed without hesitation, showing no intention of negotiating. Doing business with you is a pleasure, came the cheerful response from the other end of the line. In the real world, the news that Sumu, the top mage of Shintu, is about to start a live stream has swept across major platforms like a whirlwind, causing an unprecedented sensation. Online, speculation and anticipation are pouring in. Su Shen must be incredibly handsome, right? I can't wait for his live stream. I'm more curious about Su Shen's leveling secrets and the strength of his team. Didn't you notice he's collaborating with the Qin group? Maybe Su Shen is their mysterious son-in-law. I heard Su Shen is going to demonstrate skills from Shuntu in real life. Is that true? If it is, it's going to shock the world. The buzz is relentless, and the hype surrounding this live stream has already surpassed all previous records. All of this stems from the legendary name Sumu. Meanwhile, Sumu stands in the bounty hall of White Mist Town, completely unaware of the commotion outside. He rubs his nose, frowning slightly, feeling a strange sense of being in the spotlight. The empty hall is populated only by NPCs, yet it gives him an odd feeling of being watched by everyone. Forget it. Focus on finding tasks. Sumu dismisses the distracting thoughts and begins to carefully browse the task list. Each task is clearly marked with a location and rewards, ranging from coins to equipment and even materials. Suddenly, a task catches his attention. Eliminate Goblin Berserker Elites. Task: head to the Goblin Forest and kill 100 Goblin Berserkers. Reward: 100 gold coins. Goblin Staff Blueprint. Goblin Staff? This is great. Sumu's eyes light up as he examines the blueprint details. Goblin Staff Grade A. Attack 50, Spirit 50, Intelligence 50. Level requirement: Tier 1 Level 5. Crafting materials: Iron 50, Goblin Blood 20, Goblin Bone 20, Tier 1 Magic Crystal. High Spirit and Intelligence, perfect for my needs. Sumu calculates internally. This staff suits me better than the Mage Bone Sword. Plus, Hitting someone with a staff must feel amazing. Without hesitation, Sumu accepts the elite task. As for where to get the materials, he believes the goblins will provide the answers. He also picks up a few more tasks related to the goblin forest, planning to complete them all together. Leaving the bounty hall, Sumu follows the map directly to the goblin forest. Along the way, he upgrades his Frost Storm skill. Frost Storm S level, SS level, SSS level. Frost Storm SSS level. Cost: 1000 mana. Range: 100 meters in diameter. Duration: 8 seconds. Damage per second: 200 magic attack. Additional effect: reduces enemy movement speed by 50, 10 chance to freeze. Cooldown: 80 seconds. No wonder it's an SSS level skill. Sumu marvels. With his current 780 magic attack, he can deal 1560 damage per second, totaling 12,480 damage over 8 seconds. Not to mention, with his mage bloodline activated, the range can expand to a 300-meter diameter. Who can escape this range? It's just too mana intensive. Sumu frowns slightly but quickly smiles. But my mana pool is more than sufficient. I'll cast as many as I can. Minutes later, the outline of towering trees appears in view. Compared to the forest near the beginner village, the trees here are denser and taller, blocking most of the sight. As he approaches, rustling sounds emerge from the forest. Sumu becomes alert. An ambush? Although his vision is limited, with his current strength, even a squad of goblins charging at him wouldn't pose a threat. Charging in directly is too risky. Let's try the new skill. Sumu grins, activates his mage bloodline, and casts Frost Storm into the forest. Instantly, the air within a 300-meter radius turns icy cold. Moisture condenses into snowflakes, the wind howls, and the extreme cold blankets the entire forest. All creatures caught in the storm are severely impacted. You have slain a goblin scout, earning 10 experience points. The radiance of the Archmage grants you 1 point of intelligence. You have slain a goblin thief, earning 10 experience points. The radiance of the Archmage grants you 1 point of intelligence. You have slain a goblin warrior, earning 10 experience points. Messages continuously popped up on Sumu's interface, one after another. A wave of excitement surged through him as he reveled in the ease of his victories. An ice storm erupted from his fingertips, blanketing the battlefield. Sumu didn't even need to lure the monsters. The goblins fell effortlessly. To his surprise, he hadn't even had a chance to see the goblins clearly before they transformed into experience points. The scene shifts to the real world. A man lounged casually on a sofa, fiddling with an intricate prop. Suddenly, he shouted, "Fireball!" With a flick of his left hand, a fireball materialized out of thin air, traveled a few meters, and then vanished. This trick should fool those people, he muttered to himself. Even if I'm found out, the Chin family will take the blame. A satisfied grin spread across his face after his successful attempt. This man was Sumu, who was in contact with Chin Fin, preparing to start a live stream under the guise of the Archmage. In the real world, no one could discern his level, so no one could confirm if he was the real Sumu. As long as his magic tricks were convincing enough, he could deceive everyone, including Chin Fin. His motivation was simple. Money? The Archmage Sumu was undoubtedly the hottest topic at the moment. With such attention, starting a live stream would surely earn him a fortune. With that money, he could buy a massive amount of gold in the game and live the high life. He had practiced conjuring fireballs out of thin air over 1,000 times for this live stream, perfecting it to the point where failure was not an option. Thanks, Sumu, he mused to himself. But it's only fair, considering we share the same name. On his desk lay an ID card with the name Sumu boldly printed on it. This was his greatest confidence in pulling off this deception. In the Goblin Forest, Sumu gazed at his experience bar. 312012000. There was still a long way to go before leveling up. The recent wave of over 200 monsters had triggered the radiance of the arcane 5 times, boosting his intelligence to 34550. The trigger rate for the radiance of the arcane was reasonably good when dealing with monsters of the same level. Sumu embarked on his loot collecting journey. Within a 300-meter radius, all goblins had been cleared, and he strode into the forest. Soon, he discovered scattered goblin corpses near some bushes. These goblins were taller than their animated counterparts, armed with various weapons. Since they were already dead, Sumu couldn't check their specific attributes. The looting process was more troublesome than fighting monsters. Dense underbrush obscured his view, forcing Sumu to search every nook and cranny. Ultimately, he gathered a dozen white items all dismantled, 3 goblin bloods, and 5 goblin bones. The drop rate left him a bit disappointed. After tallying his haul, Sumu scratched his head. In traditional online games, this kind of behavior would certainly earn him the label of cheater. But who could resist the joy of being a cheater? He began pondering the source of his cheat-like abilities, wondering if he had some sort of system. However, no matter how much he speculated, the so-called system offered no response. Forget it, just keep getting stronger. Sumu decided to abandon his thoughts and focus on strengthening himself. Once he became a deity, all problems would be easily solved. He continued dismantling weapons and used his tailoring skill to break down armor. Each dismantling yielded magic cloth, stackable up to 100 pieces. Keep it, even if I can't use it, I can sell it. Sumu thought, finally having enough inventory space. After learning these two life skills, Sumu could safely pick up white items. He reviewed his task list. Aside from the elite quest, there were 3 regular quests requiring him to kill 100 goblin scouts, 100 goblin thieves, and 100 goblin warriors. A single blizzard earlier nearly completed these tasks. Each quest rewarded 100 gold coins, which was quite decent. Sumu decided to explore further, aiming to find a densely populated monster area before unleashing his skills. The forest's complex terrain and overgrown grass led him toward a thicket. Although he could clear a path with blizzard, the looting afterward would be too tedious. He planned to find a few goblins first to check their attributes. Just then, a goblin suddenly appeared behind Sumu. "You are stunned," flashed on the system prompt as Sumu felt a wave of dizziness, freezing him in place. Simultaneously, a damage number appeared above his head. 1 second later, Sumu regained his senses and saw his attacker, a goblin thief wielding a dagger. Goblin thief level, tier 1, level 2, health, 1500-1500, attack, 300, physical defense, 50, magic defense, 50. Skill, ambush. Description: these goblin thieves have mastered the skill of hiding in the forest, possessing high attack power and the ability to stun enemies. You little punk, can't you fight fair? You have to sneak attack. Sumu thought angrily. Although the goblin thief's skill didn't do much damage, being ambushed as a nimble mage was quite annoying. "I'll slash you to pieces." Sumu raised his bone sword and struck the goblin thief. 2 damage numbers appeared simultaneously. Without any skill bonuses, the goblin thief could only inflict 1 point of force damage on Sumu, while Sumu's regular attack took a significant chunk of the thief's health. Sumu used kidney strike, backstab, and puncture, employing only rogue skills. It was a pure rogue versus rogue showdown. "You have killed a goblin thief?" With the goblin's fall, Sumu emerged victorious. He reached down to pick up the items dropped by the goblin thief. "You have acquired the skill, ambush." Seeing the new skill in his inventory, Sumu was somewhat incredulous. This was the first time he had obtained a skill drop. "Has Lady Luck finally smiled upon me?" he thought excitedly. Ambush grade E. While in stealth, your first attack on an enemy stuns them for 1 second and deals 150 of your physical attack as damage. And it's in a grade skill. Max it out immediately. Sumu decided. This skill, dropped by the goblin thief, was a quintessential rogue skill. After all, without a stealth-capable class, this skill was unusable. Fortunately, Sumu had already learned stealth. His ambush skills had improved significantly, upgrading from a level to D-level, and from a level straight to S-level. Sumu quietly savored the powerful effects of an S-level ambush. While in stealth mode, his first attack could stun an enemy for 3 seconds and deal 600 physical damage. Even against a boss, it could cause a 1-second stun, which filled Sumu with excitement. In his mind, he envisioned a scene where stealth was combined with ambush. Himself as a true assassin, silently approaching his target and delivering a lethal blow. Traditionally, assassins have always been the bane of mages, but Sumu pondered, what if he, a mage, could out-assassin the assassins? This thought filled him with both excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, at the airport in Modu, 2 top tycoons were meeting on a private jet. Qinfen warmly embraced Lao Wang, whom he hadn't seen for days. "Lao Wang, it's been a while. We haven't seen each other since the day the Shin 2 game came out, right?" Lao Wang returned the hug tightly, their close gestures revealing their deep relationship. Qinfen sighed helplessly, "Don't even mention it. It's all because of Shan Tuesday. Our good days are over. Even the old folks at home are in the game now." Lao Wang agreed wholeheartedly. "You can say that again." They had once been influential, with unrivaled status, but the emergence of Shen Tu had made them feel a sense of crisis like never before. Qinfen slowly revealed his plan. "This time, let's meet with Sumu and propose a collaboration. With the financial power of our 2 families, he shouldn't refuse. Once we bring him to Modu, we can join forces to create a guild in Shan Tuesday. What do you think?" Qinfen's eyes sparkled with ambition as he envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind. Lao Wang was fired up by the idea, exclaiming, "Absolutely. With the 2 of us joining forces, what can't we accomplish?" They shook hands firmly, their eyes filled with dreams of the future. Both were imagining the glorious scenes of partnering with the magical Su to achieve greatness, as if they could already see themselves wielding power in the world of Shen Tu. This forest is vast and fraught with danger. For players new to White Mist Town, it's certainly not an ideal place to level up. Sumu navigated through the woods, his eyes filled with impatience. His original plan was to lure a group of monsters and take them out with a frost storm. However, the reality proved more challenging. Goblins would spring unexpectedly from seemingly safe patches of grass, catching him off guard. Who can handle this? Sumu muttered through gritted teeth, deciding to change his strategy. I'll just clear my way through, even if it means more hassle picking up loot. Although goblin thieves didn't deal much damage, their elusive nature was infuriating. Sumu abandoned his plan to gather monsters and instead activated his mage bloodline, unleashing a powerful frost storm on the area ahead. In an instant, the air was filled with cold, and ice crystals danced around. Ordinary monsters couldn't withstand this devastating attack for more than a few seconds and fell to the ground. Even the goblin thieves hidden in the bushes weren't spared, their bodies now exposed. System notifications rang continuously. You've slain a goblin scout, earning 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through Mage's Glory. You've slain a goblin thief, earning 10 experience points. You've slain a goblin warrior, earning 10 experience points. Sumu quickly calculated his gains, frowning slightly. Only a little over 1,400 experience points? Mage's Glory only triggered twice. Clearly, the monster density in this area wasn't as high as he had hoped. Unwilling to stop there, Sumu decisively activated Energy Awakening to rapidly replenish his mana. He then used his blink skill to dart between bushes, collecting the dropped items one by one. Just then, a private message notification popped up. Raising an eyebrow, Sumu opened the chat interface. The chat settings in the game were highly intelligent, allowing only messages meeting specific criteria to get through his filters. Hey, can you sell that skeleton set for 2,000 gold? If that's not enough, there's nothing more I can do. The message was straightforward, and 2,000 gold was clearly the sender's limit. Sumu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The skeleton set's value in his mind was precisely 2,000 gold, which was why the message had bypassed his filters. Let's see if I can get a bit more. It is a set, after all. Sumu thought to himself. Despite the sender's firm stance, he wasn't ready to give in so easily. After all, limits are often negotiable. Meanwhile, in newbie village number 489, a handsome and burly man was fiercely battling a level 5 wild wolf. His sword swung with the speed of the wind, each strike taking away a third of the wolf's health, showcasing his impressive attack power. Master, the player selling the skeleton set has contacted us, but it seems like 2,000 gold isn't enough for him, reported the attendant standing beside the man. Despite being addressed as Master, Li Xiao, the man in question, appeared to be in his 20s at most. He remained composed, focused on the battle at hand. He's testing our limit, Li Xiao calmly instructed. Tell him we've only managed to gather 2,000 gold. With a final howl, the wild wolf fell. Li Xiao didn't engage another monster but stood waiting patiently. As a billionaire with hidden wealth, he was well-versed in the art of negotiation. At this critical juncture, only someone of his financial stature could muster 2,000 gold coins. Time ticked by, and his attendant grew restless. Master, there's still no response. What do you think? At times like this, it's all about who can wait the longest, Li Xiao replied, unperturbed, displaying the calm demeanor expected of a seasoned capitalist. Those around him couldn't help but admire his depth and composure. However, as time wore on, even Li Xiao began to feel a tinge of unease. The importance of the skeleton set was clear for a warrior. This gear meant a smooth journey in the world of Shinto. If it were just an ordinary game, it wouldn't be worth such a fuss. But the catch was, this was more than just a game. Having reached his 60s, Li Xiao could feel his vitality slipping away with each passing day. To him, time was more precious than money. The game Shinto gave him a chance to rejuvenate and infused him with new hope. Reversing aging and achieving immortality, things money can't buy. Li Xiao stood in the lavish office, his eyes gleaming with desire. How many gold coins do we have in total? He asked, his voice slightly trembling. One of his subordinates checked the data and respectfully replied, 2,200, and the finance department is still collecting more. Hearing this number, the calm expression on Li Xiao's face vanished. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and spoke with a hint of reluctance. Tell that person, 2,002, we'll buy it outright at auction. This was the first time in his life he chose to compromise. Meanwhile, Sumu was staring at the private chat window, his eyes darting back and forth. 2,200. He thought to himself, that's definitely not a low price. Sumu quickly weighed the pros and cons. At his current level, he almost monopolized the auction house's top-tier equipment. By the time most players could wear the skeleton set, he might have already acquired higher-level gear. When new equipment hits the shelves, the allure of the skeleton set for those wealthy bosses would surely diminish. Sell it. Sumu decided decisively. Who could have too many gold coins? He swiftly opened the auction house and adjusted the price of the skeleton set to 2,200 gold coins. Almost instantly, the system prompted, sale successful. The skeleton set was snapped up. That's a real boss. Sumu smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the number of coins ready for withdrawal. Soon after, the buyer sent another message. Pleasure doing business. Can we add each other as friends? If you have powerful warrior equipment or skills, feel free to contact me directly. I'll offer a price that will satisfy you. Sumu chose to ignore the message. He thought to himself, with so many buyers around, as long as his products were good, why worry about selling them? As for skills, he chuckled to himself. He hadn't even mastered the ones he had. Humming a tune, Sumu continued to use his blink skill repeatedly in the forest. His goal was simple: loot more quickly. If any other mage saw this, they would probably roll their eyes. Is this the indulgence of a mage god? Sumu couldn't care less about others' opinions and carried on with his efficient, monster hunting journey. In the nation of Hua, a group of individuals stood by the stone railing along the riverbank, discussing with grave expressions. There's a lot of buzz online about Sumu partnering with the Qin family for a live stream. We need to handle this carefully, one person said anxiously. Don't worry, our people have already gone over and are negotiating with the Qin family, another replied with a touch of confidence. This live stream is likely to capture the world's attention, a third person remarked. I'm curious about the gimmick of this live stream. Can the skills from the game actually be used in real life? Someone questioned. We'll find out tomorrow night. The last person concluded. The scene shifts to the game world. Sumu is collecting items from the goblin corpses, with system notifications flashing continuously. You have obtained goblin blood. You have obtained goblin bones. Sumu squinted at the materials piling up in his inventory. I've almost got all the materials, but where can I find a tier 1 magic crystal? He muttered to himself. The Shinta crystal only recorded some basic game information and nothing more. As an ordinary player, he had to rely on his years of gaming experience to figure things out. The main goal is still leveling up. A high level is the ultimate truth. Sumu thought to himself. After picking up all the items around him, Sumu moved to the edge of the previous frost storm. Although he couldn't see the exact number of goblins in the forest, armed with the indiscriminate attack of Frost Storm, he decided not to spare any of them. Frost Storm. Sumu launched his attack decisively, ignoring the high mana cost under the Archmage's bloodline. System notifications continued. You have killed a goblin scout, gaining 10 experience points. You gained 1 intelligence point through Archmage's glory. Compared to Fire Rain, the power of Frost Storm was fully demonstrated at this moment. If Sumu wished, he could wipe out all the monsters in the goblin forest. Under such high-intensity mass monster hunting, Sumu's experience grew rapidly. The only hassle was picking up loot. Picking up loot is both painful and delightful. Sumu sighed, dismantling Y-tier items in his inventory and sorting through the materials he had collected. Some goblins in remote locations had their bodies disappear before he could reach them. Forget it. I'll just pick up the obvious ones. Sumu decided not to bother with every drop. Frost Storm. He cast another storm as he entered the forest ahead. The scene shifts again, this time to a hotel in Shanghai. Kinjiro-san, Sumu will be live streaming tomorrow night. Everything is set. You can enter at that time, but if you take action, I'm afraid my people won't be able to assist you, someone reported to Kinjiro in a low voice. Kinjiro's face showed a sickly determination as he replied, For the honor of Sakura country, I will not let Sumu survive, even if it costs me my life. I entrust this to you. It is the honor of a warrior. The person said respectfully. Kinjiro looked at the security uniform laid out on the bed and clenched his fist. Back in the game world, Sumu was enveloped in the glow of leveling up. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. The system announced. Finally leveled up. The double experience time is almost up, right? Sumu looked at his intelligence attribute. The Archmage's glory triggering frequently, combined with his passive skill, would significantly boost his spell attack power. Suddenly, Sumu spotted a figure in the forest ahead. There shouldn't be any other players here besides me. So is that an NPC? He pondered. Typically, encountering an NPC in such a perilous forest meant a quest was imminent. Let's go check it out. Sumu quickly approached the figure. The figure stood still, and upon closer inspection, Sumu noticed the person was shrouded in a long black cloak, making it impossible to discern their features. Hello. Sumu greeted the NPC. The NPC seemed startled by Sumu's sudden appearance and looked him up and down. Are you an adventurer? Yes. Sumu nodded in confirmation. The NPC pondered for a moment before speaking. Adventurer, there's a very strong goblin in that camp ahead. If you bring me its head, it'll reward you handsomely. A quest, indeed. Sumu thought with delight. The system prompt appeared. Do you accept the quest, Wrathful Goblin Boss? A boss quest? Sumu was even more excited. Bosses are full of treasures, and the quest rewards must be great. I accept. Sumu agreed to the quest without hesitation. The NPC didn't say much more. Under the dark cloak, there was something eerie about him. Sumu couldn't help but think, this NPC looks mysterious. Could this be a hidden quest? Whatever. They'll complete this quest first, he decided, focusing on the upcoming battle as he headed toward the camp. Should I allocate all points to spirit, or split some to intelligence? Sumu considered how to distribute the 20 attribute points he had just gained as he walked. With the boss battle approaching, spell attack seems more useful. Better to allocate all to spirit. With the Archmage's bloodline active, my mana consumption is high, and I don't know how much health that boss has. Finally, Sumu allocated all 20 points to spirit. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 1 Level 312814000. Health, 3830. Mana, 12800. Attack, 306. Spell attack, 820. Physical defense, 383. Spell defense, 330. Attributes, Strength 28. Constitution 25,825. Agility 228. Spirit 27,050. Intelligence 36,050. Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Tidal Boots, Grey Cloth Hat, Apprentice Gloves, Skeleton Ring, Heroic Metal, Ice Wolf Armor, Ice Wolf Leggings. With 820 spell attack, a fireball deals 3,280 damage. The boss's spell defense shouldn't exceed 300 points, so I can deal at least 3,000 damage per hit. With Frost Storm, even if the boss is surrounded by elite minions, I can handle it, Sumu thought confidently, bolstered by his strong attributes and skills. However, after Sumu left, the NPC in the forest let out a sinister laugh. Ha, ha, ha. To encounter an adventurer here, my luck is incredible. He extended a hand, tracing in the air as a magical sigil appeared. If Sumu were present, he would have been shocked. The hand emerging from the cloak was not human. As the magical sigil glowed, his hands gradually transformed into smooth arms. Then, he removed the cloak. It was a beautiful woman. Fantastic. The target for the mission is finally here. Sumu stood on the outskirts of a massive camp, gazing at the hordes of goblins wandering around. His expression transformed into one of sheer delight. These goblin berserkers are elite-level creatures, first tier, level 2, with a staggering 15,000 health points. They boast an attack power of 650, physical defense of 150, and magical defense of 100, along with skills like Berserk Axe Throw and Blood Fury. Sumu silently assessed these war-loving, merciless creatures in his mind. Looking around, he estimated there were at least several hundred of them packed densely in the camp. Even with the Frost Storm activated by his Archmage lineage, it would take several rounds to clear them all. The goblin berserkers wield sharp axes and wear only simple armor. Judging by their attributes, they are typical high attack, low defense types. However, their formidable health is the real challenge. Sumu calculated silently. His magical attack is 820 points, and each hit of Frost Storm deals 1,540 damage. Even over its 8-second duration, the total damage is only 12,320 points, leaving these goblin berserkers with nearly 3,000 health points. However, combining it with the Rain of Fire skill should make it manageable. Of course, Sumu's skill set was not limited to just Frost Storm. Rain of Fire could fill the damage gap between Frost Storm casts. The question now was, should he draw a large group all at once or eliminate them in smaller waves? As Sumu pondered, rubbing his chin, he kept an eye on his Archmage lineage's status. After weighing his options, he made a decision. Frost Storm coupled with Rain of Fire could instantly annihilate a large area of goblin berserkers. Although Rain of Fire covers a smaller area than Frost Storm, slightly grouping the enemies would suffice. Besides, with ample mana, he could always use Energy Awakening when the fight began. Go big, Sumu resolved, studying the camp layout ahead. He exemplified the phrase, the bold are skilled, first deactivating his Archmage lineage, activating a magic shield, then reactivating the lineage. To conserve mana, he sacrificed high shield values. With proper execution, the goblin berserkers wouldn't touch him. The shield was merely a precaution. Energy Awakening. Without hesitation, Sumu used the skill and adjusted the casting area of his Frost Storm. He placed half of it outside the camp and the other half over nearly 100 elite monsters inside. This strategy allowed him more room to maneuver, as Frost Storm's damage isn't calculated all at once like Rain of Fire. During Frost Storm's full 8-second duration, he still needed to contend with the goblin berserkers. Frost Storm. With his mana replenished, Sumu decisively cast the skill. Ya-ya, ooh-ya. Under Frost Storm's assault, the goblins in the camp turned towards Sumu, shouting unintelligible cries. They raised their axes, seemingly intent on splitting the intruder in half. However, as damage numbers floated above their heads, a layer of frost enveloped the goblins. The freezing effect slowed their movements significantly, with some even frozen in place. Clearly, Frost Storm's freeze chance had been triggered. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu quickly advanced. Since Rain of Fire had a smaller area, he needed to cover as many goblins as possible. Rain of Fire. A downpour of fire rained down, and although the damage of a single skill seemed inadequate against the Goblin Berserker's massive health, the flames melted the frost on them. Sumu had anticipated this and immediately blinked back to create distance. Individually, the Goblin Berserker's skill damage wasn't high, but if 100 of them cast skills simultaneously, even with a magic shield, he might not withstand it. Maintain distance. My mana is sufficient to deal with them. Sumu reminded himself while retreating. The goblins charged at him again. Frost Storm's damage landed once more. The skill's strength lay in its ability to potentially trigger slow and freeze effects with each hit. As expected, the Goblin Berserker's movement speed was immediately affected by the damage. Perfect timing. Sumu seized the moment and unleashed another rain of fire. Suddenly, the Goblin Berserkers let out a thunderous roar. Ooyah! Their blood seemed to boil. A skill? Sumu immediately thought of the Blood Fury skill. As predicted, upon activating the skill, the Goblin Berserkers shook off all slow and freeze effects, their speed increasing even further. They brandished their axes, ready to strike. I can't let their axe throw skill hit me. At this point, there's no need to conserve mana. Faced with this scenario, Sumu remained calm. He preemptively cast a Rain of Fire behind him. Rain of Fire. With his Archmage lineage active, the Rain of Fire covered a considerable area, encompassing more than half of the Goblin Berserkers. Combined with the damage from each hit of Frost Storm, the elite goblins' health rapidly dwindled. Sumu continuously maintained a distance that prevented the Goblin Berserkers from using their axe throw skills, disregarding the heavy mana consumption as he repeatedly cast Rain of Fire. Rain of Fire. With each system notification sound, the Goblin Berserkers fell one by one. You have slain a Goblin Berserker, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through Archmage's Radiance. You have slain a Goblin Berserker, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through Archmage's Radiance. Finally, as his mana ran low and Frost Storm's 8-second duration ended, over 100 Goblin Berserkers lay defeated. This feeling of taking down elite monsters en masse is simply exhilarating. Sumu was thrilled. The mission was complete, and he could return to claim his reward. Excitingly, these elite monsters had a much higher chance of triggering Archmage's Radiance compared to ordinary monsters. From this wave alone, he gained 15 intelligence points. Wait for mana to regenerate and continue this strategy with the remaining elite monsters. But I still need to watch for the boss. Drawing it in while dealing with elite monsters would be troublesome. Sumu took a deep breath and began looting the elite monsters' drops during the mana recovery period. So many coins and high-quality gear. Not bad at all. Sumu smiled with excitement as he collected the loot. The elite monsters' drops were indeed far more generous than those of ordinary monsters. Soon, after gathering most of the loot, an unexpected notification popped up. You have acquired the skill, Thunderbolt Flash. A new skill? Sumu quickly opened his inventory, where a skill book was quietly sitting in one of the slots. He examined the skill description closely, his eyes widening. Thunderbolt Lightning Grade. Consumes 300 mana points to summon a lightning strike at any location within a 100-meter radius, dealing spell damage equal to 300 of spell power to enemies. Cast time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. It's actually a upgrade skill, and the initial damage multiplier is so high. Sumu exclaimed to himself in delight. No wonder it dropped from a first-tier elite monster. The loot is fantastic. Just what I need a powerful offensive skill. My luck is incredible. He rubbed the back of his head, feeling the favor of Lady Luck once again. A system notification popped up. Successfully learned Thunderbolt Lightning. Thunderbolt Lightning Grade upgraded to Thunderbolt Lightning A grade, and Thunderbolt Lightning S grade upgraded to Thunderbolt Lightning SS grade. Maxed out. Sumu was surprised to find the skill couldn't be upgraded further. He checked the SS grade skill effects. Thunderbolt Lightning SS grade. Consumes 500 mana points to summon a lightning strike at any location within a 1000-meter radius, dealing 1000 spell power damage to enemies and causing them to become paralyzed for 3 seconds. Cast time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. 10 times the spell power damage and paralysis effect? That's amazing. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. Despite the 2-second casting time and 1-minute cooldown, with the support of the Mage God bloodline, the instant cast Thunderbolt with 1500 mana was formidable. We're about to face the boss, and this skill couldn't have come at a better time. Sumu was brimming with confidence for the upcoming boss battle. Even without activating the Mage God bloodline, the skill's 1000-meter range ensured he had a definitive first strike advantage. Sumu decided to take care of the remaining elite monsters first. He looked towards the goblin camp ahead, waiting for his mana to recover. From his inventory, he pulled out a large blue potion, which restored 500 mana with a cooldown of 1 minute. Although it was just a drop in the ocean given his vast mana pool, he had plenty of these potions and used one without hesitation. Good thing I have energy awakening. I'll be topped up in a few minutes, he thought, while dismantling the junk equipment in his inventory. Among the gear, he found a few pieces suitable for himself. Blazing Boots Crate, 15 Spirit, 15 Constitution, level requirement, Tier 1, level 1. Apostles Gloves Crate, 25 Intelligence, level requirement, Tier 1, level 1. Blue Mage Hat Crate, 25 Spirit, level requirement, Tier 1, level 1. These are much better than the quest rewards. Sumu didn't hesitate to equip them. He decided that for the foreseeable future, he would prioritize equipment with high spirit attributes. With the Mage God's brilliance, intelligence could be stacked infinitely, ensuring his spell power kept up with his monster fighting pace. With the experience gained from 100 elite goblins, Sumu successfully leveled up to Tier 1, level 4. This rocket-like leveling speed was unimaginable for other players. He allocated all 20 points he gained into spirit without hesitation. Updated player attributes. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 1, level 432016000. Health, 3930. Mana, 14,800. Attack, 306. Spell power, 890. Physical defense, 393. Magical defense, 350. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 25835, Agility 228, Spirit 29080, Intelligence 37570. Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Skeleton Ring, Brave Metal, Ice Wolf Cloth Armor, Ice Wolf Leggings, Blazing Boots, Apostles Gloves, Blue Mage Hat. My mana's almost 15,000 now. Seeing his mana surge, Sumu felt more confident. Once his mana bar was fully restored, he headed towards the camp. Better not pull too many monsters, 100 should be enough. Sumu thought, after leveling up, these elite monsters only give 10 XP each, even with double experience. I wonder if defeating that boss will get me to Tier 1, level 5. He observed that the Mage God's brilliance was mostly triggered before leveling up, indicating diminishing returns from killing lower-level monsters. However, Sumu didn't concern himself with these details and started casting spells towards the camp. Frost Storm. Meanwhile, in H-City, Qin Fan and Old Wong were seated in a luxurious business car. Old Wong gazed at the scenery outside the window and suddenly asked, "Do you really think that person is Sumu from the game?" Qin Fan chuckled and replied, "Well, I don't really know either. Old Qin, you really know how to play the game." Upon hearing this, Old Wong gave a knowing smile, showing no surprise at all. A gleam of anticipation shone in Qin Fern's eyes as he gazed out the window at the quietly descending twilight. "I certainly hope he's the real deal," Qin Fen said. "That way, the two of us can team up with him, and together we'll surely make a name for ourselves." Although Qin Fen hadn't yet personally verified Sumu's abilities, he already had a plan in mind. Tomorrow night's livestream would serve as a clever test. For Qin Fen, it was a win-win situation. If Sumu failed to bring the game skills into reality during the livestream, Qin Fen could simply claim he was deceived, shift the blame, and even play the victim to attract more attention. It's a surefire win. Qin Fen thought to himself with delight. "Mr. Qin, we're here." The driver's voice interrupted Qin Fen's thoughts as the car pulled up in front of an impressive mansion, spanning at least 400 square meters. Despite the rapid development in H-City in recent years, owning such a luxurious home here meant the owner was undoubtedly wealthy. However, to Qin Fen and Old Wong, the mansion was nothing out of the ordinary. Qin Fen pressed the doorbell, and the sound of ding-dong echoed. Shortly after, the gate opened automatically. The two exchanged a glance and stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly, a fireball came whizzing towards them. Whoa! Qin Fen and Old Wong jumped back in shock, instinctively dodging. "My apologies, gentlemen. Are you all right?" A voice called out from the yard. They turned to see a man standing there. "Are you Su the magician?" Qin Fen asked cautiously. "That's me." The man nodded with a smile, his tone calm. "That fireball scared you, didn't it? I can release it, but I can't control it perfectly yet." Hearing this, Qin Fen and Old Wong exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with shock and barely concealed excitement. Casting a fireball in reality? Who else but the legendary Su the magician could do such a thing? They were secretly thrilled, feeling they had found the right person. Sumu noticed their expressions and felt a surge of satisfaction. As an experienced magician, he knew exactly how to captivate his audience. Clearly, Qin Fen and Old Wong were taken in by his earlier trick. As long as he could pull off this performance during the live stream, endless wealth and fame awaited him. "Gentlemen, I've packed my things," Sumu said with a broad smile. "When do you think we should set off?" He knew that the sooner they headed to the metropolis, the fewer chances there would be for his act to be exposed. Firestorm. Blink. Sumu stood on the outskirts of the goblin camp, facing a horde of ferocious goblin berserkers. This group battle was evidently smoother than previous ones, with his movements flowing seamlessly and his spells hitting their marks with precision. The goblins swung their weapons in vain, unable to even graze his clothing, while their health plummeted rapidly. The perfect synergy of Frost Storm and Firestorm filled Su Mu with delight. He pondered, as long as my mana holds, could I possibly take down the boss in one sweep? The sheer power of this thought almost made him feel like he was floating. He planned to himself, once I increase my intelligence, I should be able to try it. With more skills, maybe I could even face the boss Hedon. Another wave of Firestorm descended, leaving only a few goblin berserkers on the field. Su Mu remained at ease, dreaming of a promising future. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a goblin warrior, earning 10 experience points. You have slain a goblin warrior, earning 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage. This battle had boosted Su Mu's intelligence by another 4 points. Although it didn't match the 15 points from last time, considering the goblin berserkers were 2 levels below him, the result was still commendable. Su Mu quickly gathered the loot scattered on the ground, then ventured deeper into the camp. Suddenly, he noticed a massive figure. Was that the boss? About 300 meters away, a giant goblin, towering at 2 meters and significantly larger than the others, lay on a grass mat. From this distance, he couldn't discern its specific attributes. Su Mu contemplated his strategy. The boss is surrounded by elite monsters. If I attack in groups, it'll definitely affect the boss. Looks like I'll have to take on the boss too. He quickly calculated, estimating he'd face at least 40 to 50 elite monsters. The mana consumption for group attacks on these elites was akin to battling 100 regular monsters, implying limited mana for full-scale boss spells. Better sneak over and check the boss's stats first. Su Mu decisively activated stealth, swiftly closing in on the boss. Soon, the goblin's attributes appeared before him. Enraged Goblin Warrior Boss. Level, Tier 3. Health, 500,000,500,000. Physical Attack, 1200. Physical Defense, 300. Magical Defense, 300. Skills, Frenzied Charge, Blood Rage, Fury Axe Shock. Description: a combative goblin, serving as the vanguard for the goblin army in the forest. Beware, its temper is extremely volatile. Only 50,000 health? Su Mu quickly retreated to a safe zone. The 30-second stealth duration was ample for reaching safety. He began calculating. My current spell attack is 898 points, and a single lightning strike deals 8,680 damage. With 50,000 health, I need 6 hits, which means 9,000 mana. With 15,000 mana and energy awakening, Su Mu started crafting his battle plan. What troubled him most was the Goblin Berserker's Blood Rage skill, which granted immunity to control. If they got close while casting, dozens of flying axes could come directly at him. The boss's Fury Axe Shock skill was even more concerning, potentially having a control effect. If controlled, the situation could become extremely perilous. Summon the minions first. Su Mu decisively cast Phantom Split and summoned skeletons. 5 minions appeared instantly by his side. To his delight, the upgraded skeleton warriors now had 5,000 health, 2,000 more than before. Su Mu devised a detailed strategy. Use Frost Storm to stall the minions, giving my minions time. Then I'll unleash a barrage of thunderbolts on the boss. This way, success is almost guaranteed. With the mage's bloodline blessing, as long as the boss was in sight, lightning strike could be used. Although casting caused a brief rigidity, from a safe spot, firing 5 bolts in 10 seconds was feasible. During this time, the boss wouldn't be able to approach. Even if the minions were overwhelmed by elite monsters, he could escape and resume the mass attack. Let's do this. Su Mu acted decisively. He first cast a magic shield, then activated Energy Awakening, swiftly drinking a mana potion. With his mana replenished, he moved to the farthest point where Frost Storm could be cast, ready to commence this thrilling battle. Meanwhile, in a novice village, a group of well-trained players was leveling up outside the Skeleton Cave dungeon. They coordinated seamlessly, their movements proficient. One player exclaimed excitedly, "With this double experience, leveling up is incredibly fast. I'm about to reach level 8. We really should thank Su Mu." A man dressed in a mage's robe said with a smile, turning his gaze to the warrior in the group. "Long Fei, did you manage to get tickets for tomorrow's live event?" Long Fei nodded, a hint of pride on his face. "Yes, I did." The Qin Corporation was quite agreeable. The mage's eyes lit up with excitement. "I really want to meet that Archmage Su and have him teach me some mage skills, maybe even get an autograph." The warrior scoffed, but a look of concern crossed his face. "I knew you'd be like this, that's why I went. I have a feeling something might happen tomorrow. With you around, what is there to worry about?" the mage said dismissively. Long Fei sighed, his tone becoming serious. "The problem is, I'm just attending as a spectator. The Qin Corporation isn't letting me get involved beyond that, and my team can only guard the perimeter. Sumu's safety is crucial. Do you think I'm just going there for fun? It's a heavy responsibility. The mage also dropped his nonchalant attitude. All right, I'll give you all the experience points later. Attending the live event tomorrow means you'll have less time to level up. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, the warrior muttered, his expression still grim. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the United States, Nadal was seething with anger, cursing repeatedly. Fuck. Fuck. His roars echoed throughout the building. That Sumu is already at level 4 of the first tier, and I'm not even at level 7 yet. At this rate, the gap will only widen. Can't those tier leveling mages speed up? A servant replied nervously, that's already the fastest speed possible. Nadal turned his head, his eyes almost blazing with fury. How's the task I assigned you? The servant quickly responded, the world's top assassin has already boarded your private jet and is headed to China. Hearing this, Nadal's anger seemed to subside slightly. He yanked off his tie, his voice cold as ice. You are dead. The goblin camp. As a fierce frost storm swept in, Sumu unleashed his skill with a sharp gaze fixed on the goblin boss. A powerful energy suddenly coalesced in the air, and lightning flickered above the boss's head. Thunderbolt flash. With a resounding boom, a thunderclap echoed across the plain. An exaggeratedly high damage number appeared above the goblin boss's head, enough to leave any mage present in awe. Attack! Sumu commanded, and his 5 minions clones and skeleton warriors charged at the oncoming goblin horde. The slowing effect of the frost storm was just what they needed to temporarily hold back the enemies who hadn't yet triggered their blood rage state. Sumu multitasked, directing his clones to engage the elite monsters while launching a fierce assault on the boss. Another thunderbolt flash struck, and the boss's health dropped again. The goblin boss roared, its body glowing a blood-red hue, and its speed suddenly increased. Sumu stood his ground, summoning thunder once more. At that moment, the boss's speed skyrocketed, darting forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. A charge? From such a distance? Sumu raised an eyebrow, surprised at the rare 100-meter charge. Blink! With his vast experience, Sumu easily dodged the charge. The boss missed its target and stood confused. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu unleashed 3 more thunderbolt flashes, cutting the boss's health by half. The boss seemed to sense danger and raised its giant axe. Sumu watched cautiously, ready to dodge at any moment. However, the boss suddenly slammed the axe into the ground, causing a violent tremor that affected an area of several hundred meters. You are stunned for 3 seconds. Not only Sumu, but even the skeleton warriors and clones were stunned. Despite taking some damage, the magic shield held firm. During the 3-second stun, the boss launched a frenzied attack on Sumu. Fortunately, with the magic shield in place, Sumu remained calm. As soon as the stun ended, he immediately blinked away to create distance and struck with another thunderbolt flash. The boss roared and charged again, but Sumu summoned thunder once more. With a heavy thud, the massive body of the goblin boss crashed to the ground. 5 thunderbolt flashes, along with the ongoing frost storm damage, had depleted its 50,000 health points completely. After defeating the boss, Sumu quickly turned to the other side of the battlefield. He unleashed another frost storm and used a group healing spell to restore the health of his 5 minions. Finally, he cast a wave of fire rain, wiping out the remaining goblins. Gained 1 intelligence point through the glory of the Archmage. With a series of kill notifications, the entire goblin camp was wiped out. Sumu checked his experience points, 6180160000. He still needed 10,000 points to level up. As night fell, Sumu decided to turn in the quest before logging off. He approached the boss's corpse and collected his loot. 100 gold coins, a goblin battle axe, the head of the enraged goblin, and the skill Raging Axe Quake. Without hesitation, Sumu learned the boss skill, adding another layer of strength to his arsenal. Level up. The skill Raging Axe Quake has successfully upgraded from S to SS level and is now maxed out. Sumu carefully examined the skill description. Upon activation, it deals 300 physical attack damage to enemies within a 300-meter radius and stuns them for at least 3 seconds. The higher his strength, the longer the stun duration. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Although the skill caps at SS level and its damage isn't particularly high, its control effect is quite impressive. Sumu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful that his strength attribute was too low to fully leverage the skill's potential. If only I could find a passive skill to boost my strength, he mused, then furrowed his brow. Wait, the skill is called Raging Axe Quake. Can I even use it without an axe? His gaze involuntarily fell on the axe dropped by the boss. Unfortunately, it was restricted to warriors, and he couldn't wield it. Let's give it a shot, he resolved, attempting to activate the skill. Sumu raised his bone sword and struck the ground forcefully. Instantly, a powerful tremor surged around him. I can actually use it? This unexpected outcome made Sumu's eyes light up. If he could activate it with a bone sword, then using a staff should also be possible. With this thought, Sumu grinned, picked up the goblin's head, and headed towards the location where he previously encountered the NPC. I wonder what reward I'll get. The scene shifts to a private jet. We're about to land, Master Su, Qianfen remarked with a smile, gazing at the scenery outside the window. The distance between City H and Magic City wasn't far, and with a private jet at their disposal, traveling back and forth was a breeze. Once we reach the hotel, I need to level up too, Sumu replied, nodding with a feigned seriousness. Qianfen and Old Wang, seeing his demeanor, chose not to press further. Unbeknownst to them, Sumu was actually quite anxious. He had been closely monitoring the level rankings. Before Qianfen's arrival, the Master Su had already reached level 4 of the first tier. If that player advanced to level 5 while he was en route to Magic City, his identity would be exposed. Therefore, upon arrival, Sumu needed to log into the game immediately, ensuring he was online before Master Su's level changed. Gazing at the bustling Magic City below, Sumu silently prayed. I hope that by the time I start my live stream tomorrow, that Master Su reaches level 5. That way, I won't have any issues during the stream. For Sumu, the risk of his identity being revealed was significant. But this was a high-stakes gamble. If he won, the future was limitless. If he lost, he would merely offend the Qin family. At worst, he could hide in the Godpath game, and no matter how influential the Qin family was, they couldn't pull him out of there, could they? Sumu returned to the spot where he had encountered the NPC earlier, only to find the area deserted. He scratched his head, carefully scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Are you looking for me?" Sumu turned around to see a mysterious NPC cloaked from head to toe. The task is done, Sumu stated bluntly, pulling the goblin leader's head from his backpack. The NPC seemed taken aback. So quickly, it hesitated for a moment, then removed its cloak to reveal the form of a stunning woman. However, to Sumu, who was used to seeing various beautiful players, this NPC was nothing special. The female NPC approached Sumu seductively, batting her eyelashes. My, handsome. Your skills are truly impressive. To take down that guy amidst so many goblin warriors. Sumu took a step back to maintain his distance. The task is done, so where's my reward? If you continue to help me assault the goblin stronghold, I promise you'll receive a handsome reward. The female NPC tempted him. Rewards beyond your imagination. Sumu frowned, contemplating as the system popped up an option. Accept the task to attack the goblin stronghold? He noticed that, like before, the task did not specify any particular reward. Let's just accept it, there's nothing to lose. Sumu thought, and accepted the task. The female NPC winked again. Dear adventurer, I'm counting on you. Sumu ignored her, turned around, and found a safe spot to log out. Once Sumu left, the NPC's true form emerged. Her skin wrinkled and darkened with spots. Her face turned into a mass of decaying flesh, resembling a ghoul. More disturbingly, she began to ravenously devour the goblin leader's head. Delicious, the NPC rasped, her eyes filled with desire. I hope this adventurer can gather more food for me. Then, perhaps I can regain some of my power. She gazed in the direction Sumu had left. It's been so long since I've tasted a mage. In the real world, Sumu opened the fridge, ready to prepare a meal. His cooking skills were average, but he quickly whipped up some spicy stir-fried pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As he ate, he browsed through trending news on his phone. Suddenly, a headline caught his attention. Shockingly, Shentu Su Fa Shin and the Qin family will host a live stream tomorrow, where Su Fa Shun will demonstrate skills from Shun Tu in person. What the heck? I'm hosting a live stream? How come I didn't know about this? Sumu exclaimed. He read through the post, discovering someone claimed to be able to use game skills in real life, impersonating him. Sumu frowned and thought, is someone trying to lure me out? My identity must remain hidden. But this live stream sounds intriguing. He decided to watch and see, curious about this imposter. Meanwhile, another Sumu was struggling to level up in the game. Damn, this game is so hard to level up. I'm only level 3, he muttered, glancing at the leaderboard, showing the real Sumu's level. But once I make some money, I can buy loads of gold. He greedily browsed the auction house for gear. At an airport in the city of Modu, 3 tall, pale-skinned individuals disembarked, where a car awaited them. Once inside, one of the Caucasians asked, is everything arranged? The driver replied, I could only get 2 entry passes, so only 2 of you can go in. He handed over 2 press passes, no weapons allowed inside, and there will be no support. I'll be outside for extraction, but I'm only responsible for your escape. He added, Mr. Lance said if you fail, he'll take good care of your families. The Caucasian's expression shifted briefly, then he regained his composure. he replied coldly. Tell Mr. Lant I've never failed before. In the bustling city of Shanghai, at the luxurious Tianhao Hotel, Qin Fan stood by the window, his brow furrowed as his phone buzzed incessantly. The security for tomorrow's live broadcast was of utmost importance, and he repeatedly emphasized, not even a needle should be allowed on the live set. Just as he hung up, there was a knock at the door. Qin Fan quickly made his way over, and upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing there was a tall man with an imposing presence. Captain Long? Please, come in, Qin Fan said, stepping aside to allow him entry. Long Fei smiled as he entered the room and settled into the sofa. Mr. Qin, I'll get straight to the point. I'd like to ask you to reschedule tomorrow's live broadcast to an earlier time. The sooner, the better. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Is there a particular issue? Su Mu's identity is special. The earlier the broadcast, the less chance troublemakers will have to act, Long Fei explained. Qin Fan pondered for a moment. I understand your concerns. However, the Qin Group's security is always top-notch, and Su Mu himself is incredibly capable. More importantly, the broadcast timing isn't solely my decision, it requires Su the Magician's approval. Is there any way I could meet Su the Magician? Long Fei asked with a hint of anticipation. Qin Fan didn't refuse. He promptly used the Shun 2 crystal to enter the game world. 10 minutes later, he returned to reality. Su the Magician agreed to move the broadcast to 1 p.m. tomorrow, but he prefers not to meet in person. A flicker of disappointment crossed Long Fei's face, but he quickly regained his composure. All right then, I'll go make the arrangements. After Long Fei departed, Qin Fan immediately called his subordinates. The broadcast has been moved to 1 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone will be working overtime tonight. The next morning, Su Mu stretched lazily as he got out of bed. He felt his physique had strengthened thanks to the attribute boost from the game. As he prepared breakfast, he contemplated his newfound abilities. While eating, Su Mu checked his phone and noticed the announcement about the broadcast being rescheduled. He quickly grasped the intention behind it. He were worried his leveling up during the broadcast might reveal his identity. Quite the clever plan, Su Mu chuckled softly. But I have plenty of time to reach level 5, tier 1. He decided to make some moves in the game to teach them a lesson, without exposing his true identity. Summoning the Shun 2 crystal, Su Mu entered the game world. He arrived in the safe zone of the Goblin Forest, opened his quest log, and reviewed the peculiar NPC quest from the previous day. Apart from the quest from the cloaked NPC, all the other tasks clearly indicated their rewards. Su Mu meticulously reviewed the task list and confirmed this point. His gaze landed on the newly acquired blueprint, and he started calculating the materials needed in his mind. Except for the tier 1 magic crystal, he had practically gathered all the other materials. Where on earth can I find this crystal? Su Mu muttered to himself, frowning. As his eyes scanned the items in his inventory, they suddenly stopped at the goblin staff. This piece of equipment could significantly boost his mental and intelligence attributes, and would play a crucial role in the upcoming assault on the goblin stronghold. Su Mu's thoughts raced as he recalled common strategies in most online games. Could it be that I need to dismantle a tier 1 weapon? This idea flashed through his mind. His gaze immediately shifted to the tier 1 axe dropped by the boss yesterday. As a player with master-level forging skills, Su Mu was fully capable of dismantling it. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. After all, even if I put this axe up for auction, no one can afford it. Rather than selling it for cheap, I might as well test my hypothesis. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu made his decision. Dismantle? The game system prompted him. Dismantle? He confirmed without hesitation. You have obtained a tier 1 magic crystal. Seeing the faintly glowing crystal in his inventory, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. I knew it. He chuckled softly, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Time to turn in the quest. Su Mu hurriedly set off towards White Mist Town. Although leveling up wasn't urgent, he was eager to craft that powerful goblin staff. The scene shifts to the real world in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the Tianhao Grand Hotel. Su Mu stood in front of the floor-length mirror in the presidential suite, scrutinizing his reflection. His face showed signs of fatigue that he couldn't hide, a result of a restless night. He agreed to start the livestream early because he was convinced that Su Fazhen couldn't possibly level up past 1 a.m. His plan was to stay in the hotel room until 1 a.m., pretending to Qin Fan that he was leveling up in the game. Then, just before 1 a.m., he would head to the Qin Corporation for the livestream. After demonstrating the fireball, Su Mu intended to end the stream as quickly as possible and immediately dive into the game. Shun 2? He had repeatedly confirmed that although Qin Fan was his in-game friend, he couldn't see Su Mu's exact level. This detail gave him the confidence to carry out his carefully planned deception. As long as Su Fazhen doesn't level up during my brief livestream, my identity won't be exposed. Su Mu calculated every detail in his mind. His goal was clear: to get enough money from Qin Fan and then make a swift getaway. This is a do-or-die moment, Su Mu whispered to himself, his voice laden with tension and anticipation. He kept splashing cold water on his face, trying to quell the uncontrollable anxiety within. Standing in front of the mirror, Su-mu took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. This high-stakes gamble, which could change the course of his life, was about to unfold. Upon completing the task, Su-mu eagerly chose to learn the Goblin Staff blueprint. With his skill proficiency increasing, a new crafting option appeared in his master-level forging list. Would you like to craft the Goblin Staff? The system prompt flashed. Craft it. Su-mu chose without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, various materials fused in his hands, ultimately forming an exquisite long-handled staff. Su-mu immediately equipped it, feeling the changes in its attributes. Physical attack decreased by 50 points, but intelligence increased by 25 points, and spirit by 50 points. He carefully examined his attribute panel and found that his spirit value rose from 290 to 420, intelligence from 382 to 477, with significant improvements in mana and spell attack. Next, Su-mu decided to look for other tasks in the Goblin Forest. The task hall was filled with various options. Besides the common monster-killing tasks, there were quite a few gathering tasks. Previously, he found these tasks too troublesome to bother with, but now they seemed like a good choice to control the speed of gaining experience. Do you accept the task? Gather green mushrooms in Goblin Forest? Accept. Do you accept the task? Goblins mix soup? Accept. This task also came with a blueprint reward, making it even more enticing. Continuing to browse the task list, a special task caught Su-mu's attention. Gather 100 blueberries from the depths of Goblin Forest, with a reward of a super mana potion blueprint. This potion required a large blue bottle, a mana herb, and a vitality vine, capable of restoring 2,000 mana points with a 1-minute cooldown. Compared to the regular large blue bottles in his backpack, this super mana potion was evidently superior. Suddenly, Su-mu remembered he had a master-level herb gathering skill. Activating this skill would allow him to easily identify various herbs in the forest. Meanwhile, he decided to activate his mining skill too, to gather more resources. After organizing his backpack to free up as much space as possible, Su-mu ventured back into Goblin Forest. Upon entering, he unleashed a frost storm without hesitation, clearing a large area instantly. Although the kill notifications kept popping up, each monster only granted 2 experience points, and even the Glory of the Mage effect no longer triggered. These small monsters are really boring to kill, Su-mu muttered to himself. If I level up a few more times, I probably won't even get 1 experience point. Nevertheless, he continued clearing monsters to safely gather materials in the forest. Soon, various notifications chimed in. You have gathered green mushrooms. You have gathered vitality vine. You have gathered mana herb. Indeed, the forest was rich in herbal resources. Su-mu collected dropped items while gathering task items and herbs, barely pausing. Whenever his backpack filled up, he would dismantle white equipment into basic materials, while keeping higher-grade equipment to sell to wealthy players once they reached the first tier. You have obtained iron. You have obtained magic cloth. Looking at the piles of herbs, iron, and magic cloth in his backpack, Su-mu beamed with satisfaction. However, he also began to worry about storage space. I wonder if there's a warehouse-like place in White Mist Town. At this rate, my inventory will soon be full again. After clearing the forest's perimeter, Su-mu decided to explore deeper. Unlike his cautious approach before, this time he walked boldly, confident that he wouldn't be instantly killed even by high-level monsters. After about 10 minutes of walking, he encountered a roadblock made of a large tree entwined with thorns, completely blocking the path. On either side of the barricade stood 2 goblins armed with bows, with more goblin mages holding staves and muscular goblin warriors behind them. If I keep going, I should reach the goblins' main camp, right? My hidden class quest is likely to be completed there. Su-mu gazed into the distance and noticed more defensive structures beyond the barricade, with goblins scattered all over the path. What excited him even more was the seemingly richer herbal resources in this area. Su-mu decided to clear monsters as he advanced, planning to stop just before leveling up. When I'm about to level up, I'll log off and watch some streams, he calculated. As for the barricade, Su-mu wasn't concerned at all. I'll just blink past it, he thought confidently, ready to face new challenges. He took a few steps forward, a determined glint in his eyes. Deactivate the mage god's bloodline, Su-mu commanded in a low voice, raising his hands high. Frost storm. Instantly, a biting chill swept through the surroundings. This decision was not made lightly. Deactivating the mage god's bloodline to unleash the storm was intended to precisely control the experience points gained. As the frost dissipated, system notifications appeared in quick succession. You have slain a goblin hunter and gained 10 experience points. You have slain a goblin mage and gained 10 experience points. You gained 1 intelligence point through mage god's brilliance. Su-mu quickly analyzed the information. Judging by the experience points, these goblins were on par with his level. The fact that Mage God's brilliance triggered twice within the area effect of the AoE skill was an unexpected bonus. Blink, he murmured softly, and his figure vanished, only to reappear in a different area. Sumu quickly bent down and began to collect the spoils of battle. Time ticked away, and it was almost 1 o'clock. The scene shifted abruptly. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, inside the CEO's office of the Qin Group building, Master Su, you don't need to worry too much. Everything on-site has been arranged and there won't be any issues. Qin Fun said, standing in front of Su Mu, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Despite his words, his clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. Su Mu forced a smile. I do have confidence in you, President Qin. However, his expression was even more anxious than Qin Fan's. Seeing Su Mu's reaction, Qin Fan frowned in puzzlement. Just then, a staff member entered the room. President Qin, everything is set, and we can start any time. Got it. Qin Fan responded, then turned to Su Mu. Shall we begin? Su Mu took a deep breath. President Qin, you go ahead. I'll organize myself and be right there. Qin Fan nodded, refraining from further comment, and left the office. As the door closed, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief, loosening the tie around his neck. He quickly removed his suit jacket, adjusted the fireball mechanism on his hand to ensure everything was ready, and then put the jacket back on. A moment later, Su Mu exited the office. Qin Fan and several staff members were waiting for him. As he emerged, Qin Fan led the way. The group arrived outside a conference room, and Qin Fan gestured for the nearby staff to open the door. Inside, the conference room was packed, with journalists from major media outlets, including international representatives. Qin Fan entered the room, pointing to the entrance, and announced to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, the live broadcast is about to begin. Let's welcome Master Su. Hearing Qin Fan's voice, Su Mu took a deep breath and stepped into the room. He politely greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Mu. A camera immediately focused on him, and the large screen behind him lit up. The chat comments rolled in like a storm. So this is Su the Mage? Not quite what I imagined. He doesn't look as handsome as I thought. I expected a super hunk. Why does he look kind of familiar? Not a big burly guy. I thought mages were supposed to be like that. Come on. Mages are supposed to be agile, not like warriors. Sumu looked at the barrage of comments and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Observing closely, his body was trembling slightly and unnaturally. As an imposter, his nerves were on edge. Forcing himself to control the tremors, Sumu announced loudly, next, I will demonstrate the fireball skill from the game Divine Path. With that, he began performing the actions he had repeatedly practiced for this demonstration. The comments erupted again. It's happening. Can he really cast a skill? I'm wondering, if he can cast skills, will the monsters from the game invade reality someday? Who knows? The significance of this game is worth pondering. Either way, seeing a fireball in reality means we could all do it in the future. Exciting! The audience and journalists on site widened their eyes and raised their cameras. Fireball technique, Sumu shouted, cleverly triggering a mechanism hidden in his suit. A fireball shot out instantly. He added, I can only summon the fireball for now. Its power is yet to be shown. The screen comments exploded. No way. The fireball actually appeared? That was fast. I didn't catch it. Can Su the Mage do it again? Su the Mage is amazing. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. The audience was also dumbfounded. Sumu was secretly pleased, feeling that he was about to successfully establish his identity as a mage. Just then, a figure suddenly charged at Sumu. Before Sumu could react, a heavy punch landed on his head, knocking him to the ground, his fate uncertain. The attacker attempted to strike again, but was sent flying into the wall by the sudden arrival of Long Fei. Security! Shinfen shouted. The assailant was a ninja named Kinjiro from Sakura Country. Upon seeing Sumu cast the fireball, he decided to eliminate this potential threat at all costs. Kinjiro and Long Fei engaged in a fierce fight, while other security personnel quickly surrounded him. But Kinjiro showed no intention of retreating, determined to kill Sumu. Suddenly, another voice shouted, Do it! A figure rushed towards the fallen Sumu. Stop him! Shinfen yelled. The newcomer, agile and nimble, easily broke through the security line. Simultaneously, several people with press credentials joined the fray. In a flash, the figure reached Sumu and stomped on his head, blood splattering everywhere. Shinfen collapsed to the ground, feeling everything spiraling out of control. Long Fei roared, No one leaves today, as special forces sealed off the entire building. Meanwhile, reactions from around the world poured in. In the beautiful country, Lanti Nader, upon hearing the news, let out a triumphant laugh. Nice. What a joke of a mage. That title belongs to me, Lanti Nader. In Sakura Country, a man standing under a cherry blossom tree, holding a few petals, smiled and said, Mission accomplished, but Kinjiro probably won't return. Big tasks always require sacrifices, and Kenjiro's was worthwhile. People around the world who heard of the demise of Su the mage clapped their hands in delight. However, what no one knew was that Su Mu was inside the game at that moment. He had timed it perfectly, and a little over 10 minutes later, he cast a frost storm at the barricade ahead, leveling up to Tier 1, Level 5. On the world ranking leaderboard, his level changed from Tier 1, Level 4 to Tier 1, Level 5. The thrill of leveling up filled Su Mu with a sense of exhilaration. He noticed that the trigger rate of the mage's glory was quite impressive when defeating monsters of the same level. A thought flashed through his mind. If I could stay at this level, wouldn't I be able to farm intelligence indefinitely? After successfully leveling up, Su Mu didn't hesitate to allocate all 20 distributable attribute points to intelligence. His attribute panel updated accordingly. Player: Su Mu. Class: Mage. Level: Tier 1, Level 5, 201, 8000. HP: 3930. Mana: 16,800. Attack: 256. Magic attack: 1014. Physical defense: 393. Magic defense: 420. Attributes: Strength 28, Constitution 25835, Agility 228, Spirit 290130, Intelligence 41295. Equipment: Goblin Staff, Skull Ring, Medal of Valor, Ice Wolf Robes, Ice Wolf Leggings, Blazing Boots, Apostle Gloves, Blue Mage Hat. Su Mu stared at the attribute screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His magic attack had finally surpassed the 1,000-point mark, which meant he could now proudly call himself a 1,000-damage mage. The 4-digit magic attack value appeared particularly dazzling to him. Thinking of the live stream happening in the real world, Su Mu smirked mischievously. He knew very well that a true mage god wouldn't level up in the game. He had deliberately chosen this timing to turn that live stream into a farce. Would anyone notice this detail? Su Mu opened the world channel and was greeted by a barrage of surprised and skeptical messages. Whoa, did the mage god just level up? Wasn't there a live stream happening? Obviously, the mage god outside is a fake. True, there are plenty of people named Su Mu. This game is different from regular online games. You can't even see the level of someone standing across from you, so it's hard to tell. Damn it, I hate scammers. I'm going to spam the live stream. Who has time to watch a stream? Leveling up is the real deal, and the double experience is about to end. As expected, the public was quick to catch on. Su Mu thought to himself that he didn't need to take action. The angry netizens would expose the imposter for him. Although Su Mu considered ignoring the imposter and letting him divert public attention, he realized that this person was using his identity to deceive others. Ultimately, the blame would fall on him, and he didn't want to be the scapegoat. Tier 1, Level 5 already. Next up is the Goblin Stronghold. Better head back to learn a few skills first, Su Mu planned internally. However, Su Mu was unaware that he didn't need the netizens' help. The imposter's cover had already been blown. Following the incident at the live stream, the internet was in chaos. No way. The mage god got taken down? He's the pride of our nation. Heartbroken. Why? Why did this have to happen? The entire internet was filled with cries of distress. Amidst these cries, a different narrative began to emerge. The one in the live stream was a fake. The real mage god just leveled up in the game. You can check the leaderboard. Yeah, although you can't see if the mage god is online, the level changes. I bet he leveled up on purpose during the imposter stream to embarrass him. Hilarious. Did the imposter just doom himself? I want to laugh too. That guy really took one for the team. The mage god better stay hidden. I think if the real mage god showed up, those people wouldn't stand a chance against him. Comment after comment appeared, and the news that the mage god hadn't died and that the live stream featured an imposter was soon confirmed. Across the internet, countless people marveled. This twist was as thrilling as a roller coaster ride. Meanwhile, in the Qin Corporation's office, Qin Fan sat at his desk, looking grim. He had already learned that the mage god hadn't died, and that the person he had hired was an imposter. At this moment, he deeply understood what it meant to have his intelligence insulted. He had several ways to verify the mage god's identity, such as asking for a trade of high-level equipment or having someone from the same newbie village confirm it. But he had been too blinded by his eagerness for success. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang with a sharp tone. Qin Fan forced himself to calm down and nervously picked up the phone. Do you realize you've disgraced our Qin family? A deep, stern voice came from the other end. Qin Fan swallowed hard and replied, Father, I didn't handle this well. I promise it won't happen again. The voice on the other end wasn't accusatory but was filled with disappointment. Your brother has already arranged for PR. If anyone asks, say this live stream was actually a special operation in collaboration with Captain Long to weed out malicious individuals. Compared to your brother, you're too reckless. Spend some time leveling up in the game and help your brother collect more gold coins, understand? Understood, father. Qianfen replied with a sullen expression. With that, the call ended. Qianfen remained silent for a moment before suddenly erupting in anger. He jumped to his feet, forcefully sweeping everything off the table: documents, tea sets, and decorative items crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the room as he snarled through gritted teeth. All you care about is my elder brother. I'll make sure you know that I'm the most promising heir of the Qin family. Meanwhile, in the United States, Lank Nader's office was filled with lively music. This man, nearly 60, was dancing gracefully to the rhythm, a contented smile on his face. On his desk sat a bottle of fine vintage wine, worth a fortune. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted the cheerful atmosphere. Lank frowned, turned off the music, and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The person who had previously reported the death of Su Fazan entered, looking grave. Raising an eyebrow, Lank asked, "What's the matter?" The subordinate hesitated before speaking. "We just received another message. The person who died was an imposter. It seems it was a setup from China, and in the game, Su Fazan actually leveled up after the livestream." Lank's eyes widened, his face turning crimson with rage. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly blacked out and collapsed heavily to the floor. The subordinate, panicked, shouted, "Call an ambulance, quickly!" Meanwhile, in Japan, a man dressed in an elegant kimono sat leisurely beneath a cherry blossom tree, savoring exquisite sashimi and sipping sake. Suddenly, someone rushed over, looking distressed, and reported, "Your Highness, we've been tricked." Before the messenger could finish, the man's sake cup shattered on the ground, spilling sake all over his beautiful kimono. He sprang to his feet, roaring in fury, "Baka! Su Fazan, I'll make sure you pay for this." Beneath the cherry blossom tree, his angry shouts echoed for a long time, while falling petals swirled around his feet. White Mist Town, Mage Hall. Su Mu stood before a robed mage, a hopeful smile on his face. "Hello, I'd like to learn some mage skills," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. The mage nodded solemnly, clasping his hands together. "May the will of the magic god guide you." As his words fell, a flash of light appeared, and a skill interface materialized before Su Mu's eyes. Repelling Ring, Grade D, was prominently listed, requiring 10 gold coins to learn. Su Mu glanced at the pile of coins in his bag and felt a surge of joy. "Max it out," he said without hesitation. The skill information updated. Repelling Ring, Grade S. Cost: 300 mana points. Effect: pushes enemies within a 10-meter radius away, with the push distance amplified by intelligence, dealing spell damage equal to 300 of magic attack. Casting: instant. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Satisfied with this powerful skill, Su Mu left the Mage Hall, eager to explore skills from other professions. White Mist Town was quite expansive, with grand buildings dedicated to each profession. Adjacent to the Mage Hall was the Priest Hall, noticeably more vibrant with young and beautiful female priests compared to the Novice Village. "May the holy light bless you." A female priest with a serene smile offered her blessing, revealing a new skill to Su Mu. Holy Light Missile, Grade D. Without a second thought, Su Mu learned and maxed it out. Holy Light Missile, Grade S. Cost: 200 mana points. Effect: transforms holy light into a missile, dealing spell damage equal to 600 of magic attack to the target, or healing allies for 600 of their spell attack and health. Casting: instant. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Not a primary attack skill, but it's better than nothing, Su Mu mused, continuing his skill-learning adventure. Following the town signage, Su Mu arrived at the Archer Hall. A spirited female archer greeted him warmly. "Hello, adventurer. I want to learn some skills." Su Mu got straight to the point. "All right." The female archer nodded with a smile, presenting several skill options to Su Mu, including ones he hadn't learned in the Novice Village. "Money isn't an issue now, let's learn them all." Su Mu calculated silently, proceeding to learn each one. Soon, he noticed a skill available only at first tier level 5. Hawkeye, Grade D. Effect: increases vision by 100 meters, bow range by 10 meters. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 5 minutes. That's a great skill. Su Mu's eyes lit up, immediately upgrading it to the highest level. Hawkeye, Grade S. Effect: increases vision by 1000 meters, bow range by 100 meters. Duration: 1 minute 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Fantastic! Su Mu was thrilled. Now I can accurately use Thunderbolt from a kilometer away. In high spirits, Su Mu continued learning skills from other professions, including a warrior's taunt skill he hadn't picked up before. Even skills requiring a shield, he learned and maxed them out. Lastly, he focused on assassin skills. Sap, Grade S. Effect: strikes the opponent's head, dealing physical damage equal to 200 of attack, causing the target to be stunned for 60 seconds wakes upon taking damage. A good opening move, and a staff can double as a club. Sumu muttered to himself. After mastering the skills, Sumu wandered around White Mist Town, contemplating storing some items. He went to the town's largest inn to inquire about storage options. Sure. The innkeeper, a cute girl, quickly revealed a greedy grin. 10 gold coins per day? That's pricey, Sumu exclaimed. This inn not only stores items but also offers rest, perfect for adventurers like you. So, do you want a room? The innkeeper placed her hands on her hips. All right, I'll rent it for a day, Sumu said, handing over 10 coins. The innkeeper handed him a key, labeled 206. Sumu found the room upstairs, which had a bed and a large locked chest. Using the key, he opened it to reveal a 100-slot storage compartment. 10 gold coins a day, not affordable for everyone, Sumu muttered, but according to the innkeeper, I can stay here without logging off? What about food? He placed a large quantity of wrought iron, magical cloth, and some first-tier equipment into the chest, then tested the bed, finding it quite comfortable. I'll pay for 100 days up front. I might be here for a while, Sumu decided. After organizing his inventory, he locked the room and went downstairs to find the innkeeper. Here's 90 more coins. I'll rent for 10 more days. Wow. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled. You're quite the wealthy one. So, is there food available here? Sumu asked. Of course, my cooking skills are quite good. Since you've spent so much, this meal's on the house. Just wait a moment. The innkeeper busily prepared with a beaming smile. Soon, a fragrant feast was served. Some unknown roasted meat and a bowl of soup. Tastes good. Sumu nodded in approval after tasting it. After eating, he felt noticeably more energetic. Leaving the inn, Sumu had a sudden thought. I wonder if this affects reality? He logged out of the game and was surprised to find himself feeling full in real life. This means, as long as someone has enough coins, they could stay in the game indefinitely? And in game, as long as health doesn't drop below 1 point, could that mean immortality? This thought lingered in Sumu's mind, leading him into deep contemplation. The idea struck Sumu like a lightning bolt, and the more he pondered it, the more feasible it seemed. His eyes lit up with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. Becoming a god, achieving immortality, wasn't this his ultimate goal all along? Taking a deep breath, Sumu tried to calm his restless mind. Suddenly, he recalled the incident with the imposter. Curiosity got the better of him, and he picked up his phone from the bed to check the live stream on Weibo. As he read the descriptions of the broadcast, his eyes widened in shock, leaving him speechless. So many people wanted him dead? The imposter's demise had left him deeply shaken. I must never let anyone discover my true identity. Sumu clenched his fists, his gaze growing resolute. He was acutely aware that he currently lacked the power to rise above all threats. But as long as he continued to level up in the game Shinto, there would come a day when nothing in reality could threaten him. With a sigh, Sumu summoned the Shinto crystal and entered the game. The vast town of White Mist was deserted, with only him standing there as the sole player. The double experience period had ended, and even the leading players would need some time to reach the first tier. Sumu quickly mapped out his next moves. First, clear out the Goblin Forest and complete the NPC and hidden class quests. His mind flashed back to the crystal shown to him by the mage Intai, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The skills of a hidden class shouldn't be too shabby, right? Heading briskly towards the Goblin Forest, Sumu activated his Eagle Eye skill as soon as he entered the woods. Instantly, his vision expanded, allowing him to see the patterns on trees hundreds of meters away. Utilizing this skill, he easily bypassed the low-level goblins on the outskirts and headed straight for the main camp. Along the way, Sumu collected herbs and quest items. Soon, he completed 2 gathering quests, leaving only the task of collecting blueberries. These berries hadn't been seen on the forest's edge, indicating they must be deeper within the goblin stronghold. Reaching the location of the previous barricades, Sumu decisively activated his mage bloodline, unleashing a frost storm that covered a 300-meter radius. Instantly, all the goblins within the barriers were engulfed. With high damage output, the ordinary monsters fell within 2 seconds. The double experience is over, huh? Sumu remarked, glancing at the 70 or 80 experience points he gained, and pursed his lips. Without the double experience from the past 2 days, he definitely wouldn't have reached Tier 1, Level 5. The mage's glory had only triggered once, boosting his intelligence slightly, but it wasn't enough. From here to the goblin main camp, there were at least 10 more barricades and no fewer than 400 goblins. Initially considering sneaking through, Sumu realized that with the barriers present, he wouldn't get far in 30 seconds, so he opted for a direct assault. He continuously cast Frost Storm while using his blink skill to move quickly, picking up the light orbs dropped by goblins. Once his inventory was nearly full, he paused to dismantle equipment. Whether it was iron or magical cloth, he had stockpiled several sets, far exceeding his needs. But he knew that once others reached Tier 1 and began learning life skills, these materials would sell better than equipment. Progressing steadily, Sumu finally reached the last barricade. The sight before him was astonishing, a massive goblin village, vast enough to house at least a few thousand goblins. Using his eagle eye skill for a closer look, Sumu observed that the village was divided into 3 sections. The outermost layer consisted of ordinary and elite monsters, all at Tier 1, Level 5. Further in were exclusively elite monsters, and a few potential bosses. The village center was enclosed by tall wooden walls, with watchtowers at each corner manned by elite goblin archers. Sumu frowned. He couldn't see what lay inside the wooden walls, but his instincts told him the quest target was likely there. Even with his current strength, taking down this goblin village single-handedly would require meticulous planning for every step of the assault. Are the aggro mechanics of these monsters linked? If I start with a frost storm, will it pull all the monsters out? Standing on the outskirts of the village, Sumu carefully observed the distribution of the goblins. With his extensive experience, he deduced that there must be a range of aggro among these goblins. As long as he controlled the coverage of the frost storm, he could lure out a group of goblins. Ordinary goblins were manageable, but the elite ones were much trickier. Using his eagle eye skill, Sumu clearly saw the attributes of each goblin. What concerned him the most were the elite goblins armed with longbows. Goblin Sharpshooter, Elite Level, Tier 1 Level 5. Health 20 00020 Ranged Physical Attack 800, Physical Defense 100, Magic Defense 100. Skills: Piercing Arrow, Agility. Sumu recited these stats in his mind. These sharpshooters not only had an attack range of nearly 100 meters, but also possessed exceptionally keen insight. Once within their range, you'd be riddled with arrows in an instant. Ranged monsters were always the hardest to kite. Compared to melee monsters, Sumu found these ranged elites more troublesome. Although the goblin sharpshooters had low defenses, their 20,000 health was daunting. Sumu glanced at his intelligence points, 41595, which translated to a spell attack of 1940. This meant an 8-second frost storm wouldn't be enough to take down these sharpshooters. Worse yet, a single sharpshooter's normal attack could deal 407 damage. If he pulled about 20 of them at once, even without them using skills, a volley could strip away 8,000 of Sumu's health. 2 frost storms it is, then, Sumu calculated. While the damage from 2 frost storms in the same area wouldn't stack, he could release a second one immediately after the first finished. This approach was slower than interspersing with rain of fire, but more stable. With a 300-meter casting range and a slowing effect, continuous kiting would keep those sharpshooters at bay. Sumu devised a strategy. Deal with the outer ranged monsters first, then tackle the first boss. The bosses in the village were spread out, far enough apart to be lured and killed one by one. Of course, he could choose to AoE all 3 bosses simultaneously, but the risk was too high. Taking a deep breath, Sumu stepped towards the village outskirts. With the blessing of the mage's bloodline, the frost storm formed instantly. The temperature around the village plummeted, and frost-laden winds lashed at the goblins. Damage numbers floated above their heads as their aggro locked onto Sumu. Wah! A large group of goblins roared and charged, but under the storm's influence, their speed was greatly reduced, with some even frozen into statues. Sumu retreated while observing, and as they got closer, he immediately unleashed a second frost storm. Suddenly, he noticed the sharpshooter's speed increased dramatically. Despite the slowing effect, their movement was faster than before. Skill? Sumu quickly realized it must be the elite monster's agility skill. With 30 sharpshooters speeding up simultaneously, entering their range would be tricky. Some were about to break free from the storm's range, so Sumu didn't hesitate to cast a second frost storm, enveloping the goblin sharpshooters that had just emerged. Blink! Seizing the opportunity, Sumu blinked backward, completely exiting the goblin's range. The goblin sharpshooters could only endure the full brunt of 2 frost storms. Soon, kill notifications popped up. You have killed a goblin warrior, gaining 5 experience points. You have killed a goblin warrior, gaining 5 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the mage's glory. The ordinary goblins fell first, followed by the elite sharpshooters. You have killed a goblin sharpshooter, gaining 100 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the mage's glory. You have killed a goblin sharpshooter, gaining 100 experience points. Sumu was secretly satisfied. This approach was stable and efficient, keeping the monsters at bay. 2 frost storms paved a 600-meter path of frost, and the high damage was an added advantage. His intelligence increased by 5 points, reaching 42095, and his experience climbed to 338618000. Sumu thought that clearing out all the small monsters here would at least yield another 20 intelligence points. Energy Awaken. Blink. While recovering mana, Sumu used Blink to collect the glowing orbs dropped by the goblins. You have obtained a goblin's iron bow. You have obtained 3 gold coins. You have obtained agility boots. You have obtained swiftness. The last skill brought a gleam to Sumu's eyes. Compared to ordinary monsters, elite ones indeed offered more riches. Swiftness grade D. Increases movement speed by 30 for 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. A nice speed boost skill. Sumu didn't hesitate to learn and max it out. Swiftness grade S. Increases movement speed by 200 for 15 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Perfect. It pairs beautifully with stealth. Sumu looked at his limitless skill bar, feeling like a kid in a candy store. The benefit of having unlimited skill points was being able to learn and max out all sorts of skills. With everything collected and his mana mostly restored, Sumu casually moved to the next area on the village outskirts. After dealing with a batch of goblins, his room for maneuver increased. Frost Storm. Starting with the storm as usual, he retreated while casting a second Frost Storm in the next area. You have killed a goblin warrior, gaining 5 experience points. You have killed a goblin sharpshooter, gaining 100 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the mage's glory. You have killed a goblin sharpshooter, gaining 100 experience points. After 2 storms, the ground was littered with over 100 goblin corpses. Sumu didn't rush to collect the loot, but instead focused his attention on the first boss on the outskirts, a tall, heavily armored goblin wielding a spear. Your turn now, Sumu said confidently, ready to face a more challenging opponent. Staring intently at the goblin spearman boss, Sumu rubbed his chin in contemplation. This level 5 tier 1 boss boasted an astounding 60,000 health points, 1,400 physical attack, 300 physical and magic defense, and 3 skills: spear throw, clone, and bloodlust. Such formidable attributes clearly demonstrated its exceptional power. More troubling was the fact that the boss was surrounded by a group of elite monsters, all similarly armed with spears. Initially, Sumu had considered using area attacks on both the boss and the elite monsters together, but now he had devised a better strategy. He turned and walked out of the village, gradually increasing the distance between himself and the boss. A few hundred meters later, the boss's figure became blurred. At over 1,000 meters away, Sumu could barely discern the boss's location. Eagle Eye. Sumu decisively activated the skill, and his vision expanded instantly. Despite being a kilometer away, he could clearly pinpoint the boss's position. His intelligence stat showed 425951, indicating he had 1,040 magic attack power. Without hesitation, lightning flickered in Sumu's eyes. Lightning strike. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the goblin boss square on the head. A massive damage number appeared, and the 10,000 points of damage would leave other players, especially mages, stunned. Boom. A second bolt followed. Even with 60,000 health points, these 2 lightning strikes significantly reduced the boss's life bar. The enraged boss seemed to sense Sumu's location, letting out a thunderous roar. Under its lead, the surrounding elite monsters charged furiously towards Sumu. Unlike cumbersome warriors, they moved swiftly, with the boss leading the charge like an arrow released from a bow. Bring it on. Sumu smirked. With Eagle Eye enhancing his sight, he could accurately track the goblin boss's every move, even from a kilometer away. Lightning strike. With high intelligence boosting his power, the lightning struck the boss again, dealing another 10,000 points of damage, cutting the boss's health bar in half. This was just the beginning. Even with its speed, the boss would take considerable time to close the 1,000-meter gap. Sending you on your way. Sumu unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning strikes. Even in the Archmage bloodline state, each strike required 1,500 mana, totaling 9,000 for 6 strikes. After the boss was dealt with, he still had enough mana to handle the elite monsters. The 6th bolt descended, depleting the goblin boss's last bit of life. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The system notification chimed. You have slain the goblin spearman, earning 5,000 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through Archmage's glory. It couldn't even touch my clothes before going down. Is this the power of the Thunder Mage? Sumu laughed, looking at the boss's unwilling expression. And this wasn't even the maximum range of lightning strike. The battle wasn't over yet. Sumu promptly activated energy awakening to replenish his mana. After a moment, when the elite goblins entered his skill range, he raised his staff, Frost Storm. The goblins were caught in the icy blast, their speed drastically reduced. Fortunately, their high health allowed them to barely withstand the first storm's damage. However, just as they emerged from the first storm, a second one followed. Yawa! The goblins shrieked incessantly, as if cursing. The system notifications chimed again. You have slain a goblin thrower, earning 100 experience points. You have slain a goblin thrower, earning 100 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through Archmage's glory. Dozens of elite monsters fell simultaneously, and Sumu's experience points surged. 16,860,18,000, just a few more elite monsters away from leveling up. Activate Swift Looting. Sumu immediately triggered the newly acquired Swift skill. Instantly, His feet seemed enveloped in a mystical force, allowing him to sprint like the wind. That's fast. Within the blink of an eye, he covered several hundred meters. Sumu began collecting the drops from the elite goblins. He found 2 pieces of Tier 1, Grade D equipment, which was decent. However, he eagerly anticipated the boss's loot, hoping for a skill. You have obtained the Goblin Spearman's head. You have obtained a Goblin Spear. You have obtained the blueprint, Bloodlust Potion. You have obtained Iron Helm Heavy Armor. The head was clearly a quest item. Then there were 2 pieces of Tier 1 Level 5, Grade A Warrior equipment. The most intriguing item was the blueprint. Bloodlust Potion Recipe. Requires 2 blood orchids, 2 vital herbs. Effect: upon use, enter a bloodlust state, increasing attack speed by 50 and casting speed by 50. This potion is pretty potent, though not very useful to me, Sumu thought. I'll learn it anyway. It could be profitable to sell later. With the Archmage bloodline, he wasn't concerned about casting time. But if he ever fancied melee combat with his staff, this potion could come in handy. Of course, the blueprint's greatest value was in learning it to produce potions for sale. As for the herbs, once the entire goblin village was cleared, gathering them would be a breeze. Let's continue. Sumu prepared to clear out the remaining goblins. Meanwhile, in a hospital in the United States, Lance Nader lay in a private room, looking exhausted as he slowly opened his eyes. Mr. Nader is awake, doctor, a voice exclaimed. Quickly, several doctors rushed in to check on Lance Nader's condition. He's out of danger now. One of Lance's subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. Sue. At that moment, he heard Lance Nader muttering weakly. Mr. Nader, what do you want to say? He immediately leaned closer to the bed. Lance Nader's voice was faint yet firm. Mobilize all our forces in China. Spare no expense to find that Sue. I want him to disappear completely. I understand. I'll deploy the secret weapon. The subordinate nodded heavily. Rest assured, in a month, Sue will be as good as dead. The next line of defense for the village loomed ahead. Sumu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's as he focused on the second boss, a diminutive goblin thief leader. This boss wielded a dagger and wore leather armor, boasting a health pool of 55,000 points, with physical attack power at 1,500, and both physical and magical defenses at 200. It possessed typical assassin skills such as stealth, backstab, and kidney shot, making it formidable in offense but weaker in defense. Surrounding the boss were dozens of elite assassin mobs, also skilled in stealth, nullifying any advantage from long-range attacks. Sumu frowned in thought, realizing he needed to clear the area piece by piece to penetrate this goblin-infested village. He quickly devised a strategy. First, use Thunderbolt to chip away at the boss's health, then cast Blizzard to restrict enemy movement. Even if the goblin thief could stealth, it wouldn't escape the blizzard's range. Before tackling the boss, Sumu decided to eliminate the surrounding mobs. He carefully adjusted the casting range of his Frost Storm to avoid inadvertently triggering the boss fight. After all, today's mission was to eradicate the goblin village, which would also complete the hidden class quest and the mysterious NPC's commission. Meanwhile, in a novice village, Long Fei had just entered the game when he encountered a man dressed as a mage with a mocking expression. Their brief conversation revealed that the young son of the Qin family had botched an operation, allowing several people intent on harming Sumu to infiltrate the scene. Although most were apprehended, a few might have slipped into the game. Shintu, Long Fei marveled at Sumu's rapid level progression, suspecting he might have cultivated an elite team. However, when he checked the level leaderboard, he was astonished to see Sumu had leveled up yet again, leaving both him and the mage incredulous. In a secluded alley of White Mist Town, a striking woman was meeting with a mysterious figure. With a sinister laugh, she implied she wanted to borrow something to deal with a rather competent mage, making the figure uneasy and disgusted. Back at the Goblin Village, Sumu successfully advanced to Tier 1, Level 6, gaining 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. He allocated all the attribute points to Spirit, further enhancing his magical abilities. At this point, Sumu's attribute values were astonishingly high, and if revealed, would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Ready for battle, Sumu began his assault on the boss. Standing a kilometer away, he activated his Eagle Eye skill to lock onto the target, then unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts. The boss convulsed violently, letting out a furious howl before slipping into stealth along with its elite minions. Prepared for this, Sumu immediately cast Froststorm within a 300-meter radius in front of him. As anticipated, seconds later, a group of goblin thieves had their stealth broken and became visible. However, to Sumu's surprise, the boss was not among them. Magic shield, Sumu whispered, and a blue barrier instantly enveloped his entire body. He couldn't afford to be careless, so he put up a shield with over 10,000 points. Even though the boss had an attack power of 1,500, it would struggle to penetrate such a formidable defense. Standing cautiously, Sumu kept his eyes peeled on his surroundings. He thought to himself, "It will probably try to ambush me from behind." The thief boss has a backstab skill and won't attack hidden while it's invisible. Suddenly, a massive damage number flashed above Su Mu's head. At the same time, the thief boss appeared behind him, its dagger glinting menacingly. Su Mu's heart skipped a beat. Such high damage. Without the shield, my health would have dropped by half. Repelling ring. Just as the thief boss was about to strike again, an energy ring surged around Su Mu, instantly propelling the boss away. Thunderstrike. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu unleashed 2 consecutive bolts of lightning from the sky, hitting the thief boss precisely. At the same time, he blinked away, creating a 200-meter gap. Another thunderstrike struck down, hitting the thief boss directly, causing its health to plummet. It let out an indignant roar, charging at Su Mu with its dagger raised. Despite its speed, it was no match for the lightning's swiftness. Before it could close in, another bolt struck with precision. With the thief boss's health nearly depleted, Su Mu intentionally let it get close before using repelling ring again. With his high intelligence boosting the skill, the goblin thief was sent flying 100 meters away. In that airborne moment, Su Mu called down 2 more lightning strikes. In this deadlock, the thief boss had no chance to evade. You have slain the goblin thief leader, gaining 2,000 experience points. You earned 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage god. The system notification chimed. Su Mu turned to face the elite goblin thieves. Due to the earlier frost storm, they were at a distance and posed no immediate threat. Without hesitation, he cast Frost Storm again, and the elite goblin thieves' health quickly dropped to 0 within the storm. You have slain an elite goblin thief, earning 100 experience points. 2 consecutive kill notifications flashed, followed by another. You gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage god. After dealing with the 2 bosses and elite monsters, Su Mu felt little pressure. With the mage god's bloodline enhancing him, as long as he didn't make careless mistakes, his magic shield was nearly impenetrable. He quickly approached the thief boss's corpse to check the loot. You obtained the goblin thief leader's head. You acquired the silver edge dagger. You received the blueprint, bright silver leather armor. The silver edge dagger was a great item, providing 300 attack power, 50 agility, and a 10 increase in attack speed, requiring a first-tier level 5 to equip. The bright silver leather armor blueprint required magic cloth, beast hide, and magic crystals to craft. Once completed, it could increase both physical and magical defense by 100 points, health by 500, and agility by 30. Su Mu immediately learned the blueprint and stored the dagger in his inventory. He calculated in his mind, this dagger has high attack and boosts attack speed. Once the assassin players reach first-tier level 5, it will fetch a good price. The leather armor is also valuable. I have skinning skills, so materials aren't an issue. Selling this armor will bring in more income. Imagining the potential wealth he could amass in this world, Su Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. I wonder if I'll have enough money to buy that in eventually? His gaze shifted to the building surrounded by high walls in the village center as he pondered. That goblin brute should be a warrior-type boss. I can deal with it using long-range thunder strikes. But it's hard to see inside, which is troublesome. Given the attributes of these 3 bosses outside, the final boss guarding the village is definitely no pushover. And according to the quest, it should be a magic-type boss. Despite the formidable nature of the magic-based boss, Su Mu remained confident. As he collected scattered items and replenished his mana, he quietly devised a strategy. Though there were still some ordinary monsters roaming in the village, he chose to focus his energy on the boss first. In his mind, he had already sketched out a battle plan once the boss was defeated. The smaller monsters could be easily dealt with using a single frost storm. Meanwhile, in the real world, a heated discussion was brewing online about the Qin Corporation's live broadcast. Various forums and message boards were buzzing with chatter, and initially, most comments favored Su Mu. After all, his activation of double experience points in the Huagua region had greatly benefited many players. However, discordant voices soon began to emerge in these threads. Some claimed to have a magician friend who recognized the fireball as a mere magic trick during the broadcast. They questioned, why doesn't Su the mage come forward to clarify? Why allow this farce to continue? Such skepticism sparked further speculation and dissatisfaction. Isn't this just Su the mage trying to make money? Someone sneered. He won't show up himself, so how could he expose the imposter? Does someone like that deserve to be called a mage? As these comments spread, public opinion took a sharp turn. More and more people began to doubt the authenticity of the entire event. Some speculated that Su Mu had spent a fortune leveling up and was now financially strained, prompting him to collaborate with the Qin family to stage this spectacle. Others went so far as to suggest that Su Mu was afraid of revealing his identity and had hired a stand-in to handle the situation. Amid this surging wave of public opinion, nearly everyone online was demanding that Su the mage come forward with a reasonable explanation. The calls grew louder. Su the mage, you must come out and give us an explanation. Public opinion has always been a sharp weapon, powerful enough to completely crush many people. The internet is awash with comments, like a storm targeting Sumu. The intent behind these remarks is singular, to force the enigmatic Su Fa Shun to reveal himself and quell the controversy. However, this storm didn't stay confined to the real world. It quickly spread to the game Shun Tuesday. The chat channel in the Hua country region erupted, with messages flooding in. Su Fa Shin, come out and clarify. Su Fa Shin? More like a coward. I bet that name is fake. How dare you bash my idol? At least my idol gives us double experience, unlike you keyboard warriors. So what if I bash him? Let's see if your Su Fa Shin can take me down. Whatever, Su Fa Shin needs to come out and explain if he's in cahoots with some insiders. The chat channel buzzed with more and more onlookers, with nearly every message mentioning Su Fa Shun. Meanwhile, Su Mu, the subject of these harsh criticisms, remained unfazed, focused on his game. From a kilometer away, his eyes gleamed with the power of the eagle eye skill, his hands charged with the energy of thunderbolt lightning. Thunderbolt lightning? Su Mu shouted, unleashing 6 bolts of lightning. His target was the final boss, a warrior with a staggering 60,000 health points. Despite its formidable defense, the boss was slower than the previous ones. Before it could approach, it was struck down by the 6 bolts. The elite monsters surrounding it also fell under Su Mu's frost storm. Another 10 points in intelligence. This spot is perfect for me. Su Mu thought with satisfaction as he reviewed his stat screen, noting his experience bar was halfway full at 926019000, with his intelligence reaching 45095. Defeating the boss yielded rich rewards. Besides items dropped by the elite monsters, the boss dropped 2 precious grade pieces of equipment. 1. Goblin Warrior Captain's Head. 2. Goblin Warrior Captain's Shield grade. Physical defense 200. Magic defense 100. Blocks 10 physical damage, 5 magic damage. Required level, Tier 1, Level 5. 3. Goblin Captain's Chain Iron Boots grade. Constitution 50. Strength 30. Movement speed 5. Required level, Tier 1, Level 5. These 2 pieces are top tier for warriors, especially the shield. It's a must-have for defensive warriors. Su Mu calculated. Once most players reach Tier 1, I can sell these for a good price. These boss drops should fetch at least 10,000 gold coins. As players leveled up, the value of gold coins began to decline. For some wealthy players, amassing thousands of gold coins was no challenge. Su Mu decided to sell some potions first to make room for the upcoming equipment trades. He opened the auction house, listed some potions, and prepared to advertise in the chat channel. However, upon opening the chat, he was taken aback by the flood of comments. Me? Hyping things up? Making money? And they want me to clarify? Su Mu sneered. It's obvious someone's trying to push me into the spotlight. He squinted, deep in thought. If he were to react to these comments and clarify, the situation might become even more sensational than that imposter's live stream. Clarify? Not a chance. Su Mu resolved. Say what you will. I'll keep doing my thing. Eat, drink, and level up. When my power can influence the entire world, all of you will be nothing but clowns. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu chose to ignore the chatter. In the past, he might have engaged in an endless argument until one side conceded. But now, his mindset had changed. Would a god argue with ants? Su Mu chuckled to himself, then shifted his attention to the village center's walled area. Phantom clone. Summon skeleton. Su Mu summoned his minions to scout ahead. Go, he commanded, directing the clone towards the entrance of the walled area gate that seemed to require destruction to access. The skeleton minion charged ahead, followed closely by the phantom clone. Su Mu kept a kilometer's distance, observing the situation. With the clone under his control, he could perceive everything it saw. As the skeleton minion approached the gate, elite goblin archers on the walls launched their attack. Positioned high, the skeleton warrior could only take the hits. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting a goblin archer precisely. Then a second and third bolt followed, causing the goblin archers to fall one by one. From his distant vantage point, Su Mu continued to unleash thunderbolt lightning. The goblin archers, unable to reach such a distance, retreated under the relentless assault. With the threat neutralized, the skeleton warrior and clone focused on breaking the gate. With a snap, the gate fell. Using his eagle eye skill, Su Mu saw the scene inside clearly. A goblin sat on a throne, gripping a uniquely shaped staff, watching the skeleton warrior and phantom clone intently. Around it, dozens of goblin mages raised their staffs simultaneously. In the next moment, a barrage of fireballs, like a meteor shower, streaked towards the skeleton warrior and clone. The power of these fireballs was astonishing, and the 2 skeletal warriors at the front fell almost instantly upon being hit. Observing from a distance, Su Mu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He thought to himself that if he rushed forward recklessly, his magical shield might be half depleted after just one round of attacks. Not to mention, the boss hadn't even made a move yet. The situation was dire. The skeletal warriors and phantom clones were powerless to turn the tide. Although the door was open, Sumu, who was a kilometer away, hadn't yet engaged in combat. He decisively controlled his clone, cautiously approaching the goblin Archmage. A system notification promptly appeared. Goblin Archmage boss. Level. Tier 1. Level 6. Health. 500. 005. 0000. Spell attack. 1500. Physical defense. 300. Magical defense. 300. Skills. Spell resistance. Summon fire rain. Fireball. The goblin boss was clearly aware of the clone's presence and sent a fireball whistling towards it. A staggering damage number appeared above the clone's head, causing Sumu's eyes to widen in shock. This indicated that the boss's fireball damage had a 200 increase. Not to mention, the surrounding elite monsters also had formidable attack power. Sumu realized that if he engaged in a heated confrontation, he would undoubtedly be defeated. He noted the boss's spell resistance skill, suspecting that it might reduce some of the spell damage. Sumu was more concerned about the boss's other skills, and although their names were straightforward, he was unsure how much his lightning strike would be diminished. Seconds later, another fireball hit the clone accurately, causing it to dissolve into white light instantly. Sumu, standing a kilometer away, didn't rush to act. The duration of his eagle eye skill was about to end, and he had to wait for the next cooldown. Meanwhile, outside a novice village, dozens of people had gathered at the entrance of the skeleton cave dungeon. A subordinate reported to Ma Jingfei, "Boss Ma, everyone is in position. We have a team of strong healers and top-notch damage dealers ready to attack the dungeon." These were the elite members Ma Jingfei had meticulously trained, all having reached level 8 and improved their skills with impressive equipment. Ma Jingfei surveyed the group with authority and commanded, "The situation inside the dungeon is unclear. If we encounter danger, everyone must cover my retreat." Just as they were about to enter, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, "Boss Ma, there's a tier 1 potion on the auction house with no level requirement. Should we buy it?" Hearing this, Ma Jingfei raised an eyebrow and opened the auction house interface. As he pondered, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. Suddenly, he realized, this must be Sumu's doing. At this stage, no one else could sell tier 1 potions in large quantities except for Su Fei Shun. Ma Jingfei smiled slightly. "With these potions, we'll have a better chance at the dungeon." However, he didn't immediately buy all the potions. Instead, he sent a message to the anonymous seller. "Friend, your potions, I'll take them all for 5 gold each." At that moment, preparing to make a move outside the goblin village, Sumu received a private message. Seeing the offered price, he was taken aback. 5 gold each? I'm only selling them for 3 gold on the auction house. What's this guy's deal? After a brief thought, Sumu quickly understood the other party's intentions. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and the higher price clearly had ulterior motives. He cautiously replied, "What do you want?" The response came almost instantly. "Just want to get to know you." Sumu scoffed, having no interest in making acquaintances. "No need, 3 gold each, take it or leave it." He opened his inventory, and the gold counter displayed 45,869. Thanks to his efficient AoE monster farming, just picking up gold alone had netted him over 40,000, not to mention the high-priced equipment he could sell. Turning it into cash, 100,000 gold was within reach. He had no need to mess around with wealthy businessmen. The other party sent another message. "You're Su Fei Shen, right?" Sumu wasn't surprised and straightforwardly admitted, "Yes, it's me." A flurry of messages followed. "Su Fei Shen, do you know how much buzz there is about you right now? My name is Ma Jingfei, you might have heard of me. I can help you suppress those rumors and even organize a press conference to silence the online chatter. I only have one request. I want to team up with you. If you agree, everything I have can be yours." Sumu read the messages with a frown. Once upon a time, he wasn't even worthy to tie Ma Jingfei's shoes. Yet now this big shot seemed to be pleading with him. Without much thought, Sumu flatly refused. "I don't need to address those rumors, and there's no need for any cooperation." He promptly blocked Ma Jingfei's messages. Although Ma Jingfei might be a potential buyer, Sumu was confident that his products would sell regardless. Collaborating with profit-driven businessmen could lead to unexpected betrayals. Even if Ma Jingfei's influence could quell the rumors, so what? Sumu believed that more rumors targeting him would surface. Responding every time would only play into their hands. "Nothing can stop me from taking down the boss." Sumu resolutely gazed towards the distant goblin village. Without his eagle eye skill active, he could only see the blurry outline of the walls. Mana shield, energy awakening, eagle eye. Sumu activated 3 skills in succession, and his eyes glowed with lightning. Boom! A thunderclap echoed across the plain as a bolt of lightning descended upon the goblin mage's head. In the next second, a damage number appeared above the goblin mage. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the real world, A man was smiling at several computers in front of him. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The campaign was a success. With this kind of public pressure, it won't be long before that guy can't handle it and surfaces, the man reported smugly. The voice on the other end was deep and calm. You did well, I'll transfer the money to you. But the man laughed and said, I don't need money, I want 500 gold coins. No problem, as soon as he comes forward to clarify, the gold coins will be yours. The other party agreed readily. The call ended quickly, and the man's smile grew even wider. He stood up, walked over to a cabinet, took out a bottle of XO, and poured himself a glass. Suefation? Let's see how long you can withstand the pressure, he muttered to himself as he downed the drink. Reduced magic damage by 20? Sumu, using his eagle eye skill, clearly saw the damage numbers inflicted on the boss by his thunderstrike. He quickly calculated that with the goblin archmage's health, it would take at least 7 strikes to take it down. However, this magic-based boss moved at a snail's pace. Sumu smirked, confident that he had more than enough time for 7 strikes. He unleashed a relentless barrage of thunder strikes on the approaching goblin archmage. With eagle eye's extended vision, he accurately tracked every move of the boss, ensuring each strike hit its mark. As the final damage number appeared above the boss's head, the goblin archmage fell, defeated and unwilling. The system chimed. You have slain the goblin archmage, earning 5,000 experience points and gaining 1 intelligence through the glimmer of the archmage. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, this so-called archmage boss, with a spell range of at least 200 meters, couldn't even land a single fireball on him. If it could speak, it would surely shout, you're playing dirty. Seeing the most formidable boss lying defeated, Sumu felt more confident in his strategy. Combining long-range strikes with eagle eye was the perfect tactic against slow-moving bosses. The elite mages posed even less of a threat. Without hesitation, Sumu cast Froststorm and blinked right in front of the remaining elite mages. His mana shield shimmered, and fire rained from his hands. Despite their numbers, his high magic defense gave him the confidence to wipe them out before they could breach his shield. As each elite mage fell, the system's notifications came one after another. You have slain a goblin elite mage, earning 100 experience points and gaining 1 intelligence through the glimmer of the archmage. After dealing with all the monsters, Sumu was delighted to see his experience bar had risen significantly. He had already leveled up twice today. With a grin, Sumu ran towards the fallen mage boss. The system notifications continued. You have acquired the goblin archmage's head. You have acquired the goblin archmage's staff. You have acquired the goblin robe. You have learned the skill, magic resistance. For items in total, 2 of which were quest items. Sumu thought, with the head in hand, he just needed to hand it to that mysterious NPC to complete the quest series. However, more than the unknown quest reward, he was intrigued by the hidden class quest. He had to bring this staff to Magine Tai. He glanced at his quest log, both tasks marked as completed. The prospect of the hidden class transfer filled him with anticipation. Then, he turned his attention to the boss's drop gear. Goblin Robe Grade A. Health 500, Spirit 50, Intelligence 50, 1 chance to restore 500 mana when casting a spell. Sumu nodded in approval. This equipment was excellent, a worthy replacement for the white wolf robe he was wearing. Without hesitation, he donned the new robe and put the old one up for auction. Next, Sumu examined the skill. Magic Resistance Grade A. Reduces magic damage taken by 10. This unexpected bonus thrilled Sumu. He immediately chose to learn and max it out. Magic Resistance A upgraded to Magic Resistance S. Magic Resistance SS upgraded to Magic Resistance SSS maxed out. Magic Resistance SSS. Reduces magic damage taken by 50. Seeing the SS level effect, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. This skill was insanely powerful. With it, he could rightfully call himself a magic tank. Sumu quickly calculated. Based on his previous Thunderstrike damage, the boss's attacks would now only deal around 1,300 damage to him. He marveled at how valuable such passive skills were. He couldn't get enough of them. Then, Sumu checked his updated stats. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Rank 1, Level 675801900. Health, 4,430. Mana, 18,800. Attack, 256. Magic Attack, 1160. Physical Defense, 393. Magic Defense, 470. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 25835, Agility 228, Spirit 310160, Intelligence 455125. Equipment, Goblin Staff, Skull Ring, Heroic Metal, Ice Wolf Leggings, Blazing Boots, Apostle Gloves, Blue Hat, Goblin Robe. Gazing at his stats panel, Sumu couldn't help but feel satisfied with his gains. Defeating bosses was indeed a shortcut to wealth, especially since he had taken down 4 in one go. Surveying the area, he saw herbs and quest items scattered everywhere. The remaining goblins were lower level than him, offering little benefit. Sumu decided to complete all the tasks here before heading back. With the goblin village leader defeated, Sumu freely looted the surrounding herbs and quest items. The system notifications kept coming. You have acquired blueberries. You have gathered mana grass. You have gathered blood orchids. Only after collecting all the herbs in the area did Sumu smile with satisfaction. This trip had been immensely rewarding, and he couldn't wait to return and turn in the quests. White Mist Town. Sumu rushed back like a whirlwind, his figure flickering in and out of sight. The allure of a hidden profession was like a blazing fire, burning within his heart. The mage hall loomed ahead, and a smile crept onto Sumu's lips. Familiar with the place, he made his way to Master Eentai's chamber, took a deep breath to calm his excitement, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Master Eentai's voice called from inside. Sumu entered and politely said, "Master, I've completed the task you gave me." Master Eentai was taken aback, a look of disbelief crossing his face. He quickly composed himself, though his tone still carried a hint of skepticism. "You really dealt with that goblin mage? Here is its staff." Sumu nodded, presenting the quest item. Master Eentai's eyes widened as he confirmed the claim. "How did you manage it?" Sumu smiled slightly, choosing not to answer. After all, the truth of storming in and striking down the goblin mage with lightning might be hard to believe. Realizing his abruptness, Master Eentai refrained from further questioning. He examined Sumu closely, his expression shifting. After a long pause, he sighed and handed Sumu the crystal he had previously shown. "Since you have completed my test, it is yours." A system notification appeared. Quest completed. Received Ashen Mage's Gem. Sumu was ecstatic and eagerly checked the gem's details. Ashen Mage's Gem, containing a certain legacy, but it has lost its luster and requires a special method to activate. His excitement was quickly doused, and Sumu turned to Master Eentai. "Master, how can I obtain this legacy?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure," Master Eentai admitted, looking puzzled. "However, perhaps using items infused with fire energy might activate it." Frowning, Sumu was about to take his leave when Master Eentai added, "Adventurer, I have another request. There's a magic crystal mine in the Misty Mountains to the west of White Mist Town. Could you bring back some crystals? In return, I can teach you a spell skill and reward you with a substantial amount of skill points." Intrigued by the spell skill, Sumu accepted the task and headed to the quest hall. After acquiring the recipe for the superior mana potion, he learned it immediately. Exhaustion set in, and Sumu decided to seek out the NPC tomorrow, opting to rest at the inn tonight. The innkeeper warmly welcomed him, and after paying some gold coins, Sumu enjoyed a hearty meal, easing his fatigue. Meanwhile, in a cave within the goblin forest, a striking woman was setting something up. A cold smile appeared on her face as she muttered to herself, "Once I lure that adventurer mage in here, he'll be at my mercy. Compared to those goblins, he should be much more delectable, right?" Her eerie laughter echoed throughout the cave. Sumu lay in bed, scrolling through his phone, relishing the comfort of his own mattress. He recalled his stay at the hotel. While it provided a decent rest, it still couldn't compare to his own bed. On his phone screen, discussions about him were everywhere, with the buzz growing louder by the minute. Sumu frowned at the comments, but decided to ignore them. He mused to himself that in a vast country like China, with his low-profile lifestyle, it was unlikely anyone could track him down. Even if someone did, who would believe that a jobless man living in a small house was the legendary Su the Magician? Unless he demonstrated his powers publicly, he would just be another person with the same name. With that thought, Sumu decided to have a good night's sleep, tuning out the noise around him. Meanwhile, somewhere in China, a group of serious-looking individuals was holding a meeting. Some suggested quelling the online discussions, while others believed this could be an opportunity to lure out Su the Magician. The debate grew increasingly heated, with tempers flaring. Just then, a commanding voice cut through the noise, silencing everyone. "This is not as simple as it seems. Let's calm the public opinion first." These words set the tone for the meeting. The next morning, Sumu woke up feeling refreshed. Perhaps due to a significant boost in his attributes, he felt exceptionally good. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, he logged into the game. Upon entering the auction house, Sumu was surprised to find that all the potions he listed the previous day had sold out. 5 batches, each containing 100 potions priced at 3 gold coins each, had netted him a total of 1,500 gold coins. Including other sales, the total amount of gold coins awaiting collection reached 2,800. Sumu didn't rush to withdraw the funds, as there was no fee for leaving them there. He opened the alchemy skill interface and began crafting large mana potions. "You have created a super mana potion." The notification chimed repeatedly, and he soon produced 80 bottles. He listed half of them at the auction house, pricing each at 10 gold coins, and kept the rest in reserve. After organizing his inventory and backpack, Sumu set off for Goblin Forest, ready to complete the mysterious NPC's quest. Arriving at the location where he previously encountered the NPC, he found the area deserted. Just as he was searching, the NPC suddenly appeared. "Hello there, adventurer." The NPC greeted him with a beaming smile. Sumu raised an eyebrow and handed over several goblin heads to her. The NPC seemed unusually thrilled, giving Sumu a coquettish look and saying, "There's a treasure chest in a cave not far from here, and your reward is inside." She pointed in a direction, adding a flirtatious wink. Sumu felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing something was off. Logically, the NPC should have given the reward immediately upon task completion, so why direct him to a cave for a treasure chest? Moreover, there was no task notification from the system after she spoke. With suspicion in mind, Sumu paused and activated his eagle eye skill. Through the enhanced vision, he was shocked to see that the beautiful NPC's spot was now occupied by a grotesque, sinister creature feasting on the goblin heads. Realizing he had been deceived, Sumu understood why there was no task reward. The cave likely harbored a trap, but how should he proceed? Uncertain of the NPC's true strength, confronting it directly was unwise. Should he move on to other tasks, or investigate the cave? Using Eagle Eye, Sumu quickly located the cave, about 500 to 600 meters away. After careful observation, he noticed no ambush at the entrance. Since he had come this far, he decided to check it out. At the cave entrance, Sumu examined the surroundings again to ensure no monsters were lurking. To be cautious, he summoned a phantom clone. Although it couldn't cast spells or speak, the clone was otherwise identical to him. Hiding in a thicket, Sumu controlled the clone to enter the cave. The cave wasn't deep, and visibility was decent. The clone hadn't gone far before spotting a treasure chest glowing with golden light. "There's really a chest?" Sumu was surprised. Remembering the valuable items he'd found in a silver chest before, he couldn't pass up the chance to open a gold one. He guided the clone forward, slowly placing its hand on the chest. Suddenly, the chest emitted a blinding light, enveloping the clone in a radiant barrier. "Is it a trap?" Sumu squinted from his hiding spot outside the cave. The clone was trapped, unable to escape. Clearly, the NPC never intended to reward him. The treasure chest was merely bait to lure him into a trap. Luckily, he used the clone to scout, avoiding the trap himself. Sumu remained hidden in the bushes, his gaze becoming more intense. Let's see what this creature is really up to. In the cave, Sumu controlled his avatar to raise the staff and fiercely strike the barrier that imprisoned him. However, an invisible force repelled every attack, leaving the avatar struggling futilely in the confined space. Suddenly, a spine-chilling laugh echoed through the cave. Heh, heh, heh. The avatar froze instantly, eyes locked on the source of the sound. Before long, a grotesque creature stepped into the cave. In a raspy voice it asked, "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" The avatar was speechless, only able to raise the staff again under Sumu's control, striking the barrier with force. Thud! The staff bounced off, and the creature let out another piercing laugh, slowly advancing. At that moment, Sumu discerned the creature's details. Ghoul. Level: Tier 1, Level 5. Health: 500, 005, 0000. Other attributes: Unknown. Sumu felt somewhat reassured, thinking, not much health and a low level. "I should be able to handle this." Seeing the avatar remain silent, the ghoul boasted, "Why so quiet?" Before the sentence finished, its body twisted and transformed into the image of the beautiful NPC. "Recognize me now?" Unable to make the avatar speak, Sumu continued to direct it to strike the barrier. The ghoul scoffed, "Stop wasting your energy. This barrier was crafted by the Grand Mage of White Mist Town. You can't break it." It chuckled, a ring glowing with the same light as the barrier appearing in its hand. The ring emitted a beam that struck the barrier, causing damage numbers to appear above the avatar's head, one after another. "I can't wait to savor you," the ghoul sneered, watching as the avatar's health steadily declined. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the cave, striking the ghoul with precision. "Who's there?" It screamed in terror, its health dropping sharply. "Quit your shouting," a voice called out. The ghoul looked back incredulously at the avatar trapped in the barrier. "Aren't you trapped inside? How is this happening?" Sumu did not answer, his eyes concentrating on summoning another bolt of lightning. Another strike hit the ghoul, taking away a fifth of its life. "How can your damage be so high? How is this possible? Who are you?" The ghoul was utterly panicked, fear of death looming over it. "I'm just an adventurer." Sumu smirked from the cave entrance. He thought, 3 more lightning strikes and this NPC imposter ghoul would be finished, easier than expected. "Adventurer, don't kill me. I can't tell you the secrets of this world." The ghoul's words made Sumu pause. "Secrets about the game Shun too?" From the first day he entered this world, Sumu knew things were far from simple. He never expected a chance to uncover the truth. Let's hear it. Sumu halted his attack. I'll tell you right now. The ghoul feigned to speak, then suddenly lunged at Sumu with astonishing speed. Trying to trick me? Sumu frowned, anger boiling. This wasn't the first time the ghoul had tried to deceive him. Ring of repulsion. Just as the ghoul was about to reach him, a ring of energy materialized. The powerful force sent the ghoul flying, another damage number appearing. Die already. Sumu no longer held back, striking with another bolt of lightning as the ghoul struggled to regain its balance. Spare me, adventurer. I can really tell you everything I know. The ghoul pleaded. My master is the fallen mage Adolf. He has a magic book that contains secrets about this world. If you can get that book, you'll know everything. Your master? Sumu's brows knitted tightly. Yes, if you don't kill me, I can take you to him. The ghoul nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Sumu suddenly laughed. Before the ghoul could respond, a flash of lightning appeared, followed by another. Under the ghoul's terrified and bewildered gaze, its health quickly depleted to 0. A system notification popped up. You have slain the ghoul, gaining 2,000 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage. Sumu looked at the ghoul's corpse on the ground and scoffed. Did you really think I was that gullible? Although Sumu was eager to uncover the secrets of this world, the ominous undertone in the ghoul's words made him wary. The mysterious master mentioned was clearly not a benevolent figure, and with his current abilities, seeking out the fallen mage would be akin to courting death. Sumu silently noted the name, deciding to investigate further when the opportunity arose. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to let any potential clues about the world's mysteries slip by. Cautiously, Sumu approached the corpse, hoping for an unexpected discovery. Judging by the experience points, this ghoul must have been a boss-level creature, albeit a cowardly one. You have obtained the Azure Ring. You have learned the skill, Morph. Seeing these notifications, Sumu frowned in disappointment. He opened his inventory to examine the ring's details closely. Azure Ring. This item seems to belong to a mage from White Mist Town and can unlock the main quest, Trader of White Mist Town. A main quest? Although the ring couldn't be equipped and was merely a quest item, the quest title piqued Sumu's interest. He recalled the barrier the ghoul mentioned, supposedly the work of a mage from White Mist Town. Who could it be? Sumu first thought of Magine Tai, but quickly dismissed the idea. This quest could wait for later. Sumu's attention then turned to the skill book. Morph S rank. Allows you to change your appearance to resemble another person. Once transformed, the appearance is fixed. No wonder this guy could turn into a beautiful woman. Sumu realized, amazed. The auxiliary effect of this skill was top-notch. By learning this skill, he could completely transform into another person, even a woman. Without hesitation, Sumu chose to learn it. Congratulations! You have learned Morph. After successfully learning it, Sumu opened his skill tab and found the newly acquired skill. To his surprise, there was a sign next to it, indicating it could be further upgraded. Morph upgraded from S rank to SS rank. Morph upgraded from SS rank to SSS rank maxed. Morph SSS rank. You can create another appearance and profession. In the transformed state, you can learn all the skills and equip all the gear of that profession. Note: once edited, it cannot be changed again. As the skill reached its maximum level, a customization screen appeared before Sumu. It allowed him to edit appearance, height, weight, and various body details, as well as name. Wow, does this mean I can completely become someone else? Sumu exclaimed in surprise. This skill was practically divine. After some contemplation, Sumu decided to create a plain-looking face. He was already quite handsome, so there was no need for this second identity to stand out. The key was to bear no resemblance to his original appearance. Soon, an unremarkable face appeared before him. Next was choosing a profession, which posed a dilemma for Sumu. He could already learn skills from all professions, but there were some profession-specific gear he couldn't wear. In his transformed state, these restrictions would be lifted. Let's go with an archer. After careful consideration, Sumu settled on the archer profession. He primarily wanted to see how the archer's attributes would be calculated in his transformed state. Please edit your name. Let's go with Xian Yuan. With the editing complete, the skill description updated accordingly. Morph SSS rank. Transforms into archer, Xian Yuan. Sumu immediately activated the skill. In the next moment, his body began to change, transforming into a man with the exact appearance he had just created, styled as a standard archer. Eagerly, Sumu opened the attribute panel. Player, Xian Yuan. Profession, archer. Level, Tier 1, Level 6, 958019000. Health, 4,430. Mana, 18,800. Melee physical attack, 256. Ranged physical attack, 656. Physical defense, 393. Magical defense, 470. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 25835, Agility 228, Spirit 310160, Intelligence 455125. Equipment, Goblin Staff, Skull Ring, Heroic Metal, Ice Wolf Leggings, Blaze Boots, Apostle Gloves, Blue Mage Hat, Goblin Robe. My magic attack has turned into ranged physical attack, meaning I can use a bow now. Sumu thought excitedly. Just as he expected, the archer's ranged attack bonus was Agility X2, plus the passive skill he had previously learned, perfectly totaling 656 ranged attack. This was without even equipping archer-specific gear. Although his ranged physical attack couldn't match his magical attack, within the archer profession, Sumu was certainly above average. Revert. Sumu quickly returned to his original appearance. At that moment, he realized that while the archer identity might not be immediately useful, it would undoubtedly come in handy in the future. Sumu decided to return to White Mist Town first, planning to take on all tasks related to the Misty Mountains. At the same time, he considered visiting Master Yin Tai to inquire about the mysterious ring's owner. While Sumu was focused on his plans, he failed to notice a startling change quietly unfolding on the global ranking board. Suddenly, a new name appeared on the leaderboard, Xian Yuan, at Tier 1 Level 6. This unexpected emergence of a high-level player caused a global uproar among gamers. The chat channels in various countries erupted with discussions and speculation. Whoa, where did this Tier 1 player come from? And already at Level 6? They're catching up to Su the Mage. No clue. Who is this Xian Yuan? And how did they suddenly make it onto the board? Could it be that the ranking can actually be hidden? Maybe Xian Yuan was hiding their level and just revealed it now? That makes sense, or maybe they stumbled upon some rare adventure. This game doesn't follow normal logic, after all. The chatter quickly turned into a heated debate about Sumu and Xian Yuan. Some supported Sumu, calling him Su the Mage, while others sided with Xian Yuan, claiming he was the true number one. In the Huaguo region channel, supporters of both sides engaged in fierce arguments, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation's chat channel, there was widespread dismay. Players felt frustrated and unwilling to accept the situation. Damn, is Huaguo really this strong? They have 2 players on the world leaderboard. Can Sakura Nation ever rise? This is frustrating. I refuse to accept this. Isn't there anyone from Sakura Nation who can make the list? Or maybe they've hidden their levels. There's no reason to hide anymore. Reveal yourselves. How do Huaguo players level up so fast? Is there some secret method we can't find? This sentiment wasn't confined to Sakura Nation. Players worldwide were shocked by the sudden appearance of Xian Yuan. They began to wonder if there was some special leveling method in the game Shin 2. Everyone was frantically speculating, hoping to uncover this method and make their mark on the ranking board, achieving instant fame. In the town of Baiwu, Sumu pondered deeply before deciding to take the ring he found on the corpse demon and seek out Master Yin Tai. He recounted the entire encounter with the corpse demon to Yin Tai, including his suspicions about a certain mage in town. Master Yin Tai's expression changed after hearing Sumu's story. Sumu handed over the ring, and Yin Tai examined it carefully before shaking his head, saying, "This ring does indeed contain magical energy and seems like something a mage would possess, but I've never seen it before. Moreover, I don't believe there are any traitors within the mage guild." These words left Sumu momentarily speechless. He had initially suspected Yin Tai as the ring's owner, but based on Yin Tai's reaction and strength, it seemed unlikely. Yin Tai continued, "The appearance of a corpse demon in Baiwu town is no small matter. Don't spread this around for now. I'll discuss it with the town mayor and decide on a course of action. I'll keep the ring for the time being." As soon as Yin Tai finished speaking, a prompt appeared before Sumu. Accept the main quest, Traitor in Baiwu town. The quest required him to wait for Yin Tai to consult with the mayor before discussing further actions. Relieved that the quest had successfully activated, Sumu's suspicion of Yin Tai lessened. As long as he continued to progress the quest, the truth would eventually come to light. "I'm heading to the Misty Mountains now," Sumu said. "The Misty Mountains are full of magical beasts, so be careful," Yin Tai advised with concern in his voice. Sumu smiled in acknowledgement and left the Mage Guild. Instead of heading directly to the Misty Mountains, he went to the quest hall and accepted all quests related to the mountains. After accepting the quests, Sumu went to the inn to prepare for the upcoming monster hunting trip. He stored a large amount of first-tier equipment in the inn's warehouse, freeing up a significant amount of inventory space, but still felt it wasn't enough. "It would be great if I could expand my inventory slots," Sumu muttered to himself. 100 might be enough for others, but not for me. Unfortunately, he had yet to find any items at the tailor shop that could expand his inventory. Opening the chat channel, Sumu quietly observed the discussions. The channel was filled with talk and admiration for Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan? Sumu wondered aloud, quickly checking the leaderboards and discovering that his avatar, Xian Yuan, was ranked second. My avatar made it to the leaderboard? Not bad. After a brief moment of surprise, Sumu chuckled. With this secondary identity, he had more room for maneuver both with players and NPCs. Through the corpse demon incident, Sumu gained a new understanding of the NPCs in this world. To go further, he needed to stay constantly vigilant. I'll clear the entire Misty Mountains first, then deal with this main quest, Sumu resolved. Meanwhile, in other novice villages, players were striving to clear the Skeleton Cave dungeon. Li Zhao's team successfully cleared it, and he, clad in a full set of skeleton gear, confidently declared, "Once I level up to the first tier, this dungeon will be ours to conquer." He instructed his team to keep a close eye on the auction house and purchase any high-level equipment that appeared. On the other hand, Ma Jingfei's team struggled in the dungeon, stuck at the fifth wave of monsters. Regretting not buying the skeleton gear earlier, Ma Jingfei decided to exit and reset the dungeon, focusing on farming elite monsters at the beginning and keeping a close watch on high-level gear and potions at the auction house. Other top players in novice villages had also encountered the Skeleton Cave dungeon, but most teams were stalled at the third or fourth wave of monsters. They speculated about how Su the Archmage had managed to clear it, unable to imagine that Su Mu had accomplished the feat solo. The Misty Mountains loom over the northern part of Baiwu town, perpetually shrouded in a mysterious fog. As Su Mu stepped into the mountains, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Even with his eagle eye ability activated, the annoying mist severely impaired his vision. Cautiously navigating through the fog at the mountain's edge, Su Mu found no trace of any magical beasts. He decided to tentatively cast a skill, unleashing a frost storm that howled through the area, sending cold ice crystals swirling in the wind and making the already chilly environment even more biting. Suddenly, a series of system notifications flashed across Su Mu's interface. You have slain a leopard beast, gaining 5 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the mage's glory. Similar messages appeared dozens of times. Su Mu was somewhat surprised. Despite the creatures being so spread out, a single frost storm had managed to kill dozens. Frustrated with the difficulty of locating corpses in the mist, Su Mu muttered to himself, if only there were a skill to see everything clearly in the fog. He decided to abandon the time-consuming task of a thorough search, and instead focused on finding the potential dungeon entrance deeper within the mountains. As he climbed, casting frost storms to clear his path, Su Mu moved swiftly. Along the way, he discovered he could skin the beast's corpses and began collecting materials with delight. With his master-level skinning skills, he quickly amassed 5 stacks of Tier 1 beast hides, each stack containing 100 pieces. As he ventured further into the middle of the mountains, the surrounding fog grew denser, reducing visibility to just a meter or two. Just as Su Mu was troubled by this, a faint cry for help reached his ears. He immediately oriented himself and blinked towards the sound. A few minutes later, Su Mu found a soldier clad in Baiwu town armor beneath a large tree. Seeing Su Mu as a savior, the soldier weakly recounted their encounter with terrifying enemies while exploring the mountain depths goatmen. These creatures had human limbs and goat heads and could move effortlessly in the fog, leading to the complete annihilation of the soldier's squad. Before dying, the soldier pleaded with Su Mu to kill the goatmen and bring their horns back to Baiwu town. Su Mu decisively accepted the quest. Slay the goatmen and bring 100 of their horns back to Baiwu town to deliver to Mayor Xinda. The moment Su Mu accepted the quest, a look of relief spread across the soldier's face, and he slowly closed his eyes. Su Mu wasn't surprised by the NPC's death. Such scenarios were commonplace in games. However, what truly caught his attention was the White Mist Town Warrior badge. He examined the badge's attributes closely: 2000 HP, 200 physical defense, and 200 magic defense. These stats far exceeded those of his current badge, filling Su Mu with excitement. I have to complete this quest, he resolved. After analyzing the situation, Su Mu deduced that the magic crystal mine was likely located in the lair of the goatmen. But before confronting them directly, he decided to complete other gathering quests first. Su Mu headed to the central mountain area, a rich source of many quest items. He unleashed Frost Storm, sweeping through the surrounding beasts while keenly searching for various materials. You have obtained Blackstone ore. You have collected camphor spore. You have collected live root grass. You have collected mana herb. System notifications popped up continuously, and Su Mu's inventory quickly filled up. Besides quest items, he gathered a large quantity of herbs and ores. Facing a full backpack, Su Mu decided to list some Tier 1 equipment at the auction house. 100 gold coins each seems reasonable, he thought, listing each piece of Tier 1 equipment that occupied individual slots. To his surprise, almost immediately after listing them, the system sent him a series of notifications. Consignment successful. You received 90 gold coins. Consignment successful. You received 90 gold coins. Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he read these messages. Wow, they're selling so fast? Although he and his alternate character were the only ones on the leaderboard, The astonishing sales speed suggested a frenzy of players eagerly buying them up. In fact, the moment Sumu listed those Tier 1 items, the entire game world was abuzz. Tier 1 equipment is in the auction house. Hurry and grab it. The boss said to buy them immediately once they're listed. Damn, who's so fast? I didn't get a single piece. The boss is going to be mad. Everyone, carry some gold coins. Let's grab some gear together. Countless players focused their attention on the auction house. Each time Sumu listed an item, it was like tossing a red envelope into a sea of people. In this battle for gear, only the quick were rewarded. Unbeknownst to him, Sumu's actions had already caused a massive stir throughout the game world. The popularity of the Tier 1 equipment far exceeded Sumu's expectations. As he watched the number of gold coins waiting to be collected from the auction house grow, he couldn't help but marvel. The gear he initially thought would be difficult to sell in the short term had become hot commodities. I should have brought all the equipment from the inn's storage, he regretted silently. After selling dozens of items, Sumu's stock was depleted. Although he still had a few dozen more stored at the inn, going back to retrieve them would take quite some time. Never mind, since I'm the only one selling Tier 1 equipment, I can sell them later. He consoled himself and continued his journey towards the misty mountains. Frost Storm. Sumu cleared the path with his usual spell and prepared to collect the loot. However, after the storm subsided, no notifications appeared on his interface. He quickly checked his stats. Intelligence 465125, spell attack 1180. This meant that his Frost Storm dealt a maximum damage of 11,800 points, which ordinary monsters couldn't withstand. Is it an elite monster? Sumu quickly realized. Regular monsters couldn't handle such high damage, but elite monsters were a different story. He understood that he had likely wandered into the territory of elite monsters. Scanning his surroundings, the dense fog obscured his vision, making it impossible to pinpoint the monster's locations. Sumu stood still, listening intently to the sounds around him. Suddenly, there was a crack. Something seemed to have snapped a branch on the ground. Soon after, similar noises followed in quick succession, indicating that the monsters hit by the storm were approaching. Let's see what you really look like. Sumu cast a protective shield and waited for the monsters to reveal themselves. Soon, he noticed some fast-moving figures in the fog. They were humanoid creatures with goat-like heads. As they came closer, Sumu finally saw the goatmen in full. The system displayed their attributes. Goatman Elite. Level: Tier 1, Level 7. Health: 672024000. Attack: 950. Physical defense: 150. Magical defense: 200. Skills: Swift, Stealth, Ram. Description: evil horned creatures from the depths of the mountains. Their existence was thought to be merely a myth. They're a level higher than me. The experience should be decent, Sumu thought with a slight smile. He raised his hand and unleashed a storm centered around himself. Under the first Frost Storm attack, the goatman's health was nearly depleted. After a few more damage ticks, the goatmen before him fell one by one. System notifications chimed in succession. You killed a goatman, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage. You killed a goatman, gaining 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage. Sumu checked his intelligence, 480125. Just one storm had increased his intelligence by 15 points. Fighting high-level elite monsters is really rewarding, he thought happily, noting that he was less than 2,000 experience points away from leveling up to Tier 1, Level 7. At this rate, no one else can catch up with me. Sumu quickly searched the area for loot. The system notified him. You obtained a goatman's horn. You obtained a sunlit longbow. The loot from elite monsters was quite generous. Dozens of goatmen had dropped 5 pieces of Tier 1 equipment. Sumu decided not to list these items for sale immediately, planning to do so only when his inventory space became limited. He noticed the drop rate for goatmen's horns was rather lonely 10 horns from over 40 goatmen. Looking at the quest requirement for 100 horns, Sumu rubbed his head. This quest is no easy task. Let's keep going. I think I found their lair. Sumu continued forward, maintaining his strategy of clearing monsters. Frost Storm. The storm enveloped a 300-meter radius, draining the goatman's health. AoE skills are really handy. Even if I can't see the monsters, I can still clear them. Sumu stood his ground, patiently waiting. The goatmen, enraged by the attack, directed their aggression towards him. Being melee monsters, they had to get close to attack. Soon, the goatmen appeared in his line of sight. Mana Shield. Energy Awakening. Sumu activated 2 skills, bolstering himself with a massive shield and regenerating his mana. The 7 or 8 goatmen at the forefront reached him and began their assault. Their attack speed is decent and the damage isn't low, but they can't break through my shield. Sumu had no intention of counterattacking, waiting for all the goatmen to gather for a second storm to finish them off. When all the goatmen were in view, Sumu unleashed another frost storm. System notification sounded again. You killed a goat man, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage. You killed a goat man, gaining 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the mage. Congratulations! You have leveled up, gaining 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. As the goatman fell, Sumu's level advanced to Tier 1, level 7. Almost Tier 1, level 10. I should be able to advance to Tier 2 then, right? This place's dungeon should drop the Tier 2 advancement proof, shouldn't it? Sumu thought with a broad smile. While others were still struggling to reach Tier 1, he was already on the verge of moving to Tier 2, a feeling that was beyond satisfying. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Sumu. Wait, I leveled up. Does that mean my clone's level on the leaderboard increased too? He quickly opened the world level leaderboard. To his surprise, his clone's level hadn't changed. The leaderboard still showed only 2 people. Himself at Tier 1, level 7, and Xinyuan at Tier 1, level 6. This means that unless I transform into the second identity, his level won't change. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sumu understood the underlying mechanism. Xinyuan had appeared on the leaderboard because he used the shape-shifting spell. As long as I transform into Xinyuan at the right time, I can create the illusion that Xinyuan is catching up to Sumu. Sumu now had a plan. He intended to transform into Xinyuan at an opportune moment, allowing Xinyuan's level on the leaderboard to rise to Tier 1, level 7. Now it's time to allocate those points. He prepared to distribute the newly acquired attribute and skill points. Sumu took a deep breath and decisively allocated all 20 attribute points to his spirit. His attribute panel was instantly transformed. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 1, level 7 310020000. Health points, 4430. Mana points, 19600. Melee physical attack, 256. Magic attack, 1230. Physical defense, 393. Magic defense, 490. Attributes, Strength, 28. Constitution, 25,835. Agility, 228. Spirit, 330,160. Intelligence, 490,125. Equipment, Goblin Staff, Skull Ring, Medal of Bravery, Ice Wolf Legards, Flame Boots, Apostle Gloves, Blue Wizard Hat, Goblin Robe. Such an attribute panel would leave anyone in awe. As a mage, Sumu not only excelled in spirit and intelligence, but his other attributes were equally enviable. With mist enveloping him, Sumu cautiously ventured forward. Pondering the location of the dungeon, he hoped to acquire a skill to dispel the fog from the satyr creatures. However, after scavenging the elite monster's remains, he found nothing. Just as Sumu was about to cast Frost Storm, an inexplicable premonition surged through him. In the mist, a shadow darted by like lightning, faster than any satyr he had encountered before. It moved unpredictably, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. A boss. Sumu squinted, scanning his surroundings warily. Surprisingly, there were no other satyr creatures in sight. Not daring to be careless, Sumu quickly activated his mana shield and energy awakening. He searched for the shadow's whereabouts while waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a sharp bleat shattered the silence. A shadow lunged from the mist, launching a fierce attack at Sumu. Its horns glinted with metallic sheen, aiming straight for Sumu's lower back. In the nick of time, Sumu cast Repulsion Ring. A circle of energy formed instantly, repelling the charging satyr. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu unleashed Lightning Strike. The satyr let out a pained bleat as it retreated back into the mist. Before it vanished, Sumu caught a glimpse of its details. Ironhorn Satyr Boss. Level, Tier 1, level 8. Health points, 45010600000. Attack power, 1500. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 500. Skills, Horn Charge, Magic Sight, Earthbind. Sumu frowned in thought. The boss's skill set was quite unusual, combining melee attacks with magical abilities. More troubling was its apparent ability to see through the mist, negating Sumu's advantage. Despite this, Sumu remained calm. He chose to stand his ground, waiting for the boss's next move. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sumu shifted. Soil surged upward, binding his feet tightly. At the same time, the boss charged from the mist once more. Bring it on. Sumu silently taunted. The boss's attack landed heavily on Sumu, inflicting considerable damage. But Sumu was prepared, immediately casting Shockwave Axe. His staff struck the ground, the powerful backlash stunning the boss. Taking advantage of the opening, Sumu unleashed 2 successive lightning strikes, cutting the boss's health to below half. As the stun wore off, The boss seemed to sense danger and attempted to retreat into the mist again. But Sumu was faster, blinking forward and landing a kidney strike to stun it once more. For the final blow, Sumu used his seldom-used charge skill. With his high agility bonus, the boss was unable to dodge. During the brief stun, a thunderbolt followed swiftly. You have slain the Ironhorn Satyr, earning 10,000 experience points. You gain 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the Archmage. Watching his experience bar surge by half, Sumu was elated. The substantial experience reward from this Tier 1, Level 8 boss made him realize that defeating high-level elites and bosses was key to leveling up quickly. Sumu approached the boss's corpse, reaping rich rewards. You have obtained the Satyr Cave Rune Stone. You have obtained the Iron Horn of the Satyr. You have obtained the Satyr's Claw. You have acquired the skill, Magic Sight. Meanwhile, in various starter villages, a group of people suddenly appeared. They looked tense, their eyes glued to the void, fingers itching to act. Someone muttered under their breath, "The boss said if we don't snatch any gear today, don't bother coming to work." Another nervously added, "Mr. Lee warned us that failing to grab gear means getting kicked out of the elite group." Yet another exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Ma promised a gold coin bonus for grabbing 3 or more pieces of gear." These individuals were idle, constantly refreshing the auction house, waiting for Tier 1 gear to be listed. In the misty mountains, Sumu gazed intently at the new skill in his inventory, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Magic Vision A rank, this skill consumed 500 mana points, granting magical sight within a 100-meter range for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The description was simple, yet the phrase "can reveal unexpected things" piqued Sumu's interest. He couldn't help but wonder if the boss that could see him through the fog was using a similar ability. Without further hesitation, Sumu decisively chose to learn the skill and max it out. As the skill leveled up, Magic Vision A rank instantly evolved into Magic Vision SS rank. The new skill was significantly more powerful. It consumed 1,000 mana points, allowed for magical sight within a 500-meter range for 2 minutes, and had a reduced cooldown of 3 minutes. Although the description remained vague, Sumu grew increasingly eager to discover those unexpected things. Magic Vision, Sumu murmured, and a surge of powerful magical energy enveloped his eyes. In the next moment, his view of the world drastically changed. The dense fog seemed to part as if an invisible hand had swept it away, revealing everything around him in sharp detail. In this unique perspective, Sumu was astonished to find the surrounding trees emitting a gentle green energy. Even more surprising were the moving clusters of red energy judging by their size. These were likely small animals in the mountains. I can see the energy signatures of living beings now. This is even better than a thermal imaging device. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. A bold idea crossed his mind. I wonder if I can spot invisible creatures with this view? Let's try combining it with Eagle Eye. No sooner said than done, Sumu immediately activated his Eagle Eye skill. To his delight, the effects of the two skills blended perfectly, allowing him to maintain magical vision at Eagle Eye's extended range. Suddenly, a distant scene caused Sumu's pupils to constrict. There are so many goatmen? About 1,000 meters away, he spotted a group of creatures with strong life signatures, their outlines identical to goatmen. They were gathered in one direction, seemingly guarding something important. Retracting his Eagle Eye and magical vision, Sumu opened his inventory. A Goatman Cave Rune Stone caught his attention, clearly the key item to access a dungeon. The dungeon's location was likely beyond the group of goatmen. In addition to the rune stone, his inventory contained 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of goat horn gauntlets and a goat claw dagger. Goatman's Iron Horns A rank, melee attack 300, strength 50, includes the skill Horn Smash, requires level tier 1, level 8. Goatman's Claw A rank, melee attack 300, agility 50, attack speed 10, attacks inflict bleeding, requires level tier 1, level 8. These 2 high-stat, high-attack power pieces of equipment, one with a skill and the other with a special effect, were undoubtedly top-tier gear for melee classes. Sumu placed them at the bottom of his inventory, with no immediate plans to sell them. Clear out the elite goatmen in the back, then sell off some gear, and next up is the dungeon run. Sumu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With magic vision and eagle eye, I can wipe out all these monsters in one go. The fog was no longer an obstacle. Sumu was ready for a large-scale monster-clearing operation. AoE attacks whether I kill one monster at a time or hundreds at once. The more the merrier, he calculated eagerly. I still need over 60 goat horns for the quest. Clearing out this area should complete it. Meanwhile, in the Dahan country, a man dressed as an archer was staring intently at the world leaderboard, his eyes filled with rage. Damn it, I'm the world's best archer, and I won't let anyone surpass me. As a nation renowned for archery, many players in Dahan chose the archer class. This man glared at the second-ranked Xin Yuan, wishing he could tear him apart. The number 1 archer has to be me. Xin Yuan. Huh? I'll show you what a true marksman is. despite his anger, the significant level gap left him with nothing but harsh words. At the same time, in an office in Hua country, a phone rang relentlessly. A man with a grim expression sat at a desk, a cigar in hand, taking a deep drag before answering the call. The public opinion has been suppressed, and that Sumu probably won't show up again. What do you plan to do? A low voice came from the other end. Don't worry, I'll figure something out, the man replied in a similarly low tone. I warn you, you better come up with a solution, or else. The voice on the other end turned icy, making the man's expression even darker. After a moment of silence, the man spoke. I actually have an idea, but I'll need your resources to implement it. What idea? The voice on the other end showed interest. Besides Sumu, there's another guy on the leaderboard called Xian Yuan. We might be able to make a move on him, the man said slowly. Try whatever you want. Even if you can't find Sumu, finding Xian Yuan will do. But remember, if you can't find either of them. The voice trailed off as the call ended. The man's gaze was vacant as the ash from his cigar fell to the floor, and he muttered to himself, Xian Yuan, Eagle Eye, a magical perspective. In the misty mountains, Sumu decisively activated 2 vision skills, and the scene before him instantly became clear and expansive. He moved swiftly, blinking several times to arrive near the goatmen. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed a frost storm upon the group of creatures. The storm raged, causing the creatures to become agitated and charged towards him with hostility. Sumu smiled slightly and blinked another 100 meters, targeting another group of goatmen in a different area. With the advantage of his dual vision skills, he had complete awareness of the positions of all the goatmen around him. He skillfully released 3 storms in different areas, successfully luring all the goatmen together. Once they converged, he finished them off with another storm. This method of monster hunting was both efficient and convenient. Although the frost storm's damage didn't stack in the same area, it was unaffected in different zones. He unleashed 3 storms separately, ensuring no goatmen were left untouched. Watching them rush through the storm, Sumu began retreating towards the center of the 3 directions. As the 3 waves of goatmen gathered in one spot, Sumu's lips curled into a smile as he cast a 4th frost storm in front of him. Instantly, kill notifications popped up, and his experience bar skyrocketed. His base intelligence increased to 510 points, and his experience points rose by 4,200, leaving him just a step away from leveling up. Sumu quickly checked his attributes. 510125, with 17300200000 experience points. This monster farming technique was not only efficient, but also ensured the monster corpses were concentrated, making it easier to collect items. With a brilliant smile, he blinked to the area where the goatmen had fallen. The ground sparkled with white light, with 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins alone. Various equipment items were quickly acquired: Tide Caller's boots, Goatman's horn, sharp long sword, and long red leather armor. The elite monsters lived up to their reputation, filling his inventory with a plethora of first-tier equipment. Sumu decided to sell these items at the auction house for 120 gold coins each. To his surprise, the equipment sold almost instantly. Although these first-tier items were of high level, Sumu wasn't concerned about whether others could use them. He continued listing the remaining items at the same price, while picking up items from the goatmen's bodies. Thus, he continued to collect and sell, rapidly accumulating over 24,000 gold coins in the auction house. Combined with the 63,000 coins in his inventory, Sumu's total gold was nearing the 100,000 mark. This substantial wealth held significant importance in the game world, not to mention the potential for selling boss items worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Sumu took a deep breath, calming his excitement. He understood that the path to becoming a god was still long. Remaining humble and continuing to accumulate was the way forward. Meanwhile, a tense conversation was unfolding in the mayor's residence in White Mist Town. Mage Tai rushed in to report to Mayor Xianda about adventurers discovering the presence of ghouls. More shockingly, it seemed the ghouls were in collusion with someone in the town. Tai produced a blue ring, and Xianda's expression turned grave. After confirming that only they knew of this matter, Xianda took the ring. Suddenly, the ring emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Tai in a barrier identical to the one that trapped Sumu's clone. A sinister smile appeared on Xianda's face. Did you forget? I'm a mage too. Sumu was ready to return to White Mist Town to turn in his quest. His task of defeating the goatmen was marked as complete, and the quest-giving NPC, Shinda, was conveniently his next main storyline contact. However, Sumu wasn't in a rush to head back. Using his dual vision skill, he had already located the Goatmen Cave dungeon. Seeing that his experience points were about to push him to level 8 of the first tier, Sumu decided to first transform into Xianyuan. Activating his shape-shifting skill, he instantly took on Xuanyuan's appearance. Sumu promptly opened the world level leaderboard and, as expected, saw Xuanyuan's level rise from 6 to 7 in the first tier. He then checked the chat channels, which were buzzing with messages. Looking for team members to level up. Main storyline quest in the newbie village. Need level 7 or above, the more the merrier. Need a strong mage for the skeleton cave dungeon. Just farming the first 2 elite waves. Split the loot evenly. Xinyuan leveled up. He's catching up to Sumu again. Go Xinyuan, surpass Sumu. Why do archers level up so fast? Xinyuan, can you teach me? I'm a female archer, willing to offer a great reward. Xinyuan, please add me as a friend. I'm a lost archer too. I'll do anything. Seeing these comments, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to revert to his original form, his private chat channel lit up. To his surprise, many messages were identical. Xinyuan, we want to invite you to form a guild. We'll fund all activities, and you can be the guild leader. If you already have a guild, we'd love to join. Sumu realized that after transforming, he could receive private messages meant for Xinyuan, indicating that this persona was like having a separate account in the game. He quickly blocked all messages and reverted to his original form. With Xinyuan's identity, his true identity was even harder to uncover. Determined to tackle the dungeon, Sumu took out a rune stone and set off for the goatman's cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he was awestruck by the sight. Skulls hanging everywhere, with the entrance carved into a giant goat's head. The scattered bones seemed to silently warn. All who enter here shall become nothing but bones. This eerie scene reminded Sumu of the malevolent gods he encountered earlier and the fallen mage mentioned by the ghoul. He pondered, what role does the evil god play in the game? The fallen mage sounded like a major antagonist. Shaking off these thoughts, Sumu focused on the cave entrance. A door, formed from rock resembling teeth, stood tightly shut. He took out the rune stone, and energy surged forth, flying towards the door. Magical runes appeared on the door, and with a resounding boom, it slowly opened. Meanwhile, in the real world, the controversy surrounding Su Fazhen and the Qin family's alleged publicity stunt was dying down. Though some still demanded Su Fazhen to address the issue, he remained silent, not uttering a single word, leaving those stirring the pot frustrated. At this moment, new discussions emerged across major forums and communities. Compared to Xinyuan, Su Fazhen is trash. I heard Xinyuan founded a big guild. Unlike that coward, Xinyuan shot up the leaderboard. Why did he hide his level before? And only revealed it after Su Fashion's stream? This shows Xinyuan looks down on Su Fazhen. I'm in Xinyuan's guild, and he said that Su Fazhen isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. These provocative statements fueled heated debates between Su Fashion's loyal fans and Xinyuan's guild members. A hot topic began to trend on various platforms. Is Xinyuan truly stronger than Su Fazhen? Or has Su Fazhen never regarded Xinyuan as a threat? Would you like to enter the Goatman's Cave dungeon? As soon as Sumu opened the stone door, this prompt appeared before him. Without hesitation, he chose enter. Although, typically, in most online games, a dungeon isn't something a single player can conquer alone, Sumu felt confident and unfazed. As he stepped into the cave, Sumu found the tunnel shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light glimmering in the distance. With a gentle wave of his hand, a bright fireball appeared in his palm, illuminating the path ahead. The air carried a faint metallic smell of blood, yet there seemed to be no monsters in sight. Frowning in thought for a moment, Sumu decided to head straight towards the source of the light. He swiftly activated his stealth and swift skills, moving invisibly at high speed towards the light. Passing through the light, he emerged into a breathtaking valley. Below him, lush trees thrived, adorned with numerous treehouses connected by rope bridges. Sumu stood at a high vantage point, with a staircase leading down into the valley beside him. He immediately activated his eagle eye and magic vision skills, taking in the entire valley's layout. He noticed a patrol of goatmen on the path down, and in the center of the valley, a figure radiating immense power stood out unmistakably as the boss. Narrowing his eyes and resting his chin on his hand, Sumu formulated a bold plan. From this high point, he realized he could launch a ranged attack on the boss. Though he couldn't see the boss's exact attributes, making it somewhat risky, and attacking the boss could draw out the dungeon's elite monsters. However, Sumu quickly devised a counter-strategy. He observed that the rope bridges below were narrow, and by casting a frost storm on them, he could prevent the goatmen from approaching, allowing him to focus on the boss. Before launching his attack, Sumu decided to first eliminate the elite monsters guarding the first bridge at the bottom of the stairs. Standing at the edge, he unleashed a frost storm on the elite monsters below, followed by a rain of fire. As the system's notification sound echoed, Sumu swiftly took down goatmen scouts, guards, and sentries, each kill granting him 300 experience points. These kills not only elevated him to level 8 of the first tier, but also earned him 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. Sumu approached the fallen elite squad's bodies, picking up the glowing orbs on the ground, and obtained the blueprint for a goat hide robe. When he saw the attributes and set effects of this gear, his eyes widened in surprise. It was a 5-piece magical set, increasing spell attack by 10 when complete perfectly tailored for him. Determined, Sumu resolved to collect all the blueprints and advancement proofs within this dungeon. Meanwhile, back in Newbie Village 9527, Su Shiji was dealing with a frustrating problem. His team couldn't access the main storyline quest or find the legendary White Wolf. What Su Shiji didn't know was that the main quest for this village had already been completed by someone else, leaving them unable to receive any related quests. Inside the Goatman's cave, Sumu stood on the swaying suspension bridge, taking a deep breath. Instead of acting rashly, he repeatedly used his eagle eye and magic vision to carefully survey his surroundings. Over time, he gradually pinpointed the locations of most of the Goatmen, finally focusing his gaze on the area where the boss was located. Sumu calculated in his mind. The Thunderbolt strike has an extremely long range. As long as I can confirm the target's position, I can execute a precise attack. The boss should yield a lot of experience points. If I take down those elite monsters, I might level up to rank 1, level 9. He glanced at his experience bar, noting he was just a few points away from leveling up. However, Sumu was still concerned. If I do that, the level of my identity as Xinyuan might become problematic. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu decided to transform into Xinyuan. Yet, this action did not alleviate his worries. This isn't a solution either. Can the level on the leaderboard be hidden? He muttered to himself, then reverted to his original form, his expression slightly exasperated. Sumu sorted through his thoughts. The identity of Xinyuan isn't meant to deal with other players. As long as I don't show myself, no one can find me. This identity is mainly to confuse NPCs. Recalling his previous encounter with the ghoul, he realized not all NPCs in this world were trustworthy. NPCs like the ghoul are bound to appear again. The Xinyuan identity allows me to do many things. Being on some leaderboard is meaningless. With this thought, Sumu began to explore the world-level leaderboard. When he clicked on Xuanyuan's name, a prompt suddenly appeared. Do you want to hide your level? Great. A smile spread across Sumu's face as he chose to hide it without hesitation. Instantly, Xuanyuan's second-place rank turned into an unknown level. He quickly switched back to his original identity and hid his own level as well. Now I can level up without worry. Sumu sighed with relief, refocusing on the center of the valley. The upcoming battle was crucial. Eagle Eye, Magic Vision, Energy Awaken. Sumu rapidly cast his skills, preparing for the intense battle ahead. Thunderbolt Strike. With Sumu's low shout, a loud thunderclap echoed through the vast valley. The lightning bolt struck the boss in the center with precision, causing a massive commotion throughout the area. Elite goatmen from the treehouses charged in Sumu's direction. The boss in the valley's center also rapidly approached him. Frost Storm. Sumu quickly cast a skill, enveloping the area behind the suspension bridge in ice, slowing down some of the elites. Take down the boss first, he decided internally, continuing to track the boss's position with dual perspectives. Despite the boss's swift movement, Thunderbolt Strike hit its mark. However, due to the distance and tree cover, Sumu couldn't see the boss's health bar or exact damage. Through his magic vision, Sumu noticed the boss's life signs had not significantly weakened. Is this a magic-type boss? Does it have spell resistance? He quickly realized the issue. So what if it has spell resistance? It just means a few more hits. Sumu swiftly retrieved a super mana potion from his bag and drank it down. Thunderbolt Strike. He aimed again at the boss's path and released the skill. However, at that moment, the boss suddenly sidestepped dozens of meters, dodging the attack. Blink, huh. Sumu's eyes narrowed with intensity. With that skill, consistently hitting the boss became evidently more challenging. Coupled with the endless stream of elite monsters, the situation seemed to be turning dire. Meanwhile, in the Huagua chat channel, the debate over who was stronger, Su the Mage God or Xinyuan, was reaching a fever pitch. Suddenly, someone noticed that both figures had hidden their levels almost simultaneously. You naysayers should just shut up already. The two big shots hiding their levels is clearly a sign of mutual respect. Hiding their levels is a sign of respect? I bet Xinyuan plans to hide his level and then surpass Sumu. Huh, then why didn't they hide their levels before you guys started arguing? As soon as you did, they hid them. It's likely the big shots just don't want any more trouble. Exactly, they might have already added each other as friends and agreed to raid dungeons together. While you fools keep arguing here. The chat channel's commentary quickly shifted. The simultaneous action of the two big shots hiding their levels left the previously arguing players in an awkward position. If the two were truly friends, then the earlier comments about Xinyuan looking down on Su the Mage God, or Su the Mage God belittling Xinyuan would be laughable. As these debates gradually faded, the focus of discussions in the chat channel and various communities began to shift. Everyone was curious about one question. Had Xinyuan really reached some kind of understanding with Su the Mage God? If these two giants teamed up, the scene would be nothing short of unimaginable. In the game, Sumu's eyes locked onto the boss's position after it blinked. His fingers swiftly moved through the air, releasing a dazzling bolt of lightning. Got it, he thought with delight, seeing that the boss couldn't dodge the attack. Clearly, the boss's blink ability had a cooldown period. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu waved his hand again, sending another lightning bolt whistling through the air. Thunderbolt, he murmured, knowing the boss was powerless to counterattack from such a distance. Then, unexpectedly, the boss came to a halt, remaining completely still. Sumu frowned, staring at the stationary red dot. Alert. What's this guy up to? He wondered. Despite his puzzlement, Sumu didn't stop. Can't miss this chance, he thought, releasing 2 more lightning strikes in quick succession. To his surprise, these attacks seemed to have no effect on the boss. Is it a shield? Sumu narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. While long-range attacks were safe, they left him clueless about the boss's attributes. Taking a deep breath, Sumu decided to clear the minions first. Knowing the boss was magic-based and had a passive skill for spell resistance, he wasn't too worried. It was the elite minions that posed a greater threat. Sumu calculated precisely, choosing 2 spots to unleash Frost Storm, perfectly covering the minion's path. He blinked to the center of the bridge, activating the first storm at the maximum range, then sprinted towards the other end of the suspension bridge. Frost Storm, he shouted, casting the second skill centered on himself while running. The pursuing goatmen were immediately slowed. Having already taken full damage from the first storm, their remaining health wouldn't last long. System notifications chimed continuously as experience and intelligence attributes increased. Sumu didn't rush to collect the drops, aware that over 200 elite monsters were still approaching. He needed to keep them within the storm's slowing effect. Energy Awakening. Sumu initiated a second Energy Awakening while drinking a second large mana potion. As he dealt with the elite monsters, the boss was also part of his plan. Watching his mana bar quickly replenish, Sumu sighed in relief. High Spirit is great, he thought. With this strategy, I can even AoE the boss. If all else fails, I'll just whack it with my staff. Meanwhile, in a certain villa in the real world, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Enraged, he overturned the glass coffee table in front of him. Damn it, he roared. Using hidden levels to counter those rumors, why won't they just respond? Even a single word on any platform would do. This man was the mastermind behind the provocative remarks, aiming to draw out responses from Xianyuan and the mysterious mage Su to uncover their identities. However, their level of secrecy was beyond his expectations. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. At this point, I'll have to resort to special measures. You've left me no choice. Simultaneously, in a remote mountain in China, a young man stood respectfully before an elder. Master, he addressed him. The elder stood with his hands behind his back, slowly asking, Year, after spending so many days in that game world, have you learned anything? The young man looked troubled. I feel like I'm getting stronger. Some of the skills in that game seem usable in reality, but there's always something missing. Hearing this, the elder stroked his beard with a sigh. You are a rare talent in our sect, even in 100 years. If even you can't manifest those skills in reality, can that mysterious mage Su truly achieve it? A hint of defiance flickered in the young man's eyes. Master, I will continue to work hard. The elder's expression was complex, as he walked up to the young man and patted his shoulder. I have a premonition that there's a monumental conspiracy behind this game. I hope that in the future, you can uphold the honor of our country and our sect. You have slain the Goatman Guard. You've earned 200 experience points. You have slain the Goatman Mage. You've earned 200 experience points. You've gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the Archmage. You have slain the Goatman Soldier. You've earned 200 experience points. Standing by the drawbridge, Sumu couldn't help but smile as he gazed at the fallen bodies of the Goatmen before him. The power of the Archmage's bloodline skill left him in awe. Nearly half of the elite monsters had been effortlessly dealt with, and the much-anticipated boss was about to make its appearance. In dual view mode, Sumu clearly saw the strongest life sign, a red dot, swiftly approaching the drawbridge. Without hesitation, he unleashed a frost storm, enveloping the boss in this area attack. However, unlike the other elite monsters, the boss seemed unaffected by the storm's slowing effect and quickly reached the opposite side of the drawbridge. At that moment, Sumu finally saw the true form of the boss. It was a goat man holding a bone staff, its fur covered in eerie magical runes. Its eyes were blood red, and there were streaks of striking red hair on its forehead. Goatman Priest Boss. Level: Tier 1, Level 10. Health: 51, 84072000. Magic Attack: 1800. Physical Defense: 100. Magical Defense: 800. Magic Resistance: 20. Skills: Blink, Magic Shield, Ravenstorm, Dark Raven Art. Upon seeing the boss's attributes, Sumu realized why his previous attacks were ineffective. This boss not only had magic resistance, but also possessed a magic shield skill. Reflecting on the battle, he understood that only 2 lightning attacks had truly inflicted damage, and the boss's health was still quite high. Sumu quickly checked his own attributes. Thanks to the multiple triggers of radiance of the Archmage, his intelligence had reached 555,125 points, with a magic attack of 1,360 points. As he pondered a strategy, a damage number suddenly appeared on the boss's forehead. After quick calculations, Sumu confirmed it was the damage caused by the storm's skill per tick, 200 of his magic attack, minus the boss's magical defense and 20 damage resistance. Without further delay, Sumu's eyes glowed with lightning as he uttered, "Thunderbolt." In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the boss, significantly reducing its health. The boss didn't remain idle either. Its bone staff emitted an eerie red glow, followed by a shadow resembling a raven that shot towards Sumu. A substantial damage number appeared above Sumu's head, and his health also dropped considerably. The damage is quite high. Sumu frowned slightly. Fortunately, he had 50 magic resistance. Otherwise, 2 of the boss's skills could have brought him to the brink of death. Noticing that the boss's casting speed was slower than his own, Sumu seized the opportunity and unleashed another thunderbolt. A massive damage number appeared above the boss's head, and its body suddenly froze. The red glow on its bone staff dimmed instantly. The lightning passive triggered. Sumu immediately realized that the paralysis effect of Thunderbolt had successfully interrupted the boss's casting. Seizing this rare opportunity, he launched another Thunderbolt at the boss. 3 consecutive lightning strikes hit their mark, bringing the boss's health down to 20,000. After the brief paralysis ended, the boss didn't continue its attack on Sumu. Instead, it raised its staff and began chanting some incantation. Is it going to cast a shield? Sumu narrowed his eyes and quickly found the Quaking Axe skill. He raised his staff high above his head and struck the ground with force. In the next second, the entire drawbridge shook violently, affecting all the Goatman elites on it. Stun icons appeared above their heads. The tremor even reached the boss, momentarily displaying a stun icon above its head. Although the boss was 100 meters away from Sumu and was only stunned for less than a second, it was enough to interrupt its casting. Thunderbolt. Magic Missile. Sumu seized the moment, simultaneously casting 2 skills. A lightning bolt and a magic missile struck the boss almost simultaneously. You have slain the Goatman Priest, earning 20,000 experience points. You've gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the Archmage. Congratulations, you've leveled up, gaining 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. The boss fell with a thud, and a massive amount of experience flowed in, instantly boosting Sumu to Tier 1, Level 9. The experience from a high-level boss is truly rewarding. Sumu beamed with satisfaction, having leveled up twice in this dungeon. Compared to me, this magic-type boss is still too weak. Turning his attention to the Goatman elites desperately charging across the drawbridge, Sumu showed no mercy. He stepped into the casting range of Fire Rain, unleashing a dual-element assault of ice and fire on the elites. You have slain the Goatman Guard. You've earned 100 experience points. You have slain the Goatman Mage. You've earned 100 experience points. You've gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the Archmage. You have slain the Goatman Soldier. You've earned 100 experience points. A continuous stream of kill notifications popped up until not a single elite Goatman was left standing in the dungeon. This method of clearing dungeons is probably unmatched. Sumu thought proudly. Even a team of powerful mages can't match my efficiency. He surveyed the area, dazzled by the numerous glowing orbs scattered around. There must be plenty of good loot. Hopefully, I get all the blueprints I need. Sumu's eyes sparkled as he blinked over to the boss's body. As he reached out to touch the glowing orbs, several notifications popped up. You have obtained the skill, Raven Storm. You have acquired the Goatman Priest's necklace. You have received the Mage's Tier 2 Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the equipment, Soul Bone Staff. Impressive. Sumu couldn't help but cheer as he saw the 4 items appear in his inventory. As expected from a magic-type boss, each of these items will significantly enhance my abilities. With the proof of advancing to the 2nd tier of Mage in hand, Sumu felt a surge of joy. With this, he only needed to reach level 10 of the 1st tier to progress at the Mage Guild. However, what excited him even more was the newly acquired skill Crow Storm. Crow Storm, Grade A, consumes 500 mana points. It summons a flock of crows in the target area, dealing damage equal to 50 of spell attack per second to enemies within a 20-meter radius, and restores 1 health, lasting 3 seconds with a 3-minute cooldown. Sumu carefully read the skill description, his eyes lit up. Another AoE skill with built-in spell Vamp Perfect. Eagerly upgrading the skill to its maximum level, Sumu examined the enhanced description. Crow Storm, Grade SSS, consumes 500 mana points and summons a flock of crows to attack enemies within a 100-meter radius. dealing damage equal to 200 of spell attack per second, restoring 5 health, lasting 3 seconds with a 2-minute cooldown. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Although the total damage wasn't as high as Froststorm, the health restoration was incredibly powerful. With this skill, he could tank the boss while farming mobs. With Froststorm and Crowstorm combined, clearing this dungeon would be a breeze. The boss's damage couldn't possibly surpass the healing from Crowstorm. Turning his attention to the Soulbone Staff, Sumu examined its attributes. Soulbone Staff, Grade A, melee attack 100, intelligence 80, spirit 80. Comes with the skill Shadow Crow, dealing 200 spell attack damage to enemies, with a 10-second cooldown. High intelligence and spirit, plus a damage skill. It was far superior to his current Goblin Staff. Unfortunately, the weapon's skill couldn't be upgraded. Just as he was about to equip it, a prompt appeared. Placing the staff on the Satyr altar will trigger a special event. Sumu widened his eyes and refrained from equipping it. So, it's a quest item? He then looked at the necklace. Satyr Priest's Necklace, Grade A, Spirit 50, Intelligence 50, Mana Regeneration Speed 10. A great item. Sumu immediately equipped it. After looting the boss drops, Sumu began collecting the elite monster's spoils. He acquired a sheepskin hat blueprint, Warrior's second-tier advancement proof, Magic Satyr's wool, Archer's second-tier advancement proof, and sheepskin leggings blueprint. The drops were quite generous, likely a reward for the first clear. A few more runs should get me all the blueprints and advancement proofs, and I'll have enough materials too, Sumu calculated. I'll craft a full set before switching gear. Adding all 20 points from leveling up to Spirit, Sumu reviewed his updated stats. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, First Tier Level 96200220000. Health, 4,430. Mana, 23,200. Melee Physical Attack, 256. Spell Attack, 1490. Physical Defense, 393. Spell Defense, 580. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 25835, Agility 228, Spirit 370210, Intelligence 570175. Equipment, Goblin Staff, Skeleton Ring, Medal of Valor, Ice Wolf Legards, Blazing Boots, Apostle's Gloves, Blue Hat, Goblin Robe, Satyr Priest's Necklace. This dungeon run significantly boosted his spirit and intelligence. If he switched to the sheepskin set, his stats would rise another level. I need to craft a set quickly. It should last me well into the second tier, Sumu thought. With no monsters left in the dungeon, Sumu strode toward the center of the valley to complete the mining quest. The sight before him was startling. The ground was littered with unknown bones arranged in an eerie pattern, as if part of a ritual. Among the bones, Sumu discovered a purple glowing ore. He quickly collected it, obtaining 5 magic crystal ores. He soon found another pile and completed the task. I can head back to town to hand in the quest. There should be follow-ups. The main quest should also be available, Sumu mused. He decided to return tomorrow for another dungeon run, gather all the gear and advancement proofs, then continue with the main quest. Just as he was about to leave, Sumu noticed a circular hole in the central bone pile, shaped perfectly to fit the Soulbone Staff. What would happen if I placed the staff in there? He wondered, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, in the real world, a man was on a video call. Didn't I say you could just call if something came up? Why a video call? The man asked. On the other end, the person had snow-white skin and sparkling green eyes. This is important. You need to handle it in person. The man pondered for a moment. What do you want to do? The other person smiled confidently. I want you to hire the best special effects team to make a short film for me. With this, I guarantee we can get Mage Su to respond. Outside the Mage Guild, Sumu stood persistently knocking on the door of Master Intai's room. There was no response from inside, and he frowned. Initially, he had planned to place the Soulbone Staff into the Satyr altar to investigate. However, just as he was about to proceed, an inexplicable sense of danger welled up within him. Ever since his mental acuity had significantly increased, Sumu noticed his intuition had become unusually sharp. It was this intuition that prompted him to put away the Soulbone Staff and return to White Mist Town. Could he have gone to see the mayor? Sumu pondered, stroking his chin. He suddenly recalled that Master Intai mentioned discussing strategies with the mayor. He must be at the mayor's house now. Not in a rush to complete his tasks, Sumu decided to take care of some trivial matters first. He returned to the inn, opened the storage, and deposited the materials from his inventory while retrieving all the Tier 1 equipment. Excluding the special gear dropped by bosses, there were over 50 pieces of ordinary Tier 1 equipment. I'll sell them at the previous prices and tidy up the herbs and materials in my inventory. As he looked at the cluttered inventory, Sumu felt a headache coming on. The vast expanse of the Misty Mountains was his alone to explore, and all the herbs and ores were his to collect. If not for the ability to stack items, he might have needed an extra room to store everything. As Sumu was putting the equipment up for sale, the novice villages were abuzz. The auction house is selling gear again. Everyone, start grabbing, a leader shouted. The boss said anyone who grabs gear gets a 10 gold bonus and a chance to join the elite group. This is a war. The person continued to rally. Grab the gear, and we feast together. Fail, and it's back to the grind. In no time, countless players frantically refreshed the auction house page, scrambling to click the buy button. Sold even faster than before? In the end, Sumu watched in disbelief as the equipment was snatched up in minutes. China truly is a big country, with so many wealthy bosses. So many pieces of Tier 1 equipment gone in a flash. Seeing how well the equipment sold, Sumu decided to keep the momentum going. Time to make some potions. He quickly organized his materials and began crafting potions. You have obtained Super Mana Potion. You have obtained Bloodthirst Potion. With ample herbal reserves, Sumu crafted 100 of each potion and listed them at 5 gold each in the auction house. Consignment successful. Consignment successful. The demand for these potions was even higher than for the Tier 1 equipment. After all, Tier 1 equipment required leveling up to use, while these potions could be used immediately. Most groups were currently tackling the Skeleton Cave dungeon, and these potions significantly boosted their chances of success. When Sumu withdrew the gold from the auction house, combined with his own savings, the total surpassed the 100,000 mark, reaching an impressive 108,978 gold. Such wealth could likely buy the entire inn from the landlady. Feeling a bit tired, Sumu decided to head to the mayor's office to turn in his quest. Before he became too fatigued to play, he made his way toward the mayor's residence. The mayor's home was located in the center of White Mist Town, a 3-story pavilion surrounded by a meticulously landscaped garden. Sumu approached the garden gate and gently rang the bell on the iron gate. Clang! Shortly after, the iron gate opened automatically. Magic, huh? Sumu marveled as he stepped inside. In the garden, a man in his 50s wearing a blue robe was tending to the greenery. Hello, adventurer. Seeing Sumu, the man greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, Mayor. Sumu replied politely. What brings you here? Mayor Sind put down his pruning shears and asked. I discovered the guards you sent in the depths of the misty mountains and found traces of the satyrs. As Sumu spoke, he presented the satyr horns he had collected. So the satyrs do exist. Sind showed a look of surprise. However, upon seeing the satyr horns, his expression grew complex, and he sighed deeply. What happened to the guards? They all perished, Sumu stated bluntly. They were brave warriors, Sind said with regret, then fixed his gaze on Sumu. Adventurer, you've done well. Here is your reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification appeared before Sumu. Quest completed. Defeat the satyrs. Receive the White Mist Town Warrior Badge. Got it. Sumu found a badge added to his inventory. White Mist Town Warrior Badge. 2,000 health. 200 physical defense. 200 magic defense. Compared to the badge from the novice village, this one offered significantly more health and defense. Adventurer, can you delve further into the misty mountains and gather more information about the satyrs? Sin asked again. Do you accept the quest? Delve into the misty mountains? Of course, I'll accept. Without hesitation, Sumu took on the quest. To his surprise, it was already marked as completed. Delve into the misty mountains. Find the satyr's lair and report the details to Sind. So that's how it is. Upon seeing the details, Sumu realized. He had already cleared the satyr's lair, so naturally, the quest was complete. Sumu arrived at Mayor Shinda's residence with a faint smile on his face. He got straight to the point, saying, Mayor Shinda, I found the lair of the goat men. Shinda's eyes widened with disbelief. Are you serious? Sumu nodded to confirm and began to describe his discovery in detail. It seems the goat men are conducting some sort of ritual deep within the mountains. As he spoke, he pulled out an unusually shaped staff from his cloak. I found this on one of the goat men. Shinda's attention was immediately drawn to the soul bone staff, and his expression turned to one of excitement. This sudden change in demeanor made Sumu furrow his brows slightly, sensing a need for caution. Gripping the staff tightly, Shinda muttered. I can feel a strange aura emanating from this staff. It might be a key. He looked up at Sumu, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Adventurer, could you take this staff and delve back into the goatman's lair to uncover its secrets? As soon as he finished speaking, a quest prompt appeared in Sumu's view. Accept the quest to unlock the goatman's altar? Reward unknown. Seeing the words unknown reward, Sumu's brow furrowed. He didn't respond immediately but instead asked, By the way, Mayor Shinda, has Mage Intai come to see you? Shinda's expression flickered with a hint of unease, but he quickly composed himself and replied, Mage Intai? Isn't he supposed to be at the Mage Guild? This answer sent a chill through Sumu. His intuition told him that Mage Intai might be in trouble. He then began to recount his previous encounter with the ghouls and how Mage Intai had planned to consult with Shinda for a strategy. After listening, Shinda first showed surprise, then shook his head, denying any meeting with Intai. Sumu persisted, even peering into Shinda's house. This action angered Shinda, who raised his voice. Adventurer, are you implying I'm lying? I'm the mayor of White Mist Town, and it's my duty to protect it. If you don't believe me, feel free to search the house yourself. Sumu was taken aback by this sudden outburst. After a moment of thought, he asked, then what about the ghoul problem? Shinda pondered for a moment before deftly steering the conversation back to the threat of the goatmen. The quest prompt appeared again on Sumu's interface. This series of unusual behaviors convinced Sumu that something was off about Shinda. However, he didn't show it and calmly accepted the quest. Seeing this, Shinda smiled and promised generous rewards. Without further comment, Sumu turned and left the mayor's residence. Back at the inn, Sumu contemplated his next move. He decided to wait until the next day to tackle the Goatmen dungeon and resolved not to activate the altar until he had gathered all the blueprint pieces and advancement tokens. Then, Sumu logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Meanwhile, in the mayor's mansion, Shinda's expression grew increasingly fervent. He muttered to himself as he entered a room with a full-length mirror. After chanting a spell, the mirror's surface rippled like water, and Shinda stepped through. From the space beyond the mirror came Intai's angry roar. Shinda, what are you doing? Intai was bound to a wall by an energy field, only able to move his face. Shinda responded with a cold sneer. I'm pursuing greater power, of course. Intai's expression turned even more furious. Would you betray your town for the sake of power? Shinda's reply was icy and devoid of emotion. In this world, power is everything. Sumu stood by the window, holding a cup of milk in one hand and a phone in the other, his eyes scanning the screen. The storm of online opinions was gradually subsiding, confirming his belief that silence was indeed the best response. He took a sip of milk and continued browsing the gaming community and popular apps, a slight smile playing on his lips. He chose to ignore the keyboard warriors. While they were busy ranting, he was on the verge of breaking through to the second stage, and the gap between them would only widen. However, those plotting against him in the real world caused him to frown slightly. These individuals clearly intended to eliminate him, marking them as true adversaries. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, a flame suddenly appeared in his palm, reducing the empty milk carton to ashes in an instant. He turned to look at the skyscrapers outside the window, pondering silently. Maybe it's time to take silent action in the real world. Eagle eye. Magic sight. Sumu murmured softly. Instantly, his vision expanded. The buildings before him became transparent under the magical view, revealing human energy forms clearly. Compared to the monsters in games, the life signs of these ordinary people were surprisingly weak. Sumu realized that with his blinking skill, he could easily avoid all surveillance and move freely within a kilometer radius. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to give it a try, targeting an empty, safe passage. Blink. With a thought, Sumu vanished and appeared at the target location in the next second. Success. A look of elation spread across his face before he blinked back to his room. The entire process went unnoticed, leaving no trace behind. This silent blinking ability made Sumu a nearly invincible presence in the real world. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing he shouldn't rush. Exposing his true identity would only invite danger. It was wise to continue developing his skills. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, Sumu lay down on his bed. Early to bed, early to rise, ready for tomorrow's dungeon raid. As night fell, the novice village in the game Shin 2 remained bustling. Many players preferred nighttime gaming to avoid the crowds. Among them were players with strict schedules, planning their 24 hours with precision and organizing their game time meticulously. Naturally, these players were ahead in levels. Long Fei, now that you have the skeleton set and other high health, high defense gear, we can try to take on the boss. A mage said eagerly to Long Fei, it's a magic-type boss. Surely it will drop the equipment I need, right? Long Fei, calm and composed, asked, how's the priest group doing? They're all set. We've bought plenty of first-tier super mana potions, so we're good on mana. Great. Organize the team and meet at the skeleton cave in half an hour, Long Fei commanded. In other novice villages, many teams were also confident about clearing the skeleton cave dungeon. They not only leveled up, but also acquired good gear from elite monsters. The first-tier potions Sumu sold had been a great help to them. Even so, clearing the dungeon wasn't easy. Besides the main team inside, there were substitutes waiting outside. Depending on the number of monsters in each wave, they would adjust their strategy accordingly. For the last two waves of numerous skeleton elites, they would send in more tanking warriors and priests. For the final boss, they would assign more damage dealers and assassins to interrupt the boss's skills. Clearing the dungeon required close cooperation among all classes, with everyone performing their roles diligently. Any slip-up could waste a resurrection chance for all. Given such high difficulty, they couldn't imagine that Sumu was already soloing higher-level dungeons. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country's Good Home studio, the world's top special effects team was working overtime. They were creating a short film of just a few seconds, but it needed to be realistic enough to blur the line between special effects and reality. Everyone, focus. This is crucial for the future of our beautiful country, a supervisor shouted, urging the team. Under his watchful eye, everyone was busy with their tasks. Each frame of the film had a dedicated team responsible for its production. The film's content seemed simple. A mysterious figure, cloaked from head to toe, held a fireball in a secluded alleyway, hurling it towards a target. Ring, ring, ring. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the shrill sound of an alarm clock jolted Sumu awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he yawned, got up, and took a quick shower. Without wasting time on breakfast, Sumu dove straight into the game world. Madam, prepare me a lavish feast, he shouted loudly in the virtual inn. The game time synchronized with reality, and the sky was just beginning to lighten. The innkeeper, initially annoyed at being disturbed, flashed a bright smile upon seeing the gold coins Sumu presented. Dear guest, your meal will be ready in no time. Sumu devoured the virtual delicacies with gusto. After eating, he returned to his room to organize his inventory, making as much space as possible. Then, he sprinted toward the Goatman cave, skillfully using blink, speed, and stealth abilities to bypass the minor creatures along the way. By the time he reached the entrance of the dungeon, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The Misty Mountains had a complex terrain, and just getting there took considerable time. Sumu unhesitatingly opted to enter the dungeon. Entering the cave, he headed straight for the stairs, unleashing skills on the patrol squad below. After dispatching the group of goat men, Sumu arrived at the suspension bridge, deciding on a more direct approach. With my Crow Storm, I can take on the boss Hedon. Activating Eagle Eye and Magic Vision to locate the boss, Sumu's eyes sparked with lightning. Thunderbolt Light. The crashing thunder not only enraged the boss, but also provoked all the elite monsters. Sumu activated his speed skill, dashed across the suspension bridge, and locked onto the approaching elite monsters. Freeze spell. A wave of frost immobilized them on the spot. He immediately used Energy Awakening, waiting for the freeze effect to wear off. Fury Axe Shock. As the freeze ended, Sumu raised his staff, stunning the group of elites once more. That should do it. The next wave of monsters is almost here. Sumu planned to take down both waves of elite monsters together. Frost Storm. Adjusting the skill area, he blinked back to the other side of the bridge and quickly drank a super mana potion. Gazing at the dense cluster of monsters, shadow energy flickered in Sumu's eyes. Crow Storm. In an instant, a swarm of shadow-formed crows ravaged the monsters, draining their health. Damage numbers floated above the goatmen's heads, and Sumu's health steadily regenerated. In just a second, Sumu regained over 10,000 health points. Goatman guards, mages, and sentinels fell one after another, granting him additional intelligence through the radiance of the mage. The boss finally reached the opposite side of the suspension bridge, muttering incantations as a shadow raven flew towards Sumu. Despite a slight dip in health, Sumu remained calm, countering with Frost Storm and Crow Storm, engulfing both the boss and the minions in the area of effect. Thanks to the intelligence boost from the fallen minions, Sumu's damage to the boss now hit 1760 points per tick. The life-stealing effect of Crow Storm instantly restored his health. The boss kept attacking with skills, but its damage couldn't keep up with Sumu's recovery rate. While maintaining the area of effect attacks, Sumu intermittently used lightning skills on the boss, rapidly depleting its health. When the boss's health dropped to half, it raised its staff to activate a magic shield. Sumu reacted instantly. Blink, Kidney Strike, Freeze Spell, Blink. This seamless combo not only interrupted the boss's skill, but also froze most of the elite monsters in place. With one final assault, the Goatman boss fell with a crash. Simultaneously, Sumu leveled up to Tier 1, Level 10. The suspension bridge was covered with the corpses of Goatman elites, and the glowing orbs were dazzling. Meanwhile, in a beginner village's skeleton cave dungeon, a group of players was battling the skeleton mage boss. When the boss's bone sword began to glow, someone shouted a warning. The boss is about to use a skill. Don't let it summon minions. Interrupt it. An assassin quickly stepped up, delivering a precise kidney strike to the boss's waist, successfully interrupting the summoning skill. The group breathed a sigh of relief and continued their fierce attack. Come on, everyone. The boss is almost down. If we clear it today, everyone earns 100 gold coins. As the boss's health continued to drop, an archer's face lit up with excitement. After a hard-fought battle, they were finally about to clear the dungeon. Leave the boss's experience to me. You have acquired the blueprint for leather gloves. You have obtained the blueprint for leather magic boots. You have received the ring of the Goatman priest. You have acquired the recipe for the goat spirit potion. You have obtained the magic hide of the Goatman. You have received the Archer's second-tier advancement certificate. You have obtained the Assassin's second-tier advancement certificate. Sumu bent down to pick up the scattered orbs of light on the ground, and one by one, treasures appeared in his inventory. He quickly took stock of the newly acquired items, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The blueprints for the leather set were now complete. He only needed the magic hide of the goat man to craft it. One more run in the dungeon, and the set would be his. He examined the ring of the goat man priest, which boasted intelligence 30, spirit 30, and spell hit 1. The attributes were impressive. Without hesitation, Sumu slipped it onto his finger. The recipe for the goat spirit potion also caught his attention, as it could summon a goat spirit to restore health, potentially a lifesaver in critical moments. The only surprise for Sumu was that the boss didn't drop the soulbone staff this time. Although the staff had decent attributes, it was a quest item and couldn't be used long-term, which was quite disappointing. Let's head back to advance and organize my items, Sumu muttered to himself. The dungeon runs were so fast that his inventory space was running out. He secretly hoped to acquire a larger bag in the future. Without the advancement certificates and leather materials fully gathered, Sumu decided not to attempt the Goatman altar just yet. His instincts told him the main quest would be quite challenging and required him to be in top shape. The dungeon will refresh in 2 hours. A system notification popped up as he exited the dungeon. Sumu nodded and began making his way back to the town, carefully avoiding the small creatures along the path and heading straight for the mage guild. Although Ian Tai wasn't there, other mages were present. Approaching a kindly old mage, he presented the advancement certificate and said, "Hello, I'd like to advance." The old mage looked at the certificate in surprise and praised, "Adventurer, I didn't expect you to qualify for advancement so quickly." With that, he began chanting a spell, and a surge of powerful magical energy flowed into Sumu. Checking his experience bar, Sumu noticed a new advancement percentage. "I also want to learn a skill," he continued. The old mage nodded in agreement, and a new skill appeared before Sumu. Spell Surge, a clever passive skill that increased the probability of dealing extra damage. Sumu promptly upgraded it to the highest level. "Has Mage Ian Tai returned?" Sumu asked before leaving. The old mage shook his head, looking concerned. "Mage Ian Tai has been missing for a couple of days and hasn't been to the guild." Sumu frowned, realizing something might have happened to Ian Tai. The two completed quests that couldn't be turned in were a source of frustration for him. Next, Sumu visited the Assassin Guild and Warrior Guild, where he learned the skills Dance of Chaos and Defensive Stance, respectively. Finally, he arrived at the Archer Guild and mastered Charged Shot. After learning the skills, Sumu went to the inn and spent 100 gold coins to open a second room. He opened his storage and began organizing his items. "I have enough materials to craft 3 pieces of the leather set. I'll make those first, then store everything in the warehouse." The purpose of opening a second room was to free up as much inventory space as possible. To advance to the second tier, he needed to accumulate a significant amount of advancement points, which meant the Misty Mountains would be littered with the bodies of his foes. His current inventory space likely wouldn't keep up with the speed of his grinding. "Hopefully, I'll be able to expand my inventory soon." Sumu couldn't help but gripe once more about the limitations of his inventory space. Sumu skillfully crafted 3 pieces of equipment: sheepskin boots, gloves, and a mage hat. He carefully examined the attributes of these new items. Sheepskin boots grade A, 30 spirit, 30 constitution, movement speed 5, required level, tier 1, level 8. Sheepskin gloves grade A, 50 intelligence, casting speed 5, required level, tier 1, level 8. Sheepskin mage hat grade A, 30 intelligence, 30 spirit, spell hit 1, required level, tier 1, level 8. Although there was no set bonus, the attribute boost from these 3 pieces were substantial. Sumu eagerly put on the new gear and opened his attribute panel to check. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 1. Level 10 advancement value 0. Health points, 5580. Mana points, 26,000. Melee physical attack, 256. Spell attack, 1700. Physical defense, 508. Magic defense, 850. Attributes: Strength, 28. Constitution, 25,850. Agility, 228. Spirit, 390,260. Intelligence, 590,260. Equipment: Goblin Staff, Skeleton Ring, Ice Wolf Greaves, Sheepskin Boots, Sheepskin Gloves, Sheepskin Mage Hat, Goblin Robe, Goat Priest Necklace, Goat Priest Ring, White Mist Town Warrior Emblem. Seeing these impressive stats, Sumu's face lit up with a radiant smile. He felt fortunate, thinking that if he could craft a robe and greaves, his attributes would reach new heights. At this point, he probably had left those so-called experts far behind. However, the 28 points in strength looked pitiful amidst the 3-digit numbers. Sumu frowned and pondered. I need to find a passive skill that increases strength. He promptly searched the auction house for skills, only to find that while there were many skills, none of them increased passive attributes. Sumu shook his head in disappointment, having already purchased all skills dropped by low-tier monsters. Determined, Sumu posted a high-priced buying notice in the chat channel, offering high price for warrior passive skill that boosts strength, 500 gold coins immediately. Although gold was rapidly devaluing, this was considered a high price. Unexpectedly, there was no response. Unwilling to give up, Sumu increased his offer, buying warrior passive strength boost, 800 gold coins, final offer. He shouted while heading towards the misty mountains. Meanwhile, in a newbie village, a 5-member team was fighting monsters. One of the mages suddenly spoke up, Fongo, someone's offering 800 gold coins for a warrior passive. How much did Boss Lu say he'd pay for your strength passive? The mage called Fongu furrowed his brows. Boss Lu said 500 gold coins. But he probably won't have it ready until this afternoon. The mage's eyes twinkled with an idea. Fongu, why not sell it to this guy? We'd make 300 more gold coins, and we'd get paid immediately. Fongu hesitated, looking a bit awkward. We've already promised Boss Lu, backing out now wouldn't be right. The mage scoffed and raised his voice. What's wrong with that? Boss Lu isn't going to give us an extra 300 gold coins. That's 300 gold coins. Everyone could get an extra 60 each. With that money, we wouldn't have to put up with Boss Lu anymore. The other team members chimed in agreement. Fongu thought for a moment and finally nodded. Since everyone feels that way, let's sell it. By this time, Sumu had reached the outskirts of the Misty Mountains. He expertly cast Frost Storm, wiping out the small monsters in the area. Although these monsters no longer provided experience, and the mage's glory was not triggered, his advancement value increased by 2. Sumu continued forward, only clearing monsters on his path, ignoring everything but Tier 1, Grade C equipment. Suddenly, a private message popped up. Hey, got a strength passive for 800 gold coins. You cover the fee. I'll list it if you're interested. Without hesitation, Sumu replied, go ahead and list it. For someone as wealthy as him, the fee was trivial. Soon after, Sumu saw the strength passive in the auction house and immediately bought it. A system notification sounded. You have learned Strength Mastery. Strength Mastery has been upgraded to Grade S, increasing strength by 200 points. Sumu smiled in satisfaction, muttering to himself, this feels great. Now I've gone from being a 4-sided mage to a 5-sided one. While the game world was full of twists and turns, a strange incident occurred in a secluded alley in the real-world city of HC. A person lay on the ground with a large burn on their chest, their condition unknown. A security camera above the alley silently recorded everything. Soon, a passerby discovered the fallen person and shouted in terror, someone help! Quickly, a team of investigators arrived at the scene. One investigator checked and reported, no heartbeat. Judging by the wound, it looks like an explosion injury. Another investigator pointed to the camera above the alley and suggested, check the surveillance footage. Maybe there are some clues. Someone immediately went to the surveillance center to retrieve the footage. However, upon viewing the video, they widened their eyes in disbelief and, with trembling hands, picked up the phone to call a colleague. What's going on? The investigator on the other end asked. His voice shaking, he struggled to speak. Something big has happened. 30%. Sumu stood outside the entrance to the Goatman dungeon, his staff glowing faintly. The fallen bodies of minor enemies around him testified to his progress. He glanced at his stats panel and saw that his advancement rate had reached 30, causing a smile to spread across his face. Once I clear out the monsters inside the dungeon, advancing won't be a problem, Sumu thought confidently, pulling out a rune stone to open the dungeon. Inside, Sumu stuck to his usual tactics. He first cleared the outer wave of small monsters, then drew the boss into his attack range. Ice Storm, he shouted, as a chill swept through the horde. Shadow Crows, he followed up, as a flock of dark birds dove down. The consecutive use of 2 area effect spells filled the air with the cries of the monsters. Sumu noticed a significant increase in his speed of clearing monsters, thanks not only to his enhanced spell power, but also to the new passive skill, Arcane Surge. Each hit from Ice Storm and each attack from Shadow Crows triggered additional effects. With each system notification, more monsters fell. You have slain a Goatman guard. You have slain a Goatman mage. You have slain a Goatman priest. You gained 1 intelligence from the light of the arcane. Finally, as the boss collapsed with a thud, the long-awaited system message appeared. Your advancement rate is full. You have successfully advanced, gaining 30 points in all attributes. A dazzling light enveloped Sumu, and his level rose to Tier 2, Level 1. Seeing all his base attributes increase by 30 points filled him with an uncontrollable joy. Advancing feels amazing, he exclaimed. It's much better than leveling up. Without lingering, Sumu began collecting the loot scattered around. The system notifications continued. You have obtained Goatman's magic fur. You have obtained Priest's Tier 2 advancement proof. You have obtained the Spirit of the Goat Sword. You have obtained an item, Shadow Orb. The loot was quite generous, with plenty of Tier 1 gear, and even the Priest's advancement proof. However, the boss's drop seemed a bit lackluster. Sumu carefully inspected the new equipment attributes. Spirit of the Goat Sword. Attack 300. Chance to trigger Spirit of the Goat on attack, restoring 10 of the damage dealt as health. Shadow Orb. Can be embedded in a staff-type weapon, increasing shadow spell damage by 5. I'll keep these for now, Sumu mused. I can't use the sword, but the orb is quite nice. After organizing his loot, Sumu opened the tailoring interface. He had collected all the materials needed for the remaining 2 pieces of the goatskin set. He quickly got to work. You crafted a goatskin robe. You crafted goatskin leggings. Goatskin robe. Increases physical defense by 100, magical defense by 100. 50 intelligence. Reduces magic damage taken by 5. Required level, Tier 1, level 8. Set 15. Set effect, increases spell attack by 10. Goatskin leggings. 50 constitution. 50 spirit. Required level, Tier 1, level 8. The set is complete. Sumu excitedly donned his new gear and eagerly opened his stat panel. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 2, level 102, 5000. Health, 5680. Mana, 26,400. Melee physical attack, 766. Spell attack, 1958. Physical defense, 668. Magical defense, 960. Attributes, strength 258. Constitution 28,880. Agility 258. Spirit 420,240. Intelligence 630,260. Equipment, Goblin Staff, Skull Ring, Goatskin Leggings, Goatskin Boots, Goatskin Gloves, Goatskin Hat, Goatskin Robe, Goatman Priest Necklace, Goatman Priest Ring, White Mist Town Warrior Badge. My spell attack is almost 2,000. Sumu's eyes widened in delight as he realized the goatskin set bonus had boosted his spell attack by nearly 180 points. With these stats, I shouldn't have to worry about Sind anymore, right? Sumu thought confidently, casually taking out his soul bone staff. It's time to see what's really going on here. Meanwhile, in another dungeon of the game God's Path, Long Fei was leading a group of elite players in a battle against the skeleton mage boss. Keep it up, the boss is almost dead. Long Fei encouraged his teammates loudly. With the final blow, the skeleton mage fell with a crash, and cheers erupted throughout the dungeon. Great! We finally cleared this dungeon. Now we can take a break. The team celebrated excitedly. A mage beamed as he approached Long Fei. I'll take the gear this guy dropped, alright? Just as Long Fei was about to reply, his private chat channel began to ping incessantly. As he opened it, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. What happened? The mage asked, frowning. Long Fei replied with a grim expression. There's been an incident in HC City. Someone died? The mage hesitated for a moment before saying, that's not really our concern, is it? It normally wouldn't be, Long Fei explained with a bitter smile, but according to the surveillance footage, the suspect might be that God of Arcane. What? The mage shouted instinctively, drawing the attention of the surrounding team members. Captain Liu, are you alright? Captain Liu, too excited after beating the boss? A few team members teased lightheartedly. The mage known as Liu Dui looked grave, waving his hands repeatedly and staring intently at Long Fei. Are you sure? If not, we've got our work cut out for us. You better lead the team well. Long Fei gently shook his head, patting the mage's shoulder, silently expressing his determination. The scene shifts to the center of the goatman's altar. Sumu stood before an altar piled high with bones, gripping his soul bone staff tightly, his eyes filled with anticipation and caution. It should summon some hidden boss, right? He thought to himself, then decisively shouted, Mana Shield. A blue light instantly enveloped him, and with the blessing of his bloodline of the god of magic, the nearly 40,000 point shield gave him a strong sense of security. Sumu didn't rush into action but began to regenerate his mana. Energy awakening, he murmured, feeling the rapid recovery of his magical power. A minute later, he used the skill again, then carefully inserted the soul bone staff into the circular hole at the center of the bone pile. Suddenly, the surrounding bones erupted with black energy, surging towards the center like a tide. Seeing this, Sumu quickly retreated, creating a safe distance. At that moment, the White Mist Town Warrior's emblem on his chest suddenly emitted a brilliant light, forming a portal. 2 figures dashed through the portal, appearing in front of the altar. A frenzied voice rang out first, excellent, just as I thought, it's a sacrifice to the evil god. Immediately after, A trembling voice asked, Shinda, are you planning to sacrifice your soul to the evil god? Do you want to become a fallen mage? Sumu recognized the two and thought to himself, it's them. Although he had anticipated Shinda's actions, the appearance of Mage Intai truly surprised him. Mage Intai, Sumu shouted at the trembling figure, hoping to gather more information. Intai seemed to grasp at a lifeline, shouting hoarsely, brave adventurer, Shinda has betrayed White Mist Town. He has trapped me with magic. You must stop him. Shinda sneered, interrupting Intai's words. Ha! No one can stop me. With that, he suddenly blinked to the side of the soul bone staff and began chanting an obscure incantation, Asawadamia, his face contorted with a twisted excitement as he shouted, Noble evil god, I am willing to become your servant. As he spoke, the black energy on the altar found its outlet, madly pouring into Shinda's body. During this process, half of Shinda's face began to twist and deform, taking on a grotesque appearance. That half of the face is something no human could possess. Shinda's left side was completely engulfed by an eerie black energy, exuding an unsettling aura. Sumu reacted instantly, with a flick of his finger, sending a dazzling bolt of lightning straight towards Shinda. Thunderbolt, he muttered, as blue arcs of electricity twisted through the air. Just as the lightning was about to strike, the black energy swiftly gathered above Shinda, forming an impenetrable shield. The lightning hit the shield with a piercing hum but failed to break through. Didn't work? Sumu frowned, staring at the black shield, pondering. He still had plenty of mana and could continue his lightning attacks. Strangely, Shinda didn't appear as an enemy in his view. His health bar and attributes were invisible. Suppressing the urge to attack, Sumu decided to wait and see. He thought, no doubt, this guy must be the main boss. From the aura he's emitting, he's at least a second-tier boss. Despite facing a mage boss, Sumu remained calm. If Shinda had been a different class of boss, he might have been more cautious. At that moment, Intai let out an angry roar. Shinda, this is betrayal. Unlike Sumu's composure, his face was filled with disbelief and anger, overshadowed by fear. Shinda ignored Intai's shout, fully immersed in the black energy, a sinister smile on his face. Intai gritted his teeth, biting his lips until they bled. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you succeed, he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful energy that shattered his restraints. Intai's body began to emit a brilliant green light, slowly lifting him into the air. He shouted, with my life as the price, awaken, spirit of the earth. In response to his call, the ground cracked open, and countless stones floated up, quickly covering Intai. In an instant, he transformed into a towering 3-meter stone giant. The giant swung its massive stone arms, striking fiercely at Shinda. The black energy gathered into a shield in front of Shinda. Boom! A loud crash, and cracks appeared on the black shield. The stone giant, relentless, swung again. Boom! Another crash, and the black energy seemed unable to hold. Shinda finally lost his composure, screaming hysterically, Intai, why are you stopping me? But the stone giant, now Intai, couldn't answer, only continuing his fierce assault. Seeing this, Sumu decided to test his attack again. Thunderbolt, he muttered, sending another bolt of lightning at Shinda. Boom! The black energy was focused on the stone giant, neglecting the lightning. Shinda was struck, and the damage number that appeared astonished Sumu. What the? Sumu muttered in surprise. With his current spell power and the lightning skill boost, the damage was nearly 20,000 points. Shinda's magic defense couldn't be that high. Sumu quickly realized the issue. So, before he turns hostile, my attacks can't actually harm him? The scenario seemed like one of those game cutscenes where intervention was impossible. On the battlefield, under the stone giant's relentless assault, the black energy grew weaker. Shinda gritted his teeth and shouted, you wretched fool! A portal suddenly appeared behind him, and he quickly grabbed the soul bone staff from the altar and disappeared through it. The black energy on the goatman altar dissipated instantly. Sumu was taken aback. He ran away? What a coward! He exclaimed. Meanwhile, the stone giant collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. Intai lay weakly among the stones, barely able to speak. Brave adventurer. Sumu rushed forward, trying to help Intai up, but Intai waved him off. No need, my time has come. He smiled faintly, showing no fear of death. Shinda is the one colluding with the ghouls, Intai said with difficulty. I interrupted the ritual, so he hasn't become a true fallen mage yet. I hope you can kill him before he does. A system prompt appeared. Accept the main quest to kill Shinda? I understand. Sumu accepted the quest without hesitation. Intai continued, with your current strength, you're not ready to face Shinda. Did you gather the magic crystal ores I asked for earlier? Yes, I did, Sumu replied. Intai suddenly coughed violently, blood trickling from his lips. He endured the pain and said, "In my office, there's a laboratory. Place the magic crystals in the alchemy container, and you'll get a powerful magic potion to help you defeat Shinda." "Understood," Sumu replied solemnly. "Lastly, before I die, let me teach you a magic skill." Tai's eyes began to glaze over. As he spoke, a faint magical energy appeared before Sumu, forming a complex magical formula. "Would you like to learn the skill, gravity field?" Sumu didn't hesitate for a second and chose to learn it. At that very moment, Tai slowly closed his eyes, and his body gradually disintegrated into dust, dispersing into the air. Sumu watched this scene unfold with a complex expression on his face, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. He then turned his attention to the newly acquired skill, eager to upgrade it to the maximum level. The system notification promptly appeared. Gravity field has been successfully upgraded to SSS level. Cost: 1000 mana points. Effect: summons gravity, immobilizing enemies within a 200-meter radius. Trait: the higher the intelligence, the stronger the gravity field. Duration: 20 seconds. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Sumu was delighted to find that although this skill didn't deal direct damage, its 20-second control effect could be significantly impactful in battles, even if it wasn't a stun. While Sumu was immersed in the game world, a storm was brewing in the real world. A video rapidly spread across major communities and forums, featuring someone who strikingly resembled Su Fa Shan. Netizens began questioning. Has Su Fa Shan committed a crime in reality? He must be severely punished, with no leniency. Public opinion spread like wildfire, fiercer than ever before. The outraged netizens demanded that Su Fa Shan come forward with an alibi or face the consequences. They believe that someone with such power who doesn't follow the rules doesn't deserve to live. Within a few short hours, Sumu found himself at the center of a storm of criticism. Even those who usually claim to be diehard fans of Su Fa Shan were too afraid to defend him. The internet was filled with condemnation, and some even took to the game world to stir up trouble. Su Fa Shan, the murderer, come out and confess. Su Fa Shan, there's no escape. The game chat channels in Hua country were flooded with such comments, all targeting Sumu. However, just as the situation reached a boiling point, a sudden in-game announcement appeared. Player Sumu has triggered a special event, and White Mist Town is now hostile to all players. The main storyline mission in the White Mist Town area has begun. Defeat the minions of the evil god. Participants will receive generous rewards. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly disrupting the chat. Players' attention shifted immediately. Whoa, White Mist Town main storyline. Is this the second phase of the main storyline? Damn, we can't even get past the first phase in the newbie village, and now the second phase is starting? Generous rewards? How generous? Where is White Mist Town, and who can take me there? Some observant players started analyzing. I just realized something. Hasn't Su Fa Shan been busy with the main storyline all along? Would he really have time to commit a crime and be caught on camera? This announcement also reignited the courage of those who had been hesitant to speak up for Sumu. After some discussion and analysis, netizens began to regain their composure. Although some still insisted Su Fa Shan was the culprit, it became harder to maintain that narrative. The focus of public opinion subtly shifted, with people now more interested in the new mission and its discussions. In the real world, at a crime scene in HC City, a tall man dressed in a black trench coat and sunglasses is meticulously examining every detail. His movements are efficient and professional, betraying a keen attention to detail. Though he tries to conceal his identity, a perceptive observer would notice his unusual demeanor. A subtle, enigmatic smile plays on his lips, and his deep-set eyes glint with intelligence, suggesting he is contemplating a secretive plan. Meanwhile, in the virtual realm of the game Shin 2, Sumu stands a kilometer outside Baiwu Town, using both his eagle eye and magic vision skills. These powerful reconnaissance abilities allow him to clearly see the entire town ensnared by a malevolent force. Through his magical perspective, he perceives the signs of life around the town shrouded in dark energy. These are the town guards under the magical control of Shinda. Sumu realizes that from this distance, he cannot observe the mayor's residence at the town's center or determine Shinda's exact location. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to enter the town. Although this special event is a group task, it appears that he is the only player in the vicinity of Baiwu Town. It seems this main quest will rely solely on him. Just as Sumu is about to take action, a system notification pops up. The villagers in Baiwu Town are innocent, merely controlled by Shinda's dark magic. By defeating Shinda, the magic binding them will be lifted. Try to rescue as many villagers as possible. This message makes Sumu reconsider his initial plan to treat the NPCs as minor enemies and attack them broadly. His task log immediately displays a warning. NPC accidental deaths 020, or the mission fails. Since a frontal assault is not an option, he must choose to infiltrate. With the help of Eagle Eye and Magic Vision, Sumu finds an unguarded spot and uses a long-range blink skill to instantly reach the town's interior. He knows the terrain like the back of his hand, having spent considerable time in Baiwu Town. Sumu quickly activates his stealth and swiftness skills, sprinting towards the Mage Association at top speed. Despite the town's vast area and numerous NPCs, it is impossible to cover every corner completely. Along the way, he encounters only 2 patrol teams, easily avoiding their gaze while in stealth mode. Upon reaching the Mage Association, Sumu is taken aback by the scene before him. Guards stand ready at the gates, and mages blinded by darkness indicate the situation is more dire than anticipated. He recognizes several mages, including the elderly one who once helped him advance. These mages are formidable, not quite boss level, but certainly more challenging than elite monsters. Sumu decides to maintain his stealth as he enters the Mage Association. With the swiftness skill boosting his speed, the 30-second stealth duration is sufficient to reach Intai's office. He cautiously navigates through the entrance, avoiding the NPC's sight, and successfully enters the building. However, upon reaching Intai's office, he finds the door locked. Sumu decisively uses a blink skill to appear inside the office. Confirming the room is empty, he begins searching for the alchemy room Intai mentioned. Soon, he discovers a hidden door in the bookshelf. Pushing it open reveals a fully equipped alchemy lab. The table is cluttered with various bottles, jars, and complex magical spells and formulas. As an alchemy master, Sumu immediately understands the formula's meanings. Suddenly, a system prompt appears. Would you like to learn the powerful mana potion? Without hesitation, Sumu opts to learn it. His alchemy skill list now includes a new potion he can craft. The effects of the powerful mana potion astonish Sumu. It boosts spell attack by 30 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This is a coveted enhancement for any mage. However, the materials required to craft it are hard to come by: Mana Herb X10, Mage's Thistle X10, Powerful Magic Crystal X5, and Magic Crystal Ore X5. Except for the Magic Crystal Ore, Sumu has never encountered these materials. Fortunately, Intai should have already gathered these materials. Sumu approaches the alchemical apparatus and places his 10 magic crystal ores onto it. Soon, a glow emanates from the ores, seemingly powering the entire alchemical setup. Moments later, 2 glass bottles fill with a light blue liquid. System prompt: you have obtained the powerful mana potion. With 2 potions in hand, Sumu smiles confidently. With this powerful tool, his chances of defeating Shinda significantly increase. Meanwhile, on the western road of Novice Village 9527, a group of players is clearing first-tier minor monsters. They cautiously and methodically gang up on a single creature. Leading this group is none other than Su Shaji. We must reach Baiwu Town before the main quest is completed, so we can share in the rewards. The appearance of the Baiwu Town main quest has made Su Shaji realize why they couldn't receive a main quest in the Novice Village. It had already been completed. If they clear the path of monsters leading to Baiwu Town, they can reach it. The enticing rewards listed in the announcement are too tempting for Su Shaji to ignore. Su Xiao, could that mage we dealt with earlier have been Su Fazhen? One subordinate hesitantly suggests. If anyone could complete the Novice Village's main quest, it would likely be Su Fazhen. I don't think so. That guy was a lone wolf, someone counters. If he found some leveling method, completing the main quest alone wouldn't be too hard. Another offers their opinion. It does seem possible. He was always heading to the higher level monster areas, and then he disappeared for a couple of days. He must have gone to Baiwu Town. If we could learn his leveling method, wouldn't we also soar? The group's discussion grows increasingly animated. If they could uncover Su Fashion's secret to leveling up, then defeating the likes of Zhao Fazhen, Li Zhanshan, or Wang Gongshan would be within reach. Listening to his subordinates, Su Shaji's eyes grow contemplative, as if he is formulating a secret plan of his own. Sind really is terrified of dying. Sumu stood outside the mayor's residence in White Mist Town, his brow furrowed. Over 20 fully armed guards were standing by, surrounding the entire mansion with impenetrable security. Sumu silently cursed, resisting the urge to unleash a frost storm on the guards. Taking a deep breath, he activated his stealth and swift skills. In his invisible state, Sumu slipped past the defenses like a phantom and infiltrated Sin's mansion. In stark contrast to the strict vigilance outside, the inside was eerily empty. Magic sight, Sumu whispered, and instantly, the entire layout of the house was revealed to him. He quickly located his target. Sind was sitting alone in a room upstairs. Holding his breath, Sumu carefully made his way upstairs. Just as he was about to step onto the last stair, Sind suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" Unfazed, Sumu instantly used Blink, appearing right behind Sind. Sap! He swung his staff, striking Sind on the head with force. With a dull thud, a stun marker appeared above Sind's head, lasting for 10 seconds. At the same time, Sind's attributes were displayed before Sumu. Sind's special boss. Level: Tier 2, Level 1. Magic attack: 2200. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 1000. Magic resistance, 30. Skills, unknown. Is his health really that high? Sumu frowned at Sin's robust health bar. For a mage, Sin's health was indeed outrageous. With the sap stun still having 7 or 8 seconds left, Sumu quickly strategized his skill combo. Can I control him to death? He scanned his list of control skills. In this confined room, Sin had nowhere to escape. Let's start with Lightning Strike. Sumu decisively unleashed his strongest single-target attack skill, unwilling to waste his precious potions on Sind. Thunder Lightning. A blinding bolt of electricity struck Sind, accompanied by an exaggerated damage number above Sin's head. As the stun effect wore off, Sind roared in fury. You treacherous scoundrel, attacking me out of the blue. Before Sind could react, Sumu delivered another kidney shot, plunging Sind back into a brief stun. This was followed by another Thunder Lightning. As Sind recovered from the stun, his face was livid with rage, and his eyes burned with fury as he glared at Sumu. But before he could counterattack, Sumu's skill combo rained down. Charge. Thunder Lightning. Whirlwind Axe. Thunder Lightning. Sumu relentlessly deployed all his control skills one after another. Although each skill only stunned for a second, it was just enough to chain another lightning attack. As the control sequence ended, Sin's health plummeted below half. He gritted his teeth, threatening, "You'll pay for this." As he spoke, a familiar energy surged around him. Trying to escape? Sumu recognized the precursor to the blink skill. Without hesitation, he used a warrior's taunt skill, successfully interrupting Sin's blink. Taunted, Sin raised his soul bone staff and attempted a melee attack on Sumu. This comical scene made Sumu chuckle, but he remained vigilant, launching another Thunder Lightning at Sin. As the taunt effect wore off, Sin looked bewildered and angrily demanded, "Are you even a mage?" "Of course I am," Sumu replied calmly. But Sind was beyond words. His health was depleting too rapidly. Staying in the room was a death sentence. He blinked again, disappearing from the room. Sumu immediately activated Eagle Eye and Magic Sight to track Sin's whereabouts. Outside, he blinked into the courtyard. At that moment, Sind unleashed Dark Bind, a black energy that immobilized Sumu for 10 seconds. A significant damage number appeared above Sumu's head, catching him off guard. "Get him," Sind commanded, and the guards outside rushed in. Although immobilized, Sumu could still cast spells. Gravity Field. He quickly used this large area control skill. Instantly, all the guards were trapped as if in quicksand, unable to move. "Is this Tai's trick?" Sind, also affected, frowned and asked. In response, another Thunder Lightning struck him. Dark Shield. Sind quickly raised his staff, and a black shield blocked the lethal strike just in time. One more hit, and his health would have dropped to single digits. "Adventurer, I must admit, your strength is beyond my expectations." Sin's eyes, filled with hatred and anger, now showed a hint of fear. "But if you think this is enough to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken." He suddenly laughed wildly, turning extremely manic. Dark Sacrifice. With Sin's shout, the guards affected by the gravity field fell one by one. Black energy poured from their bodies, flying towards Sind. Sumu frowned, continually casting Thunder Lightning to attack. Yet the black shield was unbreakable, deflecting one lightning strike after another. The black energy flowed into Sind continuously. Fully healed, Sumu was astonished to see Sin's health, which had been on the brink of defeat, restored to full in an instant. Sumu quickly checked his task list, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. The crucial accidental kills count remained at 0, meaning the deaths of those NPCs weren't attributed to him. He breathed a sigh of relief and refocused on his opponent in front of him. Shinda had recovered to full health, a confident smile appearing on his face. He raised his soul bone staff high and began chanting a spell. Sumu, not daring to be careless, immediately activated the damage reduction skill defensive stance he had acquired earlier. Dark Erosion. Shinda suddenly shouted. The black shield transformed into a pitch-black spear, thrusting straight at Sumu. A damage number appeared above Sumu's head, but it was far below Shinda's expectations. How is this possible? Shinda's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his most powerful move, supposed to be a one-hit kill. Sumu didn't even bother to activate his mana shield. Instead, he healed himself with Healing Spell, instantly restoring 2,670 health points, bringing him back to a safe level. Shinda was shocked again. The adventurer before him seemed to have mastered skills from every class. Sumu didn't give Shinda time to think. He immediately used Energy Awakening and a super mana potion to replenish his magic, followed by a Thunder Flash. With the dark shield gone, the lightning easily struck Shinda. Shinda barely managed to counterattack, firing Shadow Bolt, but the damage was less than a tenth of Sumu's. His mind was filled with questions. Who was the real boss here? The two entered a back-and-forth battle. Shinda dealt 4-digit damage each time, while Sumu returned with 5-digit damage. Although Shinda had the advantage in overall health, Sumu's powerful healing spell topped his health off, leaving Shinda in utter despair. This can't be happening. Who are you? Shinda roared repeatedly. His ultimate move, Dark Sacrifice, was still on cooldown and couldn't be used in time. Please, spare me. I can lead you to the Dark God and make you an immortal fallen mage. Shinda panicked, starting to beg for mercy. Sumu smirked. Sorry, I'm not interested in any dark gods. No, you can't kill me. I'm a fallen mage. If you kill me, you'll bear the mark of the Dark God. You'll become the enemy of the Dark God and be annihilated. Shinda shouted hysterically, sensing the approach of death. Sumu's expression shifted from calm to confident. Is that so? If the Dark God becomes my enemy, then I'll slay the god. Meanwhile, on the road from Newbie Village number 9527 to Misty Town, Su Shiji was directing his team in an assault on a first-tier bear monster. Everyone was complaining, but they continued striving for the rich rewards. They were all convinced that Su the Spell God couldn't possibly complete the task so quickly and were confident in sharing the rewards. However, in an office somewhere, a man kicked over a desk in anger, shattering the floor. He gritted his teeth and said, Su the Spell God, I won't let you suppress public opinion. I will uncover your true identity. In the town of White Mist, Shinda's eyes were filled with boundless fear. At this moment, his health was down to a single digit. His voice trembled as he pleaded, Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. After failing to intimidate, he lowered his status as the mayor, repeatedly begging for mercy. Sumu remained silent, gripping his staff tightly. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Shinda. Without hesitation, he raised his staff high and struck Shinda's head forcefully. As Shinda fell to the ground, system notifications popped up. You have slain Shinda and liberated White Mist Town. Title earned. Savior of White Mist Town. Announcement. Player Sumu has successfully liberated White Mist Town, gaining 50 to all attributes, 1,000 skill points, and a reward of a growth weapon. The staff of the Archmage. Sumu looked around, noticing there were neither experience orbs nor dropped equipment on the ground. He muttered to himself, no experience? No loot? How stingy. However, when he checked the reward weapon in his inventory, his eyes widened in surprise. Staff of the Archmage, Tier 0. 100 Intelligence. 100 Spirit. 100 Constitution. Grants growth points upon defeating monsters. Each growth grants attribute boosts and unlocks new entries. Current growth points, 010,000. This equipment is amazing. Sumu marveled, immediately choosing to equip it. The system then prompted, equipping this weapon will bind it to your soul. Do you wish to continue? Without hesitation, he selected Equip and opened the attribute panel to examine his new status. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 2, Level 1025,000. Health, 7,180. Mana, 30,400. Melee physical attack, 716. Magic attack, 2,170. Physical defense, 818. Magic defense, 1,160. Attributes. Strength, 308. Constitution, 338,180. Agility, 308. Spirit, 470,290. Intelligence, 680,310. Equipment, Staff of the Archmage, Skeleton Ring, Leather Leggings, Leather Boots, Leather Gloves, Leather Hat, Leather Robe, Goatman Priest's Necklace, Goatman Priest's Ring, White Mist Town Warrior's Badge. Admiring his godlike attributes, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim, these stats are unbelievable. Just then, Shinda's body began to float. Sumu cautiously stepped back, quickly casting a bolt of lightning at Shinda. However, the lightning caused no damage, and the system displayed miss. A surge of dark energy emanated from Shinda, forming a shadowy figure that gazed at Sumu like an abyss. Unfazed, Sumu stared back at the apparition, recalling a similar scene from the Wild Boar altar. Are you the evil god? Sumu questioned, but the shadow remained silent. The dark energy swirled, forming a vortex that absorbed Shinda's body. Then, the system notified, an evil god has marked you. Sumu checked his body but found nothing unusual. He decided not to dwell on it, thinking confidently, it's just an evil god. Once I grow stronger, I won't be afraid. Surveying the area, Sumu felt no attachment to White Mist Town, only remembering the materials and equipment in the inn's storage. He headed towards the inn to retrieve those items. Meanwhile, on the road from Novice Village 9527 to White Mist Town, Su Shiji and his group stood frozen, their expressions grim. Breaking the silence, Su Shiji said, everyone, log off and rest. As others logged off, Su Shiji remained, shouting in frustration, "Damn it!" He regretted missing out on the reward of 50 attribute points and 1,000 skill points. In the chat channels of a certain country, players lamented Su Mu's completion of the second stage of the main quest. One exclaimed, "It's that Su Mu again. He even finished the second stage of the main quest. This is unbelievable." Another agreed, "Crazy. We haven't even figured out the first stage." Someone else worriedly asked, "Can anyone tell me? What's the highest level now? Has anyone reached level 8? Meanwhile, in a building in that same country, a group was holding an emergency meeting. One person stated seriously, "Su is a formidable enemy. We can't let him continue like this." Another revealed, "Our operatives in China have made their move. That footage will surely draw Su out. Even if our people don't act, others will." The meeting leader slammed the table, declaring firmly, "Even if it exposes all our operatives, we must eliminate this threat. Any Sumu out there? Eliminate them all." The statement shocked everyone present, yet none dared to oppose. "You are our hero. Brave warrior. Thank you for saving Misty Town." The inn in Misty Town was bustling with excitement. Sumu found himself at the center of attention, basking in a moment of unprecedented glory. Members of the Mage Guild, representatives from other associations, and even the usually stingy landlady were showering him with praise. "Honored warrior, feel free to order anything you like today, it's all on the house," the landlady exclaimed with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Amidst the overwhelming admiration, Sumu felt a bit flustered, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Just then, an elderly wizard with a head of white hair pushed through the crowd and solemnly addressed him. "Adventurer, please proceed to Howling Moon City and report the events of Misty Town to Lord Yubai. Request him to appoint a new mayor." Sumu nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will go." As the crowd began to disperse, the landlady brought out a lavish feast. Sumu indulged heartily, thinking to himself that as the savior of Misty Town, he had every right to enjoy a free meal. "By the way, landlady," Sumu asked between bites, "how do I get to Howling Moon City?" The landlady eagerly explained, "There's a path through the southern Misty Mountains. Follow it south, and you'll reach Howling Moon City." Sumu nodded slightly, already planning his next journey in his mind. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room at the inn, surveying the two storage spaces filled with items. In addition to various materials, there were numerous herbs and, most valuably, the equipment dropped from the boss. Those wealthy players must have accumulated quite a bit of gold by now, Sumu mused, pondering how to price these high-attribute items. Ordinary first-tier equipment couldn't compare. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not hold an auction? He glanced at his Savior of Misty Town title, realizing that with it, his messages in the chat channel would draw extra attention. With determination, Sumu opened the chat channel. The screen was immediately flooded with comments. "Su the Mage is incredible, finishing the second main quest phase so fast. Su the Mage's team is unstoppable. Did Xian Yuan team up with Su the Mage? How else could they be so quick?" However, amidst the praise were also doubts and accusations. "Sumu, you murderer, how dare you do quests? Sumu, come out and explain yourself. Completing a quest doesn't absolve you." Furrowing his brow at the mixed reactions, Sumu felt both secretly pleased by the compliments and annoyed by the baseless accusations. "Me? A murderer?" Sumu chuckled, unsure how to counter such absurd claims. Taking a deep breath, Sumu decided to ignore the insults and focus on his plan. He posted a message in the World Channel. In 1 hour, auctioning a large number of first-tier high-attribute items. The announcement caused a stir in the World Channel. "Wow, the savior of Misty Town just spoke. Why does his message flash on the screen? The savior of Misty Town? That's Su the Mage. Su the Mage is selling gear? They must be top-notch." Of course, some still harbored hostility towards Sumu. "Sumu, how do you sell gear? You shameless? Sumu, savior? The murderer still hasn't faced justice?" Facing the influx of private messages filled with insults, Sumu unhesitatingly chose to block them. He opened his inventory and began crafting equipment and potions. "You crafted a goblin staff. You crafted a bright silver armor. You crafted a super mana potion. You crafted a bloodthirsty elixir." After converting most of the warehouse materials into equipment and potions, Sumu arranged them neatly, ready for consignment. Just then, a private message caught his attention. "Friend, I want to buy all your gear for 100,000 gold." Sumu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the offer. He only had 130,000 gold at the moment. "Are you serious?" Sumu replied, testing the waters. The other party quickly responded, "Just kidding." 3 lines of exasperation appeared on Sumu's forehead, realizing the person might have baited him with a high price to bypass his message block. As Sumu was about to block the person, another message came through. "I don't have that much gold, but I have something you'll be interested in." Intrigued, Sumu asked, "What is it?" The other party went silent for a moment before sending several messages. The internet is filled with rumors against you, but I know the person in that video isn't you. I also know who's been manipulating public opinion to frame you and why. I think you'd be interested in their identity, right? Squinting, Sumu sensed a conspiracy, though he wasn't fully aware of the murderer situation in the chat channel. Why should I trust you? Sumu asked cautiously. The other party quickly replied, I can help you deal with that person and clear your name from the negative rumors. Don't worry, I won't ask about your identity. You just need to see the results. What do you want in return? Sumu pressed. I want gold, or gear, anything valuable. The other party straightforwardly stated, I always deliver on my promises. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu sent over the attributes of the bright silver armor and silver-edged dagger. How about these two items? All right, but at 500 more gold. The other party replied almost instantly. Sumu frowned. The two items plus 500 gold was no small price. The demand was steep. Sensing Sumu's hesitation, the other party added, rest assured, it's worth every penny. I guarantee that person will disappear and never bother you again. Taking a deep breath, Sumu finally decided, do the job first, then you get paid. Deal. The other party responded cheerfully. The other party agreed so readily, but Sumu wasn't surprised at all. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the true intentions behind the approach. It might be a meticulously staged act, but since the other party wanted to play, he was more than happy to oblige. With a faint smile on his lips, Sumu's fingers danced over the keyboard as he sent another message. Honestly, I wasn't even in that place, so how could I be the murderer? These rumors are really annoying. He injected a hint of grievance and complaint into his tone, as if he were helplessly venting. In truth, Sumu never paid much attention to the online gossip. To him, words might be sharp like swords, but they couldn't penetrate his iron defenses. What truly caught his attention was the purpose behind the other's approach. Contacting him in this manner suggested a clever individual. Perhaps the surface motive was just for equipment and gold, but Sumu didn't believe for a second that they weren't also trying to uncover his true identity. The message was laced with subtle meaning, ensuring that no matter how it was interpreted, it would mislead the recipient. Sumu thought, what a pity. If Su the mage were in HC City, there might be quite the show to watch. Soon enough, the other party replied. Sumu chuckled softly, noting the obvious probing intent in their words. He decided to reveal a bit more. Of course, I'd love to watch the show. HC City isn't far. My private jet can get me there in under an hour, but I have some guild matters to handle, so I can't leave. The response came quickly. Well, it doesn't matter where you watch from. This show will definitely satisfy you. Seeing this, Sumu decided not to reply further. For those who schemed behind the scenes, he always adopted a policy of ignoring them. However, since he could now make them pay a price while only parting with a few pieces of equipment and a couple hundred gold coins, it was a deal worth making. Especially since he would only pay after seeing the results, it was a win-win situation. As for the possibility of the other party taking screenshots of the chat to use as a threat or to sway public opinion, Sumu wasn't worried at all. The game Shinto was unlike other online games. It didn't have a screenshot function, let alone allow phones to be brought in for taking pictures. Otherwise, any player named Sumu talking about sensitive topics would land him in endless trouble. While continuing to craft potions and equipment, Sumu mused, if someone tries to deduce my identity again, I might as well add them as friends and casually drop some hints, stirring the waters even more. A sly smile played on his lips. No one would suspect that Su the mage, a force to be reckoned with in Shuntu, was just an ordinary person from a third-tier city. Meanwhile, in a novice village, four people were gathered in discussion. A tall, short-haired, and capable-looking woman asked, what did that guy say? The man in the middle replied, he agreed. The others showed expressions of surprise. He agreed so easily? The man explained with a wry smile. We handle the task first, then he pays. This guy is quite the shrewd businessman. The group was momentarily taken aback, with someone asking, did you find out anything useful? Clearly, making a deal with Sumu was only one of their objectives. Establishing a friendly relationship and deducing his true identity was their ultimate goal. The man slowly analyzed, nothing substantial. But he likely isn't from HC City, and where he is located isn't far from there. Also, his status must be quite high, at least an invisible tycoon with a private jet. This assessment matched his long-held belief. Someone nearby frowned. That still leaves a large range. There are too many invisible tycoons in China to track down. Suddenly, someone questioned, could this information be a smokescreen he's putting out? The man replied, that's possible, but for now, we should focus our search on the major cities around HC City, looking for wealthy individuals with the surname Su. The capable woman added, I think we should also search within HC City. He might be hiding in plain sight. The man nodded in agreement and assigned tasks. I'll handle the matters related to public opinion with you. The rest of you make your own arrangements. The other two patted their chests in assurance. Don't worry about us, we've got it covered. The man emphasized, don't let the leveling progress in the game fall behind. At this point, his gaze turned cold. Finding Su the mage in reality is merely to gain control over him. That's the only way we can rise quickly in Shentu. Back in the game Shuntu, Sumu looked at the high attribute equipment in his hands and opened the chat channel. He drafted a message. The auction will officially start in 10 minutes, and the equipment for sale includes the following. He then posted the detailed attributes of the items. Instantly, the entire chat channel erupted. Players exclaimed, "Wow, these are all top-tier items. Did Su the mage raid a boss nest? Where did all these top-quality items come from? Wait a minute, shouldn't these items go to teammates? Does that mean Su the mage's teammates all have top-tier gear? Damn, this weapon's attack boost is several times higher than my current attack. What's the point of playing? If I could just get one piece, I'd be set for life." Amidst the envy, jealousy, and even a bit of resentment, Sumu, having sent out the message, couldn't be bothered to look at the chat channel any longer. The momentum for the auction was already building, and now it was up to the big spenders to step up. As soon as Sumu's message was sent out, the novice villages were abuzz with excitement. Guild leaders hurriedly gathered their members, urgently issuing commands. Quick! Gather every single coin from everyone in the company and leave a single copper behind. The boss has spoken. We must at least secure one weapon. Voices buzzed through the crowd. Someone eyed the enigmatic shield with ambition gleaming in their eyes. If we get that, our guild is bound to rise. Meanwhile, someone else was captivated by the bow's attributes, murmuring to themselves, if I buy it, can I catch up to Xinyuan? Whether they were the obvious wealthy players or hidden powerhouses, everyone had their own coveted piece of equipment in mind. Their eyes shone with desire, as if owning these items would bring them closer to godhood. However, many remained rational, calmly analyzing. The greatest use of top-tier gear is to help us crush monsters or dungeons we couldn't handle before, generating higher profits. Among the numerous items Sumu was selling, the shield undoubtedly became the centerpiece, drawing the majority of attention. Compared to the higher-level Goatman equipment, the Goblin Shield was clearly more popular. Following closely was the heroic metal Sumu had swapped out. Many calculated, if we can get these two pieces, we can train a tanky warrior. A strong tank is the backbone for monster hunting and dungeon clearing. As time ticked by, the auction finally began. In the White Mist Town Inn, Sumu calmly opened the auction interface. Despite having numerous items, he first listed the Goblin Staff. Having stockpiled a lot of materials, he crafted 5 of these staves. Of course, being shrewd, Sumu didn't list all 5 Goblin Staves at once. It's starting. Sumu set the starting bid for the Goblin Staff at 500 gold and sent a message in the chat channel. The prominent notification made his message instantly noticeable. The auction's on, let's check it out. A top-tier weapon for mages? The intelligence and spirit stats are so high, and the level requirement is low. Equipping this is like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. Before people could react, a voice suddenly rang out, 1,000. I'm doubling it straight away. The Goblin Staff's evident boost for mages led someone to immediately raise the price to 1,000 gold, clearly aiming to win quickly. That's bold, doubling the price right away. Another voice chimed in, if that's the case, I won't hold back either, 2,000. Soon, yet another wealthy player doubled the price. This silenced the others. Most eyes were still fixed on that shield, and they didn't want to spend too much gold before the final showdown. As the auction time ticked away, the final price for the staff settled at 2,000. Haha, with this staff, I'm half a mage god. The wealthy mage laughed heartily after winning the item. However, before his laughter subsided, another identical goblin staff quietly appeared on the auction house. What? Another one? The stats seem identical. Didn't the last buyer just lose out? I'll bid 1,500. As soon as this staff was listed, a boss who missed out before immediately raised the price to 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800. Eventually, the price settled at 1,800. Yet, as others awaited the next item, they were dumbfounded to see the auction house listing another lone first-tier item. Another goblin staff? Did Su the mage god raid the goblin's lair? I bet the next one will be another goblin staff too. 3 consecutive goblin staffs left many bewildered. Although Sumu had posted many items before, no one knew how many of each he had. This goblin item quickly sold for 1,700 gold. Back in the White Mist Town Inn, Sumu's lips curled into a slight smile as he listed the remaining 2 goblin staffs together. Let's auction both at once. He set the starting price for each at 1,000 gold. 10 minutes later, both weapons sold successfully for 1,500 each. After deducting fees, Sumu pocketed a total of 7,650 gold from the 5 staves. More than I expected. Sumu smiled as he pulled out the bright silver armor. He had crafted 5 of these as well. This armor is a must-have for assassins. What are we waiting for? 1,000 gold. That's steep. Starting at 1,000? That price is about right, though, since it doesn't boost as much as weapons. In the novice villages, the wealthy bosses stood surrounded by others, discussing the value of the gear and whether to raise their bids. The bright silver armor finally settled at a price of 1,100. Soon after, another piece was listed on the auction house. The bosses looking to bid had become numb. They had reached a mutual understanding. The subsequent bright silver armors all sold successfully for 1,000 gold each. 5 pieces of armor brought in a total of 5,100, which after fees was 4,590. Sumu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he began calculating the total earnings from this auction. Oh, I forgot to give that guy a piece. After selling the bright silver armor from his inventory, Sumu slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering he had intended to keep it as a reward. He smirked slightly, thinking to himself, no big deal. I'll just say he didn't do a good enough job and give him less. Anyway, the job comes first, and the final decision is in my hands. Sumu quickly shifted his focus back to the task at hand. He decided to list the remaining goblin equipment for auction, except for the items he could craft and the dagger he decided to keep. The 3 goblin items soon appeared in the auction house, immediately catching the attention of many players. Look, the shield is up. The robe stats are pretty impressive too. Don't forget those goblin shoes. Equipped on the same warrior, they could turn into a walking fortress. Amidst the excited chatter, someone reminded, ignore the rest. The shield is the key. With 3 items listed simultaneously by the renowned Su Fa Shun, each was likely one-eo vacant. The auction house's atmosphere turned tense, with everyone holding their breath, afraid to miss this rare opportunity. The price of the shoes quickly climbed to 1,200 gold coins and then stabilized. The robe, with its unique mana regeneration attribute, attracted the attention of many wealthy mages, soaring to 2,200 gold in just a few minutes. Surprisingly, the shield's price only crept up slowly by increments of 50 gold coins. Meanwhile, in a novice village, a group was huddled together, discussing strategies. Mr. Ma, should we drive up the price of the shield? One person cautiously asked. Ma Jingfei, with a calm demeanor and shrewd eyes, replied, no rush, there might be more than one of these shields. His years in the business world had taught him the art of patience. In another novice village, a different group was closely monitoring the auction house activity. Mr. Ma, we've got 5,000 gold coins. That should be enough to snag this shield, right? Someone eagerly suggested. The man referred to as Mr. Ma rested his chin on his hand, appearing calm, but his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. No rush, we'll make our move later, he said, fully aware of the shield's immense value and calculating his next steps. It's still anyone's game, he thought to himself. The shoes were sold for 1,200 coins, while the clothes fetched 2,500 coins. Sumu glanced at the auction interface, raising an eyebrow as he noticed that bidding for the shield was still ongoing. He waited patiently, wondering why this shield was so popular. Just then, notifications of successful sales popped up one after another. Sumu shrugged, unaware that for other players, the biggest challenge in fighting monsters wasn't a lack of attack power. Regular monsters were manageable, and warriors with full constitution could barely hold their ground. But elite monsters with skills were a different story. Without enough defense, even with a priest healing, there was always a risk of being instantly killed. As a mage with defense capabilities surpassing even warriors, Sumu was used to taking on hordes of monsters and had forgotten the real difficulty of this game. Shun Tuesday. He could understand the shield's value. He just hadn't realized it initially. In the auction house, bidding had reached 3,000 coins. Ma Jingfei's subordinate couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, Boss Ma, it's already at 3,000. Shouldn't we make a bid? After a brief pause, Ma Jingfei decided to act. Bid 3,500, he said firmly. The shield, originally priced at 51, was suddenly raised to 3,500 coins. This bold increase of 500 coins demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. Many onlookers decided against further bidding. Some speculated that a big player was involved, while others hoped for a second similar shield. However, within moments, the shield's price shot up another 500 coins to 4,000. This amount could buy 2 goblin staves but was clearly not the end. Soon, the price was pushed to 4,500 coins. In the inn at White Mist Town, Sumu looked at the shield's final selling price with a hint of disbelief. This shield is worth that much? He muttered. Although the shield's defense and damage reduction attributes were decent, it seemed somewhat unimpressive to him. Selling it for such a high price was indeed a pleasant surprise. Pondering, Sumu glanced at the heroic medal he had swapped out. This was a reward from the main quest in the beginner village, and theoretically, every beginner village could obtain one. However, considering the terrifying attributes of the Ice Wolf King, he doubted anyone could complete the main quest at this stage. Well, I won't hold back then. Sumu decisively listed the medal on the auction house with a starting price of 3,000 coins. Sure enough, someone soon bid it up to 3,500 coins. Sumu secretly hoped the price would break new records. Meanwhile, in another beginner village, Li Xiao and his team were discussing their strategy. Bossly, we've put all our coins on this. What if we can't win the bid for this medal? They asked, worried. Li Xiao responded seriously. Contact Boss Ma and borrow some coins from him. Tell him that if I win this medal, I'll give it to him in a few days. His subordinates were shocked. Bossly, are you joking? Giving it away for free? Won't we be at a massive loss? Li Xiao explained. With our current strength, passing the Ice Wolf main quest is impossible. But with this medal and the shield, we have a chance. Don't forget, once the quest is completed, I'll get a medal too. As the first to clear the Skeleton Cave dungeon, Li Xiao understood the importance of equipment. He had not only received the main quest to defeat the Ice Wolf King, but was also about to advance. Once he advanced and leveled up, he'd be able to equip the shield and medal, significantly boosting his efficiency in any task. His team stopped hesitating and quickly contacted Boss Ma. Soon, good news arrived. Boss Ma agreed. Back in White Mist Town, Sumu saw that the medal sold for a staggering 5,000 coins and couldn't help but rub his nose. The medal sold for 5,000? It's that valuable? Compared to other items, this one's low-level requirement naturally boosted its value. Looking at the coins waiting to be collected from the auction, Sumu beamed with satisfaction. A total of 24,000 coins sold. This far exceeded his expectations. Next, Sumu began to deal with the high-level Goatman equipment. He could have continued farming the Goatman dungeon to create a set for sale, but considering the high attributes of this equipment, he doubted anyone could afford it. The main quest in White Mist Town was complete, and there were no second-tier monsters in the area, so there was no point in lingering. Sumu listed over a dozen high-attribute Goatman items, each with a starting bid of 2,000 coins. Within 10 minutes, all the items were sold, and the auction house's collection of coins reached over 50,000. Including the coins in his inventory, Sumu now had a total of 200,000 coins. These coins could nearly fill a room in the inn with a small mountain of gold. If sold, they could undoubtedly buy a significant share in most publicly traded companies. After selling the equipment, Sumu didn't overlook the materials and potions he had. Although these items weren't as valuable as the equipment, they still added up to a considerable income. He opened the chat channel and sent out a message. Clearance sale. Tons of materials and potions at bargain prices, a great deal for anyone. Once you reach town, you can learn life skills. With these materials, striking it rich is no longer a dream. What? You can learn life skills when you get to the town? Sumu's news spread like wildfire across the world channel. I get it, that goblin staff must have been crafted, right? And the leather armor too? Players speculated eagerly, their excitement palpable. So, does this mean major guilds will need to train some life skill players? Someone astutely realized the importance of this development. Among the over 1 billion people in China, not everyone is keen on fighting. In most online games, a significant portion of players prefer a more relaxed, lifestyle-focused experience. The life skill system in the Shen 2 game was a revelation. It meant players could truly acquire a skill in-game that might even impact their real lives. We have to buy it. Training some life skill players would significantly boost the company's overall strength. Let's buy some. Don't skip on potions and materials, just keep some coins. Major companies quickly held emergency online meetings, unanimously agreeing to train at least one life skill player. Sumu's consigned materials became hot commodities overnight. Inside the White Mist Town Inn, Sumu watched with satisfaction as his auction materials were snapped up. Sold out, he murmured to himself, a victorious smile on his face. He had wrapped up perfectly here, and it was time to move on to the next map. Others are probably still in the newbie village, figuring out how to deal with the Wolf King, right? Sumu thought smugly. I've already completed the main quest in White Mist Town, and no other player has made it here yet. The feeling of being so far ahead thrilled him. Time to set off. Sumu organized his inventory, grabbing the 2 keys from the inn. Safe travels, esteemed adventurer. The innkeeper sincerely wished him as she took back the keys. Following the innkeeper's directions, Sumu headed towards Howling Moon City. As he traversed the misty mountains, he skillfully used stealth and speed to evade the small monsters along the way. With the help of his eagle eye and magic vision, he quickly found a hidden path. Emerging from the canyon path, a vast prairie suddenly unfolded before him. For a moment, Sumu was unsure of which direction to take. Just then, a series of urgent shouts broke the silence. Thud, thud, thud. Catch it, don't let it get away. Hurry. Sumu quickly looked in the direction of the noise, activating eagle eye and magic vision. He saw a group of armed cavalry chasing a creature through the grass. The creature was darting swiftly through the underbrush. Is it coming towards me? Sumu noticed the creature's path was leading straight to where he stood. A quest is coming, huh? Rather than panic, Sumu smiled with anticipation at the approaching unknown creature. He had been unsure of where to head next, and this pursuit was a perfect opportunity. No matter how fast you run, if I tell you to stop, you will stop. Sumu focused intently on the creature, waiting for it to come within skill range. As soon as the creature entered his attack range, a flash of energy glinted in Sumu's eyes. Gravity field. Though gravity field didn't deal direct damage, its effect was directly tied to the player's intelligence stat. With Sumu's intelligence nearing 1,000 points, the field's power was formidable. Under the skill's influence, the creature stumbled as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, unable to move. Now's the chance, attack. Everyone prepare for battle. We must capture this sand beast. Charge. Nearby, the shouts of the pursuers rang out. Their focus entirely on the creature, they hadn't noticed Sumu in the distance. Can they handle this beast? Sumu observed the energy levels of both sides, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I'll watch and be ready to assist if needed, he thought, deciding to observe for now. After all, using the gravity field to trap the creature likely meant he had triggered this quest. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in HC City, a tense video conference was underway. Is this your idea of having it under control? How do you plan to handle this mess now? A white man on the video call demanded angrily. The man on the other end, his expression grim, replied, the public opinion hasn't been fully suppressed yet. If we have the victims' families come forward and strongly condemn Archmage Sue, demanding justice, we might still turn the tables. I don't want to hear your excuses, I want results, the white man roared. At that moment, the communication abruptly cut off, and the entire villa was plunged into darkness as the power went out. What's going on? Someone, why is the power out? The man frowned and called out loudly. A power outage in such an upscale villa was extremely rare. Where is everyone? Have they all disappeared? He called out repeatedly, but there was no response. Damn it! The man impatiently moved towards the door to investigate. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, slamming into the man's face and knocking him to the ground with a powerful impact. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The man shouted in pain and anger. Sorry, were you talking to me? A voice, polite yet dripping with sarcasm, echoed in response. The man looked up abruptly, fear flooding his eyes. Who are you? How did you get in here? Someone help. Stop shouting. Your guards were utterly useless. A woman remarked disdainfully. What do you want? This is private property. The man tried to maintain a facade of calm. Someone paid handsomely to see a good show. You could say we're the directors. A tall man in sunglasses said with amusement, pulling a pair of white gloves from his pocket. A faint smile played on his lips, but his eyes behind the shades were cold and merciless. The show's about to begin. No, no, please spare me. Inside the vast villa, the man's desperate screams echoed, lingering for a long time. In the world of the game Shinto, an intense battle is unfolding on the plains. Sumu stands 100 meters away, intently observing the fierce fight between the NPC squad and the boss. The 10-member squad is professionally equipped and tactically skilled. Armored warriors charge at the front, with 2 agile assassins providing support on either side. In the rear, a mage chants spells while an archer stands ready with bow drawn. Suddenly, the ground trembles as a massive sandworm boss bursts forth. It is 3 meters long, covered in spiky tentacles, with fearsome saw-like fangs protruding from its jaws. Sumu uses his eagle-eye skill to take in the terrifying form of the creature. The battle is about to ignite. The sandworm spews acid, and the armored warrior steps up to meet it. The acid corrodes the armor, and the warrior's health drops sharply. In a critical moment, holy light descends, and a healing spell takes effect just in time. The warrior, invigorated, swings his sword fiercely. The 2 assassins seize the opportunity to flank the sandworm and launch a surprise attack. As the gravity field dissipates, the sandworm suddenly lunges, crashing its massive body into the warrior. The clash of metal echoes across the plains, but the warrior barely holds with his shield while counterattacking, leaving deep wounds on the sandworm. Sumu calmly analyzes the situation. This boss has incredible defense, but this team is well coordinated. It shouldn't take long to finish the fight. He begins to weigh whether he should step in at the last moment to snag some loot. The battle reaches a fever pitch as the boss's health drops to 30. In desperation, the sandworm changes tactics, spewing acid toward the vulnerable targets in the rear. The warrior shouts a warning, the mage blinks away, the archer swiftly retreats, and the female priestess withstands the hit with a holy light shield. Seeing its attack fail, the sandworm burrows underground to escape. The warrior decisively orders a pursuit. Mount up and chase it. Don't let it get away. At that moment, Sumu notices the sandworm heading in his direction. A glint of determination flashes in his eyes. A low-health boss coming my way. This is a rare opportunity. In a split second, Sumu acts decisively. Thunderbolt strike. With a low incantation, 2 bolts of lightning strike the ground, accurately hitting the sandworm's path. With the surge of mana, these strikes finish off the boss. A system notification pops up. You have slain the plain sandworm, earning 10,000 experience points. Gain 1 intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Just as Sumu prepares to check his loot, the NPC squad rides in. The leading warrior, Yulin, dismounts with a puzzled look and approaches Sumu. Hello there, adventurer. Yulin greets politely, then asks, did the sandworm stop because of you? Sumu admits calmly, yes, that was my skill. Yulin smiles and inquires further. I thought so. It suddenly stopped. Was that attack yours too? Sumu explains with a hint of resignation. It was coming towards me. I had no choice. Yulin, unoffended, apologizes instead. Adventurer, I'm not blaming you. It's just that we need the sandworm's core. Would you be willing to let us have it? As soon as he finishes speaking, a task prompt appears before Sumu. Do you accept the task? Yulin's request? Reward unknown. Sumu raises an eyebrow at Yulin, pondering to himself. Another task with an unknown reward? Should I accept it or not? Yulin keenly sensed something was off with Sumu and furrowed his brows with concern, asking, what's wrong, adventurer? Before Sumu could respond, one of Yulin's team members couldn't hold back and shouted, Yulin, that sandworm was our prey to begin with, and this guy just swooped in. Why should we be polite to him? These words made Sumu's eyes turn cold. He thought to himself, these NPCs don't seem like pushovers. With their strength, they're probably near boss level. If this well-coordinated team decided to attack, I'd be at a disadvantage. Sumu quickly assessed the group and made a decision. He spoke calmly, you can take the crystal core, but the rest of the loot is mine. You've got some nerve, scavenger. Someone in a mage's robe immediately shouted from the crowd. Mai, be quiet. Yulin commanded sharply. Mai's face stiffened with displeasure, and he glared at Sumu but said nothing more. Turning back to Sumu, Yulin smiled warmly again. Without your help, we couldn't have taken down the sandworm. Besides the crystal core, we don't need anything else. Sumu shrugged and accepted the task at hand. A system notification popped up. Task accepted, Yulin's request. Deliver the sandworm's crystal core to Yulin. He approached the sandworm's carcass and reached out to touch the glowing orb. 3 notifications appeared. You have obtained the sandworm's crystal core. You have obtained sandworm bracers. You have obtained a recipe, corrosive potion. Without inspecting the other items, Sumu handed the sandworm crystal core to Yulin. Here you go. Thank you so much, adventurer. Yulin said sincerely, nodding in gratitude. Mai seemed displeased with Yulin's gratitude and muttered, it was ours to begin with, is it necessary? Ignoring him, Yulin asked Sumu, are you headed to Howling Moon City? Yes, Sumu replied, then asked, which direction should I go to get there? The wind sand plains are quite a distance from Howling Moon City. If you plan to walk, it'll take you several days. Yulin explained. This information surprised Sumu. He had assumed that crossing the canyon would lead directly to Howling Moon City, but it seemed more complicated than he had thought. Yulin suddenly suggested, if you don't mind, you can travel with us. A system prompt appeared. Accept the task. Collect sandworm crystal cores? Reward unknown. Sumu understood the implication. They wanted him to work for them. After a brief consideration, he accepted the task. The system updated the mission details. Collect sandworm crystal cores and assist Yulin's team in hunting sandworms on the wind sand plains. Completion reward. Unknown? Seeing Sumu accept, Yulin's smile widened. He explained, adventurer, we are a hunting party from Howling Moon City, here to collect sandworm crystal cores. Once our task is complete, we'll bring you back to Howling Moon City with us. Turning to a woman in a white robe, Yulin said, Shui Xiao, you'll join me later. Understood. The woman, dressed as a healer, replied promptly. Yulin then instructed an archer, Qiu Fei, go scout for prey. The archer nodded, summoned a hawk, and with a sharp whistle, the hawk soared into the sky, circling above. Everyone, rest here. Yulin commanded the group. He approached his horse and took a water pouch, offering it to Sumu. Here, adventurer, have a drink. No need. Sumu declined politely, wary of the NPCs. Yulin paused, then reminded him, the wind sand plains are dry. Without hydration, you'll lose stamina quickly. Sumu smiled slightly and pulled a blue potion from his bag. I have my own. While drinking multiple potions in a minute only restored mana once, they were refreshing to drink. The mages in the group stared in disbelief. Mana potions were 1,000 times more expensive than water, and they would never waste them unless necessary, let alone to quench thirst. Is it not okay? Sumu noticed their astonishment and casually took another blue potion, downing it. With over 200,000 gold coins in his backpack, a few potions were trivial. Besides, given his current mana capacity, super mana potions were unnecessary. Alright, you win. The group was at a loss for words, their faces clearly expressing, you're truly rich. The mages, in particular, looked on with envy. Ignoring their reactions, Sumu opened his backpack to check the other two items dropped by the sandworm boss. The attributes of the sandworm bracers caught Sumu's eye: 80 agility, 50 constitution, and a 10 increase in arrow loading speed, with a requirement of Tier 2 Level 1. This was undoubtedly a top-tier piece of equipment for archers. Following that, he noticed the recipe for the corrosive potion: 2 sand poison herbs and 2 corrosive liquids. This potion could add a corrosive effect to weapons, inflicting an additional 100 points of corrosive damage on enemies for 30 seconds. Sumu calculated silently. If this potion could be mass-produced, it would surely become a bestseller in the market. He was quite satisfied with both items, especially the corrosive potion, whose potential commercial value was incredibly enticing. At that moment, the falcon circling above returned to the shoulder of the archer, Qiu Fei. Yulin immediately commanded, "Everyone, mount up and let's move out." The priestess shared a horse with Yulin, offering her mount to Sumu. Standing before the horse, Sumu hesitated, raising an eyebrow. He had never ridden a horse before and felt a wave of anxiety. Noticing his hesitation, Yulin asked, "What's wrong, adventurer?" Sumu feigned calmness and shook his head, saying, "Nothing." With that, he awkwardly climbed onto the horse's back. In the next instant, the horse suddenly bolted, and Sumu clutched the reins in panic. At that moment, a notification popped up: "You have learned the skill, riding beginner level." Sumu felt a surge of joy and quickly opened his skill panel, upgrading his riding skill to master level. Instantly, various riding techniques flooded his mind. He gave a soft command, "Giddy up," and effortlessly took control of the horse. This sudden transformation left Yulin and the others dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend how Sumu had turned from a novice into a riding master in mere seconds. However, they soon accepted this reality, seemingly convinced that adventurers were meant to be extraordinary. Now adept at riding, Sumu galloped freely across the grasslands. Yulin and the others trailed behind, with some struggling to match his pace. Among the group, a few exchanged glances as they watched Sumu's retreating figure, their eyes betraying a blatant sense of greed. "There it is!" Sumu exclaimed, leading the charge as he keenly spotted the sandworm wriggling through the grass. "Leave it to me," Yulin shouted, swiftly dismounting and rushing forward to kick off the battle. "Everyone, maintain formation and attack with full force," he commanded, while expertly drawing the sandworm's attention. The rest of the team launched their attacks, and the battle quickly intensified. Standing aside, Sumu closely observed the sandworm's condition. He squinted, recalling the sandworm's attributes in his mind: Prairie Sandworm Boss. Level: Tier 2, Level 1. Health: 7420880000. Attack: 1500. Physical defense: 300. Magical defense: 300. Skills: Acidic Venom, Burrow, Sweep. Compared to previous bosses they'd encountered, this sandworm's stats weren't particularly high. Apart from having a slightly larger health pool, its other attributes were even inferior to some Tier 1 bosses. However, in this plane, these sandworms were numerous, making it more of an elite monster than a true boss. Because of this, Yulin and the others didn't feel much pressure dealing with it. Yet, Sumu noticed their damage output wasn't impressive. Their combined attacks didn't match the power of his own Thunderbolt strike. "These guys aren't dealing much damage," Sumu thought. "If I went all out, I'd probably shock them." After considering, Sumu decided to use his long-untouched fireball spell, showing some skill without revealing his full power. He pretended to chant for 2 seconds, and a fireball shot out, hitting the sandworm boss with precision. Boom! An exaggerated damage number appeared above the sandworm's head, its health plummeting. This sight made Yulin and the others stare wide-eyed in astonishment. "Holy crap, what kind of damage is that? Your one skill is worth 10 of mine? Are you really an adventurer?" The mages in the group were especially incredulous. Although they had learned Fireball, who would max out such a basic skill? Sumu calmly explained, "I have a boost to my fire spells. That was my ultimate move. Stop gawking and keep attacking," Yulin shouted, pulling everyone's focus back to the fight. Sumu stood aside, not intending to attack again. If ultimates could be used repeatedly, they wouldn't be called ultimates, he mused. Yulin, while holding the boss's attention, glanced at Sumu from the corner of his eye. As the main tank, he knew the previous sandworm had over 20,000 health left. Sumu's one attack dealt nearly 8,000 damage, making it easy for him to finish it off. "With this guy's help, our task will be much easier," Yulin thought excitedly, a smile creeping onto his face. But soon, he was troubled again. How should I reward an adventurer like him? Suddenly, an idea struck Yulin, and his smile returned. "Right, I still have that item." Sumu didn't notice Yulin's changing expressions. His focus was entirely on the boss's health. No matter what, a sandworm is a boss, and the experience from defeating it isn't low. Plus, it will definitely trigger the mage's glory. "I have to land the final blow." Remembering that his mage's staff hadn't been upgraded yet, Sumu quickly checked its attributes. Mage's staff. Tier 0. 100 intelligence, 100 spirit, 100 constitution. Gains growth points from defeating monsters, enhancing attributes and unlocking traits. Current growth points. 500 10000. A single boss gave me 5,000 growth points? Sumu's eyes widened slightly. That's so convenient. With this boss, I definitely need to land the final hit. Immersed in examining his staff, Sumu didn't notice a few individuals discreetly eyeing his weapon. Their eyes flickered with silent communication, clearly wary of Sumu. The battle soon neared its end, with the sandworm boss's health dropping to the kill threshold. Full power. It's trying to escape, Yulin shouted. Indeed, under the threat of death, the sandworm began to burrow away. Just as it was about to vanish, a seemingly ordinary fireball struck it precisely. The powerful flames engulfed it, taking the last of its health. You have slain the prairie sandworm, gaining 10,000 experience. Mage's Glory grants you 1 intelligence point. 2 notifications appeared on Sumu's interface. He immediately checked his staff's new status. Mage's staff. Tier 1. 150 intelligence, 150 spirit, 150 constitution. Can be imbued with powerful magical items to grant traits to the staff. Current traits. 1. Growth points. 0.20000. An increase of 50 points in each attribute, and it can now unlock traits? The strength of growth equipment is incredible, Sumu thought excitedly. Suddenly, he remembered the shadow orb he had found earlier. He quickly opened his inventory and located the treasure obtained from the Goatman dungeon. Would you like to use the shadow orb to grant a trait to the mage's staff? The available trait is Shadow, increasing all shadow damage by 10. Faced with this prompt, Sumu pondered. Currently, only his Ravenstorm dealt shadow damage. A 10 damage boost was significant, but limiting it to a single attribute would that waste a valuable trait slot? Never mind, there's no rush. Sumu muttered to himself, carefully stowing away the shadow orb. A shrewd glint flickered in his eyes as he thought, this is a growth weapon. I need to get some powerful attributes on it. The loot from a Tier 1 boss can't compare to treasures from Tier 2. I've just arrived at the Tier 2 map, so there's no need to rush. Just as Sumu was lost in thought, a sudden angry shout shattered the silence. You did that on purpose, didn't you? A mage-like teammate clenched his fists, glaring at Sumu with barely concealed anger in his voice. Sumu slowly turned his head, looking at the mage with a blank expression, and asked calmly, What? The mage's face turned crimson as he roared, Don't play dumb. You deliberately landed the final blow on the sandworm, didn't you? With these words, the other team members also cast angry glances at Sumu. For these NPCs, defeating powerful monsters was not just about loot. It was crucial for gaining experience and leveling up. They had agreed to leave the final blow on the boss to Yulin, but Sumu had already snatched the last hits on 2 bosses. The pent-up anger finally erupted among the group. Yeah, how is this any different from stealing the boss? Admit it, won't you? Accusations flew, all directed at Sumu. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a thunderous roar cut through the tension. Everyone, shut up. The voice belonged to Yulin, the team leader. His commanding shout instantly silenced the uproar. Yulin scanned the group, speaking in a deep voice. What's all the fuss about? If it weren't for this adventurer, that sandworm might have escaped, and all our efforts would have been in vain. Unlike the others' blind anger, Yulin saw things more clearly. The real challenge with sandworms wasn't their strength, but how to stop them from escaping. Once they burrowed underground, their escape speed was astonishing. Sumu's ability to deliver a lethal blow at the critical moment was something none of them could manage. Turning to Sumu, Yulin offered an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. They have quite the temper. But since you've gained the experience, could you leave the loot to us? His tone was more of a request than a demand. Sure, Sumu replied succinctly, without a moment's hesitation. Hearing this, Yulin let out a sigh of relief and then called out to an archer. Xiaofei, go find the next target. The rest of you, stay here and rest. After issuing the orders, he gave Sumu a meaningful smile. Adventurer, come with me. Sumu raised an eyebrow, glanced at the others, and followed Yulin. The two walked aside, and Yulin pulled something out from his cloak. This is something I came across by chance, Yulin explained. According to the Mages Guild in Howling Moon City, this stone contains a peculiar magical energy, but no one knows how to unlock it. I thought you might find a way. With that, he handed the stone to Sumu. Without hesitation, Sumu took it, secretly delighted. This is a great find. I wonder if it can add attributes to my staff? A system notification popped up. You have obtained a sealed magic stone. Sealed magic stone. This stone contains potent magical energy that might be activated through some special method. Another notification followed. Would you like to use the sealed magic stone to grant attributes to the staff of the Archmage? Possible attribute, magical power. Final spell damage, 5-inch. Sumu was so excited he could barely contain himself. A 5 increase in final damage was far superior to a mere 5 boost in spell damage. And this was just in its sealed state. If fully unlocked, it might boost final damage by over 20, which would be phenomenal. Suppressing the urge to activate the attribute immediately, Sumu carefully stored the magic stone. He realized that these NPCs were almost as intelligent as real people. Quests with unknown rewards required players to skillfully negotiate and strategize with NPCs, sometimes even resorting to extreme measures. Compared to tasks with known rewards, these unpredictable challenges were far more intriguing. Seeing Sumu's satisfaction with the magic stone, Yulin asked, "Adventurer, how often can you use that skill you used to trap the sandworm?" Sumu hid his excitement, deliberately exaggerating the cooldown of the gravity field. "About once every hour." Yulin thought for a moment and suggested, "All right then, if the next sandworm tries to escape, I hope you can use that skill to stop it, and then allow me to deliver the final blow." After speaking, Yulin quickly added, worried that Sumu might misunderstand, "I'm not saying you're stealing kills. It's just that others have started to complain, and I need to consider their feelings." Sumu nodded with a smile and replied, "No problem." He thought to himself that since Yulin had already given him the task reward in advance, he should help him complete the task of killing the sandworms. Just as the two reached an understanding, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the grassland. Huge clouds of sand and dust were lifted, blocking out the sky and sun. The wind roared ominously, making everyone uneasy. The horses on the field were immediately spooked, becoming restless and pawing at the ground with their hooves. "It's a sandstorm," someone shouted in terror. Yulin's expression changed dramatically, and he issued a stern command, "Everyone, stay where you are and hold onto the horses. Qiufei, keep an eye on our surroundings." Sumu looked around and saw the fear on everyone's faces, realizing the gravity of the situation. This unexpected sandstorm was undoubtedly perilous. Meanwhile, in the real world, a video was going viral online. In the footage, a haggard-looking man was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he confessed in a trembling voice, "The online video of Su the Magician's fireball was something I had someone create with special effects. The accusations against Su the Magician being a murderer were also spread by people I hired. I was instructed to do all this to lure Su the Magician out. That's why I did such foolish things." The video sparked an uproar across various online communities. Countless users flooded the comments. "Is that so? I actually thought it looked like special effects the first time I saw it. Su the Magician. I'm sorry, I was an idiot to believe that. I was wrong, Su the Magician. I won't fall for that kind of manipulation again. Su the Magician, you're the best. I'll always support you. I won't believe any negative rumors about Su the Magician again. We need to protect the future magician of Hua country." Exactly. We can't let those with malicious intent succeed. The previous accusations against Sumu vanished in an instant, replaced by numerous apologies and declarations of trust in Su the Magician. Across major platforms, the topic, "We owe Su the Magician an apology," dominated the trending lists. However, across the ocean in a hidden location, an angry roar echoed, "Fuck. This is sheer stupidity. How did I end up with such a useless asset? Damn it." In a fit of rage, the observer in a far-off country glared at the report before them, their expression dark and furious. On the windswept plains, a fierce wind howled as a sandstorm engulfed the sky in a blinding haze. Sumu found himself caught in the storm, feeling the relentless assault of sand and wind on his senses. Suddenly, a voice cut through the roaring winds. "How is everyone doing?" It was Yulin, shouting to check on the group's condition. "We're okay," someone shouted back. "This sandstorm is massive and doesn't seem like it'll end soon. What should we do next?" Without hesitation, Yulin gave a command. "Hold on to the horses. We'll wait here until the storm passes." With that, he struggled against the wind and sand, moving toward where the horses were. Meanwhile, Sumu stood his ground and quietly activated his magic vision ability. Despite the sandstorm obscuring normal sight, this special vision allowed him to clearly see everyone's positions in the storm's path. However, at that moment, Sumu noticed something unusual. The magic vision not only displayed the life signs of each being, but also revealed their hostility towards him. Among the group, 5 individuals were glaring in his direction, emitting a red glow that signified strong hostility. Sumu quickly looked at Yulin, noting that he only exuded a powerful life force, with no signs of malice. Are these NPCs up to something? Sumu pondered, recalling how some had been displeased with him after he dealt with the sandworms. He decided to watch and wait, keeping a close eye on those individuals' movements. If these folks weren't NPCs, he might have to intervene. Just like with Xianda before. As long as they hadn't turned hostile, his attacks would miss. Although unsure if the same applied to these NPCs, Sumu knew that striking first could lead to negative consequences. At that moment, Sumu's private chat channel chimed. It was the person who had negotiated with him earlier, sending a message. Mr. Su, I've taken care of your request. Are you satisfied with the online spectacle? Sumu didn't reply immediately. Instead, he opened the chat channel, which was filled with apologies. Sorry, Master Su. Master Su, we were wrong, you're the best. Master Su, we shouldn't have doubted you, sorry. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. He composed a reply. You've made quite a show of it. I generally prefer to keep things low-key. The other party quickly responded. Didn't you say you wanted to see a good show, Mr. Su? If it's too low-key, you wouldn't get to enjoy it. Sumu pondered for a moment before replying. Do you really think I couldn't handle this issue myself? The other party was silent for a minute before responding. We were too flamboyant this time. Apologies, Mr. Su. Satisfied, Sumu smiled, took out a gleaming silver dagger and 500 gold coins, and sent them via mail. Regardless, you've helped solve a problem for me. This is your reward. The recipient expressed gratitude and tentatively asked, if possible, we'd like to work for you, Mr. Su. Sumu casually replied, there are too many people wanting to work for me, deftly rejecting them while elevating his own status. Just then, the archer Chiu Fei's warning rang out. Be careful, something's approaching. Yu Lin immediately ordered, prepare for battle. Chiu Fei spoke again, his tone grave. There's movement, more than one enemy. Sumu activated his magic vision once more, clearly seeing the situation around them. 3 sandworms were tracking the sandstorm's path, moving toward them. Meanwhile, in a novice village somewhere, a man looked at the items in his mail and sneered. That guy is quite the shrewd businessman. He realized that Sumu, with just a few words, had reduced his payment by 1,000 gold. A woman nearby asked, did he agree? The man shook his head but then confidently said, my earlier assessment should be correct. His identity is extraordinary. The woman asked worriedly, can we find him? The man smiled confidently, in this world, no one can escape from me. They're coming, at least 3 of them. Chiu Fei shouted over the howling sandstorm, his voice cutting through the swirling dust. Yulin gripped his sword and shield tightly, standing resolutely in front of the group. Close ranks and protect the healer. He commanded with a steady voice, his eyes scanning their surroundings warily. He then turned to Sumu and asked urgently, adventurer, can you use your control skill? Sumu nodded succinctly. Yes. Wait for my signal when the sandworms get closer. Yulin had barely finished speaking when the ground trembled. A massive sandworm burst from the earth, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, gaping wide as it lunged at them. Without hesitation, Yulin raised his sword to meet it. The sharp blade sliced through the sandworm's tough hide, leaving a deep gash. Attack with everything you've got, he urged his companions, maintaining the sandworm's attention. The group sprang into action, each showcasing their unique skills. Sumu seized the moment, unleashing a fireball that roared through the air. Unlike the 3-digit damage from the others, his 4-digit damage caused the sandworm's health to plummet. As the battle raged on, Chiu Fei suddenly warned, here comes more. Yulin quickly glanced at Sumu, shouting, adventurer. Sumu understood immediately, and with his magical sight, he could see the positions of the other sandworms clearly. Without hesitation, he cast a gravity field, pinning the 2 additional sandworms in place. They've stopped, Chiu Fei exclaimed, and the group breathed a sigh of relief. The immediate threat of 3 sandworms attacking at once was temporarily averted. The fight continued, and Sumu fired off 3 more fireballs, dealing nearly 30,000 damage to the boss and landing the final blow himself. System notifications chimed in quick succession. You have slain the prairie sandworm, earning 10,000 experience points. Gain 1 intelligence through the radiance of the arcane. You have leveled up, gaining 30 attribute points and 20 skill points. Sumu quietly leveled up to Tier 2, Level 2, but no one was concerned about him stealing the kill. As the gravity field's effect faded, the other 2 sandworms charged. Sumu observed them calmly through his magical sight. Even without his companions, they posed no threat to him. Chiu Fei's keen hearing pinpointed the sandworms' movements, directing Yulin to intercept and maintain their attention. Soon after, another sandworm emerged, and Yulin once again stepped up to face it. During a brief lull in the battle, Sumu quickly allocated his attribute points, splitting them evenly between intelligence and spirit. His status panel updated accordingly. Player, Sumu. Class, Mage. Level, Tier 2, Level 2, 500-26000. Health, 7,680. Mana, 33,000. Melee physical attack, 716. Spell attack, 2328. Physical defense, 868. Magical defense, 1225. Attributes, Strength 308, Constitution 338230. agility 308, spirit 485340, intelligence 698360. Equipment: Staff of the Arcane, skull ring, sheepskin leggings, sheepskin boots, sheepskin gloves, sheepskin hat, sheepskin robe, goatman priest necklace, goatman priest ring, white Mistown warrior emblem. The Staff of the Arcane had also improved. Staff of the Arcane. Tier 1, 150 intelligence, 150 spirit, 150 constitution. Empowered by potent magical items, the staff can be imbued with corresponding attributes. Current attribute slots: 1. Growth value: 500-20000. With his attributes enhanced, Sumu's fireball damage neared 5 digits, stirring a sense of eagerness among his teammates. Yulin soon noticed something amiss. What are you doing? The boss's health is dropping slower, he questioned. We're low on mana after 2 bosses. Our skills are on cooldown. There's nothing we can do. Several voices chimed in defensively. At that moment, the sandworm spat acid. Despite Yulin's warning, the sandstorm's interference caused many to be hit, their health dropping sharply. Only Sumu remained unfazed, the damage insignificant to him. Get over here! The healer Xue Xiao called out, and instinctively, the others moved toward her. Suddenly, another sandworm emerged, sweeping through the group. Group healing. Xue Xiao cast her spell, recovering some health. Nonetheless, many were still in danger. Sumu stood apart from the group, neither receiving the group heal nor being caught in the sandworm's sweep. Spread out! Yulin roared as he rushed toward another sandworm, single-handedly tanking 2 bosses, his health plummeting. Greater heal! Xue Xiao tirelessly healed him. Meanwhile, Sumu seized the opportunity, casting a fireball to finish off the weakened sandworm. The system notification sounded once more. You have slain the prairie sandworm, earning 5,000 experience points. Gain 1 intelligence through the radiance of the arcane. Just then, 2 magic missiles and an arcane blast unexpectedly struck, causing damage numbers to appear above Sumu's head. It's not over yet. Just as 2 damage numbers appeared above Sumu's head, another arrow whistled through the air, inflicting more damage than the previous magical attacks. Quick on the uptake, Sumu activated his mana shield skill, instantly gaining a shield worth 50,000 points. He couldn't be bothered to check his exact health. Instead, he cast a steely glance at the NPCs who had attacked him, who now appeared as red names in his eyes. What are you doing? Yulin's roar pierced the air. In this critical moment, someone dared to launch an attack on Sumu, completely catching him off guard. This guy has snatched so many boss kills, we can't just let it slide. Yeah, it was him. He killed all the bosses earlier. It was definitely on purpose. Complaints echoed as the group ignored Yulin's angry rebuke, continuing their fierce assault on Sumu. Damage numbers kept popping up above Sumu's head, but under the protection of his high shield value, these attacks were mere scratches. Xue Xiao, heal him. Yulin shouted to Xue Xiao urgently. 2,000. A green healing number appeared above Sumu's head immediately. I'm almost out of mana, Xue Xiao shouted back after casting the heal. She still needed to ensure the safety of the sandworm Yulin was tanking. What are you standing around for? Take this guy down. Exactly, just think about the loot from those 2 bosses. We can't let him take it. Seeing Sumu's health recover, the initial attackers began inciting others. Their eyes darted between Yulin and the 2 sandworm corpses, their expressions conflicted. Sumu remained stationary, showing no intention of counterattacking. He was waiting for the NPCs to make their move. Once they attacked, they'd turn red in his view. What nonsense are you talking about? He's our teammate. How can you attack a teammate? Yulin scolded while holding off the boss. This guy has some valuable items, worth more than those sandworm crystals. If we take him down, our gains could increase tenfold. A greedy voice emerged from the crowd. The hesitant ones widened their eyes, fully aware that this adventurer was no ordinary foe. Tempted by enormous profit, a few more couldn't resist and launched attacks at Sumu. Several skills hit Sumu in quick succession, dealing significant damage. Yet, to everyone's amazement, Sumu stood firm, seemingly unfazed by their efforts. How is this possible? How is he not dead yet? Is his health really that high? I refuse to believe it. Your health can't be thicker than a boss's. Full power. Take him down. Voices filled with murderous intent rose and fell. As Sumu's shield value slowly decreased, he grew impatient and turned his gaze to 2 who hadn't yet attacked the archer Qiu Fei and the rogue standing next to Yulin. In his magical view, neither showed any red hostility towards him. Repulsion ring. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from Sumu. In the next moment, a figure was sent flying. Even invisible units had nowhere to hide under his magical view. Thunderbolt strike. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed another attack as the figure was flung away. A massive damage number appeared above the assassin's head. You have killed an NPC. Gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the Archmage. Upon killing the NPC, no experience was gained. Sumu wasn't surprised, as it was similar to the situation when he killed Sind. However, killing these NPCs seemed to reliably trigger the radiance of the Archmage. Impossible. You one-shotted him? How is your damage so high? He must have used a powerful skill. He definitely has top-tier gear on him. Kill him and loot his gear. Witnessing Sumu one-shot an NPC, the others were initially terrified, then quickly turned greedy. In their eyes, Sumu's immense damage could only mean he possessed rare equipment. Sumu looked at their greedy faces with disdain. Their behavior mirrored that of the ghoul earlier. Thunderbolt strike. With lightning flashing in his eyes, another bolt descended. This time, Sumu targeted a mage who had been focusing on him. Now it was time to send him on his way. You have killed an NPC, gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the Archmage. Once again, a one-shot kill. These mage NPCs couldn't have more than 20,000 health. Run. This guy's a monster. Why? How can you still one-shot people? As another fell, the NPCs were thoroughly panicked. They finally realized that Sumu was more terrifying than the sandworms. Several mages used their blink skills to escape into the sandstorm, while the archers activated their swift skills to flee quickly. Think you can get away? Sumu remained still, letting them run. With both magical view and eagle eye, where could they possibly hide? In the sandstorm, the sound of thunder echoed continuously. On the battlefield, Yulin watched Sumu with a complex expression. He wanted to ask Sumu to spare those people, but found himself unable to speak. Shuiyu, Qiu Fei, and another NPC looked at Sumu with fear in their eyes. Compared to the remaining sandworm, this adventurer seemed more like a true boss. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.